He stormed into the school meeting, interrupting everyone and claiming to be my protector. But I had no idea who he was, or why the school even needed a protector. Chapter 1. Why exactly are we allowing Western Prep to hire whomever they please? Victor asked as he and the other leaders sat around the giant conference table. He had known each of the leaders for years and felt comfortable enough to make demands when he saw fit. Gregor sighed loudly so that his obvious disdain for having to go over a discussed topic again would be clearly heard. This has been repeated. Western Prep is in need of a language teacher. Greta Claassen is the most highly recommended teacher of foreign languages. She has been vetted through a rigorous screening process. She's the one to take over the job. But she's not one of us, Harold put in. There isn't one of us who could do her job. Gregor replied. It's not as if we have an abundance of females to choose from, and she won't be the first human teaching. He knew that everyone around the table was well aware of that fact. And there are other humans who attend school with our children. Why weren't we brought in when she was interviewed? Victor asked. I think that this decision wasn't one to be made lightly. Gregor growled loud in his throat. This decision was mine to make. His hands were on the table, ready to push himself to a standing position if he felt that any of the men surrounding the table would challenge him. As for an interview process, she didn't go through one. What? Harold was the only one shocked around the table, but he was the only one to voice his surprise. Gregor laid his hands flat on the table. Claassen is an extremely qualified teacher who is in high demand. She literally could choose whichever school she wants. Every school in the state, and several others outside of the state, have tried to get her to teach for them. She refuses to even consider another job over the small school she works at now. And she chose Western Prep. Dmitri asked, clearly suspicious of the motive behind her switch. In certain, the school has increased substantially. This time Gregor shook his head. I had a few people discreetly offer her 4 times her pay with benefits that could sway anyone. She refused. Kindly, but refused. She enjoys her work and isn't in it for the money. Does Western Prep have this teacher or not? Harold asked. Apparently he had done a complete change and now decided that this rare gem should be nowhere if not at Western Prep. Since I cowled and get her to quit her job, I had the principal at her school lay her off. Gregor said. I had to donate quite a bit of money to that school to convince the principal that Claassen was worth letting go. But she did. So she's at the school now. Gregor shook his head. It still took a bit of convincing to get her to come to Western. Surprisingly, money isn't the biggest factor in her decision of where she wants to teach. He didn't want the others at the table to get the wrong idea. So he quickly added, she is being well paid for her service. But that wasn't what convinced her. And what did convince her? Dmitri, the most doubting Thomas of the lot. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Again bringing up the character of the woman in question. The fact that I had the other schools refuse any of Claassen's resumes. She had only one option. It was Western Prep. Gregor was worried about what the other men around the table would say about the underhanded tactics he had used to get what he wanted. All the men were used to dealing with the human world in a less than honorable way to get what they wanted. Has anyone met her? Gregor raised his hand. I have never met her in person, but I have met with numerous people who have worked with her. You hired someone whom you have never met. It was Dmitri talking again. If I had met her, she would have known that Western Prep was looking into getting her as a teacher. I didn't want to take the chance that she would say no, and then find out that it was the only school that would hire her. I figured that I might have to use some underhanded tactics and knew it would be best to keep her in the dark about me or any of us. So when does she start? Harold asked. Chapter 2. Greta's heels clicked on the tile floor as she headed down the hallway towards her classroom. She had been given the classroom on the far end. One that gave her the privacy she always enjoyed in the classroom. The copy machine was at the opposite end of the hall. But being on the end of the building that no one frequented for no reason meant her students wouldn't be distracted by the comings and goings of other teachers or students. She transferred the copies she had made to her left hand as she searched for her keys in her small handbag. Can I help you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, yes. Greta sighed, handing over the large stack of papers she had in her hand to the student helping her. She quickly found her key and slipped it into the lock. The action was useless. The door was already open. She guessed she had forgotten to lock her door. Locking her door was an action she hadn't performed very often. Rarely, if ever, did she lock her own house door, and she hadn't even had a lock on her last classroom door. You can just set the papers on my desk. She glanced at the student who had offered the help. What's your name? Will, he said as he set the papers down. Short for William. Greta guessed. Wilfred. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He tugged on his tie and stared over Greta's shoulder. Well, thank you. Wilfred. Wilfred shrugged. Oh, man. Everyone just calls me Will. Greta smiled at the young boy who must have been about 4th grade. I don't use nicknames. Wilfred, thank you for your help. Happy to be freed. Wilfred hurried from the room, skidding to a stop halfway down the hall when another teacher caught him running. Greta shook her head as she smiled. She rounded her desk, already separating her copied papers into stacks to prepare for the day. She was about to sit down when she caught sight of the man standing in the back of her classroom. She was back on her feet, rounding her desk. She leaned on the front of the desk, crossed her arms over her chest, and used her best teacher look on the man. I hadn't forgotten to lock my door. Had I? No, man, the man said. The deep, cultured voice sent a shiver down Greta's back, but she managed to keep it off her face. Can I help you with something? Her voice held just enough civility so as not to bite her back if the man standing in the room was someone of importance. She had thought she had met all the teachers and staff at the school, and she didn't remember the man. I've come to meet you. Oh, Greta asked. The man moved from where he had been standing in the back. He easily strode to the front of the classroom, his immense body coming to stand only a foot or two from Greta's smaller frame. He was mildly impressed with the fact that she showed no uneasiness with his closeness. He knew his height and must usually had most men unnerved and most women running from him. But Greta hadn't moved. If he hadn't mistaken it, she was irritated with him. My name is Alexander was low, batting her eyelashes to hide the rolling of her eyes. Greta crossed her arms and held out her hand. Greta Klassen. She felt his hand envelop hers. The touch itself seemed to send a flash of fire through her body. Her face flushed. Suddenly she was grateful that she hadn't turned on the overhead lights yet. Alexander was surprised at the strength he felt in the small hand. He wasn't sure what he had expected, but it was strength. Greta tugged her hand back and once more crossed her arms. She was going to wait for Alexander to come out with what he wanted to say, but a glance at her desk changed that. She had papers to sort and classes to prepare for. She didn't have the time to play a game with the man in front of her. A man she was sure she wanted to play a game with. He was easily a head taller than her, and she was in heels. His dark hair was way longer than what was allowed in the teacher handbook. She wanted to run her hand through his hair. Again she felt her face flush at her own thoughts. Deep green eyes studied her. They flashed with a bit of humor as if he knew exactly what her thoughts had been. Greta cleared her throat, wondering where all the moisture went. Is there something I can help you with? Are you a teacher here? Alexander let a soft chuckle leave his lips. He ran a hand through his hair. Do I look like a teacher to you? She had to wonder if he had read her mind, but she also didn't have time to give that a lot of thought. She had work to do before the first came in. She really didn't have time to get to know a mysterious man, despite his looks, who wasn't even a teacher at the school. Is there a reason for you being here? Yes, Alexander answered once he realized that Greta was prepared to throw him out. I am here to let you know that if you need anything for your classroom or your class, I will get it for you. Do you have a child in the school? Mr. was low. Alexander shook his head. No, Miss Klassen. Using her title once she had used his. Later he would tell her to call him by his name. He would use the same courtesy she did. I'm just the one who is responsible for this particular class and therefore the teacher who takes this class. Greta raised an eyebrow. In the other schools she had taught at, there were parents who had volunteered to help out in the class or buy things she may have needed. But they were just that. Parents. She had never had someone, with no clear ties to the school, offer to give her things. At least not without strings. Greta wasn't a fan of strings. Well, thank you, Mr. Winslow. I'll be sure to let you know if I need anything. She would be polite, but she couldn't imagine actually calling him for anything. I'm sure the office has your contact information. Alexander pulled a business card from his breast pocket. They do have my information. Take this, though, in case you think of something and there is no one in the office. Greta flashed a smile, took the card, and promptly sat in on the desk behind her. Her desk was a black hole of paper. Things that were set on her desk were sometimes never seen again. Not that was a problem for her. She wouldn't be calling Alexander thing. Miss Classen, Alexander said, stopping on his way to the door. I know that you just moved into town. Where are you staying? She was the type to give out personal information, so she was surprised when the words wanted to come out at Alexander's question. However, she didn't possess the information necessary. My contact information will be with the office, Mr. Winslow, wanting to maintain at least some of her privacy. Now, if you don't mind, I do have a class to get ready for. I will make sure to contact you if I find anything I might need. Alexander tipped his head, tapped it with his right hand in a gesture of salutation, and left the room as silently as he had entered. Greta waited until he had left before she rolled her eyes and uncrossed her arms in a gesture of complete surprise. Unbelievable, she whispered to herself. Who was Alexander Winslow? What kind of school had random people offering to sponsor a classroom? Why had he simply showed up in classroom? And how had he gotten in? An itchy feeling crawled into the back of her throat as she sat behind her desk. Something was wrong with the school. She should have tried a bit harder to find a school that would have accepted her. It just seemed that all the schools that had, at one time, wanted her, were no longer interested or weren't hiring. Western Prep had been the only school that would hire her. They even did so without a proper interview, although she was told that she would do a post-interview after her first 2 weeks. Perhaps she would bring up Alexander Winslow at that meeting. She felt her cheeks heat with just the thought of his name. Quickly she rubbed her face as if to rid it of the evidence. It was ridiculous to react that quickly and that obviously to a man she didn't even know. Granted, he was incredibly and thoroughly handsome, but she was the type of woman to fall fast or heavy for any man, much less a man who irritated her without even speaking. Miss Classen, Greta looked up at the doorway where a class of 6th graders were preparing to come in. She was ready, a fact she quickly dropped on the man's shoulders for messing up her morning. However, she stood up, walked to the door, and flipped on the light. Come in, class. Greta waited as each student filed and looked for the desks with their names on them. She knew where she had placed each name, and today she would spend her time putting those names to the proper faces. My name is Miss Classen, Greta said. Welcome to Latin. Chapter 3. Greta stacked the papers that were strewn across her desk. Her night ahead of her had already been decided. Pizza, television on in the background, and she would be grading the 200 or so papers in front of her. She slid the papers into the bag that contained 3 red pens, her gradebook, and the 7 teachers' keys. The teachers' keys weren't necessary. She knew the 7 different languages she taught backwards and forwards. Her parents had been linguistic professors for the top colleges in the world. As a young child, she had traveled from country to country, easily picking up the languages of the places she was at. For her languages and accents came easily to her. She seemed to be able to understand the nuances of each language. It wasn't until she had gone to college that she realized people weren't like her. Most students wanted to avoid a foreign language. She thrived on them. Obviously, her degree had been a triple major in education, language studies, and English literature. Again, she differed from most of the students by completing her 3 majors in only 4 years. She had, Once she gotten a job, continued her education until she had gotten her doctorate in languages. Because of her enjoyment of languages, she found the teacher's keys almost pointless during classroom time, and utterly useless when it came to correcting. She knew what the answers should be without confirming it with the teacher's key. Standing up, Greta looked at her desk. It was still the black hole she was used to. No one would ever be able to find something on her desk without a detailed map from her. To others, her desk may show a distracted mind, but she just didn't have the time to keep her desk stick pin neat. She let a very ladylike curse cross her mind as she saw the calendar on her desk. Even though it hadn't even been 2 weeks into the month, Greta had already scribbled all over her calendar. She used her calendar not only to keep track of important days, but also to write down notes to herself about her students, homework, or just things she needed to do. There was one date that was circled in red. She had that post-interview meeting. Tonight. Her night was starting to look more like drive through food until late night of grading. Leaving her packed bag by her desk, Greta took out a black pen and the small notebook she reserved for staff meetings. She headed down the stairs to the first level. Her classroom was on the 3rd floor with the younger grades on the 2nd level. The 1st level housed the headmistress's office, conference rooms, the school office, and the staff meeting room. Greta arrived outside the room with 5 minutes to spare. She knew it gave the illusion that she was a person of punctuality. But, in reality, if the time was around teaching, she hardly remembered the proper day, much less the time. She walked into the room and wasn't sure if she was surprised by the number of people in the room or not. She figured she wasn't. Western Prep was proving to be a very odd school, and she had been to plenty of different schools to see how they were run. Western Prep was different. At the moment, she wasn't sure how she felt about the difference, but she would give the school more than 2 weeks before coming up with a decision. There was a good 15 people there, milling around and talking in small groups. Greta recognized only the headmistress Carol in N, who came quickly over to her when she entered the room. "Greta, I'm glad you're here. The meeting will begin in just a few minutes. Perhaps you would like something to drink or a light snack." She pointed to the table on the far side of the room. Normally Greta would have preferred to start the meeting and leave as soon as possible, but she was suddenly hungry. At the table covered with food, Greta was once more reminded that Western Prep did things differently. Taking a glass plate, Greta found that she had expected nothing less than glass at Western Prep. She took a sandwich, a sprig of grapes and a bottle of water. She took her spot at the table opposite from where all the leather folders were sitting. One thing was the same. It was her against the other 15. Numbers never bothered her. She faced over 20 middle schoolers and high schoolers at a time. She was used to being scrutinized. That didn't bother her. "Gentlemen," Carol in N called, hushing the quiet conversation that was taking place. "I think we should begin. Don't you think we should wait until her protector gets here?" one of the men asked. Greta's head snapped up. "My what?" Perhaps she had gotten herself into something that wouldn't bode well for her. Eccentricity sometimes resulted in some frightening endings. "Your benefactor," Carol in N put in before the man could clearly restate his choice of words. She turned back to the man. "Mr. Peterson, her benefactor is running a bit behind. There was an issue he had to take care of. He'll be here shortly." "My benefactor?" Greta mouthed, wondering what world she had just stepped into. Although she was only 26, she had been in so many different countries, been to so many different schools as a student from kindergarten through college, and then taught in 5 different schools before settling on the one she had taught at for years. She wasn't an obvious person when it came to the world of education. She knew things. She was smart and quick to pick up the nuances around her. There was something off about Western Prep. The 15 men were not teachers, and she didn't recognize any of them as parents. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." She hadn't met all the parents yet, but the men quickly filling up the seats across from her didn't appear to be the father type. They could be part of the board she had heard so much about but never actually met. Another downside of not having an interview before beginning teaching. Even if the men were simply benefactors to the school, Greta still found it odd that Western Prep would have managed to find 15 such wealthy men to take on that title. It was easy for Greta to notice the wealth in the room. Most of the men were wearing impressive suits and shoes that would have broken Greta's bank account. Even the men who had gone casual didn't seem to do it for less than $1,000. Perhaps she should have given more thought to accepting the job. At the time she had only been focused on getting a job after losing the one at the school she had been teaching at. She thought Western Prep had been a godsend. She would be able to teach her what she loved, languages, and be with the age group she loved. Middle school. It seemed so perfect, but now it was appearing to be too good to be true. She should have looked into the offers from the colleges that had asked for her. Perhaps she should look into that school in Egypt. Carol in Ent spoke first. Her voice was soft but rang out in the silent room. Greta, we won't go through introductions now. These men are benefactors for the school and have been for many years. The way she said many years made Greta think that those years numbered more than she would think. Despite the ages of the men across from her, each name is set up so that you can start putting faces to names. Eventually each will introduce themselves to you. Greta smiled because she wasn't aware of any better response. Carol in N continued. We just wanted this meeting. The door opened, cutting Carol in N's sentence off. You know better than to start this meeting without me. Greta felt her face flush at the voice. She turned, not to confirm what she knew, but to give her a chance to recover from the shock. It was Alexander was low. He was dressed in a black, pinstriped suit with a white shirt and a silver tie. His long dark hair had been combed back and only a few small strands dared to move out of place. Anger colored his face as he walked into the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You called to say that you would be late. Carol in N told him. Alexander jerked out the chair next to Greta. I told you that to make sure you postponed the meeting a bit. Not for you to begin while I wasn't here. Greta realized that she should have been shocked at the tone Alexander was taking with Carol in N. But she was too focused on the fact that Alexander had deemed it fine to sit smack dab beside her. I think you want to sit on that side, Greta said, pointing to where the other men had sequestered themselves. Imure, benefactor. Carol in N interrupted to stop Alexander from calling himself Greta's protector. She didn't want a prize teacher bolting for the door before getting her to sign the contract and non-disclosure agreement. Alexander managed a discreet eye roll. In your benefactor, he replied to Greta. I am here for you. He then turned his steely gaze at the men across the table. All of you should have known to wait for me. I think I can handle this on my own, Greta said to Carol in N, the men on the other side of the table, and to Alexander. Greta still hadn't made eye contact with him. Alexander noticed, but he didn't have time to worry about it now. He had 15 lichens, 16 if he counted Carol in N, whom he had to handle first. You will contact me first before meeting with Miss Claassen, and I will be there before any meeting or introductions will be made. So saying, he stood up and politely pulled out Greta's chair. Come, Miss Claassen, but the meeting has been postponed, he explained in a soft voice. He spared no looks for the lichens across the table as he waited for Greta to pick up her notebook and pen, sliding his hand to the small of her back. He simultaneously led her from looking behind at what she was leaving. Greta let Alexander herd her from the room, but as soon as the door closed behind her, Greta moved away from Alexander and moved across the hall, effectively putting some distance between her and the man that seemed to make her face a perpetual shade of red. What are you doing here? I'm your protector, benefactor. Greta found herself correcting impatiently. Alexander let the faintest of a smile touch his lips. You're very argumentative. No, I'm not, Greta found herself say before she could stop the words. She sighed and shook her head. I think I'm supposed to thank you for your help, but I'm not sure what exactly you did in it or if I'm even grateful. He managed to say as he crossed his arms over his chest. He studied the woman across from him. Her hair, which he was sure had been perfectly groomed at the beginning of the day, started to show the stress of the new job. Stray strands framed her face, giving her the appearance of delicacy, an appearance he knew was false. Her eyes seemed to be slightly brighter, probably from the suddenness with which the meeting ended. Slowly he tilted his head and turned his ear into something other than her words. "You're hungry? Come." He took her hand. "I'll make sure you get to something to eat." Greta had already moved halfway down the hallway with Alexander before she was even aware of what she was doing. Mentally and physically, she dug in her heels and tore her arm away from Alexander. "Listen, I have things. I can't. I need." Alexander waited, but it didn't seem as if Greta was going to be making any coherent sentences anytime soon. "You are hungry. You'll come with me. Enthusiasm, in your protector, benefactor," Greta said again without realizing that both of them, whichever was correct, was asinine in her profession. She was a teacher. She didn't have protectors or benefactors, and certainly not one assigned to just her. She put her hands up to her head to stop her own thoughts from running wild. She forced herself to take a small, cleansing breath. It always worked when she got overwhelmed in the classroom, and it worked then. "Listen, Winslow, I have all my things up in my classroom. Then we will get them first." Alexander agreed and started for the stairs near the far side of the hallway. The elevator was closer, but Alexander was taking a bet that Greta would not like being trapped with him in a small box, no matter the length of time. Again Greta found herself following Alexander and irritated that she was. However, she had no other choice. Her work, "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Purse and laptop were all in her classroom, Mr. Winslow, Greta began as she tried to get her legs to meet his pace. "I think there has been some mistake." "I don't make mistakes, Miss Classen," Alexander informed her darkly. "You certainly sound like you believe that," she whispered under her breath. She would have told Alexander that he was being foolish in saying he didn't make mistakes. Her knowledge of the written word gave her an immense number of quotes about pride coming before the fall. She could have responded like a very educated woman. Instead, she settled for a nasty word in a foreign language. Alexander's eyebrows shot up, but the indelicate word come from the pretty mouth. He turned around in the third-floor hallway and was surprised to see the concentrating woman bump into him. He grabbed her shoulders to prevent her from backing away from him. His hands seemed to burn with electricity. "You, Miss Classen, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Will be more trouble than I'm sure you are worth." She was close enough to smell his cologne. She was also close enough to kiss him. The near pounding of her heart finally broke through her fog-addled mind. "Let go of me," she managed to say as she tried to jerk her arms from his grasp. Her face, she knew, was the shade of the apple she had eaten for lunch. Never before had she been so close to jumping a man she knew nothing about. Her body sizzled with the friction between her thoughts and reactions. Physically, she wanted him. Mentally, she knew better. She took 2 steps away from Alexander, as if coming through a blanket of smoke. Greta managed to focus once more on the happenings around her. "Thank you for getting the meeting postponed. I'm tired and was looking forward to it. I can get my things on my own. You don't have to come up to my room." Alexander tilted his head to the side and studied Greta. He was beginning to think that she was aware of what she had gotten into when she started working at Western Prep. Normally, he would have taken the time to explain things to her, but he heard her stun a crumble. She was obviously hungry. "Get your things then, Miss Classen. I will still take you out to eat." "Mr. Winslow," Greta started to say. Alexander rested a finger on Greta's full lips. "You will not argue with me. Don't tell me what to do. My finger was on your mouth for a reason," Alexander pointed out when her lips moved against his finger. Instead of arguing with the man, something she was sure would have been totally pointless, Greta turned on her heels and headed for her room, since her belongings had already been ready to go before she remembered the now postponed meeting. She picked up what she needed and locked her classroom door. In a flash of ingenuity, Greta decided that the best tactic in dealing with Alexander was simply to ignore him. She would get in her car, head back to the hotel, and pretend that the evening had never happened. Alexander leaned against the wall with his arms crossed. He waited for Greta to lock her door before reaching and taking the heavy bag in her hands. He shot a glare at her when he felt her stiffen against his offer. "I just want to help. Miss Klassen, it looks heavy. You should do as I ask." "You didn't ask," Greta pointed out. She let the bag slide off her shoulder. It was heavy, not that she couldn't carry it, but it was a relief for her tense shoulder. Alexander followed Greta down the stairs. He wasn't happy to note the dark holes that she walked through without bothering to turn on a light. The dark didn't scare him, but Greta wasn't him. She was a fragile human that wouldn't be able to defend herself from any attack. As they reached the first floor, Alexander expected Greta to leave by the main doors down the hall to the left, but she turned to the right, to the small door that led to the side parking lot. The hallway was dark. Alexander stopped and stared down the length of the hallway to the opposite side of where they were. His lichen eyes easily met the eyes of the two lichen men whose scent had caught his attention. A low growl filled his throat. Mr. was low, with one final look at the dark end of the hallway that would have been invisible to Greta. Alexander turned on a heel and left the men at the end of the hall alone. For the moment, he marked the scent. He would bring up his displeasure of having male lichens at the school with Greta when she didn't have her protector there. "Thank you for carry." "It's nothing." Alexander interrupted her. He put her bag in the passenger side and slammed the door more roughly than it needed to be. His plan was to take Greta to get something to eat, but the smells that filtered around the area changed his plans in a hurry. He had things to see too. He held the driver's side or in for her. "Get in, Miss Klassen." Her first response was to buck the order, but she actually wanted to be in her car and heading home. She slid in and expected Alexander to gently shut the door behind her. Then again, perhaps he was surprised to find the door not closed yet. "You will not park your car this far from the front of the building again." "You can't. I'm your protector," Alexander interrupted. "Benefactor," Greta clarified. Alexander ignored her correction. "Do as I say. Park your car in the front of the building, especially when you are leaving this late." He shut the door before Greta could come back with a retort. He didn't take his eyes off Greta's car until it left the parking lot. He was going to have to find out where she lived soon, but he had something else that required his attention. "You should not be here, any of you." For like bodies melted through the dark shadows into the dimly lit parking lot. The tallest of the lot stepped forward. "No one has been a protector here in years. The information has already been put out," Alexander pointed out. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander said at each man, "If I find that any of you or ones from your clans are on this property without me being here, I will take it out on you personally. This place is mine now." Alexander interrupted. He bared his teeth and let his eyes flash into black orbs. "As long as Klassen is on this property, you will not be here if I am not. Maybe ill." Alexander didn't wait for the young lichen to finish his threat. Simply voicing anything against his word told Alexander that the lichen was challenging his authority. Alexander would never allow that. With his lichen speed, he charged at the young man and had him by his throat before the others knew he had moved. "I do not accept any disobedience. If you dare to challenge one of my orders again, you will die by my hands before I warn you again." Using only a fraction of his strength, he physically picked up the man by his neck and threw him against the building. Without looking at the other three, Alexander spun on his heel and left the parking lot. The other three lichens said nothing until Alexander was in his car and gunning his way from the parking lot. By the time the fair had once started speaking, the throne lichen was back at the group. "Winslow is living up to his name. I hear he has no members in his clan because they have all deserted his temper," the lichen who felt Alexander's temper said. Although his body was damaged and blood was seeping from the back of his neck, He didn't dare change and heal himself. A lycan who changed in the vicinity of humans was taken care of by seekers. Seekers were lycans who had given up the hope of ever finding their mates. Their job was then to find rogue lycans and kill them for infractions against the lycan law. They also searched for runaways. Female lycans were left the rigorous rules of the clan, to bring them back to their leaders. I don't know why he would even care about this place. A third lycan put in. There hasn't been a protector here for years and years. Who would have guessed that Weslow was the one who would have accepted that job? We need to tell our leaders, the fourth said. I'm assuming we only need to give it a few weeks. Weslow will get tired of this. The four lycans left in silence. They would have to inform their leaders about Weslow's presence. Each man had their own thoughts about Weslow being a presence at the school. They also gave a small thought to the new teacher. The reason for the protector. With a protector with a temper that had lost all his clan members. As the stories went, Greta Claassen was in for a goodly amount of trouble. Chapter for Miss Claassen. Greta set her sandwich on her desk without having taken a bite. She glanced up at the boy standing by her desk. It was her week to have students who were disciplined and had to stay in for recess in her room. Right now, 7 children were sitting in various seats, well away from each other to discuss talking. Well, 6 children were sitting, because Patrick was now standing by her desk. What is it? Patrick. I don't know the answer. Greta closed her eyes so she could roll them freely without the boy seeing. She had, in the month she had been working, come to know the students of the school quite well. She had Patrick into of her classes and knew he hated to work at all. If he could get the teacher to give him the answer. Greta had yet to give in to Patrick's way of skating through school. But Patrick tried it every time. It's in the book. Patrick, I put all the answers in the book before I gave it to you. I looked. Miss Claassen. She didn't doubt the veracity of his statement. But she did doubt the time and skill he had put into looking for the answer. Patrick, I will show you where the answer is. Greta stated, but you will have to write out the paragraph 2 times. But it's not in there, he insisted. I looked. Then you should have no worries that I might find it there. If you are certain it's not there, then you will have nothing to write. Not wanting to take a chance that the paragraph may be a long time, consuming one to write, Patrick shuffled back to his desk with his book and paper and slumped into the seat. When he caught Greta watching him, he quickly straightened up and focused again on the paper. Greta kept her eye on Patrick until she saw the light bulb in his head click on. He had found the answer he had been certain was nowhere in the book. Shaking her head slightly at his stubbornness, she once more picked up her sandwich. Miss Claassen. Once more Greta set her sandwich down. This time her name was being called from just outside her classroom. Patricia Collins, the assistant secretary for the school, stood just outside the classroom door. Greta stood up, smoothing down her skirt. Her heels clicked on the floors as she crossed her room. Yes, Mrs. Collins. Miss Foster would like to see you in the office. I will sit in your classroom. Greta nodded her head and started for the stairs which were, blessedly, across the hall from her classroom. She could have taken the elevator, but her claustrophobia prevented her from even giving the right a thought. The halls were freakishly quiet for the middle of the day. All the students were either at lunch or recess depending on the schedule. She stepped into the outer office and smiled at Heather Gilmore, the secretary. Go right in. Greta, Heather's sweet voice said. They're waiting for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The word startled Greta enough that she didn't move for a second. She seriously hoped that she was going to have to face those 15 men again. She wasn't a big fan of Alexander, but she did have to admit that it was his power that kept that post-interview meeting from happening. She was grateful for that. Shaking her head to clear it of past thoughts, Greta squared her shoulders and headed for the office door clearly marked Headmistress Foster. Knocking once to announce her presence, Greta pushed open the door. You asked to see me, Carolyn N. Yes, Greta. Thank you for coming so quickly. There is a small problem. It is not a small problem. The growled words came from the behind Greta. She didn't need to turn around to know who was in the room. She hadn't even needed to hear him talk. The subtle cologne scent that had burned its way into her brain had already clued her in on the guest in Carol-in-'s office. "Alexander," Carol-in said in her best soothing voice. "It's not that big of a problem." Alexander stepped from the back of the room to the front of Carol-in-'s desk. He was not happy to notice that Greta had ignored him since she had entered the room. He was a powerful leader and was accustomed to being ignored. He pointed his finger at Greta. "You have not given me your contact information." Perhaps it was the fact that she hadn't expected Alexander to be talking to her, especially in that tone, that made Greta unaware that he was addressing her. Thinking to give Carol-in and Alexander figure out whatever problems Alexander had, Greta said to Carol-in, "Would you like me to come back at a better time?" Alexander's family took hold of Greta's chin and turned her face so she was forced to meet his eyes. "I am talking to you, Miss Claassen, not to Carol-in. Do not ignore me." Greta put her fingers on Alexander's wrist and pushed his hand away. "Mr. Winslow, I do not allow men I do not know put their hands on me." He clasped his hands behind his back and made a slight bow to Greta. "You will then keep your attention directed to me." It didn't take a genius to notice the red that tinted her face came from anger. He quickly spoke to prevent her from getting a word in. "I want your contact information." "The office has it," Greta said, thinking that perhaps Carol-in needed her permission before passing that personal information out. Greta once more addressed Carol-in. "You can give him my contact information," with everything taken care of in her mind. Greta turned and headed for the door. "It's a PO box," Alexander said. Greta stopped just shy of the door and prayed for the strength to keep her face neutral and her eyes straight instead of rolling as they wanted to do so badly. She had a smile on her face when she turned. "But it wasn't real." "That's correct. It's my address." "No," Alexander replied. He wanted to pull Greta back and express his displeasure of having her back turned to him before he was finished with her. However, since his words had managed to keep in her the room so far, he would have to settle for that. "I want your physical address." Greta was confused. "That PO box is my address." "I certainly didn't lie." "And you do not live at the PO box," pointed out Alexander. "Where is your physical address?" Greta had been ready to leave. Her body language showed her clear intention of wanting to exit the office as quickly as possible. But Alexander's insistence for her physical address had her body language shifting. She was now focused on Alexander. As her students could tell anyone, having Greta's full attention on someone when she was angry with them never boded well. "You want to know my physical address?" Finally, in making some headway, Alexander muttered. He met Greta's eyes and didn't think to find it odd to see fire burning so intently there. "I will have your address now." Greta took a deep breath. She figured she was about to cross paths with someone more tenacious than Patrick. "I'm sorry, Mr. Winslow, but I do not give out my physical address to anyone." She didn't care to admit that she still hadn't found a place to stay and was still at the pay-by-the week motel. "That address that is on file here for me is the way that I prefer to be reached. Now I have a class I have to teach. As your protector, benefactor," Greta interrupted. "I will have your physical address." Alexander continued as if Greta had said nothing. "I do not intend on sharing this information with others now." "Explain yourself," Alexander demanded when he realized that Greta was going to say no. Greta gave a small smile that did nothing to please the man in front of her. "There is one thing you need to know about me, Mr. Winslow. I do not explain myself. Sometimes I say yes and sometimes I say no." She gave the response she often gave her students when they wanted something that she was going to give them. "Just say okay, Miss Claassen. Maybe next time." Alexander had been the leader of his clan for over 300 years. No one in his clan had ever, or would ever, order him. Even leaders from other clans would never risk giving him an order. His expression darkened and he took a step closer to Greta. "You are walking on a dangerous edge, Miss Claassen." Immediately, Greta dropped her eyes to avoid the intense stare from Alexander. "I apologize. I think you'll go now." Her contrite words startled Alexander enough to give her the opportunity to leave the room before he knew what was happening. Carol cleared her throat when Alexander took a step towards the door. I wouldn't suggest you to follow her in your current condition. She tapped her finger lightly by her eye, indicating Alexander's eyes had turned to solid black orbs. She is difficult, Alexander said. I will have my answers. You should demand her to give me the information I want. She will listen to you. You are the head mistress here. With a swing of her hand, she suggested a chair for Alexander to take. She resumed her spot behind her desk. As you have already witnessed, Greta isn't normal. She got the job here without an interview. She's starting you warrants a protector. She isn't a normal teacher. Also, I doubt that my ordering her to give you the information would have worked. She denied you, which she never should have done. Alexander agreed. He was back in control of his body as he pushed himself out of the chair. Since the information I need is not here, they'll be going. She has. Carol said quickly. I do not want a bunch of calls coming from students' parents because you are roaming the halls waiting for Greta. I am her protector, Alexander quietly responded. I have every right to be in these halls each and every day. Carol knew what Alexander said was true. She also knew that the Lycan clans who had children in the school were well aware of Alexander's role in the school. Still, she didn't want to field those calls. You have other ways of getting the information, one of which could have been that meeting you cancelled. Alexander turned back from the door. His hand rested on the doorknob. You know that meeting should have never have begun without me. Don't attempt to keep me from my charge. As for getting the information from Greta, yes, I will. He flashed a smile that didn't seem to change the stony-like features. And you have nothing to fear. I will not be lurking around in the hallways. Although she didn't know exactly what techniques Alexander was going to use to find the information he wanted on Greta, she had his word that he wouldn't attempt the finding in her school. In spite of the rumors that floated around Alexander and his temper, Carol knew that he would abide by his word. Alexander left the office without another word to Carol He flashed a warm smile to Heather before exiting the building via Greta's side of the building. He took the stairs to the 3rd floor, but didn't leave the stairwell. He had no intention of confronting Greta at the moment, but as her protector, he had every right to check up on her. From the stairwell, he heightened his hearing until he caught Greta's soft voice obviously disciplining a student for some infraction. His expression didn't change a fraction, but the twitch in his eye started when he heard her use the same words with the student that she had used with him. He spun on his heels and headed down the stairs. He would inform Greta on how the relationship between the protector and protectee would be, and she would follow the rules he gave her. Chapter 5. Hey, Amy. My food is here, Greta said to the woman on the phone as the knock came for the 2nd time. And he is very impatient. I have to go. Me too, Amy said. I've been putting off correcting the giant mound of English papers. It's been good talking to you. It's not the same here without you. Greta sighed at the words. Well, Western prep isn't the same as there. I miss it. The knocking on the door came louder and more intense. I have to go, Greta said, hurrying to the door. She screamed as soon as she opened the door. Her scream was cut off mid-noise by a rough, giant hand. It is not necessary to scream, Alexander said immediately when he felt the fear-riddle in the body that he was now so close to. I am not going to hurt you. I'm going to release your mouth. But you cannot scream. Greta backed away from Alexander as soon as she was free from him. The back of her knees hit the coffee table. Tremors attacked her body, causing the pens on the table to rattle against each other. What are you doing here? Leave. You cannot come in here. Answer your phone, Alexander said. I'm sure Amy is concerned because of your screen. Greta's hand shook as she tried to find the button to connect the call. Hello? Greta? What's wrong? Amy asked, overly concerned by the scream and then the disconnected call. What is it? Oh, nothing, Greta replied despite her voice still shaking. She stared at Alexander, who was leaning against her wall, his hands stuffed into his pockets. There was a bug. It was huge. I was just startled. You scared me. Greta, Amy said with a laugh. I almost called the cops. Greta watched as Alexander stiffened at the news. Well, it served him right for scaring the daylights out of her. Well, thanks for calling back and checking up on me. It's all good here. Call me tomorrow. A knock on the door had Alexander pushing himself off the wall. His senses had already told him that it was the delivery man. He pulled out his wallet, accepted the food, and paid the man. With his hands full of pizza and soda, Alexander used his foot to shut the door. He studied Greta. If I move closer to you to set this on the table, he indicated the pizza in his hand. Are you going to bolt? Don't take that tone with me. To my agent extraordinaire, of.丨The, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta said, pointing her phone at him as if it were a gun. You don't just get to show up at my place, scare the daylights out of me, and then insinuate that it is my fault. He had ignored the order. He had given Greta a startle, and he would let her mistake slide for now. I take it that you won't be bolting then, Alexander said, stepping closer to her. And please keep your voice down. These walls are as thin as paper. Greta jerked the pizza out of Ida's hand and held out her hand for the soda. I don't want. She looked down at the pizza box, stopping mid-sentence. She set the pizza on the table and flipped open the box. This isn't what I ordered. Alexander set the soda on the table. Since I knew I would be here, I changed the order so it would suit both of us. You can thank me later. In not thanking you, he softened his face with a smile. That's why I said you could do it later. Now sit. She sat before she had realized she had listened to him. Immediately she jumped to her feet. Mr. Winslow, I did not ask you to come in here. I don't think you should be here. And if you don't leave, I'm going to scream until the people next to me call the cops. Alexander sat on the chair across of the couch. Lazily he rested his right ankle on his left knee. Although Greta's threat was a very serious one, Alexander knew he would be able to reach her before she could let out a very long scream. Calm down, Miss Klassen. You know that I am not here to cause you any harm. You're hungry. Eat some pizza, and then we'll talk. This time Greta didn't obey Alexander without thinking. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at the man who seemed to have settled in her room and taken it over with ease. Go away, Mr. Winslow. I don't want you here. And how did you even find me? Alexander pointed to the couch. Have a seat and I'll answer one question. You'll answer all my questions. He raised a brow at her order. He hadn't been ordered since he had taken over as leader of his clan. Even men didn't think to order him, and here was a slip of a woman thinking that she should be able to. I suggest you phrase that as a question. Miss Klassen, it would do me no good, Greta said as she shifted her weight to her other foot. You said you wouldn't answer a question until I sit down. She should have taught logic instead of languages. Sit down, and I'll answer all the questions you have. After you had eaten. While I eat, she countered. He tipped his head as a silent yes. He sighed when Greta finally sat across from him. He let her take a slice first before taking to himself and placing them on one of the paper plates that were stacked on the coffee table. Greta took a small bite before replacing the slice in the box. What are you doing here? How did you find me? Did you follow me home? First of all, Miss Klassen, Alexander said. This isn't a home. This is a hotel. Motel, rather. And you shouldn't be staying here. None of that was an answer to any of the questions I had asked. To my agent extraordinaire, of.丨The, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Question 1. I am here to talk to you. Second question. I simply followed you from the school. He tilted his head to the side. I guess that answers both the second and the third question. He took a giant bite of the pizza. It had been a while since he had eaten last, and the garbage pizza tasted so good. I can't believe you followed me, Greta said. What were you thinking? Normal people do not follow people around to try to find out where they live. I had no option but to follow you. You wouldn't give me your physical address. He seemed to think that was answer enough, but it certainly didn't appear to clear anything up with Greta. Enthusiasm, in your protector. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Benefactor, she interrupted. Klassen, I need to know where you are when you are not at school. No, you don't. Yes, I do. He finished off his first slice. Do not argue with me about this. You should have given me your address when I was at the school. Then this. He indicated the hotel room. Wouldn't have been necessary. I didn't want you to have my address. Greta replied. I don't want anyone to have my address. Well, since you thought it would be okay to stay here, then I can see why you didn't want to share that information. That has nothing to do with it, she replied hotly. She felt her cheeks burn at the reminder of where she had chosen to stay for the time being. It certainly didn't help that the man across from her was staring at her so openly. Her heart was playing tricks with her body. She was certain that if there was no table between them, she would have thrown herself at him. The thought had her choking on her pizza. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander said, his eyes twinkling as if he knew exactly why she was choking. Greta arrowed her eyes. What do I have to do to get you out of my room? Well, for starters we will discuss a new living arrangement, because you will not be staying here any longer. This time Greta rolled her eyes. She took a bite of her pizza as she thought of the perfect words to say. By the time she had swallowed she was ready. The discussion won't last very long. Mr. Winslow. Call me Alex. She threw a glance at him that she used with students that interrupted her while she was talking. She continued on as if his words meant so little to her that she didn't need to give it any thought. I won't be leaving here. So now that that is cleared up, what else do we have to cover to get you out of here? I'm afraid I used the word discuss too lightly. You won't be staying here. Not even for tonight. Okay. Fine. Is that only thing we need to talk about? If I tell you that you'll find a different place tonight, will you please leave? I don't want you to just tell me. You will do it tonight. I will find a new place. She promised. I think you're lying to me, Alexander said. He tried to pick up the subtle clues that he usually looked for to spot a liar, but Greta showed none of them. Her heart was steady. She didn't fidget, and her eyes didn't bat or move. Yet he knew that she had given in too quickly. I guess we won't know until tomorrow. And you follow me home from school again. Normally he didn't like cocky people, but the attitude coming from Greta made him smile. A small smile that could have been missed by an unobservant person, but a smile nonetheless. He was pleased that she wasn't afraid of him. However, he would win in the end because of the very fact that he was alike in male and a leader. We will find out tonight. Miss Klassen, because I will make sure you do as I say. Greta finished her second slice of pizza and then wiped her hands on a napkin. Thank you for the pizza. Sit down, Alexander ordered. This time he put the steel in his voice that he usually reserved for a clan member that was on the point of a reprimand. Greta turned a frosty glare on Alexander. Don't take that tone with me. Mr. Winslow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander put in. She continued on without the correction. I am not one of your employees that you can order around. You will leave my room because I don't want you here any longer. Because Greta was a human, and had it been a different situation, Alexander would have abided by her words. Unfortunately for her, it was a different situation, and Alexander was her protector. He would never allow her to stay in a motel with the only protection of flimsy lock that could be picked in under a minute or broken in less time. As her protector, he knew he had to keep her safe. That meant he had to have her following his orders without question, which meant that he would have to deal with her the same way he would a reluctant female in his own clan. Standing up, Alexander moved to tower over Greta. For a second, he saw annoyance flash through her eyes, and then he saw what he was looking for, fear. Although fear wasn't how he preferred to control someone, it usually was the first way to accomplish what he wanted. For now, Greta would obey him through fear, but soon she would obey him because she would know he had her best interest in mind. Somehow along the way, we got off on the wrong foot. Alexander said, "Western Prep has made me your protector. As your protector, it is my job to keep you safe, even from your own mistakes. You will obey me because I am your protector." He held up his finger when he sensed she was about to say something. "You will also obey me immediately, without giving me any talkback. Do I make myself clear? I never asked for a protector or benefactor, or whatever it is that Western Prep is paying you for." Alexander took Greta's chin and tilted her face up. He knew what she would be seeing. He had mastered the look of stone. His face was unchanging, unyielding, and frightening to look at. "I asked you a question. I am waiting for the answer and only the answer, yes. I need you to pack up your items from here. We leave in 15 minutes. Wait," Greta shouted as she stood up, dislodging Alexander's hand from her chin. "I am not. This isn't up for discussion." His voice and body language reiterated what his words said. "Now do as I say." He put his finger on her open lips. "Without a word. I'm not sure how it's done in your little world you seem to be living in," Greta said, putting a hand on her hip, "but I do not do what random men tell me to do. I am not going to pack my things, leave this hotel, and then be the next picture on a milk carton." Perhaps he had went a little too strong with the protector bit. He softened his voice as much as that was possible for him. "Look, I am not here to kidnap you. However, I can't allow you to stay here. This place isn't safe. The lock on your door is pathetic. There is no doorman. The walls, as you said, are paper thin. I actually think the people in the room next door could walk through the walls. You need to stay in a safer place. Let me guess," Greta said sarcastically, "you want me to go home with you? Although that would be the easiest way for me to keep you safe. I won't make you come to my property. You will follow me to a different hotel, where safety doesn't depend on a rusty lock." He watched Greta shift from one foot to the other. "What, Miss Claassen? You haven't been able to keep quiet, even when I order it. And now you have nothing to say." He smiled now. "Well, I know you have something to say, but you just aren't saying it. Why can't you have this much trouble talking when I tell you to be quiet?" Alexander asked. He shook his head and put his finger on her mouth. "Don't respond to that. I will take care of it. You will not. I am neither giving you permission to speak nor to deny my help. I am your protector, benefactor," Greta whispered. She was starting to think that she may have been right when she thought that there was something different about Western Prep. "Either way, Miss Claassen, I will take care of it," he reiterated. "This weekend, I will take you to find a house." Mr. Winslow. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He interrupted. "And either I take you to find a house this weekend or you will stay on my property. You will not be spending the year in a hotel." "Fine," Greta said quickly. It was nearly 10 at night. She had to be up at 6 in the morning. She just didn't have the time to be arguing with Alexander. It was hard for her to see that he was used to getting his way. And if she didn't have to work in the morning, she would have showed him that she was the type to give in. "You have given in too easily," Alexander said. "I fear that you are thinking about disobeying my order as soon as I'm out of sight." He stepped closer to her, forcing her to put her head back to meet his eyes. "I will not be happy if you break my order. I am giving in," Greta agreed. "But you don't have to worry until tomorrow that I may break your precious orders. Tonight I am too tired, and I have to be up in the morning. So yes, for tonight, as long as I say, for tonight, I will stay at a different place. As for tomorrow," she didn't finish the sentence but merely shrugged a shoulder as if she couldn't even be bothered to think that far ahead. "Go pack," Alexander ordered. He couldn't say that he was happy with her defiance against his protection of her, but he had her word for the night. He would deal with tomorrow when it came. Chapter 6. Patrick. Greta said more sharply this time. "You need to stop talking while I'm talking. You need to follow my directions and start your homework. Once she was sure each of the students had started his work, she picked up the warm coffee cup and took a sip of the still hot liquid. Her second year of teaching, she had splurged big time on a very expensive coffee cup that said it guaranteed to keep the liquid warm for hours at a time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The very promise of hours made Greta jump at the cup. Usually her coffee would stay warm for 10, maybe 20. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now, she had until her lunch break before she would have to reheat her coffee. Miss Classen. Greta focused to stare on Patrick. Patrick, Ivy told you not to say my name. I can see your hand. Put your hand in the air and then I can help you. Immediately Patrick's hand shot up. Yes, Patrick. I forgot how to conjugate umbra. Umbra was question number 1. Greta was surprised to find out that in the last 5 minutes, Patrick had managed no more than to write his name and date on the paper. Umbra is a noun. You conjugate verbs. You decline nouns. Turn to page 26 in your book. She spoke without looking at the book. She had the numbers memorized. Follow that chart. Patrick's eyes grew wide as he opened the closed Latin book on his desk. How did you know it was on page 26? I know everything. Patrick, Greta said. Giving the standard answer seemed to pacify the students when it came to the knowledge that filled Greta's head. For a while a lull rested over the classroom. Most students furiously worked, hoping to complete the assignment before the bell announced the end of the day. Despite being the end of the week, Fridays were the busiest days for the students. None of them wanted to have homework on the weekends, so they spent all of their free time writing and studying instead of talking. Greta was fine with Fridays. Normally she looked forward to the weekend and the free time she would have. But not this time. She had a rather annoying protector benefactor that was leaving her alone. For tonight she had stayed at the rather fancy hotel he had put her up in. Thursday and Friday morning had been horrible to try to get up. The bed had been the most comfortable she had ever slept on. It was a king-size bed with more pillows than she had room for. She felt as if she had been transplanted into the life of a princess. Unfortunately she had to work. Work meant not sleeping in. She took another sip of her coffee to ward off the fringes of fatigue. She had to be alert so she could leave school without her protector following her every move. Miss Classen, Patrick said with a half-smile on his face. Greta howled and helped but smile. Every once in a while, Patrick's goofy grin managed to make her forget the fact that he usually irritated her. What is it, Patrick? Instead of responding, he looked at the door. Greta found her eyes following the same path as Patrick. She kept her face neutral, but felt a mixture of annoyance and impulse fill her body. Apparently Alexander had figured she would decide to leave without telling him where she was going. Because, instead of waiting for her at the end of the day in the lobby of the school, he was now outside her classroom door. She had hoped that Alexander wouldn't have been aware that it was only a half day at the school. Greta at school had been to hurry back to the hotel, uproot herself from the too expensive hotel, and move to a different weekly white motel. Alexander, however, had different ideas, and he was going to make sure Greta did only as he ordered. Luckily he had found out that it was a half-day, or he was certain he would have arrived at school at the usual time only to find that Greta already left. He was also just as certain that she would have found a new motel, leaving him to search the city for her or wait until Monday to follow home again. Boys and girls, Greta said, continue working. You have 5 minutes. Get as much done as you can before the bell rings. With the order given to the students, Greta stood up and ran hand over her skirt to smooth out the invisible wrinkles. Her tall black heels clicked on the floor as she moved to the open door. She was surprised to feel her heart beat the same as her shoes. Then again, she couldn't blame her for the way she reacted around Alexander. He was way too good, looking for his own good. She was sure every woman in her 20s Mulradia systematically threw herself at him. Alexander hid the smile Greta's heart's beating had attempted to put on his face. He studied her as she walked his direction. Her long hair had been gathered in some concoction on the top of her head. Her eyes had some makeup on them and seemed to tease him with just a glance. His heart jumped. Immediately he regained his legendary control, forcing his body to give away nothing. But he did notice two of the students looking his way. Their lichen hearing had picked up the quick change. He stared at them for only a fraction of a second. But in the lichen world that was more than enough. As a leader of a clan, Alexander had mastered giving orders with a simple look. The two more nosy students immediately returned to their work. I wasn't expecting you here. Glinda said softly, her words being carried no further than Alexander, and definitely not to her students. She leaned against the frame of the door, crossing her arms across her chest in one ankle over the other. On the outside she was the epitome of calmness, while butterflies decided that it was a good time to take residence in her stomach. I can see that, Alexander said. You don't look happy to see me. Observant, aren't you? I figured you would attempt to break my rules. The shrill sound of the bell rang down the hallway, as if it were the starting bell of the Kentucky Derby. The school broke into movement. Ignoring Alexander, Greta turned to her students who were stacking their books and gathering what they needed. Boys and girls, your test is on Monday. She smiled at the groan that filtered through the room. Push your chairs in, and have your homework on my desk Monday morning. That's 8 in the morning, not 5 after. Do you understand? Yes, Miss Clarkson, came the cool response. Greta arrowed her eyes. Patrick, do you understand? She shook her head when he only nodded his head. Say okay. Patrick, okay. Miss Clarkson, Patrick said. He stacked his books and stuck two black pens into his pockets. He stopped by Greta's desk. Can I have a piece of candy? Miss Clarkson. His hand rested by the pumpkin jar filled with candy corn. No, Patrick. But, Miss Clarkson. She said no. Alexander said with a raised eyebrow. You do not question those in authority. Yes, Mr. Winslow. Patrick hurried from the room but was stopped by Alexander's hand on his arm. Alexander looked at Patrick. You will apologize to Miss Clarkson. We don't. You will apologize. Alexander said one more time. He knew that lichens didn't apologize because it was their way. But Greta was a lichen. He would have Patrick treat Greta the way humans would have treated her. That meant an apology. Patrick knew better than to make Alexander tell him again. If he tried it again, he was sure Alexander would pass it on to his father. And Patrick didn't want to spend the weekend being reprimanded. Sorry, Miss Clarkson. See you Monday. Patrick. Greta waited for the boy to dash down the stairs if the hound of heaven was after. With a shake of her head, she turned back for her classroom. Well, Mr. Winslow, you may as well come in. You may call me Alex, Alexander said as he stepped into the room. He thought about sitting in one of the desks but settled for leaning against the bookshelf in the room. He simply watched Greta move around the classroom, tidying up strewn chairs, lost pens, and notes that had been passed back and forth. Alexander did notice that Greta read the notes and then stored them in a notebook from her desk. Speaking of her desk, Alexander hoped she was planning on cleaning it off before leaving. It had to be 3 weeks thick of paper. He wasn't sure how she managed to find what she was looking for. Mr. Winslow, you will call me Alex, he stated as he pushed himself to his full height. He had gotten distracted while watching Greta and hadn't noticed that she had gathered her things was now standing in front of him. I don't use nicknames, Greta said offhandedly. I need to look. Then you will call me Alexander, he interrupted. I will call you anything you like if you will only move out of my way so I can lock this door. Alexander would have normally moved, but he was so blinded by Greta that he didn't notice that she had purposefully not used his name in any form. You have yet to call me by my name. Alexander. Greta sighed in frustration. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With a smile and a small bow that hinted of a time long past, Alexander moved away from the door and allowed Greta to lock it. He immediately held out his hand for her heavy bag and was grateful to notice that she handed it over without a spewing of feminism. Greta waited until Alexander had walked her to her car before asking for her bag back. Once it was stowed carefully in her passenger side seat, she turned to Alexander. The wind blew a stray strand of hair across her face. She moved it as she spoke. "Thank you for all your help." The way Greta's fingers slid across her soft skin and tucked her hair behind her ear drove Alexander to distraction. Greta was halfway done with her speech about not needing his help anymore before he started to pay attention. "Would you like to run that by me again?" Greta felt the chill from his voice hit her, but she was a teacher with a thick skin. "I said that I don't need your help anymore. I want to thank you for everything you have done for me, but I won't need you anymore." Alexander was going to tell Greta exactly what he thought of her plan, but his attention was pulled to another car in the parking lot. "I need to talk to someone really quickly. Then I will come back and deal with you." "Deal with me?" she asked with a laugh. His heart jumped at the sound of her laugh. He held out his hand. "Give me your keys." "Why? I don't want you driving off while I take care of something." Greta pulled the keys from her purse and slapped them into Alexander's hand. "You are impossible." Mr. was low. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he said as he slipped Greta's keys into his pocket. "Now wait here for me." Greta followed Alexander's eyes to where he was looking and immediately pulled him to a stop. Greta knew his intention was Patrick's father's car, since she had seen Alexander step in between Patrick and her. She figured he was going to pass that information on to his father. "No, mister," was low. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "No, Alexander." Giving in to his name because she had to focus on his destination. "I do not want you talking to Patrick's father. He disrespected you," Alexander pointed out. "He never should have done it. And his father will make sure it won't happen again." Greta noticed that the students that were running around playing outside as their parents waited for them had stopped to watch Greta and Alex's confrontation in the parking lot. Immediately she dropped that hand on Alexander's arm and took a step back. "If I don't fight my own battles with the students, they will lose respect for me. When, or if, I decide that Patrick's father should be brought into it, I will be the one to talk to him." "Absolutely," Alexander agreed. "I'll be right back." Sighing heavily, Greta leaned a hip against her car and watched Alexander walk off with her keys. Although Lycans didn't have a sense to know when eyes were drilling into their backs, Alexander felt the glare from Greta. Instead of causing irritation, he felt the smile color his face. He headed to the black car that stood idling in a parking space. He was surprised to see William step out of the car. William was the leader of the Getz clan. Since Alexander was also a leader, William would never slight him by staying in his car. William stood by his car, leaning against the door as he watched his two young children race around the field as they tried to catch or avoid being caught. He also caught the wary look that Patrick sent their way. William shook his head. He figured that Alexander was about to tell him something about Patrick. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," William said, extending his hand. "I had heard that you were the protector assigned to the school and the new teacher." Alexander accepted the offered hand with a firm shake. He had also caught Patrick's look towards the two and didn't want him to know what was being said. He switched to Portuguese, knowing the younger boy was probably unaware of the language. "Have you met the teacher yet?" "Greta Klassen," William asked, switching with ease to Portuguese. He glanced over Alexander's shoulder to the very irritated woman. "She doesn't seem happy right now." Alexander shrugged a shoulder as if he cowed with great estate of happiness. "I had a run-in with your boy today in Miss Klassen's class." William immediately pushed himself to his full height. He was about to call Patrick over when Alexander's hand stopped him. "What? He's my son." Greta doesn't want me to interfere. She wants to handle it herself, and I can't blame her. She has to have the respect of the students without having them think that she has no authority. William let the words mull for a moment and then nodded his head. He understood the necessity of having authority over those under him. I won't bring it up with him yet. What did he do? She told him that he couldn't have any of the candy on her desk. He questioned her again. Most humans would have thought that Alexander's concerns were over the top. But the Lycan world was the human world. They didn't do things the same way. Questioning an order, even one as simple as no to candy, was dealt with lightly. Obedience meant life. Disobedience could result in death. It was too dangerous to have any Lycan, whether a child or not, questioning any order given. And what did Greta? Miss Klassen? Alexander interrupted. He did not appreciate other Lycans saying Greta's name, as if he knew her or should be close with her. William kept his brow from inching upward at the correction. What did Miss Klassen do? I stepped in before she had a chance. Alexander thought back to the way Greta ordered him around without a thought to the fact that Alexander was a leader of a clan, and Greta was only a female human. Although I know she would have been able to handle it. Patrick should know better. I just wanted you to be aware. I also want you to be aware that Miss Klassen would prefer to handle this on her own. William nodded. You better get back to your girl. She looks like she is about to come over her and lay into you. Instead of being worried, Alexander only turned, leaned against William's car and studied Greta, who had her hand on her hip. She isn't quite aware of who I am, or how most people defer to me. Run for your money. Oh yeah, I have to get back to her before she decides to simply hotwire her car and leave me here. Has she told you yet about next week? Next week, Alexander spun around and faced William. Miss Klassen has been picked as the chaperone that will take 3 of the students to Prague for the week-long computer trip. Patrick is one of them. She hasn't mentioned it, Alexander said. Neither has anyone else for that matter. In her protector, Greta's head went up as she heard Alexander's last statement. She knew, as the children glanced over at the 2 men, that they had heard it too, forgetting the fact that she wanted nothing more than to go something to eat, get out of her shoes, and plant herself in front of a television as she graded the stack of papers in her bag. Greta headed over to Alexander and William. In any other situation, Greta would have found William an opposing man. He was well over 6 feet tall, putting him a half a head taller than even the tallest men Greta had known before. Even in the suit, William's perfect body couldn't be hidden. His muscles filled the material and clearly showed his strength. However, there were 2 reasons Greta couldn't find him opposing. First of all, she taught his son. For some odd reason, Greta always saw the students and their parents and had no trouble never being intimidated. The second reason was standing next to William, Alexander. Although William was fine in his own right, Alexander was the epitome of perfection. Mentally she ordered her face to not show a single emotion she was feeling. When both William and Alexander turned to look at her, Greta was sure they could read her mind. Too bad she was nearly there. She couldn't turn back now. Hello, Mr. Get, Greta said, offering her hand. We haven't met yet. I am Greta Klassen. I teach Patrick Latin, Greek, and Spanish. It's a pleasure to meet you. Patrick talks a lot about you. Greta visible cringed. I hope the stories are good. William laughed and nodded his head. How is he in your classes? Greta spared a glance at Alexander and then turned back to William. Yes, fine. Before William was able to respond, she turned to Alexander. You need to keep your voice down. The students are starting to notice. And, for the last time, stop telling people you are my protector. I don't need one. You speak Portuguese. Doesn't everyone? Greta asked. She was completely serious. A side effect of learning too many languages when she had been younger. She realized that Alexander had achieved in getting her off topic. She should have noticed what he was doing because it was one of her students' favorite ways to distract her during teaching. Don't change the subject. And keep your voice down. And I would like my keys back. She doesn't know who I am, Alexander said to William in Chinese. Perhaps not, Greta said, not realizing that she was answering his comment in English. But I know that you are no longer my protector. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You speak Chinese? William asked, surprised at the information that hadn't quite made its rounds. Because Greta had never interviewed for the job, Greta's background hadn't been discussed with the Lycan clans at the school. What languages don't you speak? She shrugged a shoulder. Not because she didn't know, but more because she just cowled and gave it much thought. Her stomach was starting to tie in knots from hunger. She ignored William and turned to Alexander. She put her hand out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Now, instead of keys, Alexander slipped his hand into hers. Turning to William, he gave the leader a small gesture with his head. Get, I'm sure we'll see each other again. William nodded to Alexander and said to Greta, It was a pleasure to meet you. Miss Klassen, come, Alexander said to Greta. He practically pulled Greta back to her car, not allowing her any time to respond to William. He dug the keys from his pocket and placed them in her hand and folded her fingers over them. He took her chin in his hand and forced her eyes to meet his. You will follow me. He put his free finger on her lips. There was no question in there. Just do as I say. She spoke around his finger. I don't have time to listen to you. I need something to eat. And if you don't move your finger, I may just start with that. Alexander smiled. He actually smiled. We'll start with something to eat. He opened her car door and waited for her to slide in. Follow me. Miss Klassen. For some reason, Greta felt as if Alexander was talking about more than just a restaurant. She started the car after Alexander. She was going to get into a lot of trouble if she blindly followed Alexander's order. She could just feel it. Chapter 7. Miss Klassen. Miss Klassen. The young voice was particularly loud as it echoed in the classroom. Miss Klassen. Glancing up from the paper she was correcting, Greta studied the eager student who had slid into the classroom at a run. What is it? Isabella. Miss Klassen. Look. Isabella ran to the desk and thrust a letter onto the stack of papers on Greta's desk. Look. 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 Greta smiled up at the excited sixth grader. Calm down. Isabella. Ill look. She took the opened envelope and removed the letter. She had started to read it, but was surprised to hear Isabella tell her everything it said. I was chosen to participate in the Computer Olympics. Can you believe it? I get to go. I've wanted to go all my life, and this year I was chosen. Can you believe it? I get to go with Sophia and Patrick. Greta returned the letter to the envelope and gave it back to Isabella. Isabella, I'm not surprised that you were picked. You have a way with computers. As for not being able to go before, you know you have to be in 6th grade. Isabella laughed. I know. I'm just so excited. Are you going to be the teacher who is taking us? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. You know I am, Greta said with a laugh. We will be leaving on Wednesday, and we won't be back until next Wednesday. We'll be gone for a whole week. With a squeal of delight, Isabella left the room as a near run, almost colliding with 3 desks and another student on her way out. Greta smiled at Isabella's excitement. She had already dealt with Sophia and her excitement, which closely mirrored Isabella's. Patrick, the 3rd student going with her, had reacted with reserved excitement. She was surprised. 7th grade boys, although super excited about something, certainly couldn't let on that something as lame as computers was exciting. Thinking about Patrick's reaction had her going back to Alexander's reaction. He definitely didn't react like a 6th grade girl. Unlike Patrick, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander had no problem letting his feelings about her going show. He had been mad. Greta was sure that if there hadn't been other people in the restaurant, Alexander would have thrown his plate at the wall and raised his voice to blister her ears. Instead, he simply scolded her in several different languages for agreeing to a trip without getting his permission first. It wasn't until Greta threatened to leave the restaurant that Alexander stopped his rant. For some reason, which she was going to think about. She didn't want Alexander to be disappointed, so she agreed to stay at the hotel he had paid for until she left for Prague. Once she came back, she promised him that they would go find a house for her, and she wouldn't put up a fight. It seemed to soothe Alexander enough so that she was able to leave the restaurant with his permission. Perhaps Alexander was finally starting to realize that she was capable of protecting herself. She didn't give it any more thought as her last class of the day came into the room. She had students to focus on and a trip to a foreign country in a bit over a day. What she didn't know was that down on the first floor there was a meeting between her protector and the school, and her protector wasn't happy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Caroline said, Greta is the best teacher for the trip. She speaks Czech fluently. She has even been to Prague, lived there for half a year. She is perfect, and she is mine. Alexander hissed. I am her protector, and I wasn't even told about this trip until last Friday, and not by anyone from the school. You would have been informed about it, Gregor insisted. It was only decided upon a couple weeks ago that Klassen would be the one going. Alexander wanted to pace the floor, but he remained sitting. He knew that, although he was Greta's protector, he was going to be able to get the school to remove her from the trip. He also knew, because of the dinner on Friday, that he was going to get Greta to back down from the trip on her own. The only thing he was going to accomplish was to make sure the school never attempted anything without contacting him first. I have 2 of my men going, William said, and I know Edmund has 3 going with Isabella. Greta will be more than safe. You are going to send Lycans with Greta? Alexander asked, although his voice was low and conversational. It contained enough anger to convey his feelings about the entire trip. I will not have random Lycans around Greta, no matter what clan they come from. My men. I mean no disrespect. Alexander interrupted William's immediate defense of his clan members. I know your men are loyal to you and yours. Greta is mine. Her protection will not be their first priority. He was complaining about the fact, but pointing out a truth about Lycans. They protected their clan members, especially their females and children. They also protect their clan over the human. She isn't going into a war zone, Caroline said. It's just Prague. It's for a week. The arrangements have been made. They are staying at the best hotel in the city. A car service has been ordered and will take them where they need to go. And did I mention that Greta has lived in Prague? She knows more than any other teacher we have ever sent on this trip. She's mine, Alexander repeated for the 3rd time. I know that it has been nearly half a century since this school has had a protector, but I still remember how it is done. He stared at Gregor, William, and Caroline. I am to be consulted on any decision that affects Greta. She is not allowed to do anything other than the normal day, 2 day school activities without my say-so. Caroline smiled happily. Well, traditionally, the language teacher was the one who took the students to the Computer Olympics when it was held out of the country. So, had Greta actually done a proper interview, this would have been in her job description. You're not forbidden to go, Gregor informed him. Neither William nor Edmund would allow you to be with their children, but you can go to Prague. Alexander had already thought about going, but his clan needed him that weekend. Any other week, he would have been able to handle having Greta leave. This one week he was free to follow her to Prague. Any other trips off Austin Prep property will be cleared through me first. Do you understand? You aren't part of the decision-making of the school, Gregor reminded him. When Western Prep had been in its infancy, Alexander had been asked to be part of the board, just like other Lycan leaders in the area. Alexander had refused the moment he found out that human children were going to be allowed to attend school with the Lycan children. I may not be on the board, Alexander said, his voice going ice cold, but anything that will take Greta off this property will be cleared through me. You and the entire board asked me to be her protector. That puts my decisions for Greta over any the board can make for her. Gregor and William shared a look. Alexander didn't miss it. I know that you thought I would be an absentee protector, but the decision has been made. I am her protector. I cannot be removed from this position. You," he glared at Gregor especially hard, "will abide by my decisions I make as her protector because that is the law made by the board of Western Prep." Gregor and the rest of the board had thought that Haller would make the perfect protector because he had been absent from all the events at Western Prep. He hadn't seemed to care what was happening at Western Prep, who the teachers were, or what the students were doing. They had thought that to keep the power they had over Western Prep, they would choose a protector who would stay absent. Alexander had surprised them all by even meeting the teacher he had been chosen to protect. They hadn't expected even that, much less that he would be involved or have a say in what she would be doing. Luckily, the trip to Prague had already been put into motion before Alexander could squash the idea. The board had purposely kept the details from Alexander and did it too late for him to stop the trip. Unfortunately, that trick wouldn't work again. If they tried it, Gregor was sure that one of the board would be without a head. Alexander pushed his chair away from the table, stood up, and turned his steady gaze on William. "You will tell your men to stay away from Greta. She will be protected, but not bothered on this trip. I am a leader of my clan." William clarified, "You come very close to ordering me. Pass it on to Edmund as well." Alexander ordered instead of relenting his position. He had been irritated with the whole situation and felt no need to be diplomatic. He left the room, slamming the door behind him to further drive home the point of his irritation. Achias irritated. Carol and N shared with the men in the room. She turned to Gregor. "You said he would be the perfect protector. I assumed when you said that, you meant that he wouldn't be interfering, not that he would perform his job to the letter. This is a bit unexpected," Gregor admitted. "But Greta is going to Prague. If we run into another situation, we will find a way to work with Alex." "I know Alex," William said. "I am warning you that the next time Alex will not be so easygoing. He will refuse to allow Greta to do something he doesn't approve first. You are not going to want to face Alex's wrath for going around his job as protector." "Face his wrath?" Carol in N asked. "Did we just witness that?" William laughed without mirth. "That was Alex being amicable. He won't be so again. We can take care of it," Gregor replied surely. William only gave a curt nod and then left the room. Gregor and the rest of the board wore stare of what Alexander was like. They didn't understand that they were playing with fire. Alexander would burn those that hurt what was his to protect. Because he had taken on the job as Greta as protector, he would give her no less than his life. That protection didn't come lightly to Alexander's mind. The board of Western Prep had been warned by Alexander. William could only hope that they took his warning seriously. Chapter 8. "I can't believe that we are here," Isabella said as the small group were forwarded by the baggage claim in the very busy airport. "This is the most exciting thing to ever happen to me." "Yeah," Patrick agreed sullenly. "I guess it's a little cool." Greta hid a smile at Patrick's attitude. She would expect nothing less from the boy. All morning, and from the moment they had reached the airport, Patrick had been trying to hide his excitement. She had caught moments of it when he hadn't been able to hide it. But she said nothing because she knew he was trying so hard to look nonchalant about the whole situation. "Miss Classen, where are we going to first?" Sophia asked quietly. Of all the students at Western Prep, and even at the other schools Greta had taught at, Sophia was the quietest ever. Most often, Greta was sure she hadn't heard Sophia's actual question but read her lips instead. "We'll head to the hotel. Then we'll have supper. And tomorrow we head to the Computer Olympics." "I can hardly wait," Sophia whispered. Greta smiled at the small sign of excitement from Sophia. She pointed to the bags that started coming on the baggage carousel. "They're all bags." Her dark purple luggage was easy to spot, and Greta soon had her 3 bags off the carousel and next to her. "Miss Classen," Isabella said in complete despair, "I can't find my other bag." She was the last one waiting for her bags. "Maybe it got lost." "Don't worry, Isabella," Greta said. "Well, just wait a bit longer." 5 minutes passed, and then 10. Finally the bag popped off the conveyor belt. Squealing with excitement, Isabella grabbed her second bag. "I'm ready. I have everything," Greta nodded. Being the chaperone of the trip, Greta had all her senses on high alert to any danger that might be around. She had been given charge of the 3 students and had every intention of bringing them back safely. Having traveled nearly her entire life, Greta had spent an abnormal amount of time in airports of every kind. She was used to seeing the different kinds of people at the airport. Some were excited for the upcoming trip. Others were more concerned about leaving or flying or some other weight on their mind. Shouts of joy weren't uncommon as someone was welcomed back home. What was uncommon were the men that were intently watching her and her students. Although they had luggage, they were all small carry-ons. They talked with no one in the airport, didn't seem to be waiting for anyone, and were in the pick-up area and not the drop-off area. They didn't even talk with each other. They were odd. Too odd for Greta's liking. Patrick watched Greta for a second and followed where she was looking. Oh, they were sent by my father. They are the guard from my fathers. Patrick realized he was about to say clan, giving too much information to a human. He quickly corrected his statement. They are the guard from my father. And mine, Isabella said with a laugh as she waved at one of the set of men. My father worries way too much. We are just going to the Computer Olympics. What can possibly go wrong? Greta turned to Sophia. Did your father send a SWAT team as well? Sophia shook her head. Patrick shared a look with Isabella. Both of them, being Lycans, knew that Sophia was one and would therefore not have a father with a clan of Lycans able to be sent to protect her. Greta paid one more look at the imposing men. She supposed, as she swung one bag on her shoulder and picked up the other 2, that she was glad they were on her side. We should get going. Boys and girls. Our car should be outside. We have a big day tomorrow. I'm so excited I doubt he'll sleep, Sophia whispered as the 4 started walking through the airport. Having traveled for so much of her young life, Greta knew very much the excitement Sophia was talking about. She also knew that Sophia, and the other 2, would be asleep as soon as they had eaten. Traveling halfway around the world would mess with anyone's sleep schedule. The students thought that they were too excited to ever sleep. But Greta knew better. After finding the driver holding the sign for Western Prep, Greta ushered the 3 students into the Waytown car. Waves of the Czech language floated around her, pulling her back to her first time she had arrived there when she had only been 7. The city had mesmerized her then, and she found that she was still pulled to the life that swarmed around her. The ride to the hotel went quickly since their flight had arrived before rush hour. With their bags, the 4 entered the hotel. Greta scanned the area, looking for the shadows sent by Patrick's and Isabella's parents, but they were nowhere to be found. The manager of the hotel spoke in flawless English as he handed over the room keys. Here are the keys. You have a copy of each key. There has been a mistake, Greta said, interrupting the stuffy man. No mistake. The rooms have been reserved. Greta held up a hand. These rooms are not next to each other. They are on the same floor, the manager said. Greta smiled, a sure sign to anyone who knew her that she was about to get nasty. A polite nasty, but still nasty. Listen, I do not care that the rooms are on the same floor. You will give me 4 rooms next to each other. Oh, Miss Klassen, this is highly irregular. Greta sighed. Perhaps you're right. Thank you for understanding. Kelton waved his hand to a bellboy and pointed to the baggage. Oh no, Greta said to the man who came over. We won't be staying. Come on, boys and girls. We'll go to a more accommodating hotel. But, Miss Klassen, Kelton said in complete surprise, surely you do not intend. If this hotel won't give me what I want, I am sure that there is one hotel that will do as I ask. Kelton visibly paled at the thought that he was about to lose the hotel for very important guests. I think I can work something out. Miss Klassen, not giving in an inch. Greta didn't even bother to drop her bags. She wouldn't be staying in a hotel when the rooms of the students she was in charge of were spread down a long hallway. I have 2 rooms. Excellent, Greta said. She saw the smile of the man and gladly crushed his hopes of them staying as she continued talking. I'm sure 2 other people would love to have them. Students, Oh look, Kelton said quickly. I have 4 rooms next to each other on the 14th floor. Greta flashed a true smile. Wonderful. Thank you for working things out. She accepted the keys and ushered the students to the waiting elevators. Chess's boss's papa. Isabella whispered to Patrick. Patrick scowled. Why do we have to be right next to each other? I think I would be able to protect myself from anything this place has to offer. Isabella whispered as her eyes bulged out. We can't be talking about. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My father's not here to stop me, Patrick scoffed. And don't be thinking about telling him. I won't. Isabella and Patrick picked up the pace to catch up with Sophia and Greta. Greta unlocked the rooms and made sure her students were settled. Greta was starting not happy about the room arrangements that had been made, but now she was also wary. It seemed odd for Western Prep to have made room arrangements where she would be down the hall from the students. If she had been on a different floor, Greta wouldn't have waited for the hotel to fix the rooms. She would have left immediately to a different hotel. For now she would simply heighten her awareness. She would also order supper in instead of taking the students out. They would be too exhausted to think it was odd that they were eating in. But for now, Greta would do that until tomorrow when they could get into a routine. Chapter 9. Greta kept her eye on her students as they bounded across the street to the street vendor selling hot pretzels. Although they had a giant breakfast, they had stopped at 3 different vendors on the way from the hotel to the convention center where the Computer Olympics were being held. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Miss Claassen, Isabella said as she came bounding back over nearly running into her teacher. I got you a pretzel. Thanks. Isabella. Greta took a bite of the soft pretzel, which brought back the first time she had one just like it so long ago. We need to hurry if we want to get to the convention center to sign in before the Olympics begin. Are we going to be late? Sophia whispered, suddenly worried. I made sure we left with plenty of time. Greta reassured her. We could have taken the car provided for us. Patrick reminded her. I don't know where we had to walk. Greta stopped and put a hand out to stop Patrick from moving further. Listen, Patrick, you will change your attitude right now, or I will take you out of the Olympics. I was just saying. Did I ask for an explanation? She didn't wait for an answer. Just say okay. Miss Claassen. Okay. Miss Claassen. Patrick finally grudgingly said. He wouldn't have given in so quickly if he hadn't caught sight of his clan members following the group. Although they weren't close to them, he knew they could easily tune their hearing and catch the conversation. Any disobedience to his teacher would be promptly his father. For the last 2 blocks to the convention center, the 3 young teenagers stayed by Greta's side. As they entered the building, they were bombarded by the conversations taking place by the hundreds of teenagers and adults in the room. Immediately Greta picked up several different languages being rattled off by the different cultures represented at the Computer Olympics. This way, Greta said, pointing to the tables off the right under the sign printed in several different languages that labeled the area for registration. She headed over to the only free person. I'm here to check in my students. Name of the school. The young woman said in English with a thick Czech accent. Western Prep. The woman's head snapped up as did the older man standing next to her. Immediately he stepped over. I'll take this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He waited for Irena to take the group he had been handling and then turned to Greta. I am Joseph. I will help you. You are from Western Prep. In the United States. Greta nodded her head. I have 3 students. Joseph typed a few things in the computer. Ah, here it is. Patrick, Isabella Dimmick, and Sophia Patterson. That's the 3 I came with. Greta replied. She waited as Joseph found the 3 folders. These are for the students. They will go in through those doors. He pointed to the left side of the building. You can come back at 3 at the end of the day. They'll wait for them in there. Joseph felt his face drain of color. "Oh, we don't really allow teachers to go in with the students." "Well, I'm glad you'll make this exception for me," Greta said with a flashing smile. "We can't make exceptions. The Computer Olympics are only for the students. Adults aren't allowed in the room." Joseph quickly tried to make the rules clear. "Well, then," Greta set the folders on the desk. "Well, be going. Thank you so much." Greta made a few steps away before Joseph could reaction. "Wait. Please. Let me find out if we can bend the rules a bit." "That would be wonderful," Greta replied as she moved back to the desk. She set her arms on the counter and rested against it as she waited. Soon, the man that Greta could only assume was in charge of the Computer Olympics due to the suit he wore, walked over to Joseph. "What is the problem?" The man whispered harshly in Czech. "This is the teacher from Western Prep," pretending to be ignorant of the foreign language being spoken so clearly in front of her. Greta watched, with a clueless look on her face, as the man appeared to be as stunned as Joseph had been. Since this was only her first year at Western Prep, Greta simply figured that Western Prep must have a reputation that she just wasn't completely aware of. And the new man asked, "She wants to go into the room with her students," Joseph said. "I told her that teachers weren't allowed." "You imbecile," the new man hissed under his voice. "The other teachers are heading into the room. She can't get Western Prep and be an idiot. She's bound to notice." "I was just thinking." "You are not paid to think," the new man interrupted. "I will do the thinking. Now go. I will take care of this." The new man didn't even bother to wait for Joseph to leave. He turned his attention to Greta and smiled the professional smile he had mastered only weeks after starting in the customer service system. He switched to flawless English. "So you are from Western Prep?" "Yes, and I've even been told that I won't be allowed to be in the room with my students." Oh, the man practically crooned. Joseph was misinformed. "You can go into the room. There are chairs along the wall for the teachers and adults who are accompanying the minors. Of course there can be no interactions with the students." Greta nodded her head. "Thank you for clearing that all up." She took the folders off the counter. "Well, just head in there now." "Excellent. The presentation will begin in 15 minutes. I can't believe we are really here." Isabella squealed as she held tightly to Sophia's arm. "Can you believe both of us are here? I can't wait to begin." "Me neither," Sophia whispered. "There are so many people here. Let's find a spot." Isabella suggested. "Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Her words came to an abrupt stop. She whirled around, facing the man in the left corner. "What is he doing here? Your father knew about this." "But he doesn't know," Patrick replied quickly and harshly. "And he doesn't need to know, and neither does my father." "Need to know what?" Greta asked, coming up to the conversation at the tail end. "Oh, nothing," Patrick said nonchalantly. He glared at Isabella, warning her silently to say nothing to Greta. He started for the opposite side of the room when Isabella pulled him aside. "What?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "He isn't from my clan," she whispered as she jerked her head towards the unknown man. "Is he from yours?" Patrick thought about lying, but the Lycan culture had been so ingrained in him that he couldn't even think about a decent lie. "No, he isn't. But we don't need to worry. We both have a guard from our clans here. Maybe HE is a guard for someone else here. Maybe we should tell Miss Claassen." Isabella suggested. Patrick shook his head. "She's human. There is nothing we can tell her. We'll be just fine, I guess," Isabella whispered as she kept her eyes on the man in the corner. Greta scanned the room carefully. Several dozen chairs were against the walls and quickly filled up with teachers. Joseph's words about them not allowing teachers in the room came back to Greta's mind. So did the looks of the three people who had heard that they were from Western Prep. Something was wrong. Greta could have been wrong, although she told her students that she was never wrong. It wasn't exactly true. She could be wrong with the entire situation in Prague. Yet, being wrong was something she could live with. Not being wrong, and not having done something was not something she could live with. Patrick, Isabella, Sophia, I need to talk to you for a second, Greta said quietly. She moved to the wall, making sure that no one was around and still kept her voice low. You three will listen to me immediately. It doesn't matter what I say or when I say it. If I tell you to do something, you will do it the second I say it. Do you understand? Yes, Isabella said, responding as you would to anyone in her clan who was in charge of her. Sophia gave her whispered response next. Patrick nodded his head. No, Patrick, Greta said with a touch of ice in her voice. Say it aloud. Yes, Miss Classen. Patrick agreed. Greta could tell that Patrick was about to add something else to his statement, so she spoke first. Come follow me. I will show you where to sit. She filtered her way through the room. She pointed to the 3 computers closest to the outside exit door. Let's take these 3. They'll be sitting over there. Oh, I'm sorry, came the stilted English words. Greta turned around and faced Joseph. That's quite okay. Everything is fine now. No, Joseph said, his face slowly flaming into a beet red. Your computers for the students are on the other side of the room. He pointed to the corner on the opposite side of the room. That's so wonderful, Greta said. She walked around the 3 computers she had already chosen and set the folders with her students' names next to the keyboards. Joseph tugged on his tie. He cleared his throat when he noticed that although Greta had seemed to hear him, she was moving to the other side of the room. You see, the computers have names for each student. Greta smiled coldly. Well, since these computers seem to be lacking any names, we will take these. You can just let whoever put us over there know that now we are over here. This is highly irregular, Joseph said. Perhaps I can talk to the person in charge, Greta said. Is there a problem? The same man from the counter was back. Greta turned to face him. Your employee won't let us choose a computer. Well, the computers have been designated. Greta interrupted him. Is there a reason that we can't choose the computers? Are some computers better than others? Is this a rigged Olympics? Her voice purposely got louder until she was sure that other teachers and parents were listening in on the conversation. Rigged computers. The whispers were starting. The adults in the room started to look suspiciously at the computers they had chosen for their students. No, the man said loudly to be heard. All the computers are fine. They are all the same. Nothing is rigged. None. Please choose any computers for your students. The room is at your disposal. Greta should have felt satisfied that she had been able to choose where her students were going to sit. But she just didn't. Cautiously she sat down on the edge of the chair near the door. She was close enough to her students to hear their conversations, and yet she still didn't feel comfortable with the distance of 3 yards between them. She didn't like it. The situation was weird, and not normal Western prep weird. It was a scary weird that had the hair on the back of her neck standing up. She had to wonder how other teachers from Western prep dealt with the weirdness. Since they had arrived in Prague, people seemed interested in the fact that she was the teacher from Western prep. Greta scanned the room as a man addressed the students in the room. Teachers and parents lined the walls. They had various things to pass the time. Some had books, tablets, or just plain pen and papers. They seemed to be ready to settle down for the long haul. Greta didn't notice much about the other teachers, but she did notice the lack of worry in the other teachers. Soon the room started with a buzz as the students began the day. Time passed, yet Greta never seemed to lose the worry that sank deeper into the room. There was something very wrong. The main doors opened and 3 men slipped into the room. Greta's eyes were on them immediately. They were the trouble. She knew without needing any confirmation that they were what had been bothering her since she had stepped foot into the convention center. Because the overhead lights had been half, dimmed to make it easier on the students' eyes while they stared at the computer screens. Greta couldn't make out the faces of the men. They stayed near the wall, but made their way to the far corner where Patrick, Isabella, and Sophia should have been sitting. Greta kept her eyes on the men, watching their every move. The three men moved to stand behind the students at the computers. Although they were across the room, Greta saw all the men move in sync with each other. 1 second they were standing behind the students, and the next they had moved, wrapped their hand over their mouths, and slipped an needle into the necks of the students. Hell broke out. Students and teachers were screaming. Chairs were pushed over as people abandoned them in a hurry. It started as a wave, starting closest to the 3 now passed out students, and rippled across the room. Greta, however, having had an eye on the men's actions, responded quicker. As soon as the men had covered the mouths of the students on the other side of the room, she was on her feet. "Come now," she whispered to her students. For the first time, her rule of not questioning her rules came in handy. Patrick, Isabella, and Sophia were out of their seats before they realized what they were doing. "Follow me," Greta whispered. She grabbed hold of Sophia's and Isabella's hands and pulled them towards the door she had gratefully chosen to sit next to. As the room burst into chaos, Greta pushed open the outside door just wide enough for her and the 3 students to slip through. "Miss Klassen," Sophia whispered in complete fright. "What is it?" "Nothing. Yet," Greta said. The 4 were in the alley behind the convention center. The sound of the cars from the road in front of the convention center could be heard as they drove by. Greta thought about finding a taxi and heading back for the hotel, but quickly nixed the idea. She needed time to think. "Miss Klassen," Patrick started, but was quickly interrupted by his teacher. "We will talk in a bit," Greta said. "Come follow me." She led the students deeper down the alley away from the front of the convention center. Once they reached the end of the alley, she flagged down a taxi and gave the name of the hostel she had stayed in when she had been in college. She needed time to think. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Chapter 10. Alexander jumped off his car and headed up the steps of the house without bothering to shut the door of the car. His actions had been so quick that the Getz clan members didn't react until Alexander was nearly through the front door. The full-grown lichen males shifted to their lichen forms, intending on stopping Alexander from getting any further into the house. Alexander responded completely out of character for a visiting lichen in another clan's property, especially the manor. In the blink of an eye, Alexander had shifted into his lichen form, with anger flowing through his body. Alexander had no problem shaking off 2 of the lichens, throwing them against the wall where their bodies smashed into the drywall. The other 2 lichens jumped on Alexander, putting him to the ground. They managed to hold him down, despite him getting the upper hand twice and slicing the face of the unfortunate lichen closer to him. It took 2 more lichens to come into the fray to get Alexander under control. "Release me," Alexander ordered his deep lichen voice. "Stop." William stepped into the room, taking in the entire fight that had only taken several seconds to happen and be contained. He looked at the 2 lichens still holding a struggling Alexander. "Stand him up." Alexander was pulled to his feet. He growled deep in his throat when he cowled and got out of the hold on his arms. "Tell them to release me," he ordered William. Normally, he wouldn't have dared to order another leader on his own property, but Alexander had more important things to worry about than offending the sensibilities of William. "You dare to change on my land," William said as he ignored Alexander's order. "My men have taken that as a threat." The approach of 4 cars on the land stopped everything going on in the house. The scent that floated to the house had William's eyes shifting into black orbs. He glared at Alexander. "Bringing your men onto this property could be considered an act of war. My men will stop them at all costs from coming into this house." It took all his willpower, but Alexander was able to shift back into his human form. "I will talk to them." William waved off the lichens holding Alexander. Spinning around, Alexander went to the front door. The Archduke's men were standing in a semicircle around the base of the steps. Despite being surrounded by 20 of William's men who had all changed into lichen form, the 8 men were still human. Anyone else would have been nervous, if not terrified, in that situation, but not Alexander's men. They looked bored with the whole situation. You will wait here for me. Alexander ordered his men. You will not attempt to enter this house or confront the men here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ivan was Alexander's second in command. Alexander turned to William. May my second come into the manor? William could have denied the request. It wouldn't have been the first time he would have denied a sec an entrance into the manor with the leader. But he nodded his head. Alexander's men would be more relaxed if their leader wasn't alone in the manor. Knowing the short fuses Alexander's men had, William figured it was best to allow Ivan in with Alexander. Well, talk in conference room, William said. He nodded his head to include Sergei, his own second in command. The four Lycans entered the large conference room. Alexander couldn't say that he was surprised to see Edmund and his second already sitting at the large table. He probably would have been more surprised if Edmund was there. Sit, William ordered. Like Alexander. He didn't have the time to dance a Lycan culture. The four new arrivals quickly took seats around the table. Each leader and his second sat next to each other. Have you heard? Edmund asked Alexander, although the anger on his face pretty much gave him the answer. I got the news and came over here. Alexander said. Is there any more information? William shook his head. All I know is that 3 roguelikans attacked the convention center, and Clarson and the 3 students are missing. Is she part of this? Edmund asked. Alexander shook his head. She doesn't even know that we exist, much less how to contact a roguelikan and set up the kidnapping of 2 of our children and a human child. William put in. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander asked aloud. Maybe, but we all know it is not probable. Who do you have over there? Both of you had a guard sent with you children. Have they contacted you? Found them? Bringing them back? If Lycans were inclined to wring their hands, it was what Edmund would be doing. However, Lycans didn't wring their hands, so Edmund sat stiff and straight without seeming to be affected by the conversation. Of the 3 sent to protect Isabella, only one survived, and only long enough to call and tell me what had happened. Which was what? Alexander demanded. He had seen the news on CNN about the attack at the convention center in Prague. At the time he had hoped that it had nothing to do with Greta and the students, but he had known at the time it had been wishful thinking. Both of the guard had been outside the main doors waiting to pick up surveillance on the children when they left. 3 rogues came in from another door and got into the room where the students were. They attacked 3 students. Western Prep. Edmund shook his head. They were 3 random students. The center broke into chaos. Clarson took the 3 students out a side door and disappeared. And the guard. They went in as soon as they heard the noise. The rogues were waiting for them and killed all of them. Only Eustace got away to make the phone call that there was something wrong. He was killed halfway through the call. William took over from there. The rogue who killed the guard took the phone and informed Dad that our children were captured and would be ransomed to the highest bidder. Do they have them? Alexander asked. Although Lycans lived by a strict law of never lying, rogues tended to break every law they could. Lying washed above the nature of a rogue. William shrugged a shoulder. We got the surveillance cameras from the center. Clarson and the 3 students left by a side door. The rogues hadn't noticed them until it was too late. We don't think they have them. The yet was left out. Alexander knew that it would only be a matter of hours before the rogues found them. Greta was a human with no knowledge of the Lycan world and definitely with no knowledge of what was after her. Even though Patrick and Isabella were Lycans, they were only children. They may be aware of what was after them, but that would only increase their fear, not their skill of evading and escaping. We both have men already flying over there, William said. They'll be leaving within the hour, Alexander said. He stood up, signifying that he was done with the meeting. He had gotten all the information he knew he would get from William and Edmund. He needed to be in Prague. He should have gone with Greta. She had been his to protect, and he had failed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tell my men. It was done. Alexander would take his best men with him. They had no time to waste. The rogues would be after Greta and the students. They would find them first. Of that Alexander was certain. It was up to Alexander to find Greta and the children before they were killed by the rogues. When I was kidnapped by a group of werewolves, I knew I had to make a decision, become the leader of the children or watch them get captured by the enemy. Chapter 11. Greta rested her elbows on the desk inside. She glanced at the two beds in the sparsely furnished hostel room. Sophia and Isabella were sound asleep in the bed farthest from the door, and Patrick was sleeping on the cot that had been wheeled into the room. After analyzing the events of the day, Greta had decided to stay at the hostel for the time being. The people at the convention center had been so insistent that Patrick, Isabella, and Sophia sit at the far side of the room at the three computers where the men went. Joseph had tried to ban her from the room in the first place. There were just too many coincidences that swirled around the three students and the convention center. Something was wrong. It was still wrong. Despite being away from the center, Greta knew that it wasn't enough. The fingers of fate were clinging too closely. Something was wrong. Can I talk to you? Miss Klassen, Patrick asked as he sat up on the cot and dropped his feet onto the floor. Sure, Greta said. Outside, Patrick whispered, rivaling Sophia in softness. We can step out in the back. Greta replied, until she figured out what had happened in the convention center. She was going to broadcast their whereabouts. The two walked out into garden in the back. Greta glanced through the window, making sure that Sophia and Isabella were still sleeping. I can hear them, Patrick said. They are sound asleep. You can hear them? Greta asked, stressing the word here to make sure her student hadn't gone insane. Patrick slowly nodded his head. I can hear them. He paused and then blurted, There's something you should know. Greta leaned hip against the low stone wall that surrounded the garden. Why do I have this feeling that I'm about to find out why Western Prep is so different from other schools? Patrick shifted from one foot to the other. He was too nervous to find the proper way to start. We're not supposed to tell anyone this, Patrick said, glancing around as if someone, or something, was about to pounce on him. We as in you and Isabella, Greta guessed. Patrick nodded his head slowly. How did you know? Greta rolled her eyes. I could hear you and Isabella talking. Patrick stuck his hands into his pockets. He looked infinitely older than his 13 years. Greta waited for Patrick to speak, but the boy didn't seem to want to start. Tell me what it is that you are not supposed to tell anyone. Patrick, this knowledge, when given to a human, can be punishable by death. Your death if I continue. Perhaps if it had been a different time, Greta would have laughed. But too much had happened that now lent importance to Patrick's words. I will handle that later. Tell me, those men who came into the room today were lichens. Lichens? Greta asked for clarification even though the hair on her neck told her that she didn't want to know anymore. Lycanthropes, Patrick clarified. Do you want to hear more? Werewolves, Greta thought. It was too late to back down now. Not to mention she still had 3 teenagers she was responsible in a foreign country with someone wanting to get his hands on them. Tell me, the lichens live in clans, and we are fiercely loyal to each other. Several of the clans have children at Western Prep. All the children know each clan through scent. Those men weren't with any clan from Western Prep. And that's bad, Greta guessed. Patrick slowly nodded his head. That's very bad. Why? Miss Klassen, Patrick said again. My father will reprimand me, perhaps for years, for telling you, a human, this information. If Nick finds out that you know about all this, he will either have you imprisoned or killed. Greta pulled herself onto the low wall and patted the spot next to her. Sit, Patrick, and listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you. She waited for the scared teenager to sit down. Enthusiasm, I'm the chaperone on this trip. It is my job, my duty. And the girls, safe. I will handle your father. And this Nick guy. When we get back to the States. But in order to get back to the States, I need to know what dangers will be lurking around. I would much rather face your father with too much information than face your father without you or the girls. Well, first off, my father and Nick are both leaders of their clans. They won't take kindly to you trying to handle them. They sound a lot like Mr. Winslow. Yeah. Patrick looked down at his hands as if suddenly interested in his fingers. Greta groaned. He is a lichen. To Patrick's eyes grew big in the moonlight. A cheer so much more than that. He also happens to be a leader of a clan that no one really knows much about. Does he have a child at Western Prep? Too, Greta asked, wondering where all the jealousy from that question came from. She had never, not one moment of her life, had ever experienced any sort of jealousy. Even when she had walked in on her boyfriend kissing another woman, she hadn't felt even a smidgen of jealousy. Now just the very idea that a man she hadn't even known for very long and certainly was dating, could possibly have a child had jealousy running wild through her. No, Patrick said. According to what I heard around the main house, Mr. Winslow would have nothing to do with Western Prep when it started. All the clans around have members who are part of the board. When you came to the school, you needed a protector. They had asked Mr. Winslow, and, according to my father, everyone was shocked when he agreed. Yeah, well, I was surprised about that as well. Patrick dropped his head into his hands. I can't tell you anymore, Mr. Winslow will have my head if I tell you this and get you into trouble with Nick. Tell me, Greta said. What would your father do if I came back without you? She waited, but Patrick had nothing more to say. Now tell me who those 3 men were and what they could possibly want. My father and Isabella's father are both leaders of our clans. If any other clan would want to get something from our parents, it would be by getting one of us. Why wait until now? You're more alone while at Western Prep than you have been here with me. Patrick sighed. You just don't see the security we have at Western Prep. I have to constant guard while off the lichen property. I know that Isabella has 4. But that's because she is a female. That's why we had those men at the airport. Our guard. Patrick agreed. I just don't know where they are now. Where does Sophia fit into all of this? Patrick shook his head. She's a human like you. She just is very good with computers. And the others at the Computer Olympics. Were you and Isabella the only lichens there? Again Patrick shook his head. Not you, were both humans and lichens there. We tend to blend in with the human world. Greta smoothed down her skirt. Explain something to me. Patrick, why would those 3 men want you and Isabella? Would it but like start a war between your clan and theirs? Isabella and I haven't made our pledge of loyalty to our leaders yet. You're egoing too fast. Patrick, explain what you mean. Patrick once more looked around them. He couldn't see or sense anything, so he continued. In our culture, children are under their parents' authority, and by association, their leader, until the children reach the age of 10. Then we have the option of pledging our loyalty to our leader. Well, you're E13, Greta pointed out. Did you pledge your loyalty to your father? The clans around Western Prep wait until 8th grade graduation to pledge loyalty. Technically, Isabella and I don't have leaders, although we are old enough to have one. If another clan knew that, we would be high price targets. How do you pledge your loyalty? We ask whoever will be our leader for food and water. Once the food and water has been exchanged, we fall under the leader's protection. Greta felt her brain want to explode with the new amount of information filling her head. Patrick, head inside now. You need to sleep. They will find us. Miss Classen, Patrick said. They can hear and smell better than humans. They will have our scent and will be looking for us. Especially now that they know you're human. He glanced up quickly. No offense. Miss Classen. They'll take care of it. Patrick, go inside and get some sleep. Patrick shoved his hands into his pockets and headed for the back door. He paused at the door and turned to Greta. I actually think you can. Miss Classen, the way you handled the hotel and the convention center. I think you can even handle Papa. Thanks, Patrick. Sleep now. Greta waited until Patrick shut the door before she lay down on the wide wall she was sitting on. She stared at the stars above her head. She was going to have to find something to do to keep the 3 kids safe until she could get them back to their parents. Chapter 12. Greta wanted to let her students sleep longer, but she knew she didn't have that luxury. She took a long sip of her lukewarm coffee. She missed her cup that was sitting safely on her desk at school. She pushed aside the thought of never returning to the States. She and her cup would be reunited soon because she had 3 students she had to get back to their parents. Slowly she shook each student, starting with Patrick. She was surprised to see them blink once or twice, think about going back to sleep, and then remembering what had happened the day before. It was the memory of the previous day that had them sitting up straight without complaint about being tired. What's going to happen? Sophia whispered quietly. Greta put a smile on her face. First you all will take showers. Then we are going to eat breakfast. Then perhaps a walk around the city. We'll see in a little bit. Sophia, why don't you take a shower first? The youngest student quickly agreed. She took one of the well-worn towels provided by the hostel and left for the communal bathroom down the hall. Greta made sure she was in the bathroom, with it locked before turning to Patrick and Isabella. I have made a decision, Greta said. You both will ask me for food and water. She put a finger up in the air when she saw Patrick start to speak. I will become your leader. This will give me the upper hand when the others catch up to us. Isabella's eyes got as big as saucers. She turned to Patrick. Did you tell her about us? He did. Greta told her. It was the right thing to do. But you'll be killed. Isabella whispered. Humans can't know about us. Nick or another seeker will for surely kill you. Greta pulled the distraught girl into a hug. I will take care of you and Patrick. When I get all 3 of you back to the States, I will take care of Nick and your fathers. You have to trust me. However, Greta moved Isabella an arm's length away and wiped off the tears from her face. In order to get the 3 of you safely back home, I need to be the leader of you 2. I won't have to be Sophia's leader because she is a human, but I need to be yours. You will both ask me for food and water. There aren't any female leaders, Patrick said, not even deciding to pass along the information that there weren't any human leaders either. To Patrick, it was more of a shock to have a female leader than it would have been to have a human leader. Since Patrick was born, he had been inundated with Lycan culture. Male Lycans were to protect females at all costs. Every male Lycan willingly offered his life for a female Lycan. Greta shrugged a shoulder. I know it's abnormal, Patrick, but this is the best decision. I need to be your leader before those other Lycans find us. But you're a female. Patrick pointed out again. I am. Greta agreed. However, this is what we will do. Patrick's only argument against Greta being his leader fell short of convincing Greta that the idea was going to work. I can just bet that Pop is going to kill me for this. He looked Greta in the eyes. Miss Clausen, can I have some of your food and water? Instead of answering him right away, Greta turned to Isabella. Ask me. Isabella, I have to protect you. Can I have some of your food and water? Isabella asked. Although she didn't voice her fears aloud like Patrick, she was thinking along the same lines. You may both have some of my food and water, Greta said, hoping that she was using the right words to accept leadership over Patrick and Isabella. She handed each of the children a bottle of water and a power bar. She was sure what the proper food was to transfer leadership, that the power bars happened to be the food that the hostel offered in the morning. 20 minutes after waking up the children, everyone was ready to go. Patrick had solemnly accepted the position of watching over Sophia and Isabella while Greta went to shower. She took the quickest shower of her life, not wanting to leave the children alone for very long. Can't we just stay here? Isabella asked. I know my father will be sending someone to find us. Greta smiled to ease the fear she could hear in Isabella's voice. She pulled her into a hug. Don't worry, Isabella. I will take care of you. She was going to tell any of the children that she didn't know if the parents were even aware of what had happened. She couldn't take the chance that no one from the States would know they were in trouble for another week when they were supposed to be back. Greta picked up her purse. She had used the last of her cash at the cash-only hostel. Now she had only credit cards. She would have to find a hostel that accepted credit cards. That was what she was worried about. What had her worried was the fact that credit cards were so easy to track. Even though she didn't know what resources the men who were after them had, she could only assume the worst. Unfortunately, Greta had to use her card sooner than she expected. By mid-morning the children were hungry again. She probably would have been hungry too, if she didn't have the fate of the four of them looming over her head. As it was, the children were hungry, forcing Greta to use her credit card sooner than planned. With full stomachs, the teenagers were much more excited about the city they were meandering through. They stared up at the tall church buildings that they passed. A juggling team in middle of the town square caught the teenagers' attention, and they all stopped to watch the skill of the boys juggling. "Wow," Sophia whispered when the jugglers lit their clubs on fire. "Are they going to get hurt?" "No," Greta said quietly. "They are very good at what they do." Greta watched her students watch the jugglers. She didn't give the jugglers near as much attention as the kids. She was scanning the crowds looking for the men she had seen in the convention center. She saw Patrick stiffen quickly the same time she caught the sight of 4 men out of the corner of her eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She hadn't gotten a great look at the men in the semi-dark convention center. She had gotten a good look at Joseph. The man who had told her she wouldn't be allowed in the room with her students was walking with the 3 men. He seemed extremely nervous as his head swiveled from side to side looking at each person in the crowd. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Joseph said, pointing at the same time he said the word. They had found her. Greta tapped Patrick on the shoulder. She saw him nod her head slightly. Sophia and Isabella must be kept safe. Patrick whispered. He knew that the rogues across the square wouldn't be able to hear him over the noise of the crowd. But he still whispered. Thousands of ideas ran through Greta's mind as she tried to find a way to escape, but she dismissed them almost as soon as they entered her mind. By the time she reached the plan to climb the sheer walls of the building using a skill set she didn't have, she gave up trying to think. She was going to be able to fight for men, while keeping 3 teenagers safe. She would have to run. The freedom was going to last long, but it was her only solution she could think of. She tapped Sophia and Isabella on the shoulder. "Come, girls. We need to go." "But, Miss Claassen," Sophia began, wanting to complain about leaving just when the jugglers were starting to juggle knives on each other's shoulders. "Don't complain, Sophia." Greta cut off her students' complain. "Just say, okay, Miss Claassen, okay, Miss Claassen," Sophia said, but she dragged her feet as she turned around. Isabella and Patrick, because they had given their allegiance to Greta, immediately followed her order, with her charges in tow. Greta turned with the intent of slipping once more into an ally and finding a way to put as much distance between her and the people wanting them. She made it halfway down the alley when 3 men cut off the exit. Greta didn't even need to turn around to know that the men that had been behind them had cut off the retreat. "Grab them," Joseph said. Sophia made one muffled noise as a strong hand covered her mouth. Greta spun around in time to see the 3 lichens slip needles into her students' necks. "Stop," Greta ordered. She struggled as a rough arm wrapped her neck and jerked her back against a strong chest. The arm choked off her scream and her air. She struggled, but it was useless. The stronger man simply lifted her feet off the ground. "Take this," Joseph said, shoving a needle into the man's hand. "Shut her up." Greta struggled uselessly. She was sure why she was struggling. Even if she managed somehow to get away, she couldn't run. She wouldn't leave her students. Luckily, she didn't even have to make a choice. A cushioning in her neck. Then darkness. Chapter 13. A sharp pain startled Greta awake. "Don't touch her face," the deep voice said in quick check. "Bruises on the face are hard to hide, and she won't fetch a good price when we try to get rid of her. She won't wake up." Greta groaned as the words were accompanied with the shove of a shoe in her side. Her eyes were still closed, but she could sense one of the men moving closer to her. His breath was hot on her neck. "If you don't wake up, I will beat the children." Even if she hadn't been awake, Greta was sure the threat would have somehow filtered through her brain and jerked her to the land of the living. She moved so quickly. Her head hit the man who had leaned down to whisper to her. Several unprintable Czech words filled the room. Her face, Cal, a new voice warned. Greta's eyes flew open at the warning. The tall, dark man stood over her with his fist raised above her head. He didn't look happy, and she attributed most of the anger probably coming from the broken nose. No, he didn't look happy. He looked like he wanted to kill her. She scooted away from the possible harm, only running into another body. "Dirty human," the man behind her said as he pushed her away from him. She knew the man behind her wasn't done with her yet, so she curled into a ball when she felt the first man kick her. A few more feet accompanied the first one. Her hands protected her head and neck, but her back and legs were free for the beating. They may not have wanted to damage her face, but apparently the rest of her body was just fine. "Stop now." Greta breathed a small sigh of relief at the reprieve from the beating. She thought about telling the man in charge that he could have stepped in sooner, but she didn't think sarcasm was the best route at the moment. "Kick her up." Greta felt a rough hand slip under her arms. She was pulled to her feet. A rough hand took her chin and lifted her face up. It was Anton, the man whose fist had been so recently posed to strike her. He was obviously in charge. The fact frightened Greta. "You took my prizes from me," Cal whispered in English. Cal squeezed Greta's chin tightly, stopping her words. "I have not given you permission to talk. I don't appreciate humans overstepping their boundaries." Wondering, even hoping, that Greta would attempt talking again. He would have loved to show Greta his superiority over her. To his dismay, she remained quiet. Her eyes never wavered from his, and that small amount of defiance chafed him, but she remained quiet. It took him a second to get over his disappointment. He cleared his throat. "You will answer my questions. If I even think you are lying, you'll be beat as will the children. Do you understand?" Greta felt her eyelashes flutter as a shiver attacked her body. "Yes." "Have you had any contact with Western Prep or anyone from Western Prep?" She thought for a moment. "Yes," Greta whispered, for she had contact with Western Prep because she worked there, since Cal hadn't given a timeline for the contact. She just went with the broad answer. Cal pushed Greta away from him and glared at two of his men. "I was told she had no contact." One shrugged a shoulder. Now Cal turned his glare towards Greta. "I warned you what would happen if you lied to me." He moved towards her, not at all surprised to see her back up as his large body covered the distance between them. "I didn't lie." Greta squeaked. She cleared her throat, hoping that she wouldn't sound so frightened when she opened her mouth. "I wouldn't put the children at risk." She sounded no less scared than before. "I've had contact with Western Prep." Cal studied Greta for several silent minutes. Greta's face was like a blank slate, showing none of the emotion Cal would usually read in a lie. Her face hardly even showed fear. Cal didn't like that. But despite all that, Cal did figure out Greta's answer to him. "Have you had any contact with Western Prep since yesterday?" She didn't think about lying, no. "A truthful human," Cal said, trailing his finger down her cheek. "That's an odd trait I have never found in the human race. I wouldn't put the children at risk," Greta said with a shrug, managing at least to knock Cal's hand off her face. "You're not worried about yourself?" Cal asked with disappointment. He liked surprising those with whom he had power over. "I'm assuming I won't be leaving here." Cal grabbed hold of Greta's arm and jerked her towards him. "Beauty and brains. A combination I rarely find in females, and almost never in humans. But you are partially right. You will be leaving here. but only as a slave to the highest licen bidder. You see, you ruin my plans. The knock on the door suspended the conversation in the room. Come in, Cal ordered. Joseph entered the room. He licked his lips. The food and water are ready. He was speaking in Czech. The kids are waking up. Greta smiled. She was sure where the bravado was coming from, but she was going to use it while she had it. The food and water won't do you any good. The surprise of hearing his language from Greta's mouth shocked Cal into forgetting the fact that he had ordered her not to talk. You speak Czech, among others. Greta replied. How do you know about food and water? I had the children ask me for leadership. Greta said without bothering to lie. I am their leader. You're a female. Cal spat back at her. There are no female leaders. There is one. Greta replied sassy lie. She realized her mistake as soon as Cal stepped towards her. She shouldn't have goaded the man in front of her. She had her students to think about. Students that were depending on her not to die in that room. Cal didn't even give her a chance to fix her answer. Grabbing her by the throat, he slammed her against the wall. What do you know about the lichen culture? The strong hand gripped her neck, cut off her air, and shut down the use of her vocal cords. As her mind registered the lack of air, it demanded her body do something. Her fingers clawed at the hand pinning her neck to the wall. Cal, Joseph said carefully so as not to gain his disappointment on him. She's going to pass out. Disgusted with the situation and even more so with the fact that he was holding a human, Cal tossed Greta to the floor and away from him. I can see that you are already going to be a bigger problem than I cared for. He went down on his heels till he was closer to Greta, who was coughing and gasping for the air he had taken from her. The end would be the same though. He grabbed a handful of her hair and jerked her head back. You will die. Anton released Greta so quickly that her head hit the stone floor. The blow sent stars buzzing around her head. She felt the slick, sticky blood flow from her forehead where it had hit the raised stone on the floor. Human stench. Cal scoffed as he shoved Greta further from him with his foot. He turned to Joseph. Go get the brats and bring them here. They can be with their leader. He took the time to spit on Greta. Until I find the time to kill her. You won't be selling her. She's a leader. To take that from her. She has to be dead. Cal informed Joseph. Greta could hear Joseph and Cal talking, but her mind was too fogged to figure out the language they were using, much less decipher what they were saying. Her own blood seeped into her eyes, but she didn't move to wipe it away. She didn't want to bring attention to herself. Her head was spinning. She passed out as the men left the room. Chapter 14. Miss Klassen, Isabella whispered as she knelt on the ground next to Greta. I think she's dead, she said to Patrick. Her face had paled to a near white. Patrick said, she's passed out, not dead. If you listen, you can hear her heart beating. Dead people's hearts don't beat. Isabella looked around her. See if you can find me something to stop the bleeding. She pointed to Patrick's school sweater. Give me your sweater. Patrick obediently shucked off his sweater and handed it to Isabella. He grabbed the bucket of water near the door and placed it on the floor next to Isabella. Soak part of it in this. Isabella put the sleeve of the sweater in the water. She wrung out the excess water and wiped away the blood from the seeping wound. She grimaced when Greta moaned under the ministrations. You have to keep going, Patrick said. Miss Klassen would want you to. Isabella nodded and once more wiped the wound. The blood was still seeping, but the wound was slowly clotting, preventing the flow of blood that had stained most of her face. Using the other sleeve, Isabella wiped off the blood from Greta's face. She stopped when Greta's eyelashes fluttered. Greta managed to open her eyes. Her head felt as if it had been split open. She wanted to sleep, but her duty forced her to keep her eyes open. She had her students to think about. She winced when Isabella pressed the sweater to her head. I don't mean to hurt you. Miss Klassen. I know. Isabella, Greta whispered. She coughed as the words hit her throat, which only led to immense pain in her chest. Some of her ribs must have been broken in the beating. Holding tightly to her chest, she managed to breathe without the burn in her chest. I think my head is fine now. Isabella moved the sweater and winced herself when she saw the wound. It's still bleeding, but only a little. Still holding her ribs, Greta managed to push herself to a sitting position. For a moment, her head spun at the sudden movement. Closing her eyes, she waited for nausea to pass. When she opened her eyes, she caught the worried looks from Patrick and Isabella. She managed a smile to calm them. "I'm okay. You don't need to worry." Patrick stuffed his hands into his pockets. "They shouldn't have hit you. You're a female and human." Greta cowled and have agreed more. She was about to tell Patrick the same when she noticed the missing student. Her voice rose in concern. "Where is Sophia?" "They had one of their men take her to the airport." Patrick said, "She isn't one of us. No Lycan would kidnap a human child." "It might," Isabella added. "Bring the Lycan world into the human world. Most humans don't know that our kind exists. We have to keep it that way." Greta rested against the wall. Her breath came out in shallow gasps to lessen the pain to her broken ribs. "That's why you were surprised when Pat told me about your kind." Isabella nodded. Her face was riddled with fear, and it spilled over into her voice. "Seekers go after humans who know about us. They are killed, or imprisoned for life," Patrick added. Greta could see the worry on Patrick's face. "Patrick, I told you to tell me. You are not to blame for anything that happened or will happen when we get back to the States. Besides," Isabella said to Patrick, "Mr. Winslow is her protector. He won't let Ika near her." "He is not my protector," Greta said, slightly irritated that Alexander's nonsense had spilled over to the student. Isabella shared a look with Patrick as if to ask him if Greta had hit her head so hard that it had knocked her senseless. All Patrick did was shrug his shoulders. Isabella turned back to Greta. "He is your protector. Miss Clason. Papa told me. He wouldn't lie." Greta closed as a wave of pain washed over her bruised body. It took all her strength to push the pain to the back of her mind. She had two students to take care of. Once she had them safely back with their parents, she would let the pain come. "Miss Clason, he is your protector," Patrick said after Isabella elbowed him in the stomach. "My papa told me as well. Lycans don't lie." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta agreed to soothe the worries of the students. "He is my protector. However, he isn't here right now. He can be my protector when we get back to the States." "Will we?" Isabella inquired softly, too afraid of what the answer was going to be to make it any louder. Greta reminded herself to focus on the two children in front of her. Patrick was attempting to put on a brave front, but Greta could see the fright in his eyes. It probably wasn't helping any that his teacher was beaten and sitting defeated on the floor. Getting to her feet would help a lot. She attempted to move, but the pain stopped her. "Patrick, help me stand up," Greta whispered. Patrick moved quickly, not only because his teacher had told him, but also because she was his leader. Obedience, immediate obedience, to his leader had been drilled into him since infancy. He would sooner cut off his own hand than disobey a direct order from his leader. He set his arm under Greta's left arm and helped her to her feet. "You're bleeding again," Isabella said, rushing to Greta's side. Greta released her ribs and wiped at the dripping blood. She couldn't breathe. The pain was immense. Immediately, she grabbed her ribs, holding them tight to ease the pain. "Don't worry, Isabella, but you're bleeding." Greta realized she was resting nearly her entire weight on young Patrick and shifted her weight to rest it on the wall behind her. "Patrick, tear a strip off the bottom of my skirt. I need you to tie it around the wound on my head." Obeying quickly, Patrick bound Greta's head as best he could. Haphazard as the binding was, it was useful to keep the wound covered. "Do you want me to rip off a few more strips? They can be tied around your ribs to stop some of the pain." Greta roared at the question. "What do you know about broken ribs?" "Well, one of my members had broken his ribs while wearing a silver bracelet. He couldn't heal until it was taken off, so I saw what Sergei did to help him." Patrick tore off two more thick strips from Greta's skirt, shortening it to her knees. Greta took the 2 strips from Patrick and somehow managed to tie them around her ribs. She knew that it was the best practice to bandage broken ribs, but in the current situation, she knew she couldn't handle holding on to her ribs the entire time. She winced and saw Isabella start to worry again. "Isabella, there is no need to cry. I am fine. You will be fine. Mr. Winslow should be here," Isabella said. She turned to Patrick. "When we get back, we need to tell our papas that Mr. Winslow failed at being a protector. Failed big time." "How is that, Miss Classen?" Patrick asked as Greta tied the last knot. "Does it work at least a little bit?" "It's perfect, Patrick," Greta said as she gingerly put down her arms. It still hurt to breathe, but much less than before the bandages. She rested a hand on Patrick's shoulder. "You've done well. Your father will be very proud." She smiled at Isabella. "So will you, father? How are we going to get out of here?" Patrick asked. Greta moved from the wall and finally looked around the room she was in. For some reason she had expected the room to rival that of a dungeon with solid rock walls. One tiny, barred window letting in a bit of light, and solid oak door with no handle. That was at all the room. The floor was stone, and Greta glanced at the offending stone that had cut her head. That was where the comparison of the room to that of a dungeon ended. The walls were actually a cheery yellow. 2 of the walls had windows that let in the last of the fading sun. The door was a normal door found in every house she had ever been in. Greta glanced over her shoulder and met Patrick's eyes. "When you talked to me that night, you said that you could hear the girls sleeping. Was that right?" Patrick looked confused. "Yeah," he stuttered. "Why, well, I am a human." "We know," Isabella said. "I can only hear like a normal person. So, I need you to tell me if you can hear anyone outside the door." Patrick immediately shook his head. "There's no one out there." "You know," Greta asked suspiciously, "you didn't seem to do anything to check." Isabella laughed. "We would be able to smell anyone outside the door. There is no one there. Are you going to be okay?" Patrick asked when he saw the sheer whiteness of Greta's face. "You look like you're about to pass out." Greta's smile shook, but she managed to ease a bit of the boy's worry. "It'll be fine. You'll both be fine. Just let me think for a moment." Greta knew that the only way to make her statements true was to find a way off the lichen land. She figured that the only reason she was left alive was for the men to figure out what they were going to do with her now that she was the children's leader. She guessed that her death was going to figure prominently in their decision. Once she was dead, Patrick and Isabella would be left alone. Greta was about to let that happen. Greta forced her mind to work through the fog the pain caused. Time was on her side, and she had one shot of escaping with the children. If they got caught leaving, she would be dead and the children punished. That scenario was unacceptable. The best way out was night time. That much was obvious, but she had been passed out when they had come to the house. She had no idea where she was, because the men around her had been speaking Czech. She was pretty sure they were still in the Czech Republic, but beyond that she was sure. The men had been in the room with her. She was betting that Cal hadn't left Patrick and Isabella alone, which meant that there was at least 5 men on the property. No, not 5 men. 5 lichens. She didn't know much about lichens, but she did know that they had the ability to hear much better than she could. And, according to Patrick and Isabella, they could smell better than humans. Leaving by the front door was out of the question. The 3 of them would be noticed before they made it 5 feet past the threshold that left the window. Half an hour. Greta would wait half an hour and put her very sketchy plan into action. She had one shot, at a very short time with which to take it. "What are we going to do?" Patrick asked. Greta leaned against the wall. She would have preferred to sit, but doubted if she would have been able to get up again if she did so. Wisely she remained standing. "Patrick, Isabella, we will wait another half hour. Then we will leave." "Where will we go?" Isabella asked quietly. "They'll take care of it," Greta said. She would take care of it because she was the children's leader and protect her until she got them back to the States. The half an hour flew by faster than Greta was hoping, but with a half-baked plan, Greta turned to the children. In the darkened room she could just make out her charges, since she figured they were lichens and would be able to see her clearly. She put her finger to her lips. Patrick and Isabella understood. Greta pointed to the window. "We will go out this way. You two need to follow me." With her broken ribs, she would never be able to get the window open without too much noise, so she motioned for Patrick to do it. The young boy had the window open in seconds with hardly a sound. "Get your sweater, Patrick," Greta whispered. "It's only going to get colder throughout the night." Patrick shifted from one foot to the other. "May I speak to the order, Miss Claassen?" Although a bit confused at the phrasing of the question, she nodded her head. "What is it, Patrick?" "Once we leave this house, our scent will start to diminish. They will know we left and will come after us. You're hurt and can't like us. What does this have to do with your sweater?" He lifted a shoulder as if he found the next words harder to say. "The smell of a human is very overpowering. Your blood on my sweater will keep the scent in the room longer. They won't know, at least by scent, that we have left the house until much later." Greta nodded her head. "You have a valid point. Leave your sweater. But I'm warning you that it is going to be cold." Patrick straightened his shoulders and held his head high. "I'm a lichen." Apparently that was enough to say. Greta gestured to Isabella. "You go first through the window. Don't make a sound." Perhaps it was luck that was on their side, for Cal had placed the three of them in a first-floor room. Patrick and Isabella easily cleared the window, and had Greta not been beaten, she would have been fine too. As it was, the pain in her ribs nearly had her passing out as she landed heavily on the ground. Her head pulsed with pain as the blood rushed to her brain. She felt the first wave of nausea hit her. Roughly she fell against the house where the rough stucco bit into her bare arms. "Miss Claassen," Patrick barely whispered. "Are you okay?" "Her students," Greta reminded herself. She had to focus on her students. It took all her strength to push herself off the wall of the house, but she managed. Her breathing came out in painful gasps, but she pushed that aside as well. As soon as her students were safe, she would be able to collapse. Greta didn't dare take any more time to rest. "This way," she said with more confidence than she felt. She didn't know where she was. She didn't know where she was going. She only knew she had to get away. And quickly, the moon came out of the cloud, casting its light over the vast open area. Had someone been looking out of a window in the house, they would have seen the last trace of the three escapees as they slipped into the thick forest. Chapter 15. Greta shook Patrick and Isabella awake. "We're here," she softly informed them as they blinked their blurry eyes against the cab's overhead light. She had already paid the cab driver with her credit card. She had gotten the cab driver to promise to tell anyone who came looking for them that he had dropped them off at the airport. It had cost her a pretty penny, but the security of knowing that men weren't going to show up at the doorstep before she did was worth the money. Patrick and Isabella stepped out of the cab, drowsy and disoriented. The children followed Greta without protest. They were dead on their feet, and the small taste of sleep they had while in the cab lured them into a state of compliance, just for the off chance that they may be able to sleep again. That was until the door was answered so quickly after Greta rang the doorbell. As soon as the door was open, Patrick forgot about being tired. He forgot about what had happened so recently in the past. He had forgotten that he had given his loyalty to Greta and acquired her leadership over him. Patrick pulled Greta from the door, placing himself between the door and Greta and Isabella. Every an instinct told him to protect the females. It overrode his allegiance to Greta's leadership. "No, this isn't safe, Patrick," Greta ordered sternly, thinking that he was having flashbacks to Cal and his clan. "We are safe here. I know these people. They will keep us safe until we can get back to the state." "No," Patrick said again. He still stood between the door and Greta. Greta arrowed her eyes. This isn't up for discussion. Torn between his duty to his leader and his duty to protecting the weaker sex, Patrick settled for shoving his hands into his pocket. "Permission to speak free. Permission granted," Greta said, using the same words that Patrick had done, although they seemed odd on her tongue. "We are still standing in the street. This is too dangerous. Once we get inside, you may talk. Understand? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm." "You should probably let him talk." Greta looked over Patrick's shoulder to the man who stood in the doorway. He was exactly as Greta remembered him. Too good, looking for his own good. His black hair was still to his shoulders and wet from an obviously recent shower. His arms were crossed across his chest, clearly showing off the muscles that bulged under the white t-shirt. He was still taller than her, and still made her feel like a teenager with a crush. "Hello, K," Greta said, replying in the same language that he had used. "And don't call me Margaret." K flashed a brilliantly white smile. "Hear the boy out." Greta rolled her eyes at K's disdain for the name she chose to go by. She focused on Patrick. "What is it?" she asked in English. "Why isn't it safe?" If his hands hadn't already been in his pocket, he would have shoved them in there again. The only thing he could do to fight the awkwardness that the situation brought was to shift from one foot to another. He sighed so heavily it felt as if he had cleared his lungs from every ounce of air he had. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm." "This place, what is it?" Greta asked. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm." "One of us," Patrick finally managed to spit out. He flinched as the words came out, wondering if the sharp clans of the lichen male standing behind him in the doorway was about to slice him down the back. "A cheers from Western Prep?" Greta asked, extremely confused. Then it dawned on her. "Oh," she said. "Oh," she said again with more enlightenment. Then she repeated herself for the third time, but this time it was spoken in anger. She stepped around Patrick and glared at K. Her speech came out in rapid check. "You lied to me. You lied to me. All that time and you didn't." K uncrossed his arms and rested a finger on the fast-moving lips. "Ush. I don't think this is the time to talk about it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Quixote's enthusiasm. You are a wanted woman, and I don't think you want to be standing on the street attracting attention to yourself right about now. Don't touch her." Pat recorded. At 13, he knew better than to order a full, grown male like an around, especially one from another clan. But the instinct to protect his leader overrode his better thinking. K could have taken Patrick down without breaking into a sweat, but he didn't begrudge the boy his protective streak. K was a lichen. He understood that Patrick was protecting what he thought was in danger. K removed his finger from Greta's lips. "Tell the boy and the girl that it is safe to come in. You and yours will have safe passage here." Greta turned around to do just that. "Patrick, Isabella, come in." K would never lie. "We will be safe here. Come in." The order was enough for the young teenagers. They stepped into the foyer, but the moment the door was closed behind them, Patrick once more positioned himself between Kai and the female. Patrick looked at Greta. "This isn't proper. We can't stay here." "Why not?" Greta asked, regretting nearly immediately that she had given in to letting Hidden explain something to her that she was going to take into consideration. It didn't really matter what Patrick's reasons were for not wanting to stay because she was out of options. Clans can't stay on another clan's property. K's deep voice rang through the foyer. "Since your leader isn't here, I will accept responsibility of you until they can come get you. It's been done before." Isabella looked at K from under her eyelashes. Her voice was so soft when she spoke that K was only able to hear it because he was a lichen. "She's our leader." K pulled back in surprise. "She's a female. I had no choice in the matter." Greta explained in a hurry. "I had to be their leader to prevent the people. Lichens, actually, who were after us from getting the two." She switched to Czech, a language she knew the children didn't speak. "I don't want them to worry right now. Scene K. Can we stay the night? Despite what the Lycan rules say. Scene K's Olami nodded his head. Yarick, please prepare a sanctuary for Margaret. The children will stay with her. Sanctuary? Greta asked in English. Isabella looked up at the word. It's the room of a female Lycan. Every female has one. It's where they are safe from orders from the leader and any clan member. Greta nodded her head in understanding. Patrick and Isabella, Yorick is preparing a sanctuary for us. You will follow him, and you will stay in the sanctuary until I come get you. And both of you. She looked especially hard at Patrick, who she could tell wanted to buck her orders. Will sleep. I will have one of my clan members bring something to eat as well. Scene K said. Your systems sound a bit sluggish. You haven't eaten in a while. He turned to Greta. So you're ear leader of 2 Lycans. Or is there more children that I'm just not aware of? We'll talk about it after Patrick and Isabella have eaten and are resting. Patrick leaned over to Isabella as they followed Jack down a long, wide hallway. I don't think Miss Clarkson is aware of how she should be talking to a leader from another clan. Do you think we will really be safe here? Isabella whispered back. She knew, when Yark stiffened at the questioning of his leader's veracity, that he could hear her soft words. They were too late to take back, though. Patrick shrugged. H.E.S. Lycan. He wouldn't lie. We'll be safe for tonight. But we are a clan and another clan's property. One night is all Lycan law will allow, and I doubt even that long. But Miss Clarkson knows Scene K. Isabella pointed out. Maybe we will be able to stay longer than one day. Maybe we can stay until Papa comes gets us. Scene K listened unabashedly to the children's conversation as it carried down the hallway. He turned to Greta. They're talking about you. The girl is wondering if you knew what I was all along. The boy has assured her that you were completely stunned with the knowledge of who he was, so that there is no way you could have known about Lycans before that. I can't believe you didn't tell me what you were. That information is punishable by death. Yours for sure, and possibly mine. I was going to risk that. Which makes me wonder. He took hold of Greta's arm as she started after the 2 children. Why did he tell you? After they're sleeping. Greta reminded him. They are dead on their feet. It won't be very long and then you'll get the whole story. Greta headed down the hallway after her students. She needed to see for herself that they were fed and sleeping. And then, and only then, would she be able to relax. Scene Chaos was safe for them. At least for the night. In the light of day, she would have a better chance of figuring out what to do. The sanctuary light was on when she walked into the room, but she hadn't cleared the threshold before Scene K grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the room. The sudden movement jostled her ribs, evoking a scream from her lips from the pain and the suddenness with which she had been grabbed. Patrick dropped his plate of food and changed into his Lycan form before either had hit the floor. He glared at Scene K, who was now gingerly holding Greta's arm. Although Scene K wanted to know what had happened to Greta, he had an angry, adolescent Lycan in his true form standing before him, ready to strike and kill at the first clear opportunity. In Scene K's mind, Patrick was being foolish. An adolescent had nothing on a full, grown male. But that didn't mean that adolescents didn't foolishly think that they couldn't take a male Lycan in his prime. Scene K could easily defend himself, but the boy would be hurt in the process. Scene K knew Greta would never forgive him if he hurt the boy. Whether self-defense could be claimed or not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm, Scene K said, using English to clue the boy into what he was saying. Tell your clan member to change back. He knows better than to change on a foreign clan's land. Greta stared at Patrick in Lycan form and could find the words to say. After a few moments of silence, she turned to Scene K. Why did he change? Scene K ordered her again. Tell him to change back. Why did he change? She asked again, remembering how stubborn Greta was in the past. That obviously hadn't changed in the years he hadn't seen her. He changed because he thinks I intend on hurting you. He wants to protect you. Protection isn't necessary. I have no intention of hurting you. But you did hurt me, Greta pointed out. Unintentionally, Sinke managed through gritted teeth. Greta was impossible. Order him to change back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Or you'll be forced to handle it myself. Why would he listen to me? Greta whispered. You're his leader, Sinke pointed out. I will give you 5 seconds before I take care of it. Greta rolled her eyes at Sinke's ultimatum. She turned to Patrick, who had remained where he was standing. Patrick, change back. He hurt you, Patrick said, not moving a muscle of his lichen body. Your leader has given you an order, Sinke said. Obey him. He corrected. Patrick changed back to his human form. He glared at Sinke. Let go of her. She's hurt. And you're hurting her more. Being the leader of his own clan, Sinke didn't have to follow an order given to him by a clan member from any other clan. He did decide, however, that in order to ease some of the tension in the room he could abide by what Patrick ordered. He released Greta's arm and leaned against the doorframe. I know she's hurt. He hadn't noticed when she had first come into the house in the dim light of the foyer, but when she had gotten near the sanctuary's bright light, he caught sight of the bruises on her face. What happened? It's nothing, Greta said. They hurt her head, Isabella offered softly. She had been so quiet when Patrick had changed that she hadn't been noticed by anyone until she spoke. And she has broken ribs, Patrick added. She tied them up the best she could, but there was much available. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick, Greta assured him. She hurried into the room and picked the food off the floor, tossing it into the garbage. She gingerly picked up the broken pieces of the plate and tossed that in after the food. Patrick, get a new plate and some food. You need to stop worrying. Sinke won't hurt me. I will. Patrick nodded his head, again acting much older than his 13 years. Patrick turned to Sinke. Take care of her. She's in pain. She'll be well taken care of. Sinke agreed. As will the two of you. Finish eating and then sleep. Sinke held his hand out into the room. Come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. We need to talk. You know I don't listen to orders very well, Greta said in check, putting her hand on her hip, staying safely out of Sinke's reach. Perhaps I feel like staying in here, as it is obvious that you won't step foot in here. It's your charge's sanctuary while they're here. And he smiled teasingly at her. It's not something I actually have to abide by because I'm not your leader, but I do it to ease your students' minds. How did you know they were my students? Come out and well talk. Sinke offered. Again he offered his hand to her. Patrick stepped in between Sinke and Greta. You don't have to go with him, he told Greta. It was the last thing he said. He had, unintentionally, put himself within reaching distance of Sinke. Sinke grabbed Patrick by the back of his collar and jerked the boy out of the room and pushed him gently but firmly against the wall. I am not going to hurt your leader. Boy, you will not insinuate such a thing again. I am the leader of my clan, and because of that I deserve your respect. And you will give it to me. He slammed Patrick against the wall again. Do you understand? He understands, Greta said. She put her hand on Sinke's arm. Now release him. Yes, mine. Not yours. I do not tolerate insolence. Well, I don't tolerate insolence from anyone but you, Sinke said to Greta. He still kept Patrick pinned to the wall. He won't attempt such a thing again, Greta promised. She turned her soft look into a glare when Sinke didn't release Patrick. Release him. Sinke. I am ordering it now. Sinke stepped away from Patrick. Greta looked at her student. Go into the sanctuary. You are eaten, then you must sleep. You will also not confront Sinke again. He is not a danger to me. He is not in our clan, Patrick said. Greta arrowed her eyes. Patrick, you will just say yes. Miss Classen and then do as I say. Yes, Miss Classen, Patrick dutifully replied. He immediately entered the sanctuary and did as Greta had ordered him. Once Greta was sure the two were fine, she turned from the room and nearly ran into Sinke. Can you put someone outside their door? The men who took us will do anything to get them back. My men will keep them safe, Sinke assured her. He took her gently by the elbow and led her to the living room. I have men outside on the property and there will be men watching the room. They are safer here than anywhere. She sighed with relief, and then winced in pain. Sinke was quickly by her side again. You're in pain. You should have told me the moment you got here. I was a bit preoccupied. Well, give me a minute. I want to look at your head and then reapply the bandages. He eyed the skirt remnants tied around her ribs. Were these real bandages? Greta sat on the hard surface of the coffee table as Sinke expertly unwound the bandage on her head. She winced when his fingers touched the wound. So, she started a conversation to distract her from the pain. How did you know I was in trouble when I was on your doorstep? Aside from the fact that you came with two lichen children, your face is all over the prog news. What? She flinched as her own loud voice hurt her head. She lowered her voice. What do you mean, Neem, all over the news? According to the reports, you have kidnapped two American children and are on the run. Greta mouthed the word kidnapped as her addled brain tried to comprehend what it all meant. It didn't seem to work. So she spoke aloud. I didn't kidnap anyone. I was kidnapped along with my students. Sinke laughed. I didn't believe the reports. Although I was kind of hurt that you didn't even let me know that you were in Prague. She would have shrugged a shoulder, but the pain in her ribs convinced her to find another way to show her nonchalance. I figured that since you left me stranded in Prague the last time that you didn't want to see me. She added that last part with enough force for her head to start hurting again. Sinke smiled. Stop screaming. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgren. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Krishut's enthusiasm. You're just hurting yourself. And I didn't leave you stranded. I sent you wreck to get you because I was tied up at the moment. Greta felt her face flush. Oh, that's all you have to say? Sinke asked. He took the first aid items from one of the clan members who came into the room. He set them on the table. He talked as he poured the peroxide on the cloth. This might sting a bit. Why didn't you come with Yarek when I sent him to you? She cringed as the cloth touched the open wound on her head. Well, I was a 17-year-old girl in a foreign city. He said you were going to come get me. Then this guy I had never seen before came and told me, ordered me actually, to come with him. So I kicked him and ran. What? Sinke asked with a laugh. Why would you do that? I was going through my paranoid phase. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgren. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Krishut's enthusiasm. She interrupted herself and put a hand on Sinke's strong hand. That hurts. It hurts more than when the man tossed me on the floor. I thought you were going to help me. Stop being a baby. Sinke put the soaked bandage on the table and put a clean bandage on the seeping wound before carefully wrapping her head with the tape. Now don't you feel better? She didn't, but she was going to argue with Sinke about it. Are you done? I need to wrap your ribs and then it'll be done. He unwrapped the torn strips of her skirt from around her ribs. You can tell me about how you ended up with the lichen children and how you became their leader. He gestured for her to lift up her shirt and was surprised to see the blush creep up on Greta's face. She had always been shy, and apparently time hadn't changed that. There was something up the moment we got to the hotel in Prague. I was in the room down the hall from the students. I fixed that problem only to be faced with a problem at the convention center. The people said I wasn't allowed in the room with the students, which I fixed. Then they wanted to put us in the corner, which I also fixed. Then 3 men came into the room and walked to where we were supposed to be placed. When they knocked out those students and the room broke into bedlam, we slipped out the back door. So why didn't you go to the police or call the states and talk to the parents? Someone had too much planned out. We went to a hostel, which is where Patrick told me about those men. More accurately, what those men were. I told him and Isabella that I had to be their leader to keep them safe. Sinke was going to admit that her action had probably saved Patrick and Isabella's life. He was too focused on the fact that she had become a leader. We don't have female leaders. This is highly unusual. Are we done here? Greta asked. I'd like to put down my shirt. Sinke waved a hand. Would you like some clean clothes? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Something to eat. Greta gently brought her shirt over the clean bandages. I need to call the States and let the parents know what is happening and that their children are safe. Oh, they know what is happening, Sinke assured her. First of all, the news about 2 American children being kidnapped by their teacher has made not only all of the news stations in Prague, but also around the world. Because the children happened to be like and meant that every clan was informed. So their parents are here. You sound excited, Sinke observed. Greta managed a weak smile. I should call them and let them know that they are safe. Do you know where they are staying? Sinke shook his head. But I'm sure they have their phones on them. I left my cell phone back at the other house. I didn't think it would be wise to go ask them for it before we left. Wise, Sinke agreed. They'll find out where they are staying and get the news to them. And you'll tell them that I didn't kidnap the kids. I'm sure after you explain everything that happened, they won't even care about that fact. Sinke was going to explain to Greta that the fathers of the students were going to focus completely on Greta's new role as leader to their children. He was expecting that it was going to go well. But for the moment, Greta didn't need to worry about that. She needed to eat and sleep. The morning would come soon enough. Sinke pulled Greta into a soft and gentle hug. I want you to get something to eat and then sleep. I'll help you shower if you like. He tightened his hold on her arms as she tried to hit him. I'm only joking. Get some sleep. Greta sighed. She was tired. For the past 2 days she had been on high alert, worrying about the children in her care. She hadn't eaten much and had been beaten by a very angry man and his thugs. She was exhausted. And now she was safe. With Sinke watching over her and the children, she would be able to sleep safely. She walked into the room Sinke had given the children. It was more of a suite than a room. Isabella was sleeping soundly in a bed in one alcove while Patrick was sleeping in the other. For as tired as she was, Greta stood by the foot of each bed for a while just watching her students. Patrick was knocked out cold. Even asleep he looked worried, something Greta attributed to the fact that he fell asleep worrying about her. Miss Klassen. Isabella, Greta said. She kept her voice quiet to not wake Isabella up anymore. You've been very brave these past few days. But you're safe here. Sinke isn't part of our clan, Isabella said in a very sleepy voice. Greta smiled at Patrick's words coming out of Isabella's mouth. No, he isn't. But he will keep all of us safe until your parents come. Will they? Isabella asked, truly worried. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gretel laughed. Why do you think your parents wouldn't come? I'm in a different clan now. Because you're a leader, it means that we won't be able to go back to our families. The whole Lycan culture was too much for Greta to handle with no sleep in 2 days. Grabbing to clean excess from the nightstand, Greta handed them to Isabella. There is no need to cry. You will be going back with your families. Sinke will be contacting them tomorrow. Greta smiled. Your fathers will be here tomorrow. Now sleep. Isabella turned on her side and snuggled deep into the blankets. She waited for Greta to move to the door. They're going to be mad at you. I'll take care of them, Greta reassured her. Go to sleep. She left the room and walked into her room across the hall. She slipped under her blankets and rested her bruised head on the soft pillow. She would handle tomorrow when it came. After a good night's sleep, she thought as she slipped so quickly into the land of the unconsciousness. Chapter 16. Alexander grabbed the ringing phone from the nightstand. It was barely 3 a.m, but he was wide awake, and sleep was useless. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, Sinke said. Alexander dropped his hand on his head as he tried to place the voice. How did you get this number? Well, it wasn't easy, Sinke replied. He swished the drink in his hand and took a swallow of the harsh liquid. I finally found someone at Western Prep who told me that you were Margaret's protector. Alexander was still confused by the conversation, wondering if he was more tired than he first realized. Sinke smiled. You probably know her as Greta. Who is this? Alexander demanded more than asked. He swung his legs off the bed and was halfway to the door before he realized he had no idea where he was going. Who are you? Well, I'm not the one who kidnapped Margaret and the kids, so you can cease worrying about that, Sinke said with a laugh that showed his carefree attitude. Who are you? My name needs to remain a secret until I make sure that you and the kids' fathers aren't going to come storm my clan. Margaret would be very aided with me if I, or anyone in my clan, hurt her students' fathers. Stop calling her Margaret, Alexander ordered. Sinke raised an eyebrow at the order. That is her name. Where are you? Sinke avoided the question. He was going to hand out the information to Alexander just yet. He changed the subject. The person I talked to at Western Prep said that you were Marg. Her protector. Sinke avoided using Greta's name to appease the angry man on the phone. I am her protector, Alexander clarified. Now tell me where she is. And who you are. It's 3 a.m, Sinke pointed out. Margaret and the children are exhausted. Margaret only went to bed an hour ago. She can't be woken up to deal with 2 angry Lycan fathers or a pissed-off protector. But that's exactly what I am, Alexander said angrily. I am her protector. I am supposed to be with her. Tell me where you are and who you are right now. Sinke cover RIK. He dutifully said. I will tell you where my property is. However, since I'm assuming you'll be coming over immediately, you will follow the rules on my property. You will not wake Margaret or the children. And I know your reputation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's impressive. Don't get me wrong, but you will not engage any of my... I will abide by your rules. Alexander reluctantly agreed. Now tell me where your property is. Sinke hung up the phone after giving his address. Should we expect him tonight? Yorick asked as Sinke finished the last of his drink. Sinke let out a short laugh. I say we should expect him within the hour. Alexander was low. Yorick said in awe. That man has a reputation that has extended across the ocean. There are rumors that his clan is the most ruthless. No one has ever dared cross him or anyone in his clan. Well, he happens to be Margaret's protector. Protector? Yorick asked. Even for Lycans isn't that a bit archaic? We haven't had a protector for a human in hundreds of years. Sinke shrugged a shoulder. I don't know what they are doing in America. I just know that Margaret isn't aware that she has a protector. How can you tell? She came here, Sinke explained. She came to me instead of going to him. And since I know Margaret, I know that she isn't going to follow the guidelines of a protector. And if Oslo is anything like his reputation, he isn't going to back down on his job as a protector. It's going to be World War III here. Who's going to win? You're accursed with a laugh. Sinke poured himself another drink. I really have no idea. Had it been anyone else besides Oslo, I would have put my money on Margaret. Now, he took a swallow of the alcohol. It's just going to be a great show. Do you want me to alert the other members? Tell the others that Alexander will be allowed on the property. They will not confront him. Sinke downed his second drink. Alexander is already going to be on edge since Margaret has sought help from another clan. I don't want him finding any other reason to attack someone in this clan. It will be taken care of, Yorick said. He headed for the front door, stopped, and turned back to Sinke. We're going to have 2 very angry fathers here. Yeah, I know. To my agent extraordinaire, of.丨The, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In thinking that the biggest problem is going to come from Alexander, not from the fathers. Chapter 17. Greta looked in the mirror. She had thought that she looked bad before the shower, but now she looked worse, just cleaner. She had gotten the dried blood off her hair and off her body, but it just made the wound on her head stand out more drastically against her pale face. Basically, she looked worn. She was grateful for the clean clothes Sinke had provided her. The floor-length black skirt and the full, fitting, button-down grey shirt fit her perfectly, something that didn't surprise her. Sinke seemed to know too much about her. He always had. Gingerly she tried to do something with her wet hair, but it had taken all her strength to wash her hair, and that had been done using only one hand while her other hand had held her ribs tightly. She decided to leave the wet locks lying down her back. It would be the easiest solution for her, since she didn't have the dexterity to wrap the bandages around her ribs. She settled for just holding her side to relieve the pain as best she could. The wound on her head had started bleeding again. Greta grabbed the beautiful white washcloth and pressed it against the wound. It was either ruin the washcloth or bloody her clothes. It'd have to take another shower. The expense of the washcloth was worth escaping another painful shower. Moving slowly and quietly, Greta managed to check into the suite without waking her two students who were still sleeping like the dead. She didn't begrudge them the ability to sleep. They had been through more than any child should have to go through. They needed to sleep. Greta needed to contact their fathers. She was really looking forward to that. She took a deep breath to clear her mind, which only served to remind her of her still broken ribs that needed to be wrapped again. Miss Classen, Greta looked at the tall man who had previously been leaning against the wall outside her room. You can call me Greta. I'm assuming seeing Kate placed you here. You'll watch the kids. They're as safe here as anywhere. The man reassured her, flashing a brilliant smile that Greta had no idea had most men floundering. She left the now besotted man. She attempted to retrace her steps from last night to the main part of the house, but took 3 wrong turns before finding the right room. She wasn't sure if she was surprised to see that Sinke was awake already. When he turned around, she realized by looking at him that he hadn't been to sleep that night. Good morning, Sinke, Greta said softly as she shifted from one foot to another. You look exhausted. I had a visitor last night. Her face burned with embarrassment. Well, the children and I will be leaving today. I just want them to sleep a bit longer. You weren't the visitor I was talking about. Sinke reassured her. Just where do you think you and the children will be going? Alexander asked angrily after Sinke kept conversing with Greta. Greta spun around at the familiar voice. Mr. was low. You will call me Alex. Alexander ordered. His voice rose louder when he finally got a good look at Greta. What the hell happened to you? Hush, Greta said, putting her fingers to her lips to further drive home her order. The children are asleep. I don't want them waking up because you're screaming. So talk quieter. There is no need to shout. Sinke let out a laugh. To my agent extraordinaire, of.丨The, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You hurt me. I thought I was the only one you ordered it around. I thought I was special. What happened to your head? Greta ignored Alexander and spun around to face Sinke, who was now leaning against the mantel over the fireplace. Stop calling me Margaret. Sinke. Alexander growled low in his throat. Do not ignore me. Greta. When Greta spun around to face Alexander to let him have a piece of her mind, she dropped the arm around her ribs to use her hand to point at him. That left her ribs loose, which immediately made her breathing painful. Instead of giving the peace of mind that she had planned to give, Greta winced and gasped. Your hurt, Alexander observed. He hurried to her side with his mind already going through every possible danger that could have happened to Greta. Large hands were gentle when they took hold of Greta's shoulder. What happened? Greta. Sinke slowly pushed himself off the mantel and watched in fascination as Alexander handled Greta like a porcelain doll. He heightened his hearing and caught the sound of the rapid heartbeats. He expected that in Greta. It was Alexander's heart that surprised him. Scene K. I know what you're thinking, Alexander said when he caught the look on the other man's face. Forget it. Your thoughts are wrong. Scene K wiped the look off his face, but his thoughts were still running with what he had noticed. Greta was Alexander's mate. Americans. They were the only lichens that he knew of that found their mates in the human world. Alexander forgot about Scene K. He took Greta's chin in his hand and tipped her face up. Tell me what is wrong. Several of her ribs are broken. Scene K finally offered when Greta still had not said a word. And her head? Alexander asked, clearly implying that he thought Scene K was responsible for that. Greta would have gained Alexander's attention by putting her hand on his arm. But both her hands were occupied at the moment. One still held the washcloth to her head, and the other was once more holding her ribs to allow her breath to come without pain. I got into a fight with the floor. If you think this looks bad, you should see the floor. This is not a joking matter. Alexander scolded Greta. His voice was gruff, a contrast to his hands as he gently removed the washcloth from Greta's head. Who hurt you? I don't want blood to get on my clothes. Greta whispered softly as she took the washcloth from Alexander and replaced it on her head. Why don't you have a bandage? Alexander didn't even wait for an answer before turning on Scene K. Why haven't you taken care of her? Scene K shrugged a shoulder. She's not part of my clan, and I'm not her protector. Scene K. Greta said, rolling her eyes. Stop baiting Alexander. She looked at Alexander. He did take care of it last night, but I needed to take a shower this morning, which meant I needed to take the bandages off. I couldn't replace the bandages myself. They'll take care of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Scene K said, motioning to one of his members who had quietly appeared at Alexander's increased volume. He accepted the expansive first aid kit from the man and set it next to the table. Sit on the table. I'll fix you up again. I will handle this. Alexander snapped. Scene K held up his hands and took a step back. He smiled at Greta, further irritating Alexander on purpose. I was just looking forwards to tying up your ribs again. Greta flushed bright red. She dropped her head instead of making eye contact with Alexander. Perhaps Scene K should take care of it. Mr. Waslow, I have told you several times to call me Alex. Greta, now I'm ordering. Alexander took Greta's chin in his hand and tilted up her face. You will call me Alex from now on. They'll call you Alexander. Greta agreed, but I think Scene K should take care of me. I am your protector. Alexander argued. Yeah. Greta agreed with him in hopes to soothe his anger. But Scene K has already seen me without my shirt on. I prefer to keep that number down. Perhaps if her brain hadn't been so addled by the hit, she would have worded her excuse a bit differently. She wasn't sure what had happened. She had blinked, and in that time Alexander had not only left her side, but had reached Scene K and pushed him against the wall. Listen, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Scene K managed to say despite the hand that wanted to squeeze the life out of his neck. I had no idea you were her protector. Margaret didn't exactly fill me in on her life in the States. Stop calling her Margaret. Greta smiled at Alexander's words. She had been telling Scene K since she had first met him to stop calling her Margaret. He had never listened to her, but he may listen to Alexander. Scene K looked over Alexander's shoulder. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A little help here. You will stop. Alexander growled. Suddenly Scene K realized how much trouble he was in when he felt the nails lengthening into his neck. He stared into Alexander's eyes, which had turned into solid black orbs. He might have pushed Alexander a bit too far. She's a human, Scene K whispered. Your actions will end up putting her in danger. For a second Alexander didn't react. It wasn't until he felt Greta's hand on his shoulder that he controlled the lichen in him. He dropped Sinke and turned to face Greta. Sit down. Greta, I need to look at your head and your ribs. She sat down on the table once more. Don't order me around. Alexander. She didn't even give Alexander comprehend her statement before she was turning to Sinke and ordering him. You need to get a hold of the fathers and get them over here. Patrick and Isabella should wake up and have those here. Yes, Mum. Sinke agreed with a wink. Alexander bandaged Greta's head. He kept his face immovable at the sight of the wound that marred Greta's head. He wanted to kill the man that had dare hurt her. Are you mad at me? Greta asked quietly after she had tried to read his face without success. Yes. She was sure if she was expecting a different answer. I didn't kidnap the kids. I know. Then why are you mad at me? Because your ear hurt. I didn't do it to myself. You know. Alexander's rough fingers trailed down Greta's jawline until they rested under her chin. Softly, almost like a lever, he tilted her chin up so her eyes met his. I never should have let you come to Prague. You should have listened to me. And this wouldn't have happened. Greta shook her head, dislodging Alexander's hold on her. You dare to deny that? Greta? Alexander asked. Since he was really looking for an answer, he continued without giving her a chance to talk. If you hadn't been here, you wouldn't have a couple broken ribs and a gouge taken out of your head. And the students would have been taken and would have disappeared forever. Although he wanted to argue that they weren't her responsibility but their father's. And because of that, she should have never been there. He didn't say another word. Greta was right. Had she not been in Prague with the student, they would have disappeared forever. Tell me how you managed to get away with Patrick and Isabella. Sinke would have contacted their fathers by now. They should be here shortly. I'd prefer to wait until everyone is here. So I only have to tell the story once. It was something he would have preferred to wait with. But Greta made a valid point, and she already had gone for shades of white. Alexander was surprised that she was even still sitting up straight. Alexander let his fingers rest on the buttons on Greta's shirt. Let me bandage your ribs, he said as he started to unbutton the shirt. Then you'll see if Sinke has some pain medication around. Don't most people? Greta asked. She didn't really care what the answer was. She only wanted to have some conversation going on while Alexander bandaged her ribs. She wasn't comfortable with her shirt off, until Alexander's fingers grazed her skin. The soft pads of his fingers felt like silk on her skin. Greta shivered and then felt the heat creep up her body until her face had turned a shade of crimson. Suddenly she didn't want her shirt back on. She wanted the rest of her clothes off. That only made her heart race more, her face burn more, and her breathing more ragged. Is there something wrong? Greta? Alexander asked as he taped off the end of the bandage around her ribcage. He could hear the increased heartbeat, the elevated breathing, and the blood pressure skyrocket. He was surprised. Even though she was a human, she was his mate, and therefore would be as pulled to him as he was to her. Can I button my shirt now? She asked the question in place of a proper answer. Alexander gently moved Greta's hands away from her shirt. Since I'm the one who unbuttoned it, I think I should be the one to remedy that. He slowly fitted each button into the small hole. Sadly, he reached the top too quickly. He ran a thumb along her chin line. You should have never been hurt. I couldn't have agreed more. Greta whispered. She cleared her throat, wondering where all the moisture in her mouth went. The other two will be here in a couple minutes, Sinke said loudly as he came into the room. He was one for breaking up a couple of lovers, but he already had one clan leader. Till if he were to count Greta, and he had two more leaders coming. The stress level was going to be high. It was only going to increase once the men found out that their children were now under another leader. And the fact that it was a female leader would increase the stress to a level that Sinke was dreading. He would have to make sure his men were close enough to stop anyone. It was a balancing act, and Sinke was hoping he would make it to the other side safely. Chapter 18. Greta realized that she was the only one sitting. Sinke stood near the doorway where he had greeted both William and Edmund. Alexander had moved from Greta's side and stood near the fireplace, placing himself in the position to see everything in the room, and neither William nor Edmund had decided to sit. For a moment, Greta thought about rising to her feet, that the chair was so comfortable, and she had found the perfect position to sit where her ribs didn't burn with every shallow breath. Edmund broke the silence. "You have our children." Greta assumed the accusation was directed towards her, so she was very surprised to see Edmund staring at Sinke. Sinke has nothing. Edmund's glare at Greta was enough to stop her in mid-sentence. "You will not talk unless I ask you a direct question. Do you understand?" Surprisingly, the first word out of Greta's mouth was a yes-no. "I think, but since I was the one with your children and Sinke was the one who offered help after the fact, that I am the only one who has any right to talk in this room. Sinke is." William sought for the correct word, not aware that Greta now knew about lichens. "He is a man. You are a female. It was not your job to protect the children." She was starting to notice that her gender received the most notice and not in the usual way. "I was the female that was sent with the students. I was their chaperone," which, by the way, actually means one providing protection. She was ignored. Greta cowled and remembered the last time she was so thoroughly ignored as she was being at that time. Edmund and William would not look at her. The response which she thought had so perfectly explained the situation seemed to fall on deaf ears. Both men had directed their attention back to Sinke. "We want our children." Now William ordered without concern for the fact that he was talking to another leader on his own property. Sinke also ignored Greta. Soon she would be pulled into the conversation, but for now he would deal only with the men if that was what they preferred. "Yarek, my second in command, has gone to get them from Greta's sanctuary. She has a sanctuary here," Alexander asked, more angry than surprised. "I am her protector, not you. You weren't here," Sinke explained. "I could have denied Margaret and the children access to my place, but they seem to need help, especially with the news that Margaret was the kidnapper of the 2 children. If I had known that she had a protector, I would have handled it differently, but Margaret failed to mention that part." He flashed a smile in Greta's direction and then returned his focus towards Alexander. "Not that I grilled her on what she had been up to for the last several years. Papa," Isabella shouted as soon as she saw Edmund. "You came for us." She threw herself into Edmund's arms and hugged her father. "I thought I was never going to see you again." Greta watched Patrick's reunion with his own father. Although it wasn't as vocal as Isabella's, she could tell that it was every bit as emotional. Men, she thought. She smiled to herself. Apparently lichen males reacted similarly to human males. "What happened, Patrick?" William asked. He had wanted to wait before asking his son the details, but found that he couldn't wait. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Needed actually to know whom to kill for harming his child and a female from another clan." Patrick looked over his shoulder at Greta. The male lichen in him angered at the damage he saw on her, but his age prevented him from knowing how to handle it. "Are you okay, Miss Claassen?" Greta gently touched the side of her face. She could feel the swelling of her face and knew that it was going to be a very pretty color as the day went on. "They'll be fine. Patrick, take Isabella and find Yorick. Ensure C&K has something for you to eat." "You'll be fine?" Patrick asked. Knowing that he had asked the question of a male lichen leader, he would have been reprimanded for questioning his leader. Greta was a male. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." She wasn't even a lichen. She was aware of the rules and order that the lichens lived by. "I will explain everything to your father," she assured him. "You will stay here and explain for yourself." William corrected. "No son of mine will hide behind a woman for protection." Greta saw all the flush he'd up Patrick's cheeks. "He isn't hiding," she told William, using her no-nonsense teacher voice. "I will explain what happened." This time she ignored William and Edmund, who both looked ready to pummel her. She turned to the 2 kids who were on the edge of room. "Go now. Yarek, She addressed Simke as second in command. Please show them where they can eat. They'll come get them shortly. Her words were very diplomatic, but the meaning was the children were to leave and not come back until she gave them permission. Yarrick, well aware that Greta had become the children's leader, didn't even wait for the other men to give their input. Before Alexander had showed up, Simke explained to Yarrick that Greta would be given all the respect of any other leader, if not more. You dared to go against me, William shouted. His words echoed down the hall behind Patrick, who nearly turned back around. It was the quiet whispered words from Yarrick that reminded him that he had to obey the order from his leader, no matter how his lichen nature fought against the order. Greta was at a disadvantage, and she knew it. William towered over her, and she didn't have the strength to stand up and take away some of that distance between them. Her heart skyrocketed when William took a step closer to her. Although each of the 4 men easily heard the heartbeat, no one made a move to stop William. He was a leader of a lichen clan, and as such he would have the control he would need when dealing with a human. Irritated that William chose to intimidate her with his sheer presence and with the other men for allowing it, Greta looked over William's shoulder towards Simke. A little help here. Had they been with 3 other humans in the room, Simke would have helped without question. It was the fact that not only did he have 3 male lichens there, but they were also leaders of their own clans that kept him from helping Greta. Going against lichen law wouldn't be tolerated. Because Greta's protector was in the room, Simke was not allowed to interfere. Simke crossed his arms over his chest and shrugged a shoulder. I am not your protector. She rolled her eyes. Alexander, get him away from me. She gave Alexander the order, but didn't even wait for Alexander to move. She glared at William, whose impassible face made her wonder where she got the false bravado from. What do you hope to get from intimidating me? The answers I'm looking for. William responded with intense anger. Ignoring the fact that Greta's protector was in the room, William grabbed Greta's arm and jerked her off the couch. She screamed in pain as the sudden movement had her ribs shooting pain through her body. Spots darts danced before her eyes. Each breath only increased the pain and brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly a rough pair of hands wrapped around her waist. You will never put your hands on Greta again, Alexander ordered William. If you ever dare to touch what is mine to protect, you will lose a hand. She hurt my son. She knows what happened. And if you aren't aware, the only one injured is Claassen. William took a long breath and forced his legendary calm to return. I want the information about what happened to my son. And my daughter, Edmund put in. I did everything. Greta couldn't say any more. Her right side felt as if someone had jabbed a knife in there hand and twisted it. She couldn't seem to catch her breath. Each breath only brought more and more pain. Alexander put his hand out to stop William or Edmund from coming closer. He tuned his hearing on to Greta's body. He cursed softly. When his glare turned towards William, his eyes had turned to solid black corpse. Her lung is punctuated. You should have never manhandled her like that. She's going to pass out, Simke pointed out. His words were no sooner said than Greta fainted. Simke was surprised to see Alexander swoop her into his arms and hold her close to his chest. Simke motioned to one of his men. Show Alexander to the room in the basement. Find whatever medical supplies he will need. While we wait for her to wake up, William said. We will talk to our children. No, Simke said. Margaret has specifically said that she will handle telling the facts of the night. I won't go against what she has ordered. They are our children, said Edmund. You are on dangerous ground here. Simke, we wait for Margaret. I remind you that you are on my property. My men will respond to any threat of danger to anyone in this clan or protected by this clan. She is a human. We wait, Simke ordered. He had possibly an hour before Greta was awake. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was going to be able to stop William and Edmund from grilling her. That grilling was going to lead to the fact that Greta was now the leader of their children. What that was going to lead to Simke could only guess. Chapter 19. Greta woke up without pain. For the first time she could breathe without the constant pain that had riddled her body earlier. She opened her eyes and immediately recognized the men in the room but not the room itself. What happened? You had a collapsed lung, Alexander explained. I assume it happened when your ribs were fractured. He let his fingers trail through the ends of Greta's hair without anyone in the room noticing his action. It's fine now. Are you a doctor? Choosing to ignore the inevitable by not addressing either William or Edmund, Alexander smiled and shrugged a shoulder. Not exactly, but I can guarantee that you will be fine now. Where are the children? Upstairs, K replied, breaking into the private conversation between Greta and Alexander. They have not been talked to per your order. Greta visibly relaxed. You're sure they're okay? She smiled at her own question. Never mind. I forgot that your kind can hear super well. William and Edmund felt the hair on the back of their neck rise at the wording of Greta's statement. With suspended breath, they turned to Alexander, but the protector was looking at them. He was watching Greta. What did you say? Not as aware of how telling her statement was. Greta didn't focus on the second part, but rather on the first part. I just wanted to make sure that the children were still okay, but I guess I don't need to worry about it. Because why? Alexander asked, stressing the last word. A pit started to grow in Greta's stomach. She struggled to sit up, but Alexander's two strong hands pushed her back gently, but firmly, down on the pillow. Why don't you need to worry about it? Alexander asked again. Greta ignored the question. She looked over Alexander's shoulder at K. Are the children okay? You will cease ignoring me, ordered Alexander. He wrapped his hand around Greta's chin and forced her to look at him. Tell me what you meant. Get your hand off me. K could see the stubbornness in both Greta and Alexander. Neither were willing to back down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. The children are safe. Now Alt's question. I don't need your help. K. Alexander growled. K hid a smile. Actually, you do need it. Margaret isn't going to answer any questions if she thinks the children are in danger. I'm sure the clan that had Margaret and the children thought that intimidation and torture would work for them as well. But since all of the children are safe, we can assume that it didn't work for them. It won't work for you. Answer my question. It was still an order. But Alexander softened his usual tone. He knew what K said was the truth. Greta was a stubborn woman, and if he wasn't in the current situation, he would have let a smile spring to his lips. The medication that was taking away Greta's pain also muddled her brain a bit. What was the question again? What did you mean when you said that we could hear the children? Greta managed to shrug her shoulder even though she was lying down. I didn't mean any offense by it. Alexander forced himself to take a deep breath. That is not the answer to my question. I didn't ask what you did not mean but rather what you did mean. Indignant at being treated like a child, Greta retorted quickly. What does it matter? Answer the question. Alexander whispered to keep the urgency out of his voice. You're lycans. You're supposed to be able to hear better than humans. Aside from K, who was already aware of the knowledge that Greta had. The men in the room were too astonished when they heard Greta use the name of their kind that they didn't have an immediate reaction, not having to deal with astonishment. K was the first to react. There's no. Barely able to keep the smile off his face. It was about time the lichens in America had something difficult to deal with. The lichens that stayed in the home country dealt with the legends that swirled around their kind. American lichens didn't have that problem. Alexander spun around. What else can there possibly be? She knows about us. Isn't that enough? That is a death sentence for a human. What were you thinking? K held up his hands in the air. I was the one who told her. Who told you about us? William demanded. He stood over Greta. He let his face harden and his eyes burn the classic lichen black. He was mad. Although he didn't have the reputation that Alexander had. He was a clan leader and was very capable of showing anger that had every member of his clan ready to obey immediately. It worked even better on humans. Well, every human except for Greta. Greta didn't even acknowledge William. Instead, she looked over William's shoulder at Kay. Stop talking. This is mine to tell. You will not ignore me, William demanded. He was a leader of his own clan. He deserved respect and was going to demand it from Greta. Grabbing Greta, he pulled her from the bed and tossed her against the wall. Her frail human body would have fallen to the ground, but William had moved with such speed that he was able to catch her before she slid down the wall. Wrapping his hand around Greta's neck, he lifted her off the ground. You'll tell me everything I want. I told you not to touch her, Alexander said quietly. He grabbed hold of William's arm and squeezed it. Not being gentle at all. The bone snapped under the pressure. He caught Greta with his free hand as she fell down from where William had been holding her up. Using all his strength, he threw William across the room, slamming his hard male body into the unyielding rock wall. He turned to glare at Kay. You will stop, Edmund. Kay laid a hand on Edmund's shoulder, who had just begun to react to William's and Alexander's actions. You will not move, Kay ordered. Get your hands off her. The order came from the open door leading to the hallway. Patrick and Isabella stood in the door. Ever the male of the clan, Patrick stood in front of Isabella, willing and ready to protect her from any danger in the room. His order came a fraction of a second before he shifted from his human body into his lichen form and flew at Alexander. Despite the speed at which lichens could move, the next few seconds seemed to take minutes. Patrick, knowing his human body would be useless in an attack against a full-grown lichen, shifted mid-air to his lichen form. His intent was to attack Alexander, the one who held Patrick's damaged leader. He never made it. In the air, he was tackled by another lichen who had taken the same form as Patrick. It was a form Patrick had seen before and was well used to. It was William. William knocked his son out of the air. In the middle of his attack on Alexander, he forced the boy to the ground and stood over him. His chest was heaving, not from exertion, but from how close his son came to getting killed by Alexander. Reputation alone told stories of the ruthlessness of Alexander. Child or not, a boy in lichen form who attempted to attack Alexander would not walk away unscathed. Although William wouldn't have thought twice about attacking Alexander, he was about to let his son do that same foolish thing. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick, William ordered. Only a second passed, but it was all William needed to know that Patrick was planning on obeying him. Patrick, I am your leader, and I am ordering you to change back. You're not my leader. Patrick shot back. He got to his feet, his body still in lichen form. Change back. Patrick, Greta ordered quietly as she struggled to focus through the haze of pain and veil of blood that ran into her eyes. Stop talking, Alexander ordered. Your hurt. Put her down. Patrick ordered Alexander as soon as he moved around his father's formidable form. Alexander immediately shifted from his human form into his lichen form. Although the nails on his hands were sharp enough to slice through paper without a hitch, he gently held the now dwarf Greta carefully in his arms. You will not order me. The room bristled with lichen energy. The constant shifting of males to their lichen form had the power of their kind palpable enough to cut with a knife. The room was silent, the energy between two male lichens hung in the now still air. Ordering Edmund to stay where he was without a word, Kay stepped in between the two lichens now facing off. Patrick had no chance attacking Alexander, but he wouldn't back down. Kay knew why. To Patrick, his leader seemed to be in a very dangerous situation. As part of Greta's clan, Patrick would give his life to protect his leader. Kay glared at Patrick. Your leader gave you an order. You'll change back. Without seeing if his order would be followed, Kay turned to face Alexander. You will not attack the boy. He is only trying to protect his leader. I am in no way harming or intending on harming William, Alexander pointed out. She is not Patrick's leader, Kay said. He spared Greta, who had gratefully passed out. One last look. She's a female. Seeing Kay glanced over his shoulder at Edmund. Female or not, human or not, she is the leader of not only Patrick, but also your daughter. She will not be harmed by anyone in this room, and Patrick is only trying to protect what is his to protect. She cannot be his leader, William stated, seeing Kay spun around, his eyes flashing black as he spoke. I do not lie. His deep lycan voice rang out through the room, startling Greta back to the land of the living. Seeing Kay, Greta's weak voice was easily heard in the now quiet room. I told you not to tell them. I was going to tell them. Seemed Kay smiled at her. You can't seem to stay awake long enough to do the job. His very words came true as Greta once more slumped against Alexander. Seeing Kay sighed. She needs to be looked again. Her ribs need to be checked in case they dislodged and punctured a lung. Her head needs to be bandaged to stop the loss of her blood. Once he was done giving orders to Alexander, he turned to Patrick, who had changed back to his human form, and Isabella. You two will go find Yarick. He will take you back to Miss Clarsoner's sanctuary, where you will stay until your leader comes to get you. He didn't ask if either of the children understood his order. It was given and would be followed, if only because Seem Kay was the leader of the clan whose property they were on. With that completed and the two children gone, he turned to the fathers. You two will not bother Greta while she is mending. She is the leader of your children, and I assure you that the process was completed in the right manner, and her leadership is binding. Once she is well enough, she will explain everything to the both of you, but neither of you will place your hands on her. Otherwise, I assure you, you will be suffering from more than a broken wrist bone. With the orders given, Seemed Kay cleared the room, leaving Alexander to take care of Greta. Chapter 20. Because Alexander was Greta's protector, it was he who took charge over the care of Greta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. One of Seem Kay's clan members was a doctor in the human world. Under Alexander's watchful eye, he examined Greta and pronounced that aside from massive bruising on her back, there would be no permanent damage from her toss into the stone wall. Her head had been bandaged again. It had her ribs. Once she healed through the normal chain of human healing, she would be whole and undamaged. Save for the wound just above her hairline that would leave a scar. Isolde gave her a shot to take away the pain and then a sleeping pill, which had knocked her out for the entire day, leaving the two fathers and Alexander without the story on how she, a human female, had managed to become a leader of Telican children. Greta now sat upright for the first time in a day and a half. She had refused to tell her story lying down and went against Alexander's that she stay in bed for another day. Now she was regretting her very decision. She sat in one of Seem Kay's high-back, comfortable chairs in his grand room. Her body was resting entirely against the side since she had lost the strength to sit up on her own. Her strength had slowly slipped from her body as she related the story of how she had become Patrick and Isabella as leader. She had fielded all the questions from both Edmund and William, as well as a few from Alexander, most of which focused on the clan who had kidnapped them. I only know two of their names. Greta said for the third time. They called one of them Cal, and Joseph was the one at the convention center. Who was the leader? William asked. Greta attempted to shrug a shoulder, but thought better of the wasted movement. I'd guess Cal. Everyone listened to him. And you do not know where they held you? Edmund asked. He tried to phrase his demands as questions, knowing he had to give Greta the same respect as leader as he would any other leader, if only because Seem Kay had demanded it for her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know where. She paused to catch her breath that was constantly stealing its way out of her lungs. I was trying to find a way to get back to the house. I just needed to get the children away. You were in the right. Seem Kay complimented her. They are your clan members, and as their leader, it is your duty to keep them safe. Greta closed her eyes for a brief second before flashing them open again. She was too afraid that she was going to fall asleep. Well, now that you, she looked at William and Edmund, are here, You can once more take over as leaders for your children. I only did it to keep them safe. I couldn't think of anything else to do. It was Simke who spoke again. That's not how it works. In the Lycan world, clan members aren't allowed to transfer leadership for 6 months. You will have to be their leader for the next 6 months. This time greeted it waste the energy to shake her head. No, it's how it is done, Alexander said. It cannot be changed. For better or worse, you are part of the Lycan culture. Although you are human, Patrick and Isabella will follow Lycan law because they are Lycans. This means that they may not transfer leadership for 6 months. I think an exception can be made here, Greta said. All 4 men looked baffled at her statement. Alexander sighed and shook his head. Lycans don't make exceptions when it comes to the law. Then why am I not dead? Greta asked. Patrick said that giving me information about his kind would ensure my death and possibly his. Suddenly her face grew white with fear. Patrick won't be punished for telling me about your kind. Well, Alexander shook his head. You are Patrick's leader. You will decide whether he will be punished or not for telling our secret. Since you are Patrick's leader, you will also have an opinion on what fate the human should have for learning of the Lycan secret. So, Greta looked skeptical. I will get to decide whether I should have to die or not for knowing about Lycans. How many humans ever choose death? That doesn't seem like a very good law. No human has ever had this choice. Leaders of the Lycan may give their opinions to Nick, who will be the one to make the final decision. Since you are the leader, you are the one to give your opinion to him. Greta rubbed her forehead as she tried to sift through all the information being thrown at her. I can't handle this right now. I'm too tired to process everything. She needs to stay in the room, William said, shifting from English to Russian. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Simke asked in surprise at the changed language. You're going to speak Russian in front of her. She speaks Czech. How difficult do you think it was for her to learn Russian? Well, William threw his hands in the air. What language doesn't she speak? Simke shrugged a shoulder. I have no idea. Why do I have to stay in the room? Greta asked Simke. Instead of answering Greta, Simke pointed to Alexander. As long as your protector is in the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You may not ask questions of me. She is not my protector, Greta insisted. She steadfastly refused to even acknowledge Alexander due to the fact that her silly stomach seemed to do flips every time her eyes came in contact with the handsome man. Just thinking about him made her flush with heat. Alexander, very much aware of how Greta was reacting to him, did nothing to ease her concerns. He didn't take well to being ignored, and Greta seemed to have succeeded quite well in thoroughly ignoring him. Instead of forcing Greta to look at him, something he was afraid of doing, he looked at the 3 men in the room. I want some time alone with Greta. Leave. We have the right. Alexander interrupted Edmund. I won't be talking about your children. He didn't explain any further what his conversation was going to be. He simply waited for the room to clear. He was surprised to see that Simke was as willing as William and Edmund to leave the room. Simke, Greta is my responsibility. Leave? If Simke leaves, then I'm leaving. Too, Greta responded hotly. Alexander gave a short, small laugh. You'll find that harder to do than you think. Are you going to stop me? Greta asked, her surprise and doubt easily written with each word in her question. Your own body will stop you. But if you weren't in the pain that you are in, then yes, I would stop you, Alexander assured her. Turning to Simke, who had still not left the room, Alexander started talking again. This may be your clan, Simke, but Greta is mine. You will leave the room because I demand it. Keeping the smile off his face, Simke turned to leave the room. He had known Greta since she was 17. Back then she had been a stubborn teenager who refused to listen to any order given by anyone, even if the order was for her benefit. Apparently the only thing that changed with Greta was her age. Because she was as stubborn as she had been that first day Sinke had run into her. Sinke didn't need to glance over his shoulder to confirm that Greta was indeed getting up and ready to leave the room. He knew Greta, despite the pain running through her body, wouldn't stay in the room with Alexander. Not after he ordered her to. Unfortunately for her, Alexander was going to let her leave. It was like watching an unstoppable object slam into an unmovable wall. Alexander turned and faced Greta. He didn't make a move towards her, although his heart urged his body to help the pain-stricken woman. Greta would have refused his help and gotten hurt in the process. It would be better if Greta accepted the situation she was in on her own. Leaning against the wall, Alexander crossed his massive arms across his chest. "Sit down. Greta, you are in too much pain. Don't tell me what to do," Greta said in reply. She could feel the heat sear through her body as the pain from her back, ribs, and head seemed to collide with each other. She ignored it. She had told Alexander she was going to stay in the room if he sent Sinke out. And now she was going to make sure that Alexander knew she was lying. Alexander's voice was quiet yet hard. "I am your protector, Greta. It is my job to tell you what to do. Let me guess." Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "It's my job to listen to you." He ignored the sarcasm. "Yes, now sit." She did sit. It was because he told it. She sat. Because that is what someone would do if another, bigger someone, picked the person up and bodily sat them on the couch. Fire was in her eyes when she glared at the man who was now hunkering down on his heels in front of her. Alexander smiled at the fire that shot at him from the pale blue eyes. No one had ever dared to hold any anger against him, and the few that attempted such a feat didn't live long enough to meet Alexander's gaze. "Greta, I'm going to explain something to you that Western Prep obviously should have before you started working there. I am your protector. My orders are to be followed immediately because I give them for your protection and safety. You do not have a say in my orders. Do you understand?" Now that she was sitting, Greta found that the pain seeped out of her brain allowed her to think more clearly. The thought of that irritated her because it seemed to only cement what Alexander had been saying, but she wisely didn't let on to that. Instead she focused on Alexander's insistence on him being her protector. Greta laid her hand on the side of Alexander's face to get his attention, but quickly removed her hand when her body started to react to the touch of their skins. "Look, Mr. was low. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He interrupted. "Mr. was low," Greta said more loudly, insisting on keeping their relationship extremely professional. "I don't want or need a protector. Western Prep shouldn't have asked you without clearing it with me, since I would have said no. That is what we will go with. Thank you for everything you did. But I don't need a protector. You will call me Alex." Greta's eye was filled with anger. "That is all you got from that? Call me Alex, and you'll address the rest. I'm not going to call you Alex." "You are." She was going to blame it on the fact that he was a parent of one of the students. But he wasn't. "We are going to have a very professional relationship. That is it." Mr. was low. To prove to Greta just how unprofessional their relationship was going to be, Alexander slipped his fingers around Greta's chin and ran his thumb over her bottom lip. He wasn't at all disappointed with Greta's reaction to him. Although she was stubborn enough to not allow a single outward sign of her emotions filtered to the surface, Alexander could hear the rapidly beating heart and the increased pressure of her blood. "You will call me Alex. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta's voice came out in a heavy whisper. She cleared her throat and tried to get control of her mind, and immediately corrected her mistake. "Mr. was low. Thank you for the suggestion. This is not a suggestion. This is an order, one that will be followed." The familiar bucking of any order given to her took over Greta's body, squelching the attraction that seemed to pull her to Alexander. She didn't wait for an answer, because she was sure she didn't want one. She focused back on the point she had been trying to make. "Forget your name for right now. Because once I can get you to understand that I don't need a protector, your name won't matter. We will not have any more contact with each other. She refused to wonder why her heart hurt just thinking about never seeing Alexander again. Call me Alex. It was the tenacity that beat Greta. She sighed heavily and angrily. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't need a protector. It's too late anyway. When I needed protection, she let her voice trail off. She forced the tears away from her eyes and commanded her voice to stay strong. I provide protection for myself. I learned a long time ago that it is pointless to wait for someone else to come rescue you. You have to do it yourself. And I did. I got Patrick, Isabella, and myself away from those men. I dealt with Mr. Gets puncturing my lung and throwing me like a rag doll against the wall. I survived alone since I was a little kid, being dragged from city to city and school to school. I don't need you to come claim to be my protector now. Alexander's face was as set as if it had been chiseled from stone. I never should have allowed you to come to Prague. I was against it from the beginning because I was unable to follow you here. I allowed the board to sway my decision. It will not happen again. You are mine to protect. I will not fail again. Stood up, and once more leaned against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. As for not needing a protector, you have no idea the mess you stepped into now that you are leader over of.丨children. You need a protector now more than ever. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta asked in complete disbelief. Who is your protector then? Thinking that perhaps every leader of a clan had a protector, Alexander scoffed. I don't have a protector. Well, you're a leader. Why don't you have a protector? Because I am a leader, Alexander explained. I am a leader of the greatest clan of Lycans. I do not need a protector because I am the protector. There you have it, Greta replied. You're a leader and a leader. You're a protector in a protector. You don't need to have a protector. I don't need to have a protector. Alexander shook his head. Greta, I think somewhere along the line, you incorrectly assumed that you had some say in this. I was asked to be your protector when you agreed to work at Western Prep. No one asked me if I even wanted a protector. That should have been your first clue that you don't have a say in this. I am your protector. That's already been decided. Nothing you can say will change that. Because I am your protector, you'll do as I say, when I say it. Greta rubbed her forehead with her fingers. I don't want to talk about this anymore. My head hurts. My back hurts. My ribs hurt. My entire body is falling apart. He wasn't going to get his point across to Greta. He should have realized that. She was going to be too stressed and too much pain to focus on what he was telling her. He would simply get her back to the States and to his clan, and then he would deal with her, and what he was sure would be a full meltdown. Greta, Alexander said, pulling the blanket off the back of the couch. You can't leave the room, but you can lie down on the couch and rest. Since her right side was the least damaged, it didn't hurt to lie down. She welcomed the blanket and could feel exhaustion nearly take over her body. Why is everyone insistent on me staying in the room? William and Desmond want to know what will be happening with their children. Since you are their leader, you need to be there when the future is discussed. But I'm tired, Greta said, nearly asleep as it was. Alexander ran his fingers along Greta's hairline. The law says you have to be here, but it doesn't say you have to be awake. He shook his head when he noticed that Greta had already fallen asleep. He had wanted her to wait to talk with everyone, but Greta had insisted that she had been fine. As always, Alexander found that once again he had been right. Leaning down, Alexander kissed Greta, letting his lips feel the warmth of her skin for a brief moment. When he stood straight again, his face was once more a hard rock of anger. Greta really didn't have an idea the trouble she had brought upon herself when she became the leader of children. Females never became leaders because of the sheer danger of the job, and to add Greta's humanity on top of her femininity just meant that the target on her back was only larger and easier to hit. She's sleeping, Edmund asked as the previously 3 leaders who had been kicked out came back into the room. "She'll be for a while," Sinkai assured them. "I had a sock put a sleeping pill in her drink." Normally, in any other situation, Alexander would have expressed his disappointment in the way Sinkai had once more put himself in contact with Greta. But he didn't. It had already been decided that Isak, as a doctor for humans, would have the say in how Greta should be treated. And Alexander didn't mind the peace and quiet that came with Greta soundly sleeping on the couch. Edmund was the first to speak, and he didn't mince words. "Greta is going to be killed. Because of her human weakness, my daughter's life is at risk." William nodded his head in agreement with Edmund. "Neither Patrick nor Isabella is safe with Greta as their leader. Patrick won't let harm come to Greta. He will take on more than he can handle, and that will get him killed. He was willing to attack you." William's last words were shouted. "Greta will get both of these children killed. I won't allow Albertrick to die because of this weak human." Alexander understood what William was saying. It was a male Lycan's job to not only protect his leader, but also the females in the clan. With Greta being both a human and a female, she was a weak link that Patrick would be programmed to protect. Her status as leader can't be contested for 6 months, which leaves dozens and dozens of rogues 6 months to get their hands on our children. Edmund said, "Those Lycans who captured our children the first time aren't going to quit. With a female as their leader, our children are easy pickings. I will have several of my men ask for Greta as leadership." "No," Alexander ordered. "You will not have your men in Greta's clan. The danger to her life will be too great. I know what your plan already is. You will order your men to ask for Greta's leadership and then have them kill her. Your men will attack and kill Greta just to release the children from her clan." Every Lycan knew that Lycan law stated that if a leader was killed by someone outside of the clan, the loyalty of the clan members automatically shifted to that of the second in command. Only a clan member or a mate of a clan member could kill a leader, severing the clan members from their loyalty to the clan by challenging others for the role of leader. "Yes," William admitted, "that is my plan. I would have Patrick kill her, but he is not even 14 yet. I thought perhaps he should be a bit older before taking a life. But this is the best plan. Greta is a human and a female. She never should have been leader over my child. She saved your child." "Get," Sinkai reminded him. "She was beaten and bruised because she had become your child's leader. In case you don't know, is the only thing that saved both your children. There will be no more talk of killing Margaret. As for any of your men becoming part of her clan, in letting you know that you can forget about it. She won't accept any of your men. Our children will be fine." Alexander interrupted. "As Greta's protector, she and her clan will come to my property. For the next 6 months, the 3 of them will stay there. They will be safe and protected. At the end of 6 months, your children will be free to ask for your leadership over them. She won't stay on your property," Sinkai replied with a small laugh. "She and the children can stay here." Alexander glared at Sinkai. "I am her protector. Sinkai, I know that Greta seems to not understand exactly what that entails, but you certainly do. You will not go against what I order for Greta." Sinkai held up his hands in the classic sign of surrender. "Listen, Wislow, in not going against your position as protector, in just letting you know that Margaret isn't going to willingly go to your property. Willingly or not, she will do as I say." Sinkai laughed. But it held no real mirth. "How well did that go for you the first time?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Margaret just won't blindly follow your orders, no matter what the Lycan culture says you are." Alexander hadn't lived hundreds of years and not learned about the human temperament. He knew how stubborn Greta was. He knew that if she didn't want to follow his orders, she simply wouldn't. But Alexander also knew that he had a trump card, and he wasn't afraid to play it. "She has to Lycan children that she knows she cannot protect without help. She will come to my property." Sinkai realized that Alexander had a point there. Greta did take her responsibilities very seriously. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She had come to him for help after she had sworn she would never set foot in CNKS City, much less his house. So Greta would do as Alexander asked because she would never put Patrick and Isabella at risk. However, she would allow Alexander to run her life the way a protector would be able to if she had been a Lycan. She would follow Alexander's rules when they applied to the protection of Patrick and Isabella. But CNK knew she wouldn't be so willing to follow rules that applied to her protection. Once again, CNK found that he was wishing he could be a fly on the wall of Alexander's house just to witness the interaction between Alexander and Greta. It would surely make for a great show. Chapter 21. Had CNK been a fly on the wall of Alexander's house, he would have been greatly disappointed. It was that Alexander and Greta didn't clash against each other's wills, but more because the clash of wills came at the airport, 2 hours from Alexander's property. Greta, you will ride with me, Alexander said for the second time. This time, however, he put the stone, cold steel into his voice so that the female human in front of him would know that the only wise course of action would be to listen to him, instead of obeying the order. Greta put her hand on her hip and turned her perfected teacher's stare on Alexander. You and I have the same authority. We are both leaders. Her voice was low because she didn't want random humans picking up on what would be a very odd conversation. I have agreed that it would be safest for Patrick and Isabella if we stayed on your property. But that is where it ends with you stealing my authority from me. I will drive my students back with me because I have a car here, and because I refuse to be stuck on anyone's land. Arguing with me will not change my mind and will only increase our time here. Now, either you let me drive my students with me, or I will find a different clan to stay with. The choice is yours. I've been alive long enough to know that it's not a real choice you're giving me. Greta Clarkson, then we're even. Your choice for me was no better. But I took the obvious one because I knew it was right for the students. She sighed deeply. Now, in assuming that you will be allowing me to drive. It's a great choice. Alexander grabbed Greta's arm before she was able to turn around. You may drive because I will not get into an argument with you here in public. However, you will follow me to my property. If you deviate from the path that I set for you, I will drag you out of your car and force you into mine, with you kicking and screaming if I have to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Will make Patrick feel the need to protect you, which means he will attack me, and then you will kill him to protect yourself. Greta finished. Her voice was nonchalant, but her eyes showed the concern she had for her young charge. I will follow you. This time it was Greta who grabbed Alexander's arm when he turned to go. Do not threaten my students again. Do you understand? I will do as you say because I intend on keeping those two safe until their fathers can once more take them. But I will not have Patrick and Isabella think that I am only listening to you for their safety. I am only listening to you for their safety. Greta quickly put in, but I don't want them aware of it. Alexander didn't bother to acknowledge Greta but instead turned to the Lycan standing guard over the private plane that he and Greta had just stepped off to have the discussion without the children overhearing. He gestured to the man, indicating that the children could come down from the plane. He turned again to Greta. You will follow me, and Ivan will follow you. I will not let any harm come to you or your charges. Thank you, Greta said seriously. She knew where her limitations lay. If men like the ones who had kidnapped her, and the children in the first place were after the children, she would need the protection Alexander would provide. At least for 6 months. Once the 6 months were over and the children were safely back in their own clans, she would cease to be under Alexander's control. It was only for the children. Greta tried to convince her heart of that as she walked silently with the children to her car. For some reason her traitorous heart seemed thrilled at the idea of staying so close to Alexander. But her reasoning and stubbornness would win out. 6 months. She told herself. She would stay for 6 months and not 1 day more. Miss Clason, Isabella asked once the car had pulled away from the airport, and there was some distance between them. Alexander. Greta looked in the review mirror at her student. What is it? Isabella. Have you ever been to Mr. Weslow's property? She didn't say that she thought the question was odd. She simply shook her head. No, why do you ask? Well, rumor has it, Isabella began, that the Weslow property is in shambles. People say that he doesn't have any clan members because he is so mean. They say that he kills his clan members just for looking at him. They say he even burned down the manor on his property with all his clan members inside. Out of sight of Isabella, Greta rolled her eyes, with a small smile on her face. She once more met Isabella's worried look. You've been with Mr. Weslow for the last 4 days. Do you really think that he would do something like that? You shouldn't believe rumors, nor should children be spreading rumors around. It was just children, Patrick whispered. Greta sighed. I don't believe the rumors. She connected eyes with Patrick. No matter who started them. As for your fears, you don't need to worry. I won't let anyone hurt either of you. I didn't at the house in Prague, and I certainly won't on Mr. Weslow's property. I don't want you hurt, Patrick said with concern that was beyond his years. I should have stopped you from getting hurt in Prague. Stop, Patrick, Greta ordered. There was one thing she appreciated about being the leader of the 2 children. Her order was immediately followed. You were not responsible at all for what happened in Prague. There was nothing you could have done, and definitely nothing that I would have allowed you to do. She tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Besides, it's all over. Now we just have to focus on school in the next 6 months. Of course, telling the students not to worry didn't ease Greta's mind at all. For the next 2 hours, she tried to get her mind wrapped around the change in her life. She was the leader of 2 Lycan children who, according to a slew of other male Lycan leaders, were in danger of being attacked and kidnapped, just because she was too frail to keep the leadership. By the time she pulled into the underground garage, she had no more of an idea of what she was going to do. Well, Patrick whispered under his breath as he stepped out of Greta's car and got a glimpse at the garage around him. Greta kept the smile off her face as she glanced around herself. She could understand Patrick's appreciation for the entire garage. The lights that had come on automatically as soon as the car had entered the submerged garage had illuminated the dark space, and that dark space was filled with cars that would appeal to the males of any age. Greta looked from one car to the next. By the time she was finished with the cars in the garage, she turned and met Alexander's eye and raised a brow. Alexander shrugged a shoulder at the questioning look. He liked cars and made a load of money. It was a guilty pleasure of his. Come through this way. I've already called ahead, and my men have already prepared the West Wing for you. Greta let Patrick and Isabella into the house in front of her. Always cautious, Greta preferred to bring up the rear, not allowing for danger to sneak up on those she was watching. From her advantage point, Greta could clearly see that Isabella, and even Patrick, was very impressed with the house around them. Obviously, the rumors that had been spread around the Lycan culture about Alexander's property had been vastly exaggerated. Isabella turned to Patrick. Well, she practically mouthed. Patrick only nodded his head. Until Alexander earshot, Patrick decided to stay quiet. Alexander stopped outside of a door. This part of the house will be yours. Greta, everything you will need has been supplied. You have access to the garage and the backyard. I have my men constantly on perimeter guard so they will prevent anyone from getting on this property that would do you or the children any harm. Greta rolled her eyes. She smiled at the way Alexander spun his words. Sure, he said his men guarded the perimeter to prevent harm from getting in, but she knew it was his way of telling her that he had men that would know if she attempted to leave the property. It was that she had any plans to sneak off the property with her students in tow. But she didn't like Alexander's insinuation. However, while the children were within hearing distance, she would abide by what Alexander said. Anything else? She asked with an obvious distaste for what she was hearing. Alexander raised a brow at a tone of voice he had never heard before. Members in his clan, Even members in other clans didn't take a tone like that with him. Taking a deep breath, he managed to let it slide. As leader, you need to give Isabella a sanctuary here. There's a book on law on your nightstand. Read it. You're going to need to know a lot about our laws for the next 6 months. And after those 6 months, Greta turned to Patrick, who had asked the question. Having dealt with teenagers for most of her teaching career, she knew how to pick up on every emotion teenagers have ever dealt with. And Patrick was trying to take charge. She turned her teacher glare on Patrick. I will deal with that. You will go find your room. I'm sure Mr. Winslow has already had one of his men put your things in there. It shouldn't be hard to find. After a quick supper, you and Isabella will be going to sleep. You'll be tired, and both of you have school tomorrow. Will you be going to school as well? Patrick asked, wishing he could just pull Greta away from Alexander and keep her safe in the rooms. He had to remind himself that she was the leader. Yes, Greta replied, giving in to the question. Now do as I say. She waited for Patrick to leave before she turned to Alexander. She swallowed her pride. Thanks for letting us stay here. I know Patrick isn't happy about it. She kept silent about the fact that she wasn't happy either. But thanks. Alexander gently placed his hand on Greta's arm to prevent her from entering her wing of the house. After the children are in bed, he let out a small breath of air. Come find me. The 3 little words had Greta's face flushing, her stomach in knots, and her breath coming out in ragged intervals. She stuttered twice and then clamped her mouth shut. Using the back of his hand, Alexander softly touched Greta's cheek. He was surprised at the bolt of electricity that seemed to bounce from him to her and back again. He had heard talk about what it was like when someone found his mate, but this was the first time he was experiencing it. He loved it. Well, just talk. Alexander clarified. Just come find me. I don't know my way around your house. Greta admitted. She was glad to note that she hadn't stuttered and seemed to have once more contained control over her crazy emotions. One of my men will take you to me. Instead of giving Alexander an answer, Greta settled for shutting the door in his face. She didn't want to have to think through the reasons why she wanted to agree to see Alexander. It was best to focus on Patrick and Isabella. With a sigh, she turned away from the door and headed into the west wing of the house. She cowled and hid the smile from her face as she actually looked around where she was staying. It was an amazing place. She headed for the state of the art kitchen and was surprised at all to find it stocked with food. Alexander was nothing, if not very detail-oriented. She expected nothing less. Despite the state of the art and the plethora of food, neither Patrick nor Isabella had much to eat. Greta was surprised. Traveling thousands of miles, dealing with a new leader, surviving kidnappers, and moving to a new place was more than enough to make anyone tired. After seeing the children to their rooms, which she also noted had been personalized by someone under Alexander, Greta thought about Alexander's request for her to come find him. Wisely, in her mind, she decided that she would fare much better if she stayed away from Alexander until she could get her emotions under control. So, Greta cleaned up the kitchen. Still thinking about Alexander, Greta figured she would search her new home for 6 months. It didn't take her long before she found her bedroom, which she figured Alexander had a large part in designing. The room was larger than her first apartment. It had a bed larger than she had ever seen before. She trailed her fingers along the expensive bedspread and felt a chill ride up her spine. Snatching her hand back as if it had been bitten, she shook it out and continued looking around the room, using only her eyes. She knew that one of the doors in her room was connected to a bathroom, and for a brief moment she thought about taking a hot bath and hoping that would soothe her mind and allow her to fall asleep. Pointless. Her solid refusal to go meet Alexander weighed so heavily on her mind that she couldn't seem to think on anything else. It would be best to just get everything over with. She would meet with Alexander and be sure that she showed that nothing was ever going to happen between the two of them. Chapter 22. How many men do you have? Greta asked as the unknown man who had walked to the room where Alex was waiting had left them alone. Alexander laughed. More than what the rumors say. Ah, Greta said, studying the room around her while keeping up the conversation. But you let the rumors exist because you like the mystery it shrouds your clan in. He said with a shrug. He gestured to the chair in front of the fire. Sit down, please. I didn't come for a long talk. Greta explained immediately. I just wanted you to know that whatever you think is going to happen between us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To hide his expression from Greta, Alexander turned and poured a drink for him and Wadim and one for Greta. Enthusiasm from others who had found their mates. He knew that Greta was as pulled to him as he was to her. She wouldn't be able to deny her attraction. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He was going to tell her any of that. He liked to see her fight with the pull between them. Releasing the air he was holding, he turned around. He was surprised to see that she was sitting. Greta, for tonight, we are just going to talk about your new role as leader over to Lycan children. Again he pointed to the chairs. Have a seat. The chairs were large and comfortable and swallowed Greta up nearly completely when she sat down. She pulled her feet under her and rested against the soft sides of the chair. She sighed with contentment. There is one thing I have to say for you Lycans. You really know how to furnish a room. These chairs are even more comfortable than the ones Sinke has. Well, I'm glad you brought him up first, Alexander said as he held out Greta's drink to her. I have been wondering why you went to him instead of calling me. I am your protector. Before Greta had left Prague, Sinke had pulled her aside to tell her that Alexander would be demanding answers. He had also told her that it would be wise for her to answer the questions without putting up too much trouble. Perhaps if she was as comfortable as she was or as tired as she was, she would have refused to answer demands from Alexander. As it was, she didn't have the strength to fight Alexander on everything. I had no choice. I was in your city, and I didn't have your phone number. All I knew was that I was going to have who knows how many kidnappers after me and the children. I did the only thing I could think of. I went to Sinke for help. You weren't there. Her last words were very accusatory. Taking a seat himself, Alexander rested his right ankle on his left knee and took a swallow of his drink. I never should have let you go. Greta shook her head. That's not it. He raised a brow, encouraging her to continue speaking her mind. Are you only my protector as long as I am on American soil? Doesn't your protection extend to Prague? You can't just keep me locked up here and call me protected. I should have gone to Prague because that was part of my job. And you should have protected me because that was part of your job. That is my job. Alexander clarified. This is why you are now my property. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta looked startled at the female voice that resounded through the door. With a surprised look on her face, she turned to Alexander. He didn't look nearly as surprised as Greta. He looked more irritated by the voice than surprised. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The voice was louder now. The voice turned colder. So help me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you put your hands on me, I will claw your face off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. From the safety of her seat, Greta watched as the door opened, and in stepped a woman with the same beauty that Alexander had, but which seemed to glow on the woman's face and through her body. For a moment Greta's heart seemed to freeze as her brain walked through the notion that she had no chance with Alexander that came to the beauty in the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And she called him by the name he preferred. Greta noticed. Her heart sank to the pit in the bottom of her stomach, a sound she was sure Alexander heard when he turned to look at her. She attempted to school her face to hide the emotions that seemed to run through her body like a dump truck. She failed miserably, but she was looking at Alexander to see if he noticed. Her attention was riveted on the beautiful woman who had noticed her for the first time. A human? The woman asked. Greta managed to speak despite her throat being drier than a desert. You must be a lichen. The woman laughed, and the sound bounced lightly off the walls. If I were human, I certainly wouldn't be on this property. I would be. Sissy. That's enough, Alexander ordered. That's not my name. Alice Andre. Cecilia. Alexander corrected. That's enough, placing his drink on the table next to his chair. He stood up. For the moment, he completely ignored Greta, deciding it was best to attack one problem at a time. And for the moment, Cecilia was the bigger problem. What are you doing here? Why aren't you listening to Ivan? Cecilia placed a hand on her trim waist and scowled at Alexander. You're back on the property, making you my leader once again. I don't have to listen to Ivan. She knew that her last statement was a lie, so she quickly corrected herself. I don't have to listen to Ivan when he says that I can't see you. As my leader, you have to be available to me. Alexander rubbed his right temple and looked over Cecilia's head at Ivan, who had stepped into the room behind Cecilia. I see that you still have your face. She threatened to cough if you touched her. With a small laugh, Ivan held up his hands. I didn't touch her. Cecilia moved around Alexander and flopped down in the chair he had just vacated. Although when she had first walked into the room her attention had been solely on Alexander, it had since switched to the human who was sitting quietly across from her. You're the female who became leader of the two lichen children, aren't you? Greta nodded her head, unsure of what the procedure was for meeting a beautiful lichen. Greta fell back on her human manners. She extended her hand. Greta Clausen. Cecilia, she said as she took the offered hand. Cecilia was low. Was low? Greta asked, looking quickly from Cecilia to Alexander and then back to Cecilia again. Are you married to? No, Cecilia interrupted. No way. If Alex was my mate, I would run. Sissy. Alexander warned. Cecilia rolled her eyes. Fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I won't run. Are you happy? She didn't wait for an answer but turned back to Greta. No, Alex isn't my mate. Archie's just my leader. But if you would like to be my leader, I will ask you for food and water. Cecilia rose. Alexander warned again. Greta was already shaking her head. No thanks. Cecilia, if I could give the children back to their parents I would. But the lichens have a weird law about it. They have weird laws about everything. Cecilia agreed. Lucky for you. You're a human and get to walk away from all this. You have to stay here. Alexander glanced over his shoulder and studied Cecilia and Greta. Although the women's tone was low and he and Ivan were talking, he had no problem hearing the conversation going on across the room. Normally he would have reprimanded Cecilia for her attitude, but he stayed where he was. He figured that Cecilia would get Greta to open up much sooner than he could. He couldn't seem to get Greta to talk about anything, and the moment she felt like opening up, she closed down, hoping to cut off the emotions that ran through her body when she came close to her mate. Cecilia laughed at the question. If you ask any of the men on the property, they would say that I get to stay here. I, on the other hand, say that I have to stay here. Alex takes his job as my leader very seriously. I understand that. For some reason he thinks because he is my protector, he gets to tell me what to do. Why don't you just leave here? Greta asked, wanting to change the subject of her and learn more about the mysteriously beautiful woman. Cecilia's laugh was genuine. If I tried to leave here, Alex would have his entire clan after me. However, her voice grew quieter. If you were to become my leader, that's quite enough. Sissy, Alexander said. Although his words were hard, his face had softened as he talked to the woman. He took her arm and tugged her to her feet. You will not be putting ideas into Greta's head. I don't like you ordering me around. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander smiled. Tell that to your mate. He stopped and then smiled. Oh wait, you refused to ask your mate for his name. So you're stuck here with me. Looking over Cecilia's head, Alexander made eye contact with Ivan. Take her back to her sanctuary. And on your way, why don't you try to convince your mate to ask for your name? And that I won't have to be her leader anymore. Cecilia barely smiled, and didn't even try to deny the fact that Ivan was her mate. You would still be my leader in a roundabout way because Ivan is your second. I tried to get him to leave you high and dry, but yes. Ivan smiled as Cecilia lost her train of thought as he moved closer to her. Love, that you eat choking on the word loyal. Although Cecilia had never denied being Ivan's mate, she had steadfastly refused to initiate the binding ceremony. So Ivan waited, but he was quiet about the fact that he was her mate. Sissy, go with Ivan, Alexander ordered. Ask him to be your mate. That's not an order you can give me. Cecilia asked back. She rested her hands on her hips and tilted her head back to look at Ivan. Keep your hands off me. I'm your mate. Ivan argued. He gestured towards the door. Let's leave Alex alone, and I'll try to tell you how awesome it will be if you simply ask for my name. Greta watched as the two left the room. She caught Alexander studying her. His intense stare had her face flushing. Quickly she took a swallow of her drink. What did you mean when you said Cecilia had to ask for Ivan's name? She's Ivan's mate. Alexander answered as he once more took his seat. The book I gave you will have a whole section on it. You can read about it. I need to talk to you about what to expect for the next 6 months. Greta cringed. Why do I get the feeling that I'm going to hate the next 6 months? If you follow my rules, it will be smooth and easy. She had never been the type to follow rules. It came from constantly changing schools and homes all her life. She hated rules. Somehow I think I would have fared better at CKS. She whispered softly into her glass. Alexander's eyes burned black. You'll not bring up CK. You also will never go to him again. Jealousy riddled his words, and it made no sense to him because he was a Lycan. Lycans only had one mate. Greta was his mate, and he was Greta's mate. CK would mean nothing to her, yet he still didn't want her even thinking about him, much less planning on running to him. I'm your protector. Don't take that tone with me, Greta said. She placed her glass on the table next to Alexander's and stood up. I think this was a mistake to come find you tonight. Obviously you have a lot on your mind. Thank you for letting me and the children stay here. After tonight, I will find other accommodations for us. A deep growl flew from Alexander's lips. Stepping in front of Greta, he gently but firmly took hold of her shoulders and prevented her from moving any closer to the door. I know that in the human world your protection seemed rather lax and important, but this isn't the human world. You have inserted yourself into the Lycan world quite firmly. Lycan law always trumps human law. Because of this, you will follow our law. You will follow my law. I don't. It doesn't matter, Alexander said, dropping his voice considerably. He pressed one of his fingers to her lips. The only thing that matters is that you follow my laws so that you stay safe. I will not let anything bad happen to you, because people will want to harm me, Greta asked with a slight tremor in her voice. I got the finger on your lips to keep you quiet, Alexander reminded her. As for people wanting to harm you, yes, this is why I need you to follow my orders for you. I need to keep you safe. You need to keep Patrick and Isabella safe. I intend on making sure that happens. Greta pulled herself away from Alexander and sequestered herself safely in the chair again. She wanted Alexander to pull her out of the chair and hold her close to his hard chest, but instead of voicing her outlandish ideas, she settled for taking the long draw of her drink. I guess you have ideas about how to keep Patrick and Isabella safe. Right, she told herself. Talking about Patrick and Isabella was safe. It was good. She would focus on that. The word idea implies that you believe that you have a say in the matter. Alexander clarified. You must do as I say. I haven't read the book you gave me, but I'm pretty sure that I am a leader as much as you are a leader. My say, since Patrick and Isabella are in my clan, should actually be more important than yours. Alexander hunkered down on his heels in front of Greta's chair. Softly he took hold of her chin and gently forced her to meet his eyes. He could see the blush in her cheeks but wisely decided to forgo mentioning that. In any other case, yes. The leader of the clan would have the most say in how the protection of the clan worked. Your case is different. I was your protector before you became a leader. I will remain your protector because I can loss is that nothing, except death, can interrupt the role of protector. And death, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greeters adds sarcastically, shouldn't happen if there's a good protector there. Alexander ignored her sarcasm. I would prefer that you quit your job at Western Prep. But since that isn't going to happen, I will tell you what will happen. You will take Patrick and Isabella to school with you. I will have 4 of my men with your students at all times while they are off this property. Although they are my men and do not belong to your clan, I have told them that they will follow orders given by you as long as it is meant to keep the 2 safe. Thanks, Greta whispered. She felt a weight lift from her shoulders knowing that she didn't have to be the only protection Patrick and Isabella had when off the property. And what about me? You, Alexander asked. Instead of responding, Greta got to her feet. Never mind, she managed to whisper. I have to get back to Isabella. She still has nightmares, and I don't like to leave her for long. Alexander waited until Greta reached the door before talking. And still you protect her. Greta, they'll be there for you. The last of the heavy weight melted away. The lump in Greta's throat prevented her from talking, so she simply flashed a smile and left the room. Alexander had promised his protection for her and the children. Chapter 23. Head inside and start your homework, Greta said to Patrick and Isabella as she pulled into the underground garage. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We have to head back to the school, Patrick said. Greta nodded her head. Yes, for the game. She agreed. She was glad to see that the students were still able to find joy in everyday activities. She was also glad that they were going to the game that night. Both of the fathers were going to come and that would allow Patrick and Isabella to see their families. If only for the night. She sighed and rested her head on the steering wheel for a moment of peace as the children headed inside to do her bidding. A month had passed. Actually 5 weeks. Meaning that, including the time in Prague, she was a month and a half done with being a Lycan leader. It hadn't been all bad, but she was looking forward to no longer being in charge of Lycan children, as well as not being under the watchful eye of Alexander. She pushed aside the thought of Alexander. Her reaction to him was getting worse and worse every day. Her heart beat faster with just the thought of his name. When she was in the same room with him, she lost all track of her thoughts. Her brain became like mush, her legs like limp noodles, and her determination was no longer existent. She was like a hopeless teenager in love with a movie star. She would just steer clear of Alexander. She didn't have a problem with him during when she was at school and he was protecting her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She rarely saw him, but despite that, she knew he was always close by. It was after her charges were put in bed and she went to find Alexander to talk about the day that she felt the intense urge to jump him. And Alexander wasn't helping any. He would touch her with his rough fingertips, igniting passion with the trail they left behind on her cheek, or her arm or wherever Alexander decided to rest his hand. She was helpless. Sighing heavily, she slipped out of the car. She would have to find her will, power and stay away from Alexander. It was the only solution she could think of. You've been drinking coffee again. Of course her will, power and determination would last longer if Alexander wouldn't pop up in random places, especially when she was alone. Sighing heavily, she leaned against her car. How can you always tell? Greta asked, wishing that she was locking lips with him instead of carrying on a benign conversation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That thought only led to the thought she had just agreed upon in the car. She had to stay away from Alexander. Alexander shrugged. Humans and lichens both lose that once coffee is introduced into the body. He successfully trapped Greta between the car and his body. He knew what he was doing, and he knew that Greta was trying desperately to pretend that she felt no attraction to him. But she was his mate. It probably would have helped if she knew what mates were, and that Alexander was her mate, but until she learned about them, she wouldn't quite understand why she was so strongly pulled to Alexander. He liked to see her fight against it, knowing full well that he would win in the end. Well, they would both win in the end. He may be playing with Greta, but more often than not his actions ended up getting him burned as Greta walked away from him. Yet, Greta was his mate, and Alexander was as pulled to her as she was to him. He couldn't stay away from her. He wanted her and needed her, for the moment. However, he had to be satisfied just being near her. Reaching up, Alexander propped his hands on the top of the car, turned Greta in, and leaned closer. I like it better when I can find your scent. Greta noticed Alexander's scent, purely masculine, float over her. Her vision undled on Alexander's lips. She was close enough that if she were to move only a couple inches, she could press her lips against his. The ringing of her cell phone snapped her back to reality. Fumbling in her coat pocket, she pulled out the phone, turned it on, and placed it to her ear. She would have started the conversation, that she had met Alexander's eyes and promptly forgot what she was doing, and once more she found her train of thought derailed. "Say hello, Greta," Alexander whispered as he leaned closer to her ear. "Hello," Greta dutifully followed the order. "Hey, Greta," the voice said, coming loud in the otherwise quiet garage. With his lips so close to the pulse beating behind Greta's ear, Alexander figured that he may as well let his lips softly brush against it. He heard her gasp. He smiled at that. "You need to say hi to Amy," he whispered. "Amy?" Greta asked in confusion. Her mind couldn't focus on anything but the way Alexander's breath felt on her neck. "Yes," came the disembodied voice. "This is Amy. Remember me. I'm Amy, your best friend in the whole wide world." Alexander gently covered Greta's free hand. He let his lips hover over Greta's. "Talk to your friend, Greta." She blinked twice. Her focus was on Alexander and his lips that were so close to hers. "Greta," Amy called for the second time. "Are you still there?" Greta reacted as if Amy's voice had been a bucket of cold water dumped on top of her. With impressive ease, she ducked under Alexander's arm and moved away from the man who had had her mind tangling itself into knots. "I'm still here, Amy," Greta reassured her, but she kept her eyes glued to Alexander, wanting to be very aware of every move he was going to make, especially if it was one that would bring him close to her again. Alexander cocked his head to the side and watched Greta carefully. Slowly he crooked his finger and beckoned Greta to come to him. Wisely, she shook her head. Although it took all her willpower, she managed to ignore Alexander and focus on the phone call. "Amy, so sorry. I seem to have a bad connection." She slid onto the hood of one of Alexander's very expensive-looking cars. "What can I do for you?" "Well, I'm just wondering when you're planning on coming to visit. Everyone here misses you. The students have been asking about you since the beginning of the year." Greta saw Alexander stiffen at the question. She knew he would have no problem hearing the conversation over the phone. Even a human would have heard Amy. Although extremely lovable, Amy wasn't exactly the quietest person on the phone. "Even the new students want to meet you," Amy went on when Greta didn't reply right away. "You're not even a teacher here, and yet you're still everyone's favorite. You have to come for a visit." The students refused to take no for an answer, and, frankly, so do I. You just up and left. I'm still your best friend, and as such, you have to come visit. Greta broke into a laugh. "Fine, Amy." This time Alexander didn't just stiffen, but his face went dark with anger. Greta just looked away, ignoring him. "You've talked me into it. However," she said quickly before Amy could pick a date and book flight, I have to wait a couple of months, for at the most. So, since Western Prep has a different spring break than you, it'll come up at my spring break time. That way you'll get to see the students, and then you and I will get to spend the weekend together, going to bars and picking up hot guys," Amy said with a laugh. "You are always so much fun to take to the bars. Every guy hits on you, and you refuse every one of them. So they come to me, and I comfort them." "Disgusting," Amy, Greta said with a smile on her face. "Speaking about hot guys," Amy said, "has anyone caught your eye around Western Prep? According to their webpage, they have some hot fathers. Maybe one of them will be looking for a little love on the side." Greta's eyes flew to Alexander. "No, Amy, I wouldn't date a student's father." "Well, then what about a different guy?" Amy laughed at her own question. "Some guy out there has got to have gotten your attention." "No, Amy, there's no one." To avoid Amy from digging too deeply into the feelings that even Greta didn't want to think about, Greta quickly added, "Look, I have a school thing tonight, so I have to run. I'll call you later, and when spring break gets closer, I'll call you, and we will hash out the details. The students will be so excited when I tell them, perhaps for just a moment, I will be the awesome teacher. I'll talk to you soon," Greta said, ending the conversation quickly by disconnecting the call. "You will not be going to bars with this friend of yours?" Alexander ordered as soon as the call had been disconnected. Just the thought of random men anywhere near his mate made Alexander's blood run hot. Greta rolled her eyes and ran her hands through her hair. "Since I planned the whole thing for spring break, I won't be the student's leader. I won't be endangering anyone." Moving like liquid mercury, Alexander was in front of Greta before she realized her had moved. Partially he slammed his hands on either side of Greta, denting the hood of his own car with his unhuman strength. "You will be endangering yourself. I will not allow it." "You sound an awful lot like Sinke," Greta said, not at all fazed by the man standing over her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Alexander muttered that the only other voice of reason in your life was another lichen. "My parents weren't that bad," greeted offended lazily. "You look at the world through rose-colored glasses. And you," countered Greta, "see every human as a danger. You're it." She searched for the right word. "Paranoid," she ended. "You're not paranoid." Back away from her. The order bounced through the underground garage. Patrick stood in the opened doorway. His hand gripping the doorframe had changed into his lichen form. His whole body stood on the brink of changing as he watched an clan member confront his leader so closely. Although Alexander didn't care to listen to a lichen who was still a teenager, Alexander knew that Patrick had the right to attack someone from another clan who was threatening his leader. Alexander was a danger to Greta and would be able to kill Patrick with one swipe of his hand. But Patrick wouldn't think about that. As a male lichen, he would only focus on his leader. Speaking about paranoid, Alexander muttered as he pushed himself away from Greta. Turning around, he rested his hip on the edge of his car, folded his arms across his chest, and stared at Patrick. "You know I have no intention of hurting your leader. She's human," Patrick retorted. "You seem to forget that. Since I am her protector, I highly doubt the fact that I have forgotten that she is human." Before either of the two lichens could say any more, Greta spoke as she slid off the card. "Patrick, supper will be ready at 5, so you don't have long to finish your work." She walked up to him and met him eye for eye. "Go inside now." Alexander watched as Greta followed Patrick into the house. It had been futile for him to get Greta to understand that he was her protector, and now he had to add Patrick to the list. Granted, without Patrick and Isabella in the picture, Greta wouldn't be listening to him. Alexander defined that he was grateful for the fact that the children were there. He rubbed the two deads on the hood of his car that his hands had placed there. He would have to send his car to the garage to get fixed. Never before had he acted so rashly or lost control of his own lichen strength. But he argued with himself as he entered his own side of the house. His mate had never informed him that she planned on placing herself in unknown danger before. Greta was only allowing his protection over her because it allowed an umbrella protection for Patrick and Isabella. It was clear, from Greta's conversation with Amy, that once she no longer had to be concerned about protecting Patrick and Isabella, she wouldn't feel the need to keep Alexander's protection. Normally something like that wouldn't have fazed Alexander because he would have simply forced the other person to do as he wished, and Alexander always got his way. But he was starting to think that Greta may not prove to be as easy as the others he had encountered. Chapter 24. Greta looked up as the last bell rang. Her students were on a field trip, giving her the last hour free to grade papers and get grades into her grade book. But that freedom was soon to be over. Patrick and Isabella were soon going to be in her classroom. It was that the guard Alexander sent for the two went off duty as soon as Patrick and Isabella were in her room. But Greta felt the increased pressure of having the two under her protection. The pressure was just getting more and more unbearable each day, and it had barely been 2 months. "Hey, Miss Clausen," Isabella said, as soon as she walked into the room. Patrick only looked Greta's way before falling into the desk closest to the door. He didn't look happy, something that hadn't changed much from the beginning of the year. "How was the field trip, Isabella?" Greta asked, straightening up her papers. "It was wonderful," Isabella said with a smile covering her face. Greta was pleased to see the smile. The last 2 months hadn't given her to charge as much to smile over. It was hard for both of them to be away from their families, although Patrick hid it better than Isabella did. She was hoping that she would be able to give both of them some sort of happiness over winter break. "Patrick and Isabella, you'll be heading back to the house with your guard. I have a meeting and will be back with supper. I expect you to have your homework done when I get back." Patrick looked pensive again. He wanted to override Greta, but knew he couldn't. He settled for moving from one foot to the other. Greta sighed and took pity on him. "What is it, Patrick? Mr. Winslow isn't going to be happy if you don't come back with us." Greta smiled at Patrick's words, wondering to herself which bothered him more. The fact that she was possibly putting her in danger, or the fact that Alexander was the only one who could keep her on the property. "Patrick, you don't need to worry. I have already talked to Mr. Winslow, and I will have the protection I need until I am safely back at the house." She looked up as 2 of the 6 man guard came into the room. "Please take the children back. I expect them to be safe when I get back. Miss Clausen." Greta held up her hand to stop what she knew was going to be a protest from one of the guard. "I have already talked to Alexander. Take them back now." Once more she looked at the children. "Change out of your uniforms and do your homework." "Yes, Miss Clausen," Patrick and Isabella said in unison. They followed after their guard. But Patrick did look back once. He didn't like the whole situation. He could smell the lichens still in the building. It was possible that one of those lichens was there to protect Greta. He didn't have all the sense of the lichens in Alexander's clan, so it was possible. Even still, Patrick would have been happier if he had seen the lichen protecting Greta. He ground his teeth in frustration. He couldn't bring it up because Greta was his leader. Greta slipped on her coat as soon as the guard and her charges had left the room. She wasn't entirely sure what was going through Patrick's mind, but she had a clue. He was too much like the other lichen men she had met. Too protective of her. She was the adult. It was her job to protect them. Uselessly she locked her door. None of her students would want to get in her room, and if Alexander wanted to get in, a lock was going to stop him. But perhaps it would give her a small amount of time to accomplish what she wanted. She had no doubt that Alexander was going to find out that she hadn't come back with her students. She had even less of a doubt that he was going to come look for her. Patrick and Isabella only knew that she would be at the school. He would come there first. Hurriedly she moved to her car. She had no intention of being there when Alexander showed up. He would not approve of what she was about to do. If she were being entirely truthful with herself, she would admit that she didn't exactly approve of what she was doing either. It would, however, make Patrick and Isabella happy, and that was enough for her. It took her 15 minutes to find the restaurant that she had agreed upon. It should have only taken her 10 minutes to find the place, But she had taken a wrong turn and had to wait for two lights to make a U-turn. Knowing what she did about lichens, she was surprised to see both the lichen men she had set up the meeting with already sitting down. Despite the look of hatred in both sets of eyes, they stood when she approached the table. Miss Claassen. She forced herself not to shiver when she heard the eyes covering her name, Mr. Getz and Mr. Dimmick. Thank you for meeting with me. Finding some last trace of courage that hadn't abandoned her at the sight of the two formidable lichen leaders, Greta took a seat and waited for the agitated fathers to do the same. She knew they were angry with her, and she didn't entirely blame them. She would have preferred a bit of gratitude considering she had saved their children. But perhaps anger and irritability was how lichen men showed their gratitude, which would mean that Alexander was going to be extremely grateful once he found out where she had been. William waved away the incoming waitress. Drinks had already been delivered to the table, and none of the guests were thinking about eating. Start talking. Claassen, I don't appreciate being summoned by a female. If you weren't protected by Alexander, Edmund said, trailing his warding off without finishing. Greta grit her teeth. Winter break starts tomorrow. I think it would be good for Patrick and Isabella to go home for the 2 weeks. She could tell that her suggestion was the last thing the men had thought she was going to say. She didn't stop to let her words sink in. She needed to finish what she had come to say before she lost her nerve. There is no law that I could find that didn't say that one. She paused as she found a word to use instead of lichen. One person can't stay with. Again she searched to replace clan. Other relatives. It will be good for them to be with family for a while. Once school starts they can come back and live with me. Winslow will not allow this. William said. Greta narrowed her eyes and held the men with her teacher's stare. She had a bit of fake courage left. Mr. Winslow is not the leader here. I am. It is out of convenience and protection of the children that I am there. If you don't think that your people can protect the children then, we protect our own. Edmund growled. William spoke quickly on his heels. You will do well to remember that we are leaders and will protect our children with our lives. Greet back a smile. Men when all else failed. Just attack the cow of a man. His pride would do the rest. Apparently lichen men had that in common with human men. So you find this acceptable? She accepted both nods as a yes. Then, tomorrow after school, I will have both children ready. You will have a guard for them. It was a useless question, but she was still the children's leader. They were to be protected. We will have all that taken care of, Edmund assured her. January 3rd, the first day back to school. I will once more appoint a guard to each child. And if we don't intend on giving our, William repeated with emphasis, children back to you. She had thought about it and had read the logbook Alexander had given her. You would be asking for a war. You may not know this, but I have started learning your laws. The battle wouldn't be with just me, a helpless human, but with all the others who knew you had broken the law of taking children. We will bring our children back on January 3rd. William agreed. He was happy to find that Greta was learning the law. She was a human. She should have been killed. Unfortunately, she was also the leader of his son. Happy to have her mind set at ease, Greta finally wrapped her hand around the water William and Edmund had ordered. She raised it to her lips but paused as the room around her went silent. Greta glanced at her watch. 15 minutes since she had reached the restaurant. She hadn't expected Alexander to find her quite so quickly. However, she had taken care of what she had intended on doing. Patrick and Isabella would be happy, even if Alexander wasn't. Ignoring the whole room and every female's eyes on him, Alexander strode over to the table where Greta sat. Quietly he took the glass from her hand and placed it in front of Edmund and William. You will drink that first if you think for a moment I would allow her to drink something from you. William cleverly dumped the contents of the glass in the potted plant near the table. It wouldn't have killed her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he assured the newcomer. Alex pulled up a seat next to Greta and draped his arm nonchalantly on the back of Greta's chair. Trust me, William, That is the only reason either you or Edmund are still breathing. Well, I can see that you three have a lot to catch up on, Greta said with fake courage. She pushed herself up from the chair. I have to get back. Your car has been taken from you, Alexander informed as simply as if he were talking about the weather. You'll be coming back with me.
If I let you live was silent.
He leaned his elbows on the table and, for everyone looking at them, it looked as if it were simply friends catching up. Greta was looking in. She was not more than a few inches from Alexander, and he was certainly not speaking with a friendly tone. She shivered at the cold that covered Alexander's words. If either of you meet with Greta without me there, I will not let you walk away again. She is mine. He didn't even bother with saying that she was his to protect. She was his. If Greta asks for another meeting, both of you will go through me. I will make you regret it. If you decided to go against my rule, without waiting for confirmation, something that Alexander didn't need. He stood up, took Greta's arm and helped her to her feet. Gentlemen, he said loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. Thanks for the meeting. Although Greta noticed that Alexander had used a more official voice that was cloaked in anger, she noticed that hand that was around her elbow was light, until she tried to pull away from him. Then the velvet that held her turned to steel. No, Margaret, Alexander whispered, turning the anger that had been directed towards William and Edmund onto her. I won't let you go. You are too adult to be on your own. I'm afraid I would lose you to your own incompetence if I were to release you. She shivered at the sound of her real name coming from Alexander's lips. The butterflies, currently residing in her empty stomach, went into convulsions. Of course, as he finished talking, the butterflies turned into anger. As soon as they were out of the restaurant, she would let him have a piece of her mind. Incompetence. She was a teacher with 1,000 degrees behind her name. She was a leader of a Lycan clan, small though it be and not really a fair assessment of her abilities. But it sounded good. She was definitely on the same level as Alexander, even if he refused to see it that way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Incompetent. He was going to get a piece of her mind. Of that she was sure. She let him escort her out of the restaurant into the car. Alexander, get in the car, Alexander ordered, interrupting what he knew would be a list of great qualifications. He had no intention of listening to her, in not getting in the car until, despite the influx of humans around, Alexander gently but firmly pushed Greta against the car and placed his hands on either side of her to prevent the retreat he saw jump into her eyes. I am not leaving this up for discussion. You will get in the car because I, your protector, have told you to. He jerked open the door and allowed only that route to be taken by Greta. Sighing heavily, Greta did. She would get her piece in. It didn't matter if it was in the car or in the parking lot. Alexander was going to hear exactly what she thought of him and his ego butting into her plans for her clan members. They were out of the parking lot and getting on the freeway before Greta even had the wherewithal to pull on her seatbelt. A precaution she noticed that Alexander had forgone. By the time she had the seatbelt fastened, Alexander had the car nearly to 100. She shivered again. She opened her mouth to start in on Alexander's rude behavior, but changed her mind when she noticed the surrounding area. Where are we going? Her voice raising and bidened at the end. This isn't the way to your house. We are not going to my property, Alexander assured her. He looked her way, his eyes off the road in front of him. Despite the speed he was going, his reflexes were good enough for him to stay above 100 and still maintain eye contact with his shifting passenger. I am not going to have Patrick jump in halfway through our conversation to protect you. Patrick. Greta was confused at the conversation. Her entire focus was on the road that Alexander had ceased looking at. Her fingernails dug into the expensive dashboard as Alexander weaved around the cars that topped out at 80. You're his leader, and he feels the need to protect you from me. Alexander rolled his eyes as Greta pumped an imaginary brake when his car came too close to the bumper of the car in front of him. He changed lanes without signaling, and the conversation I am about to have would have Patrick in Lycan form. Greta didn't respond. Her focus was still on the road, and her thoughts went to the car companies that didn't have the good sense to put a brake on the passenger side of the car. She finally let out the breath she was holding when Alexander pulled off the interstate on a small exit. Although his speed was excessive, there were no other cars to collide with. She relaxed her foot. She didn't need the imaginary brake. By the time Alexander pulled into an empty farmer's field, she had managed to pry her fingers loose from the dashboard. She was sure she had put permanent fingernail marks in there, but the expensive material showed no sign of her previous concern. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She thought. The fingernail marks would have been a good warning sign for the next person who sat in the passenger seat of Alexander's car. Her hands shook as she attempted to unclip her seatbelt. She headed off and took a slow, deep breath. Her nerves were on edge for two reasons. One being the near-death ride she had just taken, but that paled in comparison to the man who was currently leaning against the hood of his car. He was angry, and without anyone else there. Greta knew that anger was directed at her, so she did the only wise thing she could. She locked the doors. She would give him time to cool off, and then Alexander held his keys in the air. His back was still to her, but he knew she got the message. Locking the door was no good if the other person had a way into the car. Deciding that facing Alexander couldn't be any worse than facing a room full of middle schoolers, Greta unlocked the door and stepped out into the cool evening. The sun would be setting soon, and even in Texas it got cold during the winter months. Greta wondered why she didn't seem to feel the cold. Then the man in front of her turned to face her. That was why she didn't feel the cold. Her entire body seared with heat straight down to her toes. She felt the blush heat her cheeks. I told you that you weren't allowed to talk with Will or Edmund unless I was there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gretel etched onto that. Alexander's eyes may be boring a hole through her, but at least she had her addled mind focused on the problem at mind. She rolled her eyes to herself. Now she was using the word addled to describe herself. Alexander ran a hand through his dark hair. You promised you wouldn't go without me. You lied. There was her full name again. This time she didn't like it. I didn't lie. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Going with his nickname to get her words in faster. I also never promised you I wouldn't go. I told you that you weren't allowed to see those two. You said you understood, and yet you went. How was that not a lie? In the Lycan law book, lying had its own chapter. Greta had known this during her conversation with Alexander and had purposely chosen her words to avoid any falsehoods on her part. I heard what you said. I even understood what you said. But I never agreed to follow your order. I told you I understood so you would think I agreed to listen to you. But I never gave you my word that I would listen. You assumed it. And Lycan law states that your assumptions are not my fault. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had my reasons, and today I got my answer. Mr. Getz and Mr. Dimmick will get to have their children for winter break, and I didn't die. He dropped his hands and pushed himself off the car. He had moved so fast that he had his hands on Greta before she realized he had moved off the car. You have no idea the danger that you put herself in. I know so much more about how Lycan leaders think. If you had taken a drink of that water. He forced his mind off that dark alley. William and Edmund are not your friends. Greta hadn't let the thought of what had been in that water catch up with her brain. She didn't want to focus on what could have happened if Alexander hadn't walked into that restaurant. I don't want to be friends with them. I am. However, leader of their children. Alexander was pretty sure he was the first Lycan to ever consider strangling his mate. However, surprised him. Instead of wrapping around Greta's neck, his hands pulled Greta to his chest and held her close. Alexander closed his eyes for a moment. Greta was a human, he reminded himself. She thought like a human. If it had been a Lycan in her case, He wouldn't have given a second thought to who were the parents. Greta was too soft-hearted, and he didn't want to change that. Alexander breathed in Greta's purely human scent. Suddenly his anger vanished, and only the fact that his mate was in his arms remained. Using his thumb he tilted Greta's face up so he could see her eyes clearly. "You're mine, you know, to protect," Greta asked shakily. He growled low. "You damn well know I'm not talking about that." Possessive lie. Alexander leaned down and captured Greta's mouth with his. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." As he knew it would be, was mind-blowing. Every thought emptied from his mind when Greta's lips opened. He took every inch she gave, demanding more and more. Greta had to admit that her first reaction when she saw Alexander's intention to kiss her in his eyes was to refuse him. But her brain, which had been fashioned and molded by the progressive feminism of 6 years of college, shut off as soon as the rough lips touched hers. Her stomach was next to go, flipping several times before it simply crashed like a rock. Then her knees gave out. If Alexander hadn't wrapped his arms around her, she would have crumpled to the ground like a wrinkled, wet newspaper. Alexander shifted from Greta's mouth, without realizing what his intention had been. Alexander found that his lips were currently tasting Greta's delicate flesh on the throat, just above the vein. He could feel her blood pulse quickly through her veins. One bite. It was all that it would take to mark Greta forever as his. He let his tongue flick the delicate skin lightly before pulling away from Greta. Alexander looked at Greta. He could see the desire she had for him in his eyes. As much as she pretended that he didn't affect her, he knew she was his mate. She was as pulled to him as he was to her. The kiss they had just shared had simply pulled her desire to the surface. Smiling at his own fortune of finding his mate, Alexander let his thumb lightly caress where his tongue could trail the delicate throat. Greta's blood was still racing. "This would be another reason why I didn't take you back to the property. Patrick would surely disapprove. You make it sound like he was my father," Greta said, forcing her adult brain to stay in the conversation. She sighed at her own use of the adult. She was going to have to find a nicer way of describing her intellect when Alexander was around her. "Not your father," Alexander assured her, "but he is a male like and under your authority, we." He searched for the appropriate word. "We act differently towards our females when we think they are in danger. But him not a lycan," Greta countered. Alexander closed his eyes for a moment. And therein lies the problem. One small bite was all that it would take for him to mark Greta as his own. But that same mark would most likely kill Greta. Humans didn't transform from a lycan bite. They usually died. "You're gripping my arms too hard," Greta said. Immediately Alexander relaxed his grip. He flashed a comforting smile towards her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We better head back to the property. You can tell Isabella and Patrick that we kissed," Greta asked in surprise. Alexander felt a smile flash on his face for a second. "Well, as much as I loved the kiss. No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about them heading home for the break." "Oh yeah." "Oh," Alexander mimicked. He held her door open for her. "Come on." "Fine," Greta said, flipped her hair over her shoulder. "But this time you need to drive slower. You nearly killed us on the way over here. You've never been safer than when you are with me," Alexander growled. Greta laid her hand on the side of Alexander's cheek for a second before slipping into the car. "I think I touched a nerve." She pulled her feet in and waited for Alexander to shut the door. Where he didn't move, she glanced up at him, shading her eyes when the sun behind him blinded her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Any time now." Alexander slammed the door shut before rounding the car. He slid into the driver's seat, effectively taking up all the available room in the car. He put the keys in the ignition and then dropped his hands. He looked Greta full in the eyes. I don't think you realize how thin the ice is you're treading on. How dangerous can it possibly be? Greta asked. Him sitting beside my protector. I think you would be able to pull me off the ice before it cracks. It would be nice if you would listen to me. Greta, Alexander said. He peeled out of the vacant lot he was in and sped into the freeway. Smoothing it out of cars at speeds that once more had Greta clinging to the dashboard. Slow down. You're completely safe, Alexander assured her. He met her scared eyes and flashed a brilliant smile. He veered to the left to avoid a slower car. Well, if you're not going to slow down, then will you at least keep your eyes on the road? Greta's voice went up at the end as Alexander weaved to the right around a slow car that was only going 80. There's a lot you need to learn about lichens, Alexander said. But he slowed down to double digits and smiled when he saw Greta peel her hands away from the dashboard. About Patrick and Isabella. Yes, Greta prodded when Alexander didn't continue. My men will bring Patrick and Isabella to their old clans. You will not be allowed on either of their properties. To my agent extraordinaire, Myelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is absolutely not up for discussion, Alexander ordered. If you go against me on this, I will lock you up. Getz and Dimmick will kill you if you go on their property and then deal with the repercussions afterwards. You will not go on their property. I understand. Alexander remembered the last time Greta told him she understood. No, Margaret. I don't want you to understand. I want you to tell me that you will never go on their properties, nor will you ever meet with them again without me with you. Greta replied dutifully, and I don't need to meet with them again. I got what I wanted. Patrick and Isabella will be home for the next 2 weeks. Kids, even kids, should be able to spend break with their families. Yeah, you did a great thing. Don't do it again. Despite the wonderful thing that Greta did for her clan members, Alexander did not want it happening again. Greta had no idea the danger she had put herself in. The danger that was trying to get a hold of her because she was a female. Human leader. Greta would have responded to Alexander reminding him that no one was hurt during her meeting with Getz and Dimmick, but something else caught her eye. Alexander had just pulled into the garage speed that Greta didn't approve of, and Greta's car was nowhere to be seen. Where's my car? I told you that your car had been taken away, Alexander said. I thought you were bluffing. Bluffing is lying, Greta, and I don't do either. Alexander stepped out of the car and looked at Greta over the roof of the car. You put yourself in danger today. Because I am your protector. I have the right to do what is necessary to keep you safe. You refuse to listen to me, so I have taken your car away. What about school? Either I or one of my men will take you and the children to school. Greta was about to lay into Alexander for thinking that he had the right to take her car away, but stopped when she heard the door from her wing of the house to the garage open. Patrick stepped out, something that did not surprise Greta. Unless Greta gave Patrick an explicit order to stay in the wing, he would find her if she were ever alone with Alexander. Greta stared at Alexander. For tomorrow, that is fine. We will talk about it then. Putting a smile on her face, Greta turned and headed for Patrick. Come inside. I have something to tell you and Isabella. Chapter 25. Gretel leaned her hip against the kitchen counter as she finished the last of her coffee. Although she had only been Patrick and Isabel as leader for 3 months, the wing of the house she was in was much too quiet with them gone. She didn't like the fact that the only sound she heard around her was the ticking of the clock. Alexander had extended an offer to her to come have supper with his clan. Of course his offer came out like an order because he was a leader and rarely asked anyone to do anything. Naturally, she had declined the offer because she knew it was a bad idea to be alone with Alexander when she couldn't seem to control her responses to him. She couldn't understand how Alexander had such control over her emotions. One look at him and her legs went to mush, and her heart tried to take over her body. Her highly trained mind was the only thing that kept her from throwing herself on top of Alexander. No, she decided as she placed her cup in the sink. It was best to stay far away from Alexander. The knocking on the door that connected the west wing to the rest of the house stopped Greta in mid-stride. Hesitantly, she waited, wondering if she had just imagined the knock. Then it came again. Although her heart wished it was Alexander on the other side of the door, her mind knew by the strength of the knock that it was him, figuring that Alexander probably wouldn't let danger waltz through his house to get to Greta. Greta opened the door after the third knock. "Cecilia," she said when she saw the beautiful woman outside her door. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, everything is fine," Cecilia answered. "Well, come in," Greta said, moving to let Cecilia enter. Cecilia shook her head. "While you are staying here, this part of the property has become your clan's property. Alex would not take kindly to me going to another clan. But you, on the other hand, can come over here, since she likes Cecilia and wouldn't mind the company." Greta shrugged and left her side of the property line. "There are so many rules to your whole culture," she said to Cecilia. "How is anyone supposed to learn them all?" "Well, there aren't that many people who come into the Lycan world. Usually you're born into it, and you learn the rules while growing up. You don't seem to have learned them very well," Ivan said as the two females moved down the hall towards them. He pushed himself off the wall and wasn't surprised when Cecilia's heart skipped a beat, as his voice and her blood pressure skyrocketed as he neared her. "Otherwise you would have asked for my name already." "Beat it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Cecilia said. "And leave you alone with a leader who is not your own?" he asked with mock sincerity. "That would be foolish of me." Cecilia ignored the man. "He doesn't think that you would hurt me," Cecilia assured Greta. "He just thinks if he stays next to me the entire time that somehow I'll cave and ask him for his name." "Because you're his mate?" Greta asked. Cecilia laughed at that. "Yeah, he is," she said as she looked over at Ivan. This time it was his body that reacted to her. She couldn't help but smile at him. And HE's not half bad for a mate. "Hey, Greta," Ivan said, wrapping his hand around Cecilia's arm. "Can you give us a second really quickly? You can head straight through those doors. Cease will be with you shortly." Greta never liked being the third wheel in the human world. With the way Ivan and Cecilia were attached to each other, Greta could only assume being the third wheel would be worse. She went through the doors that Ivan had indicated. If Greta hadn't known Alexander as well as she did, she might have been surprised by the room she walked into. But the wealth around her didn't shock her. She was stunned by the wealth because she still wasn't used to the size of the house. But she was shocked by it. The room had two walls of windows framed in with dark wood that extended to stories. The balcony overlooked the large room where the black grand-sized piano looked like a toy and dollhouse, and the sofas looked like nothing bigger than scrap of paper. But whoever decorated the room knew exactly what they were doing. Greta noticed as she moved over to the sofas. Although the room was large and domineering, the sofas had been placed in such an arrangement as to create an intimate area. "You can sit," Alexander said when Greta had only moved behind the couch and rested her hands on the back. Startled by the sudden noise in a room she thought she was alone in, Greta spun around, her hand flying to her throat to calm herself down. "Ivan said I could come in here," Greta offered. "I know you're a leader of your clan, which normally means you wouldn't be allowed on my property unescorted. But the circumstances are different in this case. As your protector, my house is completely open to you, and your job as protector supersedes anything else," Greta asked, running her finger along the pattern on the sofa. "Yes," Alexander said. Greta moved around the sofa and took a seat. "What happens when I leave Western Prep? Well, since you lost the privilege to your car, you'll usually be with me or another of my clan. That's not what I'm talking about. What if I don't come back to teach at Western Prep next year? Is your protection duty over? Are you planning on quit?" Alexander asked in lieu of answering the question. Greta heard the disgust quote Alexander's last word. Apparently quitting was the word that Alexander used often. No, but that doesn't really answer my question. When does your protection end? I mean, what will happen when I get married? I don't think my husband will be very happy if you keep popping up to make sure I'm okay. Husband, Cecilia said as she walked over to the sofas. She looked at Alexander. Haven't you told her yet? Sissy, Alexander said, stopping the rest of her conversation before it happened. He did not want Cecilia breaking the news that Greta and Alexander were mates. Greta looked from Alexander to Cecilia and back to Alexander. Told me what? You've been invited to dinner, Alexander said as if this had been what Cecilia had been hinting at. It should be ready in just a few minutes. I teach middle schoolers and high schoolers, Greta said. She twisted a strand of hair between her fingers. I can spot a change of subject faster than you can think of them. Don't pretend that the supper invite was what I don't know about. I want to know what you haven't told me. Alexander leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. You may work with middle schoolers and high schoolers, but I work with Lycan leaders, and most of them are more terrifying than you. Most of them. Pushing himself off the wall, Alexander moved to stand over Greta. Yes, most of them. There are a few weak, world leaders out there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Kishut's enthusiasm. I do have to say that every leader, aside from you, gives me the respect my reputation has earned. He held his hand out to Greta. It's time to eat. He wrapped his large, strong hand around Greta's delicate hand and pulled her to her feet. Once he had her on her feet, Alexander figured he may as well pull her into a hug. As his arms wrapped around Greta, Alexander felt the electricity spark between them. It was no mystery to him that Greta was his mate. As for what Greta knew, he could only assume that she was at a loss for how she was feeling. Humans didn't react with their significant others like Lycans did. Get a room, Cecilia mumbled. Ivan tugged on Cecilia's braid. We could get a room, if you would just ask for my name. And it's time for supper, Cecilia said loudly. She glared at Ivan. Greta moved away from Alexander, quickly before she jumped him then and there. The thought of what she wanted to do with Alexander had her blushing fiercely. The fact that she had thought about jumping him even with Ivan and Cecilia in the room only increased the shade of her blush. Alexander chuckled. Well, we shouldn't keep supper waiting. Supper, Greta found out, was in the room adjacent to the grand room they had been in. Greta had expected supper to be as grand as the room she had been in, but it was an intimate affair with just Alexander, Ivan and Cecilia. The food was delicious and the conversation was easy. Hey Alex, Cecilia said. I need to fly to New Hampshire tomorrow. I have a meeting that I can't do over the internet. Alexander nodded his head. Ivan will take you. Cecilia rolled her eyes. Just because you keep throwing the two of us together doesn't mean that I will be asking him for his name. Why don't you want to be Ivan's mate? It's not a matter of choice. Ivan said. She's my mate. We don't choose our mates. She has no say in the matter. Well, I do have a say in the matter because up to me whether or not I want to be bound to you, Cecilia said with a laugh to Ivan. Then she gave Alexander a sideways glance. And you throwing us together isn't going to work. Do you want to go to New Hampshire? Alexander asked. I cannot take you because, well, I have other responsibilities, he said without saying that Greta was his other responsibility. If you want to go, you must have Ivan with you. Why? Cecilia glanced up at a question she had very rarely heard in her culture, and never when it was directed towards Alexander. Leaders didn't explain their decisions. Alexander, she doubted, had even been questioned before. Alexander looked perplexed for a moment. If it had been any other Lycan who had questioned him, Alexander would have showed his displeasure in a very physical way. But it was Greta who had asked him. He sighed and did something he had never done before. He explained himself. It isn't safe for females to be on their own. I require a male Lycan to be with any traveling female. Greta raised a brow. Not safe. I've been traveling since I was a kid. It's not that dangerous. I know you may have been alive when Oliver Wright was flying the first plane, but there has been giant strides since then. It's not that, Alexander said. The traveling isn't the danger. The danger comes from roguelikens who want our women. My woman, Ivan put in. I wouldn't let her travel alone because I don't intend on losing my mate. So Alexander said, once more taking over the conversation. Usually the leader or the second travels with our women. Immer leader? Greta pointed. I could go with Cecilia. That would be amazing, Cecilia said. Oh, do let her come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Finally, I would have someone to go shopping with. Men are the worst shoppers. Sissy, in not letting the person going to protect you be a human. And a female human at that. No, you go with Ivan. Cecilia smiled. Fine, but I think Greta should come with us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I never get to go shopping with someone who doesn't roll their eyes at me the whole time. She said the last part pointedly at Ivan. It takes you 8 hours to pick out a dress. I had to find the one that teased you the most. She smiled at the way Ivan's body reacted to the memory of the dress she had chosen. She turned to Greta. Please come with. The meeting won't take long. Then we can stop in New York and go shopping. Greta shook her head. I don't have either a ticket or the money to get a last-minute ticket. We're taking Alex's jet. Cecilia said. You won't need a ticket. You have a jet? Greta asked, looking at Alexander. You seem surprised. Alexander replied with a laugh. Have you seen my property? My cars? What makes you think I would fly with? Humans. Greta supplied. Can she come? Cecilia asked, breaking into the conversation between Greta and Alexander. Alexander shrugged a shoulder. I don't mind. It will be up to Greta. I would love to go. Greta said, not really caring about going to New Hampshire, a place she had been to 3 times in her life for various functions, but just to travel on a private jet. She had traveled in every way possible, but she had never been on a private jet before. It was an experience that she would love to have. Then I guess that means you're going. Too, Alex, Cecilia said. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You male lycans don't like your women out of your sight. Cecilia, that's enough. Alexander ordered. You will say nothing more on the matter until further notice. Do you understand? Yes, Alec. Do you have to come because you're my protector? Greta guessed. Although she was pulled to Alexander with a force she couldn't deny, she had no word to place with it. She knew that mates existed, but had no idea that a human could be the mate for a lycan. At the moment, Alexander didn't want her to know the connection between the two. Certain, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That she would bolt the moment she found out. Something like that, Alexander said, unwilling to lie to his mate. He would withhold information from her, but he would never outright to her. What time is your meeting? Sis Monday morning. Cecilia said, I want to leave tomorrow. Get a hotel to stay at and then be prepared for my meeting the next morning. Alexander turned to Greta. Can you be ready in such a short amount of time? Greta had to smile at the question. Living with her parents. She had moved several times with less notice. Although her parents were linguists, they had an adventurous side that had them taking jobs in any place so long as it was someplace different or exciting. I think I can manage, she replied. This is going to be so much fun, Cecilia said. Chapter 26. She wasn't having any fun. Greta thought as she power-walked through another crosswalk. Nope. Fun would not be the word she used to describe her current situation. Stopping for a fraction of a second, Greta casually glanced over her shoulder. They were still behind her. Having been in nearly every city of the world, Greta had met more than her fair share of ruffians, and she had, because of Simke, been trained in the art of self-defense. But she still didn't feel like meeting up with the three unsavory characters that had been following her since she stepped off the subway in downtown New York. The men were still behind her, and Greta knew that she would have to lose herself in the New York crowds. But it was 3 a.m, and, despite all the slogans about New York being the city that never sleeps, the crowds were gone. There weren't even a goodly amount of cars on the road. It seemed to be just her and the 3 men. She rounded the corner of the building and added more speed to her walk, hoping to increase the distance between her and the men. For the quickest second she spared a thought of Alexander but immediately pushed it away. The situation she was in required all of her concentration. She could think about Alexander and his lack of protection once she made it safely to her hotel. A casual glance over her shoulder told her that the men were gaining on her. She had 4 more blocks up and 6 blocks over before she would reach her hotel. At the speed she was able to travel and the speed the men were keeping up, she wouldn't make it to her hotel before the men made it to her. She wanted to break into a run but didn't dare. The moment she tried running, the men would be on top of her. She had to appear confident and unafraid. Her quick pace, so long as it was a run, would appear normal in New York City. The men, with their longer legs, would eventually cover the distance between them. A glance behind her shoulder told her that eventually it was going to be much sooner than she hoped. Greta reached into her purse and wrapped her fingers around her mace. She had carried the small canister for 8 years without ever having to use it. But she was figuring that stat was about to change. She quickly walked 1 more block up. There was an alley to her left that would push enough a trek to the hotel, but it also left her the most vulnerable. She had to make a quick decision, because at her pace she would pass the alley, and she couldn't turn around. Deciding to make a run for it once she hit the alley, Greta turned just in time and sprinted. She heard a cry and promptly figured that the men had been surprised by her actions. Perhaps they figured she would stay out of the alleys at all costs. The dark figure that stepped out of the shadows in front of her changed her first thought about why the men shouted. They weren't surprised. They were alerting their partner in the alleyway. Perhaps the man had been there, hiding in the shadows, planning on taking her when she neared the hotel on the other side. Now he didn't need to wait any longer, because she had placed herself in his hands. Hey there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The man said. Where are you running off to so quickly? Greta shivered at the sound of the deep voice in the silent alley. She wondered briefly if she should scream or try to run past the man. She settled for neither. The alley was too narrow for her to get by the man without getting caught. As for screaming, it was a useless act on her part. Unless she was ready to attack. She would save her screams for the best time. You got her. At the new voice, Greta glanced over her shoulder for only a second. The man in front of her was closer and therefore the more dangerous one, and that required her to keep her eye on his actions. And besides, the glance was all she needed to see the 3 men block off her escape route behind her. Most women wouldn't have come down the alley, the man in front of her said. Greta forced her mind to focus on the present instead of on the possibility of actions in the future. Fear would paralyze her, but planning would help her. She loosened the death grip she had on her mace can and took several small, but deep breaths. Her only option was through the man in front of her. If she could take him down, she could run to the other end of the alley. The man would cause a hurdle for the other men, giving her enough time to make it to the hotel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was one giant if she was betting on. I don't want any trouble, Greta said, surprising both the man and herself with the confidence she heard in her voice. That's too bad, the man replied, because I happen to want lots of trouble. The men behind her laughed, alerting Greta to the fact that they were closing the distance between them. Slowly, but they were closing the distance. She would have to act now if she had any hope of getting away. Not that her margin of hope was very large. Dropping her shoulders in a sign of submission, Greta focused on not listening to Steenke's voice telling her to never look like a victim. She needed to be able to get close to the man without inattention. Looking weak and frightened was the way to do it. She felt the heat from the man radiate through the cool night. She could smell the booze on his breath. She was close enough. Lifting the mace can, Greta sprayed it straight into the man's eyes. Instinctively, the man reached for Greta. His screams entangled with hers, and the suddenness of both had the other 3 men stuck in surprise. Having planned her route before attacking, Greta went into action. She pushed past the now blinded man who was fallen to his knees as the mace attacked his eyes. She ran, bolting for the hotel at a dead run. She could hear the men cursing her behind her. Instead of looking back to see if they were following her, Greta raced for the hotel, kicking off her ridiculous high heels to increase her speed. Now that she didn't need to pretend to not notice those behind her, she could take more action. She heard the thumping of the men's feet on the concrete sidewalk behind her. But she knew, without glancing behind her, that they were going to be too late. The stitch in her side kicked in just as she reached the hotel door. The automatic doors were shed open and she stepped in, already knowing the layout of the hotel. She bypassed the startled hostess behind the counter and bolted for the elevator. Luck was on her side as the elevator was already on the ground floor. Stepping inside, she punched the button for the 14th floor and slammed her fist into the door close button. She heard the men ask the worker where the elevators were. The softing alerted her to the fact that the door were closing. She breathed a sigh of relief as the doors shut before the men chasing her made it through the lobby. The fear of what had happened hit her so suddenly that her knees gave way before she was able to support herself with the wall. She fell to the floor. Tears threatened to fall, but she pushed them away as she pulled herself up using the railing alongside the elevator wall. She would fall apart later. After she was safely in her room, she still needed to make it into her room. She was sure who those men were, but she couldn't be sure that they wouldn't try to follow her up, taking the stairs instead of the elevator. She realized, the moment she stepped off the elevator onto the 14th floor, that she didn't need to worry about the men finding her before she reached her room. A different terror was awaiting her. Alexander, the very angry Alexander. Where were you? A very, very angry Alexander. Greta realized when she heard the quiet voice that he spoken. Her brain was working fine because a quick retort flew to the front of her brain. But she didn't trust her mouth to be able to say the words without trembling. Alexander pushed himself off the wall where he had stopped to wait once he heard the elevator start its ascent with Greta in it. He stalked over to Greta, his sheer presence pushing her back until she hit the elevators and had no place to retreat to. You will tell me where you... Instead of finishing his demand, he leaned closer to Greta and inhaled slightly. A new look of anger overtook his face. Why do you smell like pepper spray? Greta finally took several deep breaths. The stitch in her side increased as she breathed. Apparently she was out of shape. Listen, you will answer my question. She was about to tell Alexander not to call her by her full name, but Alexander's expression again changed. She had thought she had seen Alexander angry, but she had been wrong. Now he was angry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander called out. The word wasn't particularly loud, but it held a certain authority to it. And Ivan, despite being 4 rooms down and on the other side of a closed door, came as soon as Alexander called. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take Greta inside. She will not leave the room until I let her. Greta rolled her eyes. Immediately. Alexander completely ignored her. You will tie her up if necessary, he said to Ivan. She is not to leave the room. Even though Greta was walking of her own accord towards Alexander's room, Ivan obviously didn't think that she was moving nearly quick enough because he took her by the arm to hurry her along. But it was fast enough. Just as Ivan and Greta reached the door to the suite, the elevator doors opened. No, Greta whispered when she saw 3 men step off the elevator. Although she hadn't seen them clearly on the dark New York streets, she was fairly confident that they were the 3 men who had followed her. Greta dug in her heels as Ivan tried to hurry her into the room. She had expected the men to react in the same way she did when they saw Alexander, slowly backing up until they could find a clean exit from the obviously angry man. But they didn't retreat. They paused, for only a second, and then they attacked. In full Lycan form. "Stop!" Greta shouted. She attempted to run towards Alexander, but Ivan physically picked her up with just one of his arms and dragged her into the room. He released her, but stayed in front of the door to prevent Greta from running back into the hall. "Move! To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta ordered. "You may as well go sit down." "Greta," Ivan said, "I will not let you out of this room." "Move! To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta ordered again. Since her order hadn't worked the last time, Greta added, "I am a leader. You may not keep me in here." Ivan ignored Greta's threat. Alexander was Greta's, which gave Ivan more leeway with handling Greta despite her leader status. "Sit down." Greta looked around the room. "Where's Cecilia?" She watched the question hit Ivan and knew she had one. With only his mate on his mind, Ivan left Greta in the room and bolted across the hall to the other room. Greta didn't wait. She left the room intent on helping Alexander. She should have known better. First off, she saw the three men change into Lycans, leaving her human frailty useless to fight them. But, and this was more important, she thought she would have to help Alexander. There was a reason he had the reputation that he did. He was not going to need the help from a female human. Greta stopped short outside the door. The three men she had been worried about would no longer make anyone worry. All three of them were down. And, Greta assumed from the order of each, they were dead. That last of the three was just changing from his Lycan form to that of the human who had followed her on the street. Only one Lycan stood. Growling, he turned and met Greta's eyes. Stalking over to Greta, he paused just shy of bumping into her. He shifted back to his human form and turned to look at Ivan, who had opened the door of Cecilia's room. "Take care of those three. See if you can follow that order." He turned back to Greta, effectively ignoring Ivan. "Get in the room." She moved. First off, she had no choice. She had never heard so much power in someone's voice. And, probably more importantly, Alexander simply picked her up and brought her into the room. He released her and pointed to one of the chairs in the suite. "Sit down." Sighing, Greta rolled her eyes and moved over to the chair. She sat down and looked for Alexander, who was no longer in the room. She heard the sink turn on in the adjacent bathroom and thought, for the briefest second, to go find him. The stitch in her side from running changed her plans. She had to catch her breath and focus on calming her nerves before gallivanting into the bathroom to demand the explicit attention from a man that looked like he wanted to kill her. Perhaps it was best for both of them if he calmed down a bit first. She rested her head against the back of the chair and took stock of what had happened. Her feet hurt from the run on the pavement, and she figured they would be sore for a few days, a price she would gladly pay to be alive. She tried to wrap her head around what she had seen in the hallway. The men who had been following her had been Lycans. They had transformed into Lycans in front of her eyes. She had seen Patrick in Lycan form, but he was a teenager and didn't have the power that a full, grown Lycan had. The three men could have torn her from limb to limb. Then there was Alexander. She thought he had an effect on her as a human, but when she saw him as a Lycan, she had to found herself just thinking about it. If her knees hadn't already been weak from the race to the hotel, they certainly would have buckled at the sight of him coming towards her. "Greta." Greta's eyes flew open at the sound of her name. Alexander had come back from the bathroom and was wiping his hands dry on the pristine white towel. She looked at him and noticed that he looked no less mad than he did when she had stepped off the elevator. Calmly, Alexander took a seat in the chair across from Greta. Although there was another chair in the room, Alexander wanted to be between Greta and the door. He laid the towel over the armrest. "Where were you?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am a leader, and I am your protector. He took a deep breath and took control of his temper, seeing his mate step off the elevator when she should have been safe in her room, only to be followed by 3 lichens, made Alexander more than angry. It had him worried, and worrying was not an emotion he knew how to handle. For this conversation, my status as your protector trumps your status as leader. Do you understand? Greta nodded her head. She didn't really have a choice with Alexander between her, as the only escape route in the room, save for a dive out the window. Tell me where you were. I went to Times Square. Why, she cleared her throat. Well, the thing is, I highly suggest you don't lie to me. Alexander interrupted. Nor will you equivocate anything. So try again. Why did you go to Times Square? Greta fiddled with her fingers. I was going to lie. I just realized that I think I was tricked in order to get there. Alexander curled his hands into a fist. We are not getting anywhere with this. You will tell me everything that happened from the moment I dropped you off in your room and ordered you to stay there. I got a phone call, and he asked me to come meet him in Times Square. Who was the man that you went to meet that you thought it was okay to leave this hotel without me? Now Greta stopped talking. She bit her lip. She really should have thought through actions as well as this talk with Alexander. Perhaps she should have gone with Ivan into Cecilia's room. At least then she would have another lichen there to stop Alexander. I am not an infinitely patient man. You're just going to get mad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trust me, Greta, there is no way I can get any angrier than I already am. But now I no longer think the person I thought was on the phone was really on the phone. I think it was someone else. Margaret Klassen. It was Simke. And then hurriedly added, but now I don't think it was really him, because he was there. I think it was a setup. Simke. Alexander growled. What were you thinking? I was thinking it was my friend. Greta shot back. She was still in pain. Her feet hurt. Her side still hurt. Which was ridiculous because the stitch should have gone away. She didn't want to be interrogated by Alexander at the time. Just so you know, Mr. Waslow, I still consider Simke a friend, and there was nothing wrong with me going to see him. Except there was something wrong. Was there? Greta? Which is why I don't think it was him on the phone now. Greta said. And don't get mad at me. I didn't sneak out of the hotel. I simply left by the elevator. I would have known if you left. Alexander said. He had put Greta in the room next to his. Your scent would have let me know you were leaving, which is weird in and of itself. Greta mumbled. Oh, I forgot. I had a cup of coffee before I left, which you said one time hid my scent from you. Coffee. At 11 at night. She bit her lip again and this time fiddled with her hair. Well, about that. Yes, Alexander prodded. He figured he was going to hear something he was going to like. The man, whom I now know was Simke, told me it was going to be a long night and told me to have some coffee before I left. Alexander closed his eyes for a brief sec to hide the fact that his eyes were black orbs. He forced himself to calm down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll make a deal with you. For the next 10 minutes. You have complete immunity. You can tell me everything about tonight. And I won't get mad. But only for 10 minutes. Anything I have to get out of you after that 10 minutes, you will be reprimanded for. Reprimanded. Alexander had forgotten that he was talking to someone in his clan. He had simply reverted to his leader status. Yes, Greta, if you force me to get the information from you after 10 minutes, you will be reprimanded. I am your protector. You don't listen to me, and that will never happen again. So yes, Greta, I will reprimand you if I have to. It is completely up to you. Are you ready to talk for the next 10 minutes? I will. So long as you know that it was C&K on the phone. I can't reiterate that enough. Greta said. Alexander nodded. He would handle C&K at another time. I left the hotel about 20 to midnight because I really thought I was going to meet C&K. I didn't think I needed to tell you or Ivan because I was going to be with C&K. And he certainly wouldn't let anything happen to me. So I got to Times Square and went to find C&K told me to meet him under. That's when I knew something was wrong. C&K was there. I knew I was late. But C&K would never have left before I got there. When I was younger and in Prague, C&K told me to always trust my gut. So I did. I got back on the subway to get here. The subway is just down the block from here, Alexander said. Hey, Greta said. These are my 10 minutes. Are you going to add extra minutes to my time if you're going to interrupt me? My apologies. Continue, she sighed.
I'll continue.
3 men were following me. At least I thought they were. The subway was nearly empty, and I couldn't stay on there or the men would catch up to me. So I got off before this stop. I was 15 blocks away from the hotel. You're down to 4 minutes, Alexander said when Greta stopped and didn't continue. I knew I had to get to the hotel, but the 3 men following me were gaining on me. So I chose to go down an alley to cut my distance in half. She saw Alexander's jaw clench at her decision, and she hadn't even gotten to the worst part yet. Some man was waiting for me in the alley. He cut me off, so I pepper sprayed him and then ran for the hotel. Then I met up with you. So there was a 4th man, Alexander asked. Greta nodded her head. I got him square in the eye, so I don't think he followed me like the other men did. If those were indeed the other men who were following me, there were, Alexander said. They had pepper spray on them, just like you did. I didn't mean for this to happen, Greta said. She was sweating. Her face was hot, and it was getting harder to breathe. I just figured that it was C&K. It should have been okay. Why didn't you tell me that you were heading out of the hotel? But Greta didn't seem to want to answer the question. He looked at his watch. You still have a minute. I know you don't like C&K, Greta admitted. So I knew you would say no. Of course he didn't like C&K. Alexander didn't like any man near his mate. And he didn't like the fact that Greta went to C&K over him. But the 10-minute immunity meant that he couldn't dream into Greta for her actions. He would have to give Greta some rules to follow if they were ever off the property again, starting with no drinking coffee. He paused, looked at Greta, and studied her. What? Alexander, Greta said, still with her eyes closed. She was trying to stop her head from spinning and willing her side to stop hurting. She was seriously out of shape if the stitch was still there after 20 minutes. I can feel you staring at me. You said you had coffee before you left. I wasn't lying, Greta said as she fluttered her eyelashes to meet Alexander's intense stare. She could hear the accusing tone in his voice. I can smell you. Greta. Well, excuse me for perspiring after a near-death experience. A murder-dash for my life. A man facing one pissed-off protector. That's not what I meant, Alexander said. If you drank coffee, I would not be able to pick up your scent. But I have it now. He watched her close her eyes again. This time he carefully looked her over. Had Greta lied to him? Did C&K really have something to do with the whole night? Greta, why are you holding your side? I am seriously out of shape. I got an ache in my side as I was running to the hotel. It still won't go away. Alexander moved off his chair and over to Greta's chair. He knelt down beside her. I want to see your side. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's nothing. It hurts on the inside. It will go away. Your 10 minutes are up. Greta, I just don't know why you think I'm actually asking you to do what I say. I want to see your side. Something is wrong. Greta sighed heavily. It's nothing. See, she said, lifting up her shirt to show her side. Oh, she said. When did that happen? She traced the fingernail marks on her side. No wonder the pain won't go away. How did you know? Alexander pulled Greta to her feet. The only way I would be able to get your scent after drinking coffee would be if you were bleeding, since you were holding your side. I just made a guess. Go take a shower. I will have your clothes brought in here. I can just go back to my room. Alexander interrupted Greta with a laugh that showed no mirth. After tonight, I can't believe that you even bothered to suggest such a thing. You will be in here until we leave tomorrow. Swaying for a second, Greta held on to Alexander's arm until her head cleared. This discussion isn't over yet. Alexander kissed the top of Greta's head. Yes, it is. Now go take a shower. Chapter 27. Greta knocked on Alexander's office door, or what one of Alexander's men said was his office door. She waited for him to call her in before pushing open the door and stepping into the secluded office. Can I come in? Alexander. Alexander stood up as soon as Greta stepped into the room, the manners from a period long ago forcing his actions. I thought you were ignoring me. It had been for days since they had been back from New York, and Greta had forced herself to stay in her wing of the property and not find Alexander. The first 2 days she had kept herself busy grading all of her lessons and planning for the rest of the year. The third day had been near impossible, but she managed to stay away from Alexander. On day 4, she finally admitted to herself that she would not be able to last the day without seeing him. So she set out to find him. Well, you had been a jerk in New York. Jerk. Alexander had never heard the term applied to him. I am a leader. Greta, I deserve respect from you. Well, when you start treating me like a leader, I will start treating you like a leader. Sit, Alexander ordered, deciding to change the subject before he started down that path with Greta. I'm glad you came to find me. I was actually on my way to find you. We need to talk. That sentence sends terror through anyone's body when they hear it. Greta sat down, smoothing her skirt down as she crossed her legs. However, there happens to be things that I want to talk to you about. So this is good. Instead of taking his seat behind his desk like he normally would have, Alexander moved to sit in the chair next to Greta. He could feel his blood pressure even out as he neared his mate. He didn't like having Greta away from him for such a long time. If she had waited any longer, he would have gone to find her. He didn't like that she was on break. At least during school, he had seen her every day. Why were those men after me? Alexander was not expecting the question, so it took him a second to understand whom she was talking about. New York. Although it was only 4 days ago, it seemed as if years had passed. Leaning back in the chair, he rested his ankle on his knee. It's because you're a leader. Greta, so are you. Greta pointed out. They didn't go after you. Well, they didn't go after you until I brought them there. And they attacked you. But I've never seen anyone go after you. Alexander sighed heavily. Every clan has a leader. But not just anyone can become a leader. Aside from having Lycans willingly hand over their allegiance to someone, the only way to become a leader is to take over a leader's clan. Since most Lycans don't just hand over their allegiance, the easiest way to get a clan is to kill a leader and take his position. And don't take any offense at this, that you, my dear, have the easiest target on your back. Greta felt the involuntary shiver creep up her back. I think I liked it better when you sugarcoated things around me. Yeah. Too, and then you left the hotel and put yourself in danger. Alexander reminded her. Now you get the truth. Completely uncoated. How many people want to become leaders? Greta. Alexander started, realizing when he heard her fear that he probably should have sugarcoated a bit of what he was saying. Greta interrupted him. How did they even know I was there? How did they get my phone number? Who in their right would want to be a leader with this hanging over their heads? She got very quiet and turned to look Alexander squarely in the eyes. How did you become leader? He broke into a wide smile. My father died. Died? Greta asked accusingly. Of natural causes, Alexander assured her. I didn't become a leader in a nefarious way. Although I do allow rumors of the kind to circulate, you let a lot of rumors of your clan circulate. I thought Lycans didn't believe in lying. It's not a lie, Alexander said. Other lichens know not to mess with my clan because I take my responsibility seriously. I don't not let others touch what is mine and get away with it. It has left me with a reputation of sorts. One that you don't deny. That's unnecessary, he replied, because I would take measures to that length if I needed to. No one would doubt that. So how many people want to become leaders? Greta asked, reverting back to her first question. Do I have to worry about someone attacking me here? Maybe Ivan wants to become a leader. My men would never attack you, Alexander said. You are completely safe here. As for gallivanting away from my protection, I don't advise it. My men are here to protect you. Even Ivan. Greta stood up and moved to the large windows overlooking the front of the property. She could see in the distance a lone car traveling parallel to the property. So, let's say after these 6 months are over, and I haven't accepted anyone else's food and drink, and Patrick and Isabella have asked their fathers for their leadership again, would I no longer be a leader? It's an unusual case. Most leaders die before handing over their clans. But Nick has assured me that you will lose status once the children are back with their clans. Nick Lycoan, Alexander clarified, is leader of the Lycoan clan. Most people believe that is the clan we all come from. He is the one who makes up the laws for the entire Lycan culture. So, if this Nick guy says that I won't be a leader once Patrick and Isabella are back with their families, does that mean Lycans will stop trying to kill me? Truthfully, Alexander asked. He wanted to give Greta the opportunity to request a code of sugar at his words. No, you can lie to me, she said with not an ounce of sarcasm. Alexander looked Greta straight in the eye, and then he lied to her. Yes, they will stop trying to kill you. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She didn't know if Alexander's answered as sugarcoating when he told her he was going to lie to her. She also didn't know if it was worth it to even know the answer. What am I going to do? She whispered, really to herself. She was unaware that Alexander had her softly whispered plea. Alexander clenched his jaw. I am your protector. Do not insult me by assuming that I can't protect you. She turned with a sigh. I'm not insulting you, Alexander. I'm thinking of the future, which you won't be a part of. She wondered for the briefest second why her heart hurt at those words. But it was true. Despite the way Alexander made her feel, she had no future with him. He was a Lycan. She was a human. He was a leader with his own clan. She was an oddity in the Lycan world. An oddity that wouldn't be there forever. When I leave Western Prep, I won't have you protecting me any longer. Then what? Are you planning on leaving Western Prep? Alexander asked. He would ignore the fact that Greta was unaware of her connection to him. Alexander would never let his mate walk out of his life. And never would he let her be in danger. But for now, he would let her assume that he was only keeping her on his property because of his protector status. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Greta said. She pushed the thoughts away. She pushed the idea of a future with Alexander away. She pushed everything away. She wasn't willing to stay at Western Prep only to watch Alexander move on with his life. She wasn't willing to watch another woman waltz into Alexander's world. Alexander stood up from his chair. With his Lycan ability, he was able to move with utter silence until he was standing behind Greta. He put his hands on her shoulders and felt the small jolt of surprise. He hid his smile when he heard her blood start rushing. He loved hearing her reaction to him. Did you ever think that perhaps I would like to know if you're leaving Western Prep? Her mind was so fogged with desire that it took her a good few seconds to process what Alexander had said. Why would you care? Keeping one hand on Greta's shoulder, Alexander moved Greta's hair off her neck with his free hand. Leaning down, he kissed her neck. His sensitive lips felt the pounding blood race through Greta's veins, and he was reminded again how fragile Greta was. The smallest amount of pressure was all it would take for him to mark her forever as his. He pressed his lips against her neck for a moment before pulling away from her. He released Greta's hair. I want to know what your plans are with Western Prep. Greta turned around despite the fact that the blush colored her cheeks a deep pink. How do you do that? Do what? Kiss me and then carry on a conversation, Alexander traced the blush on Greta's cheek. We'll talk about that later. Right now, I want to know about Western Prep. It took all of her strength to walk out of Alexander's arms. Moving to the chair, she sequestered herself in the safe place, sitting on her crossed legs. I don't know about next year. She thought of a suitable word to finish her sentence. Dangerous here. I'm starting to think I should have taken that job in Egypt. You will not, Alexander ordered. For a brief moment, he forgot that he was talking to Greta, a leader of her own clan. He even forgot that he was speaking to his mate. He simply ordered her to prevent her from leaving, just like he would have any member of his own clan. Well, Greta said, I don't think they're still hiring, so I think you don't need to worry about that. Tell me your plans about Western Prep. Well, I think the only reason I'm still teaching there is because I am the leader of 2 of the children. After they go back to their families, I'm assuming both men will demand the school let me go. She dropped her head in her hands. Without a reference letter from Western Prep, I will never get another job in the States, which means that, yet again, I will leaving overseas. She stood up, walking to the door with a newfound purpose. I need to start sending out resumes to schools overseas. Greta, do you really think resumes will work? She paused with her hand on the doorknob. She turned around in a flurry and rested her hand on her hip. You know, I've been thinking about that lately. I'm a very good teacher. I had schools lining up around the block to hire me. Then suddenly I lose my job and not a single school is hiring. Except Western Prep. At first I thought that I was just lucky. But now knowing what I know, I think they had something to do with that whole fiasco. We know how to get what we want, Alexander told her. He didn't bother pretending he wasn't aware of how Western Prep got Greta as a teacher. She was the best in her field. Western Prep would want nothing but the best. So why do you think your resumes will work this time? Well, first off, Western Prep will be looking for a way to get rid of me at William and Edward's insistence. And, you know, there might be a school that you likens won't think of bribing or threatening or whatever it is you do to get them not to hire me. I didn't personally talk to any of the schools. Greta, Alexander assured her, not bothering to lie about Western Prep tactics. You don't have to take it out on me. She narrowed her eyes. It was your kind. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And, if you had any connection to the school, I'm sure you would have been just as underhand in the whole thing. I'm sure I would. I never lose at anything. Alexander moved up to greet her. He saw her hand on the doorknob and slowly shook his head. Stay where you are, why? As I said just a second ago, I never lose at anything. So you won't make it out the door if I want you in here. Secondly, he flashed a smile that had Greta's heart racing. You have no reason to leave because I won't let you get a job at a school that I don't know about. She breathed out some word, although she wasn't exactly sure what it was. Alexander's scent drove her mind wild. She wanted to. She pulled open the door and was through before she allowed her brain to continue on that track. Despite her legs feeling like limp noodles, she made it nearly halfway down the hallway before she heard the office door open. Greta, we need to talk about Patrick and Isabella, Alexander said with the smile hidden off his face. Sometimes Patrick and Isabella were the only way he could force Greta into a conversation. He was surprised to see Greta stop. He also had to admit he was surprised to see frustration on Greta's face. Come back in my office. Greta crossed her arms over her chest, rested her weight on one leg, and glared at Alexander. Glaring at the incredibly handsome man was much easier when she was several feet away from him. His scent drove her wild. So did his eyes. She looked at the top of his head. We can talk out here. Leaders don't discuss policy in a hallway, Alexander said. Come back in. It'll be good, he promised with a sly smile. Fine. Knowing that she had to talk with Alexander about Patrick and Isabella. But you're sitting behind your desk the whole time. Is that understood? As you wish. Her stomach flipped. Her face burned. Are you coming? Alexander asked, holding his office door open. He expected Greta to request him to enter the room first, so he was taken aback when she sashayed over to him. Greta placed her hand squarely on Alexander's chest. She stepped closer to him until there was hardly a breath of space between them. Standing on tiptoes, Greta whispered, "To come play at this game." She placed the shortest, chastest kiss on his lips. Finally she had Alexander frozen in his spot. With a small smile on her face, Greta slipped into the office and took the chair she had previously vacated. She looked over the back of the chair at Alexander, who was still standing at the door. "Are you coming in?" Shaking his head. Alexander finally moved. He slammed the door shut behind him and stalked over to his desk. "You're playing with fire. You're going to get burned if you're not careful. Maybe you'll risk it." She crossed her legs, noticing that Alexander's eyes went to her legs. So he was as composed as he wanted her to believe. "What about Patrick and Isabella?" Greta asked. Even though she wanted to see how far she could push Alexander, Greta wisely decided to force the conversation to a neutral subject matter. Although Greta was his mate and every fiber of his body was pulled towards her, Alexander was a leader of his own clan as well as Greta as protector. The first meant that he was used to control all his emotions and actions. The second meant that he must protect Greta. "Tomorrow you go back to school." Greta winced for a second. Alexander raised an eyebrow. "Don't you like teaching?" "Well, yeah," Greta assured him, "but he wants to start getting up early every morning again. And I have a bit more of a responsibility than just teaching. That's what I want to talk to you about. Tomorrow I will several of my men going to school with you. I have my car back," Greta reminded him. After Alexander took her car from her, Greta had refused to talk to him until she got it back. It took him 3 days to cave. Of course she had to promise him to tell him where he was going and never, ever meet with William or Edward alone. "I know you have your car. One of my men will drive with you." "Not you," she teased. He shook his head. He knew he was playing with fire and he got close to Greta. Being alone in a car with her would not be a good idea for him. "One of my men will drive you. After school, you may take Patrick and Isabella home with you, but you will also take the same man back with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "These are non-negotiable," Alexander interrupted Greta. "If you do not agree to each and every one of these, I will take steps that you will not be happy with." He held up his finger when he sensed that Greta was about to tell him that she was a leader and was able to do as she wanted. "I am your protector. If you expect others to treat you like a leader, then you will treat me like a protector. Like your protector, I don't have an issue with how others treat me. Everyone I meet treats me like a leader." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because I'm your protector, and that supersedes your leadership role. Now do you want to hear the rest of the rules? Or do I lock you up? I would rather figure out how to become your protector so I can order you around. But go ahead with the rules. One of my men will drive with you both to and from school. I will also have several men for both children. Also, you're going to have to get used to seeing me at school, because for the next few days I won't be leaving you alone. Do you understand all of this? Well, I understand the rules, but I don't understand why you're changing everything now. Normally Alexander wouldn't bother to explain himself, but Greta was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A Lycan leader. Both Getz and Dimmick are going to be on the warpath tomorrow when they will be forced to hand their children back over to you. You will not worry because I won't let anything happen to you, but they will try to kill you to break the leadership you have over their children. For the first few days, I will be with you to deter any Lycans from the two clans from bothering you. Greta closed her eyes and leaned her head against the back of the chair. I can't wait for these next 3 months to be done, and I can give the children back. She opened her eyes, sighed, and looked at Alexander. Why do Lycans have such stupid rules? I did what I had to do to save Patrick and Isabella. Why can't their fathers understand that? Lycans are different than humans. Alexander sensed there wasn't anything else he could say to explain the situation to Greta. Unfortunately, even if I knew all of this would have happened before I contacted both leaders, I would have still wanted the children to go to their clans for Christmas. Alexander smiled. And you wonder why neither females nor humans are leaders in our culture. You're either soft-hearted. I assure you, it's a compliment, which is soft-hearted. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The females or the humans? A little of both, but you are the mixture of both. I don't know one person who would take on the responsibility you did. Becoming leader was a huge risk. Wanting the children home for Christmas is not something a male leader would have done. You are amazing. Alexander's words had Greta blushing. Along with the blush came the thoughts of the fun she could have with Alexander. I have to go, Greta said. Quickly she bolted from the chair. They'll be waiting for your man tomorrow morning. Chapter 28. Greta glanced at the clock and cringed. She was running late. It didn't really surprise her. She always ran late on the first day back to school after a break. It was just so hard to get back onto a decent schedule. It didn't help that she was going to have Patrick and Isabella back. She didn't care much for the stress of making sure they were safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She did have Alexander promising to keep her and the children safe. She shivered once as she recalled her near escape in New York. She thought both Alexander and Cinque were exaggerating the danger she and the children would be in now that she was their leader. She thought they were just using that to get her to be under the control of one of them. But then she faced the true danger in New York. It was then that she realized without Alexander she wouldn't have lasted a week with the children. She didn't mind Alexander's protection. She just minded the fact that she had fallen in love with him. She couldn't ever have Alexander. He was a lycan, and she was a human. She couldn't imagine Alexander bypassing a beautiful lycan that was part of his world for her. A knock on the door jerked her from her thoughts. Come in, Greta called out as she slipped on her nude pumps, giving herself an extra 2 inches of height. Ivan opened the door, but he knew better than to cross the threshold. He was Alexander's second, but he knew his leader wouldn't take kindly if he found Ivan in Greta's wing of the house. Are you nearly ready? You're going to be late. If we don't leave soon. He pointed to his watch as if to prove his words. So sorry, Greta said. She snatched her cup of coffee off the counter. I hate the first day after break. Coffee? Ivan asked, catching the scent of the roasted beans as Greta moved up to him. Does Alex know? Greta flashed a smile at Ivan. Is there anything Alex doesn't know? She took a sip of the coffee. And I need the coffee. You would too if you were about to face a classroom full of middle schoolers the day after winter break. Although Ivan wasn't too happy about the use of coffee now running through Greta's bloodstream, he chose not to say anything about it. It wasn't really his place. Although he was Alexander's second and would normally outrank pretty much any other lycan or human, Greta was a leader of her own clan, and that meant she shouldn't be questioned by other lower-ranked lycans. Let me carry that bag for you, Greta. She was used to the morning routine now and gladly handed the heavy bag over to Ivan, who slung it on his shoulder without so much as a blink of an eye. She headed out to the garage where she waited for another normal morning routine. Ivan set Greta's bag in the back seat of the car, shut the door, and then to the only other lycan in the garage, Cecilia. Hey there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cecilia pushed herself off the wall and sauntered over to Ivan. She put her hand on Ivan's chest to stop him from closing the distance she had purposefully left between them. She met his eyes, and she knew Ivan would see the glint of humor she just couldn't hide at making Ivan wait for her. Ivan took Cecilia's hand in his and brought it up to his lips. He kissed her fingertips and briefly let his tongue trace the delicate pads. He smiled his own smile when he saw Cecilia's eyes glaze over with passion. He couldn't help but love his mate. "Good morning, love." "It's not a good morning yet," Cecilia whispered. She was trying to be quiet, but the passion coursing through her body deadened her voice on its own. No longer intent on making Ivan wait for her, Cecilia closed the small space between them, threw her arms around Ivan's neck, and covered his mouth with her own. She knew Ivan so well, and within only a few seconds, she had Ivan pulled into her, instead of sitting back and letting her have all the control. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." As a typical male icon, took over the kiss, giving Cecilia everything she wanted. He knew how to please her and immediately had Cecilia moaning beneath his lips as her muscles melted against his mouth and hands. Finally, although he didn't want to, Ivan broke off the kiss. He was surprised to see Cecilia's blackened eyes as her passion took over her control. He leaned down and kissed her nose. "Now I guess it's officially a good morning for you, love. If it was so much fun to watch you chase after me, I might ask for your name," Cecilia teased. "You talk big," Ivan said, "but you would ask for my name in a heartbeat. I just like the game as much you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Cecilia started, but she quickly lost a train of thought as Ivan moved closer to her, unwrapped his hands around her waist. She was going to shoot him some scathing remark, but his closeness had clouded her mind. Ivan leaned down and kissed Cecilia chastely on the lips. "I have to bring Greta to school. He'll come find you when I come back and give you a taste of what you will get when you ask for my name at Webbound." Cecilia stepped back from Ivan. "If you can find me, perhaps he'll let you kiss me." "Challenge accepted," Ivan whispered. Without another word, Ivan headed for the car where Greta was sitting in the front seat. He shared one more quick look with Cecilia before starting the vehicle and backing out the garage. His impromptu date with Cecilia was on his mind as he drove to Weston Prep. "How do you know Cecilia is your mate?" Greta asked, breaking into the silence. Ivan looked surprised by the question. He waited a second and then cleared his throat. "In the lichen world, mates are connected by a bond that is so great that it can't be ignored by either person. We might not realize the bond is there right away, but eventually both of us will be pulled in by the bond. And Alex?" Ivan stiffened his head just a bit at the question. "I don't understand what you mean." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta said again. "Does he have a mate?" "He does," Ivan answered vaguely. "All lichens have mates." Greta sighed at the answer that wasn't really an answer. She had to know. She had lived with the oddest attraction to Alexander that she couldn't deny. And just the thought of that of Alexander with another woman boiled Greta's blood. Usually that thought was enough to prevent her from having the conversation that circled around Alexander's mate. But this morning after seeing Ivan and Cecilia together, Greta knew she couldn't wait not knowing about Alexander. Who was Alex's mate? Ivan cleared his throat and tightened and loosened his hands around the steering wheel. He should have figured that Greta was going to ask the questions concerning mates. She was as pulled to Alexander as he was to Cecilia, and Ivan knew exactly how strong that pull was. So Ivan knew the question was coming, but he really thought that Greta would have confronted Alexander about it. Not him. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Greta said, after the silence had continued far longer than she wanted. "Who is Alex's mate?" "I'm not allowed to talk about it," Ivan said. Alexander had forbidden him, or any lichen in the clan, from telling Greta they were mates. Even though Greta was a leader and Alexander's mate, Alexander was Ivan's leader, and he was going to go against his leader. "Why can't you talk about it?" "Alex has forbidden me from telling you anything about it. About mates in general, or his in particular." Greta. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nolan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Perhaps we should talk about the upcoming day and what to expect now that you'll be having the children back with. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stop changing the subject, Greta demanded. Why has Alex forbidden you from telling me who his mate is? In not answering that, Greta felt her heart start to race and her blood course faster and faster through her veins. She knew Ivan picked up on it when he glanced over at her with a concerned look on his face. Are you okay? Who is Alex's mate? Greta, in changing the subject. Alex has forbidden this conversation. About school. There is only a few reasons that Alex would forbid you to have this conversation with me. I'm sure there's more than a few reasons. No, there is only a few. Gretel leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes for only a moment. Then they flashed open. No. Now what are you denying? Ivan asked as he exited the main road to head to the school. Perhaps if he got there soon enough, Greta wouldn't have the opportunity to ask any more questions or draw any conclusions that Alexander would not appreciate. Greta sat up ramrod straight in her seat and turned her teacher glare on Ivan. It was a glare she had perfected, and she was surprised to see Ivan actually cringe a little. And she was sure if she were Lycan and had impeccable hearing, she would have heard his heart start to race. Greta. Again she interrupted Ivan. At first I said that there were only a few reasons that Alex would have forbidden you from having the conversation with me. But I was wrong. Yes, Ivan agreed. There are lots and lots of reasons. No, Greta disagreed. There aren't lots and lots of reasons. There aren't even a few reasons. There's only one no. Yes, Greta. I'm Alex's mate. Greta paled considerably. She cleared her throat. That's it, isn't it? I'm Alex's mate. Aren't I? Lying was forbidden in the Lycan culture, and Ivan had grown up knowing never to lie. And he was going to change all that for Greta. Perhaps we should talk about Patrick and Isabella. Hoping to change the subject. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta, what do you want me to say? I want you to answer the question. Am I Alex's mate? I can't answer that. Ivan said. Alex has forbidden me from talking about it. You will have to ask him. Oh, I will. Greta assured Ivan. Ivan could hear the anger in Greta's voice. Luckily for him, he pulled in front of the school at the exact moment. Alex already has several of his clan here. They will watch you and the children today at school. Greta slipped out of the car and opened the back seat to get her bag of books. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You will not say anything to Alex about our conversation in the car, unless he specifically asks clarifying questions. I want to talk to Alex tonight. Ivan smiled. He wanted to be part of that conversation. There was no way he would ruin that entertainment for everyone. You have my word. Greta, I won't say anything to Alex. Now head inside. Greta waved a hand to Ivan and headed into the school. She was Alexander's mate. It was the only thing that made sense. That must be why she cowled and handled being in Alexander's presence without wanting to throw herself at him. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She saw Cecilia and Ivan together. She knew how strongly attracted mates were to each other. Alexander must have known the entire time, which would explain the small smile she would see on his face when she had a particularly hard time to stop herself from taking Alexander right then and there. And if Ivan had to be told not to talk to Greta about it, then that meant that other Lycans were probably aware of the connection between the two. Greta pulled her phone from her purse and dialed a number she hadn't called in several years. Hello, the voice said. Covered in sleep. K. You have a lot to explain. Greta demanded. Alexander was going to be happy that she contacted K. But Greta really didn't care all that much. She was going to face Alexander until she had all her questions answered, and K was going to be the one to answer them. Chapter 29. Patrick and Isabella. Put your backpacks into the trunk and then get into my car, Greta said. Do you want me to take your bag as well? Patrick asked as he held out his hand for the heavy bag on Greta's shoulder. Greta slid it off her shoulder and handed it to the teenager. She watched as the two students headed for her vehicle. Alex would rather have the children in a different vehicle. What Alex wants doesn't matter right now, Greta said. And we can just keep this away from him, like he kept things away from me. Timothy shared a look with Rook, another of the lichens sent to keep Greta safe while at school. They had been with Greta at the school since she had become a leader and moved on to Alexander's property. Usually she had been pretty sweet unless she was dealing with Alexander. This was the first time she had outright refused to follow them. Greta, Timothy, don't test me right now, or you'll get all my anger instead of Alex. And I really want to get mad at Alex. What did Alex do? Rook asked. He was too worried about Alexander's ability to protect himself, especially from a female human. But Alexander was Rook's leader, and Rook would do what was necessary to keep his leader safe. She asked. Oh, nothing. Alex didn't do anything. I feel like there really is something, though, Timothy said. Greta looked towards the car. Patrick and Isabella slide into the back seat. Shut the door, and don't listen in on my conversation. Timothy and Rook waited for Patrick and Isabella to do as their leader had ordered. Once they were sure the children were out of earshot, they turned back to Greta. What happened at school today? School? Nothing. Why would anything had happened at school today? Why are you mad at Alex? Rook asked. Archie has been at the clan all day. Is it because you think he is ignoring you? Do you wish he had come here instead of us to bring you home? Interesting question, Greta said. I have one of my own. How long have you known I was Alex's mate? Timothy choked a bit on his own tongue, while Rook cleared his throat. Rook was the one who answered first. Alex has forbidden us from talking about it. You do realize that saying that just confirms what I ask. In not confirming it, Rook said. I also not denying it. I'm just letting you know that Alex has forbidden the clan from talking about it. You can ask him about it, as Kim not going to ask him about anything. She held out her hand. For a moment Timothy and Rook looked at the outstretched hand in mass confusion. Because Greta was Ada's mate, they would never hold her hand, and yet she seemed to be waiting for them. Timothy raised an eyebrow. What are you looking for? My keys. I'll drive you home, Rook said. Greta shook her head. I'll be driving. Give me my keys. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It doesn't matter what Alex wants, Greta interrupted. I will take my keys and drive my car, since Alexander hadn't given them any real rules about Greta, except to keep her safe at all times. Rook slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out the keys. He placed them in Greta's outstretched hand. You may drive. I will be driving alone. Greta, you can't. Alex wouldn't like this at all. Greta headed over to her car and held onto the driver's side door handle. She lowered her voice so the children in the back seat couldn't hear her. Right now, none of that matters. And, Rook, Alex is going to hate a whole lot more. I'm not staying there anymore. You can tell him that and let that soak in for a while. Rook grabbed hold of Greta's arm to stop her from opening the driver's side door. Greta, you must go back to the clan. Let go of her, Patrick ordered, sliding out of the back seat and standing defensively, knowing he needed to be ready to attack Rook if he tried to hurt Greta. Patrick, back up, Rook ordered. I'm not going to hurt your leader, but I am going to prevent her from hurting herself. Let go of her. There's two of us, and only one of you, Rook pointed out. Greta rolled her eyes and jerked her arm away from Rook. Patrick, get in the car. You know Rook isn't going to hurt me. No one on Alex's property would hurt me or you or Isabella. Now get in the car. Yes, Miss Claassen, Patrick mumbled. His eyes were solid black orbs as he threatened Rook and Timothy with a look, even though his leader had demanded him to not attack on her behalf. If either Timothy or Rook attempted to hurt Greta, Patrick could, and would, Retaliate. You must go back to the clan. Greta, Rook said. Alex will not be happy if... Alex won't be happy. Greta interrupted. I don't think I care. He kept things from me. And you, she pointed at both men, are no different because you won't tell me what I want to know. We've been forbidden from talking about it. Ask Alex. He'll tell you everything, Timothy assured her. But you're going back to the clan. Now it was Timothy who did the interrupting. You know Alex will just come find you if you don't head back to the clan. And I can guarantee that he won't be happy that you left without telling him of your plans. He quickly changed his word choice because he was pretty sure Greta wouldn't be happy if he told her she should be following Alexander's orders. By Timothy. I'm just going to call Alex and tell him what you're up to. You won't make it. Greta flashed a smile, stopping Timothy in the middle of his sentence. Do what you want. I'm leaving. Without another word, she slipped into the driver's seat, started the car, shifted into drive, and pulled out of the parking lot, leaving Timothy and Rook alone. Miss Classen. She managed to bury most of the anger from Alex underlined to her to focus on the students in the back seat. What is it? Isabella. Is everything okay? Why weren't Timothy and Rook happy? Nothing to worry about. Isabella. They just heard something they didn't like. Are they going to tell Alex what it is they didn't like? Patrick asked. Greta met his eyes in the rearview mirror. Patrick, you need to stop worrying about me. Alex isn't going to ever hurt me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, Miss Classen. Greta noticed that a car containing Timothy and Rook was not more than a few car lengths behind her. She was surprised. She hadn't intended on keeping it a secret from them or even from Alexander. She just was going to play by Alexander's rules any longer. And, surprisingly, Zinke had encouraged her to put Alexander through the ringer. She wholeheartedly agreed to that tactic. She pulled into the expansive manor grounds and wound her car to the outer entrance to her wing of Alexander's house. She put the car into park, but didn't cut the engine. Go inside. You two. And get started on your homework. Isabella was out of the car with her backpack and headed for the door. Patrick, on the other hand, stayed in the vehicle. Patrick. Miss Classen. I don't think Mr. Winslow is going like what you have planned. They'll be fine. Patrick. Go inside. Miss Classen. You might not be aware of mates. Greta rocked her forehead against the steering wheel. Did everyone know that she and Alexander were mates? Perhaps she should have read that book on Lycan laws a bit more clearly. She might have been able to put two and two together a lot sooner. Are you okay? I'm fine. Patrick. Greta picked up her head. I also know what I'm doing. You can head in. Achia's going to come after you. Patrick warned. Achia's not going to let you go. She raised a brow but didn't comment on Patrick's warning nor the feelings that coursed through her body. Go inside. Mr. Winslow will make sure that you are perfectly safe here while I'm gone. Patrick grabbed his backpack and then also took Greta's bag of work to correct. I'm not really concerned about Isabella or myself. You don't have to be concerned about me either. Greta added. I'm not really concerned, Mr. Winslow would never hurt you because you're his mate. But you're not a Lycan, and you don't follow orders like the rest of us have been born doing. I just don't know how Mr. Winslow will handle that. Go now. And, Patrick. Yes, Miss Classen. You'll not tell Mr. Winslow that I am aware that we are mates. Do you understand? Although Patrick thought the order was odd, he quickly agreed. His leader had asked for something and it was Patrick's job to follow that order. I won't say a word. Greta waited for Patrick to enter the house before she put her car in reverse and headed off the property. She knew Alexander would find out that she was on the property almost before she left it. Timothy and Rook would have already alerted him that she had driven herself home, something that Alexander wasn't going to like. Not to mention that the perimeter guard would tell her that she had left the property without the children and without any guard for her safety. Greta figured that she would half an hour tops before Alexander would catch up to her. Soon if he drove at the speeds he usually did. Well, she didn't have any intention of being where he could easily catch up to her. Greta was about to give Alexander a run for his money. Chapter 30. Alexander sunglasses on. Since finding out that Greta had his property without any proper protection and without so much as a warning to him, he hadn't been able to control his like inside. His eyes had been burning a permanent black. He was going to be able to head out into the human public with his eyes reflecting his like nature. Mr. was low. Alexander didn't even bother hiding the growl that flew from his lips. He turned his back and glared at the young man standing by his office door. I don't have time for you right now. Patrick, not to mention you are no law on your leader's property. You are standing in my clan, and Greta S. not here to protect you from me. So, go back to your clan's property. Patrick shifted from foot to foot. He had grown up hearing horror stories about Alexander. More than once, his older siblings had actually threatened him with stories of Alexander coming to get him to scare him into obedience. And the stories worked. Even now, the stories continued to work. He wanted to turn around and head back to the safety of his clan. But he had to talk to Alexander about Greta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta was his leader. He would do anything to keep his leader safe, Mr. Winslow. My leader isn't happy with you. Well, then the two of us have something in common. I'm not happy with her right now. Alexander grabbed the keys from his top desk drawer and headed out of his office only to be stopped by Patrick. Look, son, move out of my way. I'm going to get Greta, and your presence in my office will not stop me. I will go through you if I have to. And we both know that I won't have much trouble going through you. That would bother Miss Classen, which is the only reason I haven't pummeled you yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander ran a very agitated hand through his hair. Now move out of my way before I physically move you out of my way. I'm going to go get her. I want you to. Patrick agreed. Miss Classen is human, and any roguelike and looking to take over a clan, small though it may be, will go after her. I'm well aware of her weakness. Do you know where she is? Patrick asked. I have ways to find her. Patrick, you will stop worrying. Go do your homework. Miss Classen will expect you and Isabella to continue in a normal routine, so you intend on bringing her back here. She belongs here. Alexander said possessive lie. Patrick stuffed his hands in his pockets. I agree, otherwise I wouldn't be here. For the umpteenth time, Alexander ran a hand through his hair. Yeah. Why are you here? I wanted you to know who Miss Classen contacted this morning. If Alexander's eyes could have gone any blacker, they would have as more anger surged through his body. If it was either your father or Isabella's father, they will both be dead. Patrick was quick to put in to prevent his own father's death at Alexander's hands. Patrick admired his father and knew that his father was a strong leader of his own clan, and for the longest time Patrick was sure no one on earth could have taken his father down. But Patrick hadn't ever seen Alexander without Greta there to soothe his angry side. Then who? Patrick, speak. I don't have all day. Scene K. Alexander let the anger ripple down his body. He could feel the hair on the back of his neck and hands to grow. For the briefest moment he wanted to shift into his lycan form and track CMK down to finally kill him. He should have taken the mad when he was in the Czech Republic, knowing that he couldn't leave his property as a half-human. Alexander once more waned in his anger until only his eyes showed his true lineage. You may go now. Patrick, good luck with her. Don't you think your leader will meet the luck? Patrick laughed. I've seen her with you. With my father. With the room full of leaders in Prague. She doesn't need the luck. Alexander stepped out of his office. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Escort Patrick back to his wing. You'll make sure both children get something to eat. Then you will keep them safe until I can bring their leader back. In chains if I have to. Alexander muttered under his breath as he bypassed Patrick and Ivan and headed for the garage. To say he was mad was an understatement. Greta had left him. Granted, Timothy and Rook had called him to warn him that something was up, and Alexander had figured Greta would simply attempt to ignore him or yell at him, or show her anger some other way. But whatever way she was going to show her displeasure to Alexander, he had expected her to be on his property to do it. And then she left. And worse, she had contacted Scene K. Once in his car, Alexander pulled his cell phone out and dialed Scene K's number. He hardly waited for Scene K to get one word out. "Am I going to Prague? Or are you coming here? Perhaps you should call Margaret." He had already attempted that enough times that Greta had actually shut off her phone instead of just ignoring his calls. "In calling you, Scene K, you would tell me what I want to know. She's my mate, and currently she's off alone with any rogue looking to have her." "Fine," Scene K said with a sigh. He had grown to like Greta since she was a teenager, and he knew Alexander was joking about the danger she could have been in. "Margaret called me. I'm not in Prague, and she's not going there. She's still in the States." "Where's she?" "That I will not tell you. Scene K, I am demanding you tell me her location." "I won't tell you. She has asked me not to." "Scene K, she's safe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "You can't know that. She has rogues after her, and I'm not willing to leave her unprotected." "She's not unprotected. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Alexander was angry, and with that emotion came the heightening of all his senses. It was because of that he clearly heard the female voice on the other end of the phone. "Who's on the phone?" "Scene K." It was Greta. "Scene K, put her on the phone now." Scene K set the phone down and turned to Greta. He was well aware that Alexander would be able to hear every word, but he was trying to prevent that. "Hey, Margaret, it's Alex on the phone." He doesn't sound happy, but maybe that's the way he always sounds. "Why is he calling?" "I think he wants to talk to you." "About what?" "I don't know. I'll ask him," Scene K said, deciding to play along with Greta. He lifted the phone back to his ear. "Greta would like to know what you want to talk to her about." "Scene K, I will kill you for interfering. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Put her on." "Scene K." Alexander interrupted Scene K. "I'm about to give her a warning. She needs to hear my ultimatum so she can make an informed decision on whether or not she is going to listen to me." "Ultimatum," Scene K repeated. Then he sighed as if he were tired of playing the go-between. "1 second. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He said, and once again set the phone down. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "He wants to give you an ultimatum." "Ultimatum? Perhaps HE is not happy that you left him," Scene K suggested. "You should probably talk to him. He'll just keep calling. And, unfortunately, I have a clan that I run, so I can't be incommunicado by shutting off my phone like you did." Greta held out her hand for the phone. She sighed, but there was a slight smile on her face. She just cowled and helped it. It was now Alexander's turn to not understand what was going on. "Hello. Hello. Greta. Where are you?" "With Scene K," she answered. She was surprised to hear the low growl across the phone. She knew, now that she knew she was Alexander's mate, that he was going to be happy that she was with another male icon. "You do realize that you're getting him mad at me, right?" Scene K asked nonchalantly. "Greta, tell me where you are." "No, Alex, I don't think I will. I'm mad at you, mad. What did I do? I haven't even talked with you yet today. Do you kept things from me?" Again Alexander growled. "What things?" "I've been very honest with you." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then it all clicked in. So Greta finally realized what Alexander had known for a while. She knew they were mates, and yet she left him. He shook his head. Now that you're aware, Greta, then you understand that I'm not going to let you go. I'm going to come find you. You can't try. There is no try. Greta, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're mine. Love. I want you warned. You can come back to the clan on your own or I'll come get you. I don't think I want to be with you right now. Alexander would have been hurt by Greta's words if he thought them the truth, but he knew she was as pulled to him as he was to her. She wanted to be next to him as much as he wanted her near him. Alexander sighed. He supposed that he would play Greta's game. Fine then. My dear. I'm coming to get you. Chapter 31. Alexander stepped out of moonlight into the dimly lit house. The area was spacious, much like the outside Alexander had stolen into in the middle of the night. He knew he was pushing for a war, doing what he was doing, but he didn't care overly much. Sinke had his mate. Alexander was going to leave her with him. Greta belonged with him, and he belonged with her. Alexander was about to lose that. And he was going to let the fact that Greta was on Sinke's clan's property in the earth stop him from claiming her as his. Normally, a Lycan leader would present himself to the perimeter guards to ask for permission from the leader to come on their property. To do otherwise could be an insult to the clan, and cause a battle between the clans. Alexander knew all this, but he didn't stop to talk to the perimeter guards. He didn't call ahead to alert Sinke that he found where Greta was hiding and that he was coming for her. He had given both Greta and Sinke the opportunity to follow his ultimatum. Greta had refused, as had Sinke, so Alexander was left to his own devices. And Alexander was not about to just let Greta leave him. Although he knew Greta wanted to be with him as much as he wanted to be with her and that very pull would bring her back to him. Alexander loved the thrill that came from going to Greta. She hadn't particularly made it easy for him either. She could have stashed herself away somewhere in the human world where there would have been very little protection, giving Alexander easy access to her. But she had instead chosen to go to Sinke's property in America. She had surrounded herself with Lycans who, if Alexander knew Sinke well enough, would be there to offer safety and protection for the female human. But none of that bothered Alexander. It had been a long time since he had been challenged at anything, and Greta was a prize worth working for. It had been a few years since he had to sneak onto another leader's property to take back what he wanted, but Alexander gladly rose to the occasion. He was wearing all black and moving without a sound. Had any human seen him, they would have classified him as a shadow and nothing more. Because he was infiltrating a human place, Alexander had to take even more precautions. He had hidden his smell to prevent others from realizing a foreign Lycan was on their land. His movements had less noise than the sound of a whisper. Alexander felt himself smile. Even in the Lycan world, he was nothing more than a shadow. Once inside the house, Alexander took a brief second or two to accustom himself to his surroundings. He was sure exactly where Greta would be staying, but he was fairly confident that she would be near the center of the house, as to put her in the safest place in the manor, figuring that Sinke, if not Greta herself, would demand that Greta be without a scent. Alexander knew that his sense of smell would not be much use to him in locating Greta but would prevent him from accidentally stumbling on one of Sinke's clan members. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander was sure that he would be able to take out Sinke's clan member before the man would have a chance to raise an alarm. Alexander didn't want to spill any blood, so it was best to stay out of everyone's way. Stealthily, Alexander headed up the stairs. Since he cowled induced his sense of smell, he switched his dependence upon his sense of hearing. For the past several months, he had been living in close quarters to Greta. Sometimes he was closer to her than she was even aware of. That closeness had given him an edge when it came to finding Greta. He knew how her voice sounded, even when she was whispering. He knew how she breathed when she was awake or asleep. He knew how her heart sounded, especially the way it piped whenever he would close the distance between them. Just thinking of the way Greta reacted to him had Alexander's own heart racing. He forced his body to calm down. He couldn't be alerting other lichens to him because of his racing heart. Once at the top of the stairs, Alexander paused to figure which way to go. After a few seconds, he decided to go to the right. He didn't really have a reason why, but he was hoping that Greta would be found that way. Suddenly, with his hearing heightened, Alexander caught the sound of Greta's resting heart rate. She was there, and he was not more than 50 feet from her. For the first time since he had found out that Greta had left his property, Alexander took a breath and let his body relax. He was near his mate, and, for the moment, she was safe. Alexander slowed down as he reached a corner in the hallway. He knew Greta's room was just around the corner, but he also knew that Sinke must have put a lichen on guard of Greta's room because he could smell the male scent. He felt his eyes shift into black orbs when he thought of another man so close to his own mate. Quietly, Alexander slipped around the corner. There was the other lichen. He was standing on guard in front of a door that Alexander very much wanted to get into. With footsteps as loud as a shadow, Alexander made it halfway down the hall before the lichen standing guard was aware that someone else was in the hallway. Alexander moved into action before the man could speak. He sprang the last few steps, landing his fist across the lichen's chin, knocking the man out with hardly a sound. He caught the man as he crumbled to the ground in a pool of unconsciousness. Being just as quiet as before, Alexander scooped the man up and onto, gently deposited him in the room across the hall. Alexander stopped outside Greta's door. The solid oak wood was the only thing that now separated him from her. He turned the knob and slipped inside the darkened room. Just as quietly, he shut the door behind him. It took him a second to find Greta, but his eyes soon rested on the sleeping body on the bed. He noticed immediately that she was covered with a fur blanket, a substance that could be used to block a scent from a lichen. It figures that Sinke would try everything to make sure he wouldn't be able to find Greta. But those precautions hadn't worked. Alexander moved over to the bed. He was here now with Greta, and that was all that mattered. He sat on the edge of the bed and let his hand trail along Greta's hairline. Immediately his lichen side calmed down at the touch of his mate. Chile agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta's voice was thick with sleep. Hey, gorgeous, you're late, Greta said accusingly. So you were waiting for me? Alexander asked as he shucked off his shoes. Next time you should give me an invitation. What are you doing? Greta asked when she saw Alexander slip his shirt off. I'm sleeping with you, Alexander said. You have no idea the toll you put on my lichen side when you up and ran, especially with Sinke. Greta rolled over in the bed and spread her arms across the bed to take up more room. I don't know if I want you in bed with me. I'm sure Sinke has another. Alexander didn't give Greta time to finish her sentence. He simply slipped under the covers, laid on his side, and pulled Greta up against him. Stop mentioning other men while we're in bed together. Greta let out a small laugh as she snuggled against Alexander's bare chest. I mentioned Sinke before you got into bed. And speaking of Sinke, he assured me that you wouldn't be able to get to me while I was on his property. Did you kill all of Sinke's men? Now that he was holding Greta in his arms, Alexander was able to relax. I didn't kill any of Sinke's men. As for keeping us separated, no Sinke wouldn't have been able to manage that. Obviously, Greta mumbled, but she had a smile on her face. She snuggled closer to Alexander, who wrapped his arm around her waist and gratefully pulled her closer to him. Sleep now, Greta. We'll head back tomorrow. Greta yawned. Perhaps I don't want to go back with you tomorrow. I think I'm beginning to like it here. She interrupted her own sentence with a squeak as Alexander moved, so quickly that no longer was he holding her to his side, but he was now above her, pinning her to the bed. You're coming home with me, Alexander ordered. You have no choice. Because of Patrick and Isabella. No, he growled. Because we're mates. Because I belong with you, and you belong with me. I'm a human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta whispered through another yawn. Mate strumped that card. Alexander whispered into her ear. He kissed her forehead and fell back onto the bed. He wrapped Greta in his arms and sighed. Mate strumped everything. My dear. But her words were stopped by another large yawn. But nothing. Alexander insisted. Now sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But his order was useless. Greta was already back asleep. Alexander expected sleep to come slowly for him, but he was with his mate, and she was in his arms. All was right with the world. For the moment, Alexander slept. Chapter 32 was low. The booming voice woke up the sleeping couple, but only one of them moved into action. Instead of letting Greta out of the bed, which Alexander was sure she would do if he could move, he wrapped his arm around her waist, pulled her to his chest, and, for good measure, draped his heavy leg across hers. There's no need to move. Yeah? Alexander whispered near her ear. It's just Scene K. Get out of Margaret's bed. Was low. Scene K ordered. Yes or else, Scene K said. He crossed the floor in quick steps and stopped not far from the bed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Get out of her bed. She's my mate. And unless somehow the two of you were bound last night after you sneaked on my property, you have no right to be in her bed. Now if you don't get out of Margaret's bed, I'll kick you off my property and keep Margaret here to protect her. And next time, I'll put more men on her. And you won't get past them. Alexander knew that Scene K was protecting Greta, and, although he wasn't ever going to harm her, he knew that Scene K was in the right. Leaning over, he kissed Greta softly on the lips before untangling himself from around Greta and slipping out of the bed. He reached for his pants, pulling them on as he talked to Scene K. You would find it fatal to you or any of men if you tried to keep me from Greta. Greta rolled over to the other side of the bed and exited there. She snatched a look over at Alexander. She was slightly disappointed when he put his shirt on, thus covering his perfectly sculpted chest. Scene K scolded when he caught the skip in her heart. Greta shrugged a shoulder as she grabbed the plush, grey robe from the chair. She slipped her arms into the material and wrapped the belt around her waist. Well, why you to talk? I'm going to go down and get some breakfast. Stay here. Greta, Alexander ordered as he sat on the bed to tie his shoes. Why? Because I said so. Alexander was looking at his feet and therefore didn't exactly see what Greta had done. But he figured when the pillow hit him in the back of the head that Greta didn't care much for his choice of words. Greta stumped across the room. She stopped just in front of Scene K. This is your fault. You said he wouldn't be able to get to me. You're either one who accepted him into your bed last night. Scene K pointed out. Winslow might have been able to sneak around my men without making a noise, but I can guarantee you that my men would have heard you had you screamed. She blushed clear to her roots. She opened her mouth and then closed it, and then opened it and then closed it. She managed to find some words to say. This is still your fault. I was sleeping when he showed up, and I can't be held responsible for what I do when I'm sleeping. I hardly knew he was there. Alexander scoffed. My dear, we are mates. You were very much aware. His words were cut off when Greta turned her perfect teacher stare at him, having been a leader for several centuries. Enthusiasm, of the most terrifying lichens to have existed. Alexander was not used to anyone turning a disapproving look at him. Greta's face was as red as an apple, but she managed to keep Alexander quiet with her look, which she had to be grateful for. Alexander cowled and hid the smile from his face. It was true that he hadn't often been scolded. His father had been the last person to scold him, and he had taken that scolding to heart and learned from it. But Alexander found that his reaction to this scolding was much different than that one. He liked it when Greta took control. He liked it when she got all flustered that she seemed to forget what was going on around her. He couldn't help but let out a small sigh. He loved his mate. "Why are you smiling?" Greta asked. "I'm mad at you. I left your land. You, as a leader, should have stayed there. You're a leader as well," Alexander pointed out. "You left your clan alone." She gave a little scoff. "Left them alone. I wouldn't do that. You're my protector. As such, you are to protect what is mine. Patrick and Isabella are safe under your protection, or at least they would be, if you had stayed there. My men won't let any harm come to your clansmen," Alexander assured her. "As for being your protector, but more importantly as your mate, that is why I'm here. You didn't tell me. Tell you. I've been telling you that I'm your protector since the moment I met you." "No," Greta said with a wave of her hand to dismiss everything he was saying. "You didn't tell me that I was your mate." He shrugged a shoulder as he got to his feet. "You didn't ask," he said simply. "As him a human. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We don't have mates. We have the one, which in most cases doesn't last, and we move on to the 2 and the 3. But we don't have this unreasonable pull that you knew I couldn't understand." Alexander moved closer to Greta. He noticed, immediately, that for every step he took towards her, she took 2 steps back. He stopped moving and cocked his head to the side. "I gave you a book on Lycan law. There is an entire chapter dedicated to mates. Surely, as a teacher, you didn't just skip over that chapter." She had skipped over that chapter. In fact, there were a few chapters she only skimmed through or skipped entirely. "I read what I thought I needed to know to take care of Patrick and Isabella to the best of my ability, since I was only going to be their leader for a few months. I figured I wouldn't have to worry about the 2 of them finding their mates. And even, stop moving closer to me," interrupting her own words and moving another 2 steps back. This time, Alexander shook his head. "You're my mate. I want to be next to you. Stop moving away from me." Greta didn't listen, and that simple action didn't surprise any of the people in the room. Zinke knew her far too long to think she would listen to any order she didn't want to. And Alexander had been dealing with her for the past 4 months and knew just how stubborn she could be. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She had denied the mate bound since she had met Alexander. That was no small feat, because Alexander had insisted that he would wait for Greta to figure it out before acting on the pull. Alexander growled low in his throat when Greta took another step away from him. "Stop moving. You can't make me," Greta said, taking another small step away from him. He raised an eyebrow. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "My dear, I could make you, but it isn't necessary. I don't need to stop you because the wall behind you will. You'll be trapped, and the only way out will be through me." "Zinke," Greta complained loudly, glancing over at the other man and in the room. Alexander now let out a louder growl. He glared at Zinke, who hadn't even moved to help Greta. "You will stay out of this. Zinke, she is my mate." Greta shook her head. "To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "That can't be. I'm a human. You're a Lycan. I think perhaps you just think I'm your mate because of the situation we are in. Perhaps it's just a reverse form of hero worship." It took Alexander a rather long time to process Greta's words that she got to finish her entire theory of their connection before he was able to respond to her. What are you saying? I explained this last night." "Greta," mate strumped being human. Greta's crunched her eyebrows up as she tried to recall the night before. She couldn't exactly remember what she said to Alexander. She only remembered the complete calm and safety she felt in his arms that she slept through the entire night. "Alexander, You're not going to argue with me about this? Alexander interrupted. You are my mate, human or not. Greta turned to Sinke. Sinke. For the first time, Alexander didn't mind that someone was questioning his word. It was slightly irritating, but he knew Greta needed to have confirmation from a source other than him. Alexander yelled on the Alexander faced Sinke, who had stayed on the other side of the room. Sinke shrugged a shoulder. It's not common. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For lichens to have human mates. But, he quickly added before Greta was able to break down at the idea that she would have to let Alexander go to another woman. It's not unheard of. But in the lichen world we don't pick our mates. Human or not, you can be Alex's mate. And if I don't want to. Now Alexander pushed himself off the wall and lost all form of complacency. He swirled to face Greta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, Greta forced her gaze to stay on Sinke. What if I don't want to be his mate? Chapter 33. Sinke moved quickly, putting himself between Alexander and Greta. He kept a hand on Alexander's to prevent him from moving over to Greta. He studied the woman who, if the truth were told, didn't look happy with her suggestion. He should have stayed in the Czech Republic and let his second protect Greta. Life certainly would have been easier for him. Sinke? Greta asked when the man had taken an awfully long time to think. Sinke sighed again. It doesn't really matter if you want to be his mate or not. You are his mate. You will always be his mate, and he will always be yours. However, that doesn't mean you can't choose not to be with him. You can tell Alex that you don't want to bind with him, and he will let you leave. As soon as his words were out, Sinke was not surprised to hear both Alexander's and Greta's heart start to race. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sinke had just told her mates that they could forever be separated. Greta pulled on the sleeve of her shirt, bringing it over her fingers so she could fiddle with a small, loosened string, so then he would find another mate. No, both Alexander and Sinke said at the same time. Sinke pushed Alexander back against the wall and glared at him, telling him, silently, to let him do the talking. With Alexander taken care of, Sinke turned back to Greta, who looked sick at the idea of Alexander finding another mate. No, Margaret. Alex won't find another mate. We lichens get one. That's it. If you don't want him, you can choose to leave him, but it won't give him another opportunity to find someone else. What about another lichen? What is it with your fascination on lycanthropy? Sinke asked. Because he deserves someone else. Greta whispered as she fell back against the wall to support herself as waves of regret filled her body. He deserves unlike him. Alexander took a step forward only to find Sinke's hand on his chest once again. He glared at the man. I've let you stop me enough for today. If you continue with your hand on me, you will soon find it disconnected from your wrist. You will not stop me from being next to Greta. Having heard a rumor of Alexander doing that very same thing to a lichen who had dared attack someone he loved, Sinke knew Alexander was just making a threat. He moved his hand and stepped aside to let Alexander go to Greta. Now that he was unimpeded, Alexander crossed the room and pulled Greta into a hug. Again, he felt his inside relaxing. He took in a deep breath and just let his senses pull Greta into him. Finally, once he felt ready enough, he took a step back and slowly lifted Greta's chin until he could see her eyes. Why do you think I would want anyone else but you? Because you're ear lichen. And I'm not. Greta whispered, her eyes pooled with tears. I'm not really understanding. Greta, have I, or any of my clan members, ever given you a reason to think that you were anyway worthless? Greta placed a shaking hand on Alexander's cheek. You're ear lichen, he growled low. Say something else. We have both known, for a long time, that I was a lichen. What is wrong with that? I would never hurt you. Surely you're not afraid of me. She actually managed a smile. You don't scare me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You never really have. I'm well aware of that. And he was. Greta was the only person who had never done what he had asked. And he could be quite frightening at times. What I'm not aware of is why it matters that I am a lichen. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta moved closer to Alexander until she was resting her head on his shoulder, and his hands were wrapped around her. I'm going to die, she whispered. For a moment, Alexander was so shocked he did nothing. Suddenly, he took several steps back and scanned Greta's entire body. He heightened all his senses to hear what was going on inside her body. What happened? Are you sick? Did you get hurt? Despite the fact that she was quite miserable at the moment, Greta found that she was smiling. I'm not sick. There's nothing wrong with me. You said you would die. No, I said I was going to die. Greta clarified. From what? Well, I hope old age. Alexander let a small smile come to his lips. He moved back up to Greta and pulled her into a hard hug. Don't scare me like that. My dear, I'm not trying to scare you. Greta mumbled into Alexander's chest. I'm just letting you know that you are a lichen and I'm a human. You live forever. I'm going to die before you. We don't live forever, Alexander pointed out. Well, you live longer than humans. Wouldn't you? Don't you? Wouldn't you want to be with someone who lives as long as you? No, love. I want to be with you. Alexander wound his hand up and down Greta's spine. He loved holding her in his hands, and he noticed that he didn't get to do it nearly as often as he wanted to. I may only get 60, 70, possibly 80 years with you, but I wouldn't change that for 500 years with anyone else. I want you. I need you. He lifted up her chin. I love you. He finished before leaning down and kissing Greta lightly on the lips. Once he was done with the kiss, he rested his forehead on Greta's forehead. I think this is where you tell me that you love me. I do love you, Greta whispered, noticing for the first time that Simke had still remained in the room. Although she really wanted to show Alexander exactly how much she loved him, she certainly wasn't going to complete any of her thoughts while there was a third party in the room. Alexander, noticing the pink blush that covered Greta's cheeks, dropped the subject for the moment. That hardly appeases me. Greta, but for the current moment, I will let that be enough. Tired of being the third wheel. Simke cleared his throat. You two may be mates. But, Margaret, until you ask Alexander for his name, you two will not be staying in a room together. Netska, ask for his name. Greta interrupted. What do you mean? Simke turned to look at Alexander. I thought you gave her a book on lichen law. Well, I did, Alexander said. Apparently. However, she skipped the parts on mates. Not that I can figure out why you're either one complaining about. I'm the one that has to wait for her to say the words to me. What are the words? Greta asked. Perhaps I can say them now and we can bind right now. As much as I'm sure that appeals to Alex, Simke said. It can't happen like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean to say it shouldn't happen like that. The finding and joining of mates is an occasion that should be celebrated by the clans. Wazlow's clan is going to want to be present for the binding of their leader to his mate Y. Greta asked, not really a fan of waiting for what she wanted. Alexander wrapped his arm around Greta's waist as he pulled her closer to him. Simke is right. My dear, as much as that pains me to say that. You see, in the Middle Ages, humans started to attack our kind. Major bounties were put on our females' heads. So many of our kind were killed. The few females that survived were hidden away by their clans. Mates have been hard to find. Either they have been killed or they have been hidden away. This makes the finding of any mate something to be celebrated by the entire clan. I don't want to take that celebration away from my clan. I suppose I can wait until we get back, Greta said. But I don't want to wait as long as Ivan and Cease. Alexander held out a chair at the dining room table for Greta. Once she was seated, he pushed her chair in slightly. Leaning down, he kissed her lightly on the cheek. My darling, there is no way I would let you last as long as Cease has. And there is no way it'd last as long as Ivan with you so close to me. He brought her hand up to his lips and gently ran his tongue along her knuckles. So I guess I'm glad you can't be away from me any more than I can be away from you. I love you. Greta noticed that nearly the entire room was focused on her and Alexander. She dropped her head to prevent her weird face from being on show. Are you going to get me something to eat? Alexander threw back his head and laughed. He turned to Simke. I profess my undying love for her. And she tells me that she's hungry. Well, I am, Greta defended. I only had lunch yesterday, and then I had to leave to come here, so I didn't eat much. Alexander tucked a stray strand of Greta's hair behind her ear. I'll bring you some food. Then we'll head back to my clan, and we'll plan on the bonding ceremony for Saturday. This Saturday. If that works for you. Alexander quickly added, my clan will be there. Your clan will be there. My clan? Greta asked with a laugh. You mean Patrick and Isabella? They are your clan. Trust me, they will be as happy as my clan is that you have found your mate. Greta turned to Simke. What about you? Me? I would like you to come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You were the first like a I'd ever met. You've been a part of my life since I was a teenager, and helped me often when my parents weren't around. I would like you to be there. When Simke didn't respond fast enough, she turned to Alexander. Can Simke come? Normally, Alexander wouldn't allow another leader onto his property, nor would he want someone whom Greta seemed overly attached to. But he knew Greta had a strong attachment and had a past with Simke. She had no parents or close family, and Simke was the closest that came to someone of her own side to bring. He wouldn't begrudge her that. Of course Simke will come. Giving the order to Simke as he said the words to Greta. Won't you, Simke? Simke nodded his head. I wouldn't miss it for the world. They'll be there Friday night. And Saturday, they'll be the one who stands on your side. Greta, they'll supply your dress and cloak. Like Aunt Tradition, darling, Alexander added. We'll discuss more about it on our way back to the clan. And once there, perhaps I should learn the proper words to say to get you to agree to bind with me. Greta teased. Yes, you will. Alexander agreed. Once more he kissed the top of Greta's head. He went to get her breakfast. They would eat. Then they would leave. And Alexander would make sure to get Greta safely on his property. Once she was there, they would only have to wait until Saturday before he would be hers forever and she would be his. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What could go wrong? Chapter 30 for Greta returned back to school on Thursday, since she had already planned on running from Alexander before she actually took off. She had gotten a replacement for her class for Tuesday and Wednesday. Granted, she had thought that Alexander would have found her sooner, and she wouldn't have had to use the replacement for Wednesday, but it had taken Alexander a day to find her. And, despite getting back to Alexander's manor early Wednesday morning, he had convinced her not to head back to school for the afternoon. So now it was Thursday. Greta walked into the school building with her guard not far behind her. She had expected the day to be like any other day, but she was about to find out just how lacking the shortage of mates were in a lichen world. Not being a lichen herself, Greta wasn't really aware which students were or were not lichens, but she was soon able to use process of elimination to deduce which students were lichens based on the fact that they came up to congratulate her on her soon-to-be mating process. After the third student had come up to her, Greta turned and looked over her shoulder at Rook, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. How do they know? Know what? He asked, slightly confused. You mean? How do they know that you and Alex are mates? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rook smiled a bit. Well, if you weren't aware, my leader has a bit of a reputation in our world that lets others know that he isn't someone to be trifled with. He was purposely being vague with his word choices so any none, Lycan's going to the school didn't overhear his word. Many of us thought he would never find his mate, so the idea that is you, and you are what you are, is a pretty big shock to our world. Greta shook her head because she couldn't handle the nonsense she felt that was coming with the fact that she was Alexander's mate. And she had not only asked for his name, but they were planning on having the mate-binding ceremony in just a few days. She headed for her classroom, stopping just outside her door. It was open already, a sign that the teacher she had filled in for her the past 2 days didn't take the time to lock it up the evening before. It was that she was worried about anything of value in her classroom, but she did like being in her classroom before it was overrun with the students for the day. She could hear the students in the classroom. Of the voices, she immediately recognized Patrick's voice. "It's on Saturday," Patrick said. The voice was very low as if to keep the words from going any further than the door. "She's a human," he finally finished. Greta looked startled. She looked up at Rook, who was near her side. "Gordon is a Lycan." Rook nodded his head. When Alexander had put his men on guard duty for Greta, he had ordered his men to keep all identities of Lycans a secret from her. Though that order had been removed once she had asked for his name. Soon she would be as much in the Lycan world as if she were a Lycan herself. "I know she is a human," Patrick said. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "She's my leader." Greta noticed that he said those words with a bit of pride attached to them. "Yeah, but she's planning on binding with Alexander was low. Alexander was low. He's said to have wiped out an entire town of humans because they took peaches off the trees that grew on the border of his land. Surely he won't plan on keeping her alive." Greta grabbed Rook's arm before he could go into the classroom and teach Gordon a lesson on how to talk about his leader. She shook her head at him, ordering without words to stay where he was. "Miss Claassen is my leader." "Gordon," Patrick growled. "I wouldn't let any harm come to her, even if I had to go through Alex to keep her safe." "But H.E.S. Alexander was low," Martin put in, "and his clan is almost as bad as he is. They kill everyone who walks on their property. Even Lycan leaders can't go on that clan's property because they won't ever leave. People disappear around his area and are never heard from again. Papa says it's dangerous for you and Isabella to be there." Greta was listening to the conversation the boys were having in her classroom, but she was watching Rook. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She saw the smile on his face turn to a frown and then watched as a flash of black colored his eyes. She smiled at him and shook her head again. "I think that last part is more because of me than you or Alex." "Even still," Rook said, "I don't think Alex would like those boys to say what they are." "Well, Alex isn't here to oppose to anything. I can do it for him, but you won't." Greta patted him on the arm. "Now I'm going to go teach, so you can go lurk in a darkened corner somewhere." "I don't lurk," Rook countered. Greta broke into a laugh. She could hear the 3 boys in her classroom start to move as they heard their teacher come into the classroom. She might have heard what they had been talking about, but she was going to call them out on it. She would let them think their conversation had remained a secret. "Good morning." "Good morning, Miss Claassen," they replied in unison. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Greta said, "I'm pretty sure this isn't your first class of the day. The bell is about to ring. You should get back to Mr. F.L.'s classroom." With a quick nod of his head, Martin left the room just as the first bell rang. Chaos ensued in the hallways and the classrooms until the second bell 4 minutes later. By that bell, all the desks in Greta's classroom were full, and all the students were quiet. As she looked from her desk, It was difficult for Greta to notice which students were lichens and which weren't. The ones with the look of complete disbelief on their faces and the glances over at Patrick and Isabella were a pretty big clue they knew about a binding ceremony with Alexander. The Alexander was low in just a few days. Although Greta loved teaching and enjoyed the time in the classroom, she had been sure that the upcoming ceremony on Saturday would have made the day crawl by. But she had been wrong. Before she knew it, lunch had come and gone. Normally, she would have had lunch in the teacher's lounge. But Rook had asked her to skip it because he was sure that lichen teachers would have been too focused on the fact that she was binding with Alexander. And he didn't want to have to beat anyone up for talking ill of his leader or his future leader's mate, since Greta had missed the last 2 days of school. Greta had more than enough work to keep her busy over the lunch hour. Then after lunch her classroom was full of students, and she was back to teaching the languages she loved. "Miss Claassen," Greta glanced up at Ruby. Yes, Ruby pointed towards the door. Greta followed Ruby's finger and was surprised to see the school secretary there. She kept the whiteboard marker, set it on her desk, and crossed the floor. "Yes. Carol Ann would like to see you in her office. I can take your class until you come back." Greta nodded her head. "Boys and girls, you all have work today. Start on page 112 and do parter B and D. Then do parter and C on page 114. "Yes, Miss Claassen." With that taken care of, Greta headed for the headmistress's office. She figured that Carol Ann was going to want to have a talk with her about the way she had fallen into the lichen world and now planned on staying there now that she was binding with Alexander. But truth be told, she thought the conversation would take place at a different time. She and Alexander hadn't actually talked about the next year or even the years after it, and if he thought she should or shouldn't be teaching. Greta had no intention of not teaching because she loved it so much. But if Carol Ann didn't want her in the school, there was much she could really do about her job. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." With the way the students talked about Alexander, she could have him talk to Carol Ann and she would be teaching for as long as she wanted. But Greta didn't need to run to Alexander for help with such a little problem, and perhaps she was only asking her to the office to give her a gift and wish her good luck on the upcoming ceremony. Patrick heightened his hearing to listen to Greta for as long as he could. He didn't like when Greta was out of his sight when she was on Alexander's property. It helped now that Alexander had his men there to watch her. Patrick wasn't worried about Greta so much as he was worried about the people in the lichen world that wanted her out of the way. Patrick wasn't a fool. He knew how lichens could become leaders, and one of the easiest ways was to kill a leader. And Greta was the easiest target for a leader in the lichen world by far, especially where she was on Alexander's property. He stopped listening when Greta's footsteps faded too far for him to hear them any longer. At least Rook was at the school to keep an eye on Greta. It made it easier for Patrick because he couldn't just up and leave the classroom to watch Greta when she left. He was only a student after all. Usually, there were more than 2 members in a clan, and usually they weren't all teenagers. That would normally give the leader an option to choose for a second. But Greta was picking a second between Patrick and Isabella, and Patrick couldn't blame her. He wasn't exactly old enough to take on an entire clan on his own. Not for the first time Patrick wished he was older than he was. Sighing, he tried to push that out of his mind. He had Greek to focus on, and Miss Claassen had given a lot of homework that she would expect on the next day, and Patrick knew if he didn't finish it in school, she would make him finish it at the clan, and he would rather fight with Alexander's men than do simple school work. He had been taking fighting classes with Alexander's men about a month after Greta had become his leader, and Patrick looked forward to each bout. Despite the amount of Greek homework he had, Patrick still felt the hour drag on. Too often he glanced at the clock and then the door, wondering where Greta was and why she hadn't returned to the classroom already. The final bell rang. The classroom erupted into noises as the boys and girls gathered books, broke into conversation, pushed in chairs, and headed for the hallway. Patrick participated in none of that. As was the custom now, Patrick waited in the classroom for Isabella, And then they went home with Greta and whomever was her guard that day. Slowly he packed his bag, wondering, not for the first time, where Greta was. Nearly a half hour passed. The school was slowly being emptied of students. Even with his heightened sense he could hear hardly a student in the building. He stood up. He was about to go look for Greta when he heard footsteps. They were clearly feminine footsteps, and he found that the muscles that had been so taut for so long finally loosened up. That was until he looked at the doorway. It was Isabella, and her face was ashen. Jumping to his feet, Patrick left his bag and books forgotten by his desk. "What's wrong? Isabella, what happened? Did somebody say something?" "They're here," Isabella interrupted with a whisper. Patrick shook his head, not understanding anything he was hearing. "What are you talking about?" "Pooh, I caught their scents when I was walking out of my classroom," Isabella whispered again. She was shaking like a leaf, so Patrick pulled her into a hug. "Nothing can happen to you here. Miss Carson is here. Mr. Winslow has his men here. You're perfectly safe." She shook her head. It was them. From Prague. The last word was too faint for Patrick to hear, but he didn't actually need to hear Isabella, because at the same time, his heightened senses had picked up the scent she had been talking about. Then men from Prague were indeed in the school, and they were heading their direction, no longer caring about any of their school things. Patrick snatched the book bag from Isabella's hand, tossed it across the room, grabbed her hand, and pulled her from the room. "Follow me, Patrick." Patrick shushed her with a look. "I'm going to keep you safe. Just stay quiet." He led Isabella at a run down the hallway. It wasn't really sure where he was going, but he needed to get away from the stairs where the men seemed to be coming. After reaching the end of the hallway, Patrick knew he had to do something. By the scents below him, Patrick knew the people from Prague had someone waiting at the other stairwell in case they had decided to take that way down. And Patrick was betting that they had someone on the elevators. "Patrick, why are they here?" she whispered. "Let me think. Let's go in the theater," Isabella said. "They have the inside room that not many people know about. And I think there might be a window in there. Perhaps we can go out the window without anyone noticing." "Good idea." Patrick took Isabella's hand once again and they raced to the theater. He followed Isabella as she raced down the aisle to the back of the theater and opened the door to the costume room. The place was littered with boxes, shelves, and racks of costumes, but behind it all there was a small window. "Patrick, come on," Isabella said, dragging a particularly heavy box over to the window, so they could reach it. "1 second. Bella," Patrick whispered, his face as a pale white. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number he had memorized, but never thought he would use in a million years. "Hello." The voice was distracted as if it couldn't be bothered to pay attention to a conversation on the phone. Patrick gulped. "Mr. Winslow, we have a serious problem." All distraction was now gone. Alexander was now giving the conversation his undivided attention. "What is the problem?" Patrick had never liked him and never had a problem telling him that. It was because of his intense dislike for him that had Patrick going to anyone else but him for help. The problem had to be a serious one to have him call him up. "The lichens from Prague are here. Patrick," Isabella shouted as she locked the door and started to pile things in front of it. "They're coming." "Patrick, which lichens?" Alexander asked. "Seen Kay and his clan." "Patrick, no, Mr. Winslow," Patrick said. "It's not Seen Kay. It's the ones who took us." He turned to Isabella. "Come on, Bella. Let's go." Up, he said as he helped her up to the window. Patrick, Alexander called into the phone. Patrick picked up the phone. "They'll be in the room in under a minute." Patrick told Alexander. It was going to be even faster than that. Nothing in the room was meant to stop full-grown lichens trying to get what they wanted. "We have to run." "Where is Greta?" Patrick shook his head even though Alexander couldn't see him. I don't know. Patrick. Isabella screamed again as the pounding on the door intensified. Alexander felt his blood run cold. He felt his leadership role come out. Patrick, take Isabella and run. Get out of there. He'll find you. You will run and keep Isabella safe. Do you understand me? Miss Clarkson, you will run and keep Isabella safe. Patrick, Alexander ordered again. My men will find you. Now go, girl. Patrick dropped the phone, hoisted Isabella out of the window, holding her hands to help her fall more carefully to the ground. Shift as you fall. Isabella, knowing that female lichens handle falls much better than male lichens. Once Isabella was out the window, Patrick followed her. He dropped beside her, already in his wolf form. Without using words, he got Isabella to follow him away from the school. He didn't want to leave Greta alone at the school, but Alexander told him to. Whoever was in the school with Greta was about to be in some serious trouble. They had Alexander's mate, and he was coming to get her. Can you imagine waking up to find yourself chained and having no memory of the previous day? Chapter 35. Greta woke up with a splitting headache. She hadn't felt so sick to her head or her stomach since she had gone out partying for Amy's 21st birthday, something she vowed never to do again because it had nearly incapacitated her for the next 3 days. Why in the world would she have broken that promise to herself and went out and got wasted? Don't try moving. Greta, it's going to hurt too much. Greta felt the dark voice move over her body, soothing the recesses of her brain with the soft, low voice. She felt like letting the darkness at the edge of her eyes take over again, which would have been very comforting. She would have liked to sleep off her drunken, hungover state. Then the owner of the voice clicked into her brain. It was Rook. The realization of the name brought a flood of memories back to her. Mostly they centered on Alexander and the fact that she was his mate. That brought a smile to her face, despite the shooting pains that raced from her brain to the rest of her body. She should not have drunk the night before. Suddenly she stopped all movement as more of the previous day came back to her. She hadn't been drinking. She had been heading to Carol and Anna's office. And nothing. Her mind was blank after that. Something was wrong. Nothing was as it should be. Now she moved. She jumped to her feet, only to be jerked back to the ground as a chain, wrapped around her neck, restricted any full movement of her body. I told you not to move. Greta, Rook said, wincing from the pain he knew Greta felt as the chain pulled her back against the rough-hewn wall. For a moment, Greta lay on the floor, stunned at the series of events that just happened in the last few seconds. She tried to shake her head clear of everything she didn't want to think about. But that action hurt more than she could bear, so she just let her thoughts run wild in her head. Moaning, she used her hands to push herself up into a sitting position. She would have rested her head against the wall, but the current bump on her head made that too uncomfortable. What in the world was going on? Taking several shallow breaths, Greta just let her body sit for a moment. Finally, when she felt she would be able to handle looking around, she picked up her head. Even that small movement sent a wave of nausea through her body, but she forced it down and just kept very still. In a few seconds, she felt a little better. Then she looked up at Rook. Her breath was stolen out of her body in an instant. A small sound escaped her lips, but she couldn't say anything. The room was plunged into complete silence. Rook studied Greta as she sat on the floor. He let out a low sigh. It looks worse than it really is. Rook, he cleared his throat. I wouldn't lie to you. Greta closed her eyes for a second, but then Rook's appearance just flew to the front of her mind. He had clearly been beaten, and quite roughly. Blood covered him, showing exactly how much damage was done to him. His face looked like it took a severe beating. His nose was clearly broken, and one eye had completely swollen shut and the other didn't look all that better. Greta, what happened? Happened? Rook asked with slight humor in his voice. Greta, someone was trying to take you. I was trying to prevent that. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed, so they beat you up. People tend to do that when you're killing the minions they sent to complete a task. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rook sighed. The lichen world is a bit different than the human world. Lichens came to take you. Alex would not have been happy with that. Since you're my leader's mate, I was, and still am, going to do everything I can to protect you. Those lichens knew better than to try to take on a lichen from Alex's clan. Death was inevitable for as many lichens as I could get my hands on. Greta was soothed by Rook's words, but she knew what Rook said was the truth. She had seen Alexander take out those four lichens who had followed her in New York, and she really expected nothing less than that from his own members. So Greta figured that the lichens who had taken her lost quite a few men trying to go through Rook to get her. Don't try moving. Greta, Rook ordered when he saw Greta attempt to get to her feet. I don't even listen to Alex. Rook, why would you think I would listen to you? She asked as she pushed herself to her feet. Immediately, the change in position had her head foggy, and she swayed on her feet. Rook strained against the chains holding him, but he cowed and reached Greta. Greta, lean back against the wall before you fall over. Rook ordered. I can't catch you if you fall, and it will do too much damage if you hit that floor. Greta rested against the wall until her head stopped spinning. If she was careful about moving, she was going to end up thrown up, and she figured that wouldn't be a pleasant occurrence in the current situation she was in. Finally, she felt good enough to stay on her feet. Slowly she opened her eyes and took in the room around her. She concluded after a few seconds that the only word she could use to describe the room was to call it a dungeon. Of course she would be in a dungeon. Since meeting Alexander, she had fallen down the rabbit hole and had ceased being surprised by anything that came her way. She probably would have been more surprised if she had been in a nice comfortable room or even a police interrogation room. Greta pulled on the chain that attached to the collar around her neck. It didn't budge from the wall, and she couldn't cross her eyes far enough to be able to look at the connecting bit where the chain met the collar. Rook, can you come over here? Rook shook the chains that were attached to his wrists. No, they restricted my wrists. You don't have a chain around your neck. Rook attempted to smile. I'm more dangerous with my hands free than with my neck free. If I had control of my hands, the lichens who took you would be dead by now. Irritated with the situation, Greta pulled against where the chain was attached to the wall. She succeeded in nothing. The bolt didn't budge. She knew it wouldn't, but she had to try something. So Rook, Greta said, as she glanced around the room to look for anything she could use to help her current situation. Are you as old as Alex? Not exactly, Rook answered, but I am way older than you are. So, did you learn how to pick locks when you were a kid? I mean, didn't all of Charles Dickens' characters know how to pick locks? I was a Charles Dickens character, Rook said with what could have passed for a laugh if he was so beat up. As for picking locks, I've learned how to pick locks since I've joined Alex's clan. IGS very insistent on his clan members being prepared for any situation. Like this. Yes, this is a situation Alex might have worried about. Rook agreed. So, how does lockpicking help you now? You can't even reach your locks. Rook nodded his head. I'm well aware of that, Greta, but our clan knows more than lockpicking. I can get out of these cuffs without picking a lock. Why haven't you then? She challenged. Element of surprise. I can't have any of the other lichens know that ye gotten out of the cuffs. When the time comes, I will, and you will stay out of my way. Whatever goes down in here is going to be dangerous, and I will not allow you to get hurt. Greta decided not to tell Rook that she was the type of woman to just sit idly by while someone was literally fighting for her. Instead, she focused on something else. How do you plan on getting out of your cuffs? I'll dislocate my thumbs. On purpose? Greta asked incredibly. That's going to hurt. You don't need to worry about me. I'm a lichen. I can handle a lot of pain. Not to mention you are Alex's mate. And he's my leader. I will die for you. A few dislocated thumbs will not be a problem. Greta leaned against the wall. She thought about sitting back down, but she was too worried she wouldn't be able to get back on her feet again. If Rook was going to fight for her, she had to be ready to fight as well. Since she figured she would be waiting for a while, she rested her head against the wall and folded her arms across her chest. She began to conjugate the verb to fight in every language she knew. She made it to Greek before she heard a noise. Greta had thought that Rook had passed out, but he had been just as contemplative as she had been. But now he was moving, and if the cracking noise that reverberated off the wall was what she thought it was, Rook had broken his thumbs. She watched as the beaten man slipped his hands out of the cuffs and immediately turned to the wall. Again the noise clued Greta into what was happening. Rook was resetting his thumbs, but he had turned away so she wouldn't be forced to watch him do that. Rook, hush, Rook hardly whispered. He returned back to his original position, but this time he just feigned a look of him being in chains. Greta would have asked if someone was coming, but the key in the door let her know the answer before she had to ask. The key sounded huge and old, and it took quite a lot of jiggling before the key managed to work the mechanics inside the keyhole. 3 lichens walked into the room, of whom Greta recognized none of them. She did recognize the look on their faces of one of hated, so she figured they weren't 3 lichens from Alexander's clan coming to rescue her and Rook. Get the woman, Benjamin, one of the lichens said in Czech. See if you can get the key working better than you did with the door. Benjamin let out a string of curses but switched from Czech to English and back again, sometimes repeating a word. Well, if we could have used a place that had been made in this century or even the last century, it wouldn't take me so long to use these ancient keys. Just get her. Greta waited for the Benjamin to come close enough for her to reach him. Apparently she looked docile enough because Benjamin moved up to her without taking any precautions. With the opportunity at hand, Greta brought up her knee, hitting the man exactly where she knew it would hurt the most. Another string of curses filled the air. Get her now. Without thinking about it, Greta immediately closed her eyes as if following a little child's thinking that if she cowled and see the monsters cowled and see her. She waited anxiously against the wall for the hounds to land on her. But nothing. Nothing at all. Taking a chance just to closed eyes, keeping them away. Greta opened her eyes just a bit so she could see out through a small slit. It was her eyes keeping the monsters at bay. It was Rook. After pretending to still be locked up, Rook took the opportunity the other lichens had given him when they all focused on Greta. Sneaking up behind the first lichen, he had him taken out before the other two were where he was no longer chained up. The next one was just as easily disposed of. It was the last one, Benjamin, who had shifted into his lichen form that was currently attempting to attack Rook. The animal lunged for Rook who, because he was still wearing a silver bracelet, hadn't changed and was currently attempting to fight a lichen in his full form. Greta knew it was going to go well. She thought about stepping in to try to help Rook, but quickly vetoed that idea because she figured she would cause more problems for Rook than help. Of course that theory would have helped Rook better if she had paid more attention to her surroundings than to simply watch Rook avoid Benjamin and attack him when he could. Greta hadn't paid attention to her surroundings, and several lichens came into the room. She was grabbed from behind and pulled against her lichen chest with a hand of dangerously sharp nails against her throat. She sucked in a breath of air as the nails nicked her skin, drawing a small amount of blood. At first she thought the lichen had done that to show her that he's serious so she wouldn't fight against his hold. But she should have known better. Her human strength would have nothing on a lichen. No, the lichen hadn't nicked her to get her attention. He had done so to get Rook's attention. As soon as the scent of Greta's blood hit the room, Rook stopped in the middle of the fight. He spun around, assessed the situation he found Greta in, and immediately put his hands in the air. He didn't think the lichens had kidnapped Greta just to kill her, but he also knew they could do a lot of damage to her without actually killing her. Chain him up again, and this time make the chains tight enough that dislocating his thumbs won't help him escape you fools. Do I have to do everything around here if I want it done right? Because she was in an odd situation she didn't often find herself. It took her an inordinate amount of time to place the voice behind her. She fought against the lichen holding her as she spun around. Carol N didn't even spare a glance at Greta. Take her upstairs. We have a phone call to make. She turned to the lichens surrounding Rook. The rest of you, get him chained up. I don't want him dead. You hear? But do what you need to get him chained. She felt the lichen behind her unlock the chain from around her neck. Don't touch him, Greta ordered. Rook had already suffered enough because of her, and now he was about to go through more pain. Take her upstairs now, Carol in said, enunciating each word. Greta would have fought against the lichen holding her, but the first time she moved against her captor, he drew blood again. That wouldn't have stopped her, but she had Rook attempt to get to her, and she was going to have that. She let the lichen take her up the stairs and then pull her into a large room without only a minimal amount of furniture. She was directed to a chair and forced to sit down. She didn't really need any help sitting down. She found that her legs were quite wobbly from everything that had just happened. Carolyn N was in on it. That did make a lot of sense. Everything that had happened since she had started at Western Prep was starting to make more sense. All right, Carolyn N said as she came into the room. Now for what I want. Which is what? Greta asked, giving Carolyn N a glare that she hadn't even used on a student because it was so potent. She was surprised to see Carolyn N shiver just a little bit. Well, at first I just wanted money. A lot of money. Both Patrick's and Isabella's families would have given me their weight in gold for their children. But you had to intervene. I would have had my men kill you. But then you had to become the little brat's leader. I would have had them kill you. But you had already run before they could reach me to ask what to do. But why me? Carolyn N leaned against the desk. Why you? You ruined my plans. I've been running West Unprep for years and years. And what do I have to show for it? Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, I've earned my way out of there. I would have gotten the money from Patrick's and Isabella's clans. I could have left. But you ruined that all for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta said in a fake voice. But what were you thinking? You can't kidnap children. Well, that is in the past. Carol N said, with a wave of her hand. When you had come back with the children as their leader, I thought about just killing you straight out. Then I found out that you were Alex's mate, and my whole plan changed. Clan? Yes, Greta. My clan. You see, I'm going to ransom you back to Alex. Help him more than both of the other men. So you'll be my ticket out of here. Carol N picked up the phone on the desk and made the call that she had thought she would have been making to the other two parents. She had a voice synthesizer that she had planned on using with Patrick's and Isabella's parents. But she wasn't planning on using it with Alexander. By now, everyone in the school would have found out what happened, and it would be a hop, skip, and a jump to Carol N as the instigator. What? I think you should take a different tone with the person who is currently holding your mate. Was low. Carol N? Alexander growled. You are risking your life. And you are risking Greta's life. Who do you think is going to win this one? What do you want? Carol N. Money. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's always been about money. You have it. And I want it. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to find you no matter where you hid? I have your mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Carol N shouted. If you threaten my life again, I may just cut my losses here and kill her and disappear. Alexander would have again told Carolyn N that if she killed Greta there would be no place on the earth she could have hidden herself, that he would hunt her down and kill her as well. But he said nothing. He was going to lose Greta. You'll have your money. Carolyn N. But I will talk to Greta first, not wanting to lose face, and knowing that Alexander wouldn't give her what she wanted if he didn't talk to Greta first. Carol N pretended that it had been her idea for the two mates to talk to each other. She headed for Greta. Greta took the phone. They have Rook. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nelben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She is pretty beat up. He'll be fine. No, How are you? Well, Carol in N was the bad person the entire time. I feel like an idiot for not knowing that. She was the person behind the whole prog kidnapping. We kind of figured that out. I'm going to get you back. Greet her. I'd leave you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But next time, let's bind the day I ask instead of waiting until Saturday. You'll be back in time. We are binding on Saturday. I love you. Darling, I love you too. You be careful when you come to get Rook and me. Carol in N grabbed the phone from Greta. Isn't that sweet? Two lovebirds. She put the phone up to her ear. So you talked with Greta. Now you'll give me my money. Once I have it in my bank account. I'll call you with Greta's location. Greta watched as Carol and N passed over the information Alexander needed to send the money to her. The whole process didn't take more than a few minutes. Carol and N didn't move from her desk but kept her eyes peeled on the computer that had been opened to her bank account. She heard Carol in N crackle as the money entered her account. Greta really should have paid attention to the way Carol in N laughed. She mimicked every evil witch in every fairy tale. She had the cackle down to perfection. She was evil. Carol in N shut her computer, zipped it into her bag and slung it on her shoulder. Well, my work here is done. She looked over at the two other lichens in the room. Your money will be sent to your accounts. Clean up here. What about her? One of the lichens asked, jutting his jaw to indicate Greta. Carol in N stopped in the doorway. She turned around, letting her computer bag slide off her shoulder to the floor. She stepped over to Greta. You have been a thorn in my side since Prague. But she raised her voice as if she had forgiven Greta for all her problems she had caused. You're Alex, mate. I haven't quite congratulated you on that, nor have I given you a proper gift on your upcoming binding ceremony. You don't have to give us anything, Greta said. I can guarantee that your absence will be present enough for us. Carol in N.'s face reddened at the insult. I think I will give you a gift anyway. Right now you're human. I'm going to fix that for Alex. Moving quickly, Carol in N grabbed Greta's arm, let her fangs grow, and then bit into the soft human flesh. The two lichens did by as Carol in N did Greta. Finally one stepped forward and pulled Carol in N away from Greta. You're tearing her arm to shreds. She's already as good as dead. You don't need to kill her from loss of blood. Carol in N wiped off her mouth. You're right. Take her back down. Perhaps Alex will find her before she breathes her last. Greta felt her blood run cold. She had been bit. She may not have read the entire book Alexander had written, but she had read the part about biting a human. It was a death sentence. A death sentence for both the lichen and the human. Humans didn't survive lichen bites. Unfortunately, Greta had read about several human deaths caused by a bite. It wasn't good. It was a very painful way to die. And she was going to die that painful way. And she wouldn't even have Alexander there with her. She let the lichen take her back downstairs. Her arm was dripping blood the whole way. Perhaps it was a trail Alexander could use to find her. Then she could tell him again that she loved him, if he found her before she died. Chapter 36. Alexander shut his computer as soon as the transaction went through. He had sent Carol in the money, but he was snobby enough to think that that ensured Greta's safety. Carol in N was a desperate lichen. Money was a motive that made both humans and lichens do things they wouldn't normally do. Why would she take Greta? Alexander looked up at Patrick as he asked the question. It wasn't the first time he had heard the question. Since his men had brought both Patrick and Isabella safely back to the manor, Patrick had asked the question a half-dozen times. Then, Alexander hadn't been quite sure why Carol in N had taken Greta. He surmised several different reasons, one of which was for money, but since he hadn't known for sure, he hadn't shared his thoughts with the younger lichen. She wants money. Greta may be a leader, Patrick said, but she's not wealthy like normal leaders. Carol in N is well aware of that. She wasn't asking for Greta's money but mine. Alexander jerked his head up. His eyes flashed black and bored into the young man. And what? Patrick. Are you really asking me if I wouldn't pay for Greta? She's my mate. I would do anything for her. For months before, Patrick might have started shaking in fear from having an angry Alexander standing in front of him. But Patrick had learned a lot about Alexander that Lycans outside his own clan never got know about. Alexander was a ruthless Lycan and wouldn't think twice to kill someone who dared to harm one of his own. But despite what seemed like a short fuse, Alexander would never attack for no reason. Squaring his shoulders, Patrick held his head high and took a deep breath. I want to go with you. Alexander's burning eyes simmered down to his human color. No, she's my leader. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He purposely used Alexander's name to put him on the same level as the adult. It is my job as her clansman to get her back. I'm going to go with you. Normally, I would say yes, Alexander said, being completely honest. He understood the role leaders had in the Lycan world, and he understood that every clan member would do everything in their power to protect their leader. In any other situation, Alexander would have taken Oida's clansmen with him while he went to rescue said clan leader. But this situation was different. I'm not taking you with me, Patrick. Greta would not be happy with that. I don't mind if she gets angry with me. Neither do I, Alexander agreed. But you are in a rather peculiar situation. Most people have more than one other clan member, but you do not. You will stay here with Isabella. Alexander's unspoken words were easy enough for Patrick to pick up. If Greta didn't come back, Patrick and Isabella would be without a leader, leaving it up to anyone to become their leader or one of them to become the leader. Patrick would have to stay to protect Isabella if worse came to worse, because Greta wouldn't like it if Isabella wasn't protected. I just don't think Caroline should get away with everything. She won't get away with it, Alexander assured Patrick. However, I won't risk Greta's chances right now. Caroline can think she's free and clear. My focus is on Greta. I'm going to go get her and bring her back. Then you and I can talk about Caroline. Silently agreeing with Alexander, Patrick stepped out of Alexander's way to let him leave the office. Alexander took the opening and left the office. He stopped to talk to Andrew, who stood near the office door. Take Patrick back to his clan's property. You and Yates will stay with Patrick and Isabella until we come back. With my leader, Patrick added. Yes, with your leader, Alexander assured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's go. Ivan waited until Andrew and Patrick left the hallway before turning to Alexander. Do you have a location on Greta yet? Alexander had kept his cards close to his chest when he was dealing with Patrick, but now that it was just him and his second, he was more open. Caroline N. has yet to give me a location, and I'm not really holding my breath for it. I don't think she'll give it to me, yet you gave her the money anyway. Money means nothing to me when it comes to Greta. I was going to take the risk that Caroline N. would simply kill Greta if used. Ivan followed Alexander to the garage. So if you don't have Greta's location, where exactly are we going? To any place that Caroline owns, has owned, or ever even been to. Instead of telling Alexander that he was crazy and that they had such a slim chance of actually finding Greta that way, Ivan simply got into the passenger seat of the car. If Cecilia was the one who went missing, Ivan would have done exactly the same thing, and he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on to his temper as well as Alexander had been managing to do. So where do we go first? Her place, Alexander said. It didn't take long for Alexander and Ivan to reach Caroline N.'s house, without waiting for a key or permission to enter the space. Alexander kicked in the door. He knew, as soon as he stepped into the house, that Greta was not there. Her scent was nowhere to be found. But, on the off chance that Caroline N. had blocked Greta's scent, Alexander searched the entire place. Nothing. No one. Greta was there. Alexander pulled out his phone. Ted, get Caroline N.'s place on 3rd. She's not here, and currently the place is empty, but I want you here if she comes back here. With that taken care of, Alexander got into the car with Ivan again. He had more places to go. He had to find Greta. And so far, Carol in N had not bothered to call with the location. Not that he was really expecting that consideration. He would find Greta on his own. The next four places revealed the exact same thing. No Greta. No Carol in N. Ivan sat once more in the front passenger seat as he waited for Alexander to give orders to the next second coming to stay watch at the latest place. He sighed after Alexander disconnected the phone. Where to next? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Getses and Dime Case clans. Ivan was stunned by the answer. Surely you don't think they would have anything to do with the kidnapping? Greta is the children's leader. They have to at least assume that if anything happens to her that you, aside from killing them, would become their children's leader out of duty to Greta. They would achieve nothing by being part of this. Carol in N signed her death warrant when she took Greta, and she knew it but still did it anyway. Perhaps just pretending that she'll get away with it. Perhaps she has finally convinced herself that she won't get caught, but she's lying to herself. It could be that Getz and Dime K are in the same boat. They weren't happy about Greta become their children's leader, and Carol in N might have been able to use their anger to her own favor. So you want to search their clans? I do, Alexander said. Ivan nodded his head. Most Lycans in Ivan's position would have tried to persuade their leader from going on a suicidal mission into another Lycan's land. But Ivan was most Lycans, and Alexander was most leaders. Within 20 minutes, Alexander was at Getses Manor. He didn't stop at the perimeter but went straight up to the manor, exiting his car without waiting for permission, and was already up the manor steps before any of Getses' clansmen were even aware he was there. Was low. You're asking for war, Getz said as he cut Alexander off just as he entered the main door. You're right about that, Alexander admitted, not at all worried that the clan around him was slowly turning into their Lycan forms or that he and Ivan were outnumbered 10-1. I am asking for war. The question is who my opponent is going to be. If it's you, he'll kill you now and then take your clan apart man by man. If it's not you, he'll leave you be to live in peace with your clan. Getz seemed to be thinking over Alexander's words. He had thought that with 20 Lycans on his side and only 2 on the other side, that he would have felt much safer facing down Alexander. That the man in front of him was surrounded by confidence and mystery. Perhaps if there weren't so many stories of Alexander being in similar situations and coming out as thick each time, Getz might have pushed a little further, but he was willing to take the chance, and he especially was going to stand between Alexander and his mate. With no other option except war, Getz sighed. I've heard about Carol in N. I think it would have made it through the entire Lycan world by now, but I can guarantee you that Greta is not here. I may not be happy that she became the leader of my child, but Carol in N would never be able to use that to get me to help her with this suicide mission. Greta may be the leader of my child, but in a few short months, Patrick will be back, and I'm not looking to get into a fight with you. I'm going to look in your manor, and then your other properties, Alexander said, not bothering to ask for permission. If I find her, she's not here. It's promised, but I know you won't take my word for it, and I don't blame you. If I thought someone had theories, I wouldn't sit idly by. With the permission given, Alexander and Ivan searched the large manor. Again nothing. Again no Greta. Without wasting another minute, Alexander and Ivan left Getz behind and went to the Dime K clan manor. The procedure there went nearly the same as it had at the Getz clan, and the result was the same. No Greta, stopping only to eat to prevent their bodies from shutting down. Alexander and Ivan went to get Getses and Dime K's other properties on the off chance that Greta had been stashed there. No such luck. Nearly 24 hours had passed since Alexander had paid the money, and he had gotten no closer to finding Greta. Alexander stopped and rubbed his hands over his face. He exhaled slowly. He was running out of places to look. Suddenly a new idea came to him. Let's go to the school. For as long as Carol and N.'s been teaching there, the place has to be a sec and home to her. You think she would have just kept Greta there? That's highly risky. Alexander turned over the engine and peeled out onto the road. Everything Carol in N has done has been more than risky. She took my mate. My mate. That's a death sentence. And every lichen in the world is aware of that. Risks won't stop her. And I'm pretty sure she is planning on never coming back here. It took a little over half an hour for Alexander to reach the school. He didn't even bother pulling into a parking lot, but left his car idling half on the sidewalk, then half on the parking lot. He broke down the door and entered the school. The place was eerily quiet. Check upstairs. Alexander ordered Ivan. He watched the man take the stairs two at a time as Alexander ran down the main hall to the other side of the school, where the stairs to the basement were. His senses were on high alert, searching the area around him as he ran. His sense of smell and hearing picked up nothing more than the leftover smell of body odor from groups of teenagers. He ignored it all and down the stairs to the basement. Turning the corner, he was met with a locked steel door. It was easy to see that it was locked from his side to keep someone in the basement not him out. Grabbing the key that had been carelessly tossed on the floor, Alexander unlocked the door and pulled it open. Immediately the scent of Greta's spilt blood flooded his nostrils. He felt weak in the knees, and if he had been less of a lichen, he would have fallen to the ground. "Greta," he shouted as he started down the hallway. A door opened at the end of the hall. Alexander glanced up. "Look." He watched as the beaten man softly closed the door he had just left from. "Where is Greta?" Rook sighed. They locked the door to the stairs. "I had a silver bracelet on, and I couldn't get out. Perhaps I could have found another way out, but I didn't want to leave Greta alone." "Look." "Where's she?" Alexander crossed the floor to the other side of the hallway. He pointed to the room Rook had just come from. "Is she in there?" Rook grabbed Alexander's arm. "There's something you need to know before you go in there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Let go of my arm, Rook," Alexander ordered. He felt his blood run cold at Rook's stoning words, and he didn't think he could bear to hear the rest. "I will, but you have to be prepared before you walk into that room. Carol in N bit Greta just after you gave her the money." I cowed and get. I didn't want to leave Greta alone. Didn't. It was all Alexander could think about. His mate had been bitten. Greta, his lovely human mate, had been bitten by Carol in N. Humans didn't survive bites. They died horrible deaths, which was why such strict laws were put into place for those lichens who tried to change a human. The longest Alexander had ever heard of someone lasting with a lichen bite was around 20 hours. 20 hours. He was too late. He couldn't save Greta. He never really had a chance to save her once she was bitten. But if he had been faster, he could have been there when she died. He pushed Rook aside. He knew his clan member was just preparing him to walk in and see Greta's dead body. But he didn't want that. He wanted to be there with Greta. "I'm glad you stayed with her, Rook," Alexander said, knowing that Rook could have left Greta behind to find a way out of the basement. "I'm glad that she didn't die alone." Without waiting for Rook to say any more, Alexander pushed open the door. Greta's scent was overpowering because of the loss of blood, and it nearly made him fall to his knees. He saw Greta's body lying on the only available flat surface, which was a hard bench. Heading over there, he pulled the limp body into his arms, fell against the wall and cradled her close to his chest. Despite not having cried in literal centuries, Alexander could feel the tears hit his eyes when he thought of the loss of his mate. "I should have been there. Darling," Alexander whispered. "I'm sorry I wasn't here for you at the end." Rook followed Alexander into the room. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "She's not dead. If you listen hard enough, you can actually hear a faint heartbeat." Alexander, not aware that his senses were already on high alert, tried to listen harder. Finally he noticed the soft, nearly silent thud heart. Leaning down, Alexander kissed Greta's forehead. "You're so strong. Nerve." He looked up at Rook. She's still fighting the bite. How much pain has she been in so far? Most don't last over 20 hours. Rook shook his head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't think you understand. She's not fighting the bite anymore. She already has. Alexander looked confused. She's changed. Rook clarified. I don't know how it happened, but Greta is now a lichen. Chapter 37. Patrick bristled as the lichen standing guard near the door put his hand on his shoulder to stop him. Despite controlling his anger as best he could, Patrick could feel the hair on the back of his neck begin to grow. A clear sign his lichen side was pushing through. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick ordered as he pushed the hand off his shoulder. You will not order me, young lichen. Again he bristled, and again he forced his lichen side down as much as was possible, which worsened very much when he noticed his hands were covered in fur. Patrick was surprised at the way the foreign lichen addressed him. Patrick didn't know the lichen, and therefore figured the lichen didn't know him. Move, Patrick ordered again. Miss Claassen is my leader, and I have every right to see her. That's not entirely accurate, Alexander said, coming up behind Patrick and laying a hand on the young boy's shoulder. Lycan law says that you are allowed access to your leader when the leader's on his, or in this case, her clan's property. As you notice, Greta is in a room that is on my property. Patrick shrugged Alexander's hand off. Despite having lived with Alexander as his ipso facto leader, the man still frightened Patrick, and he could understand how Alexander's rough reputation had flourished in the lichen world. However, Patrick was going to let that stop him from getting to Greta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want to see Greta. Patrick didn't let Alexander finish, he simply interrupted him. She's my leader, and if you deny me access to her, I will assume she's in danger from you, and I will attack you, and anyone else who gets in my way. Lycan law is on my side in this. You can't think to attack was low, the unknown Lycan said. Even if you succeeded, which we both know you won't, he has his entire clan here behind him. She is my leader. Patrick shot the Lycan a glare that he had learned from Greta, and then turned to Alexander. I want to see her now. Alexander cleared his throat. If you hadn't interrupted me before, you would have heard that Greta has been asking for you. I was looking for you on your leader's property. You weren't there, he said accusingly. Patrick shrugged his shoulders. He knew he was supposed to stay on Greta's side of the manor. He knew that trespassing on another clan's property could get him killed, but none of that mattered since he was looking for Greta. When Alexander hadn't moved a step from where he was, Patrick looked pointedly at him. Well, I'm ready. I'm a leader of my own clan. Alexander reminded him. You might want to watch how you talk to me, or I may teach you a lesson you won't forget. Instead of quivering in his boots as he should have, Patrick let a slow smile creep on his face. Well, you could certainly try, but my leader would be thoroughly disappointed in you. And the one thing we have in common is that neither of us want to disappoint Miss Claassen. Throwing his head back, Alexander let out a loud laugh. You have that right. He turned to the Lycan standing in the hall. Jeff, both Patrick and Isabella will always have access to Miss Claassen as she's their leader. With that said, Alexander turned the doorknob and pushed open the door and then waved his hand to usher Patrick into the room first. He followed the young Lycan into the room. He nearly tripped over Patrick when the boy stopped in mid-stride halfway through the door. Careful there, Alexander said. He stepped around the boy. So, as you have just figured out, your leader is now a Lycan. Patrick reacted violently. The nails on both of Patrick's hands extended into dangerously sharp-edged claws. Grabbing hold of Alexander's shoulder, Patrick pulled him back around and attacked Alexander's neck, the most vulnerable place. You attempted to change Greta. He slashed again, drawing another round of blood. Hell had already broken loose. But suddenly there came another round of hell. The door flew open and 5 lycans stormed the room as the scent of their leader's blood filled the air. The newcomers took in everything in under a second, and then, seeing a lycan attacking their leader, immediately went to step in. Stop, stay where you are. It was Rook who held out his hand to stop the other for lycans. His eyes were burning black, but his voice was human as he studied Greta. Our leader is being attacked. Greta, I know you're his mate and that is the only reason why I've stopped them. But just because the attacker is your clansman will not stop me from giving them the word to tear him off Alex. Alex is just fine, Greta said as she stepped in between Alexander and his men. Look, he has Patrick pinned. I'm sure Alex wouldn't have been your leader if he couldn't handle one teenage lycan. Alexander did have Patrick pinned. He had his arm pressing against Patrick's neck against the wall, stealing the young man's air and forcing him to give him all his attention. Despite having anger flowing through his body and being attacked without provocation, Alexander hadn't changed into his lycan form. It was that he thought Patrick was worth changing for. Patrick was a teenage lycan, and in his form, he would have no problem killing a grown man. No, Alexander didn't change because Patrick had been right when he said that Greta would be thoroughly disappointed in him. And Alexander didn't want that. Now that most of the tension in the room was satiated, Greta moved over to the wall where Alexander was still controlling Patrick simply by refusing to let him get more than just the barest amount of oxygen into his lungs. She placed her hand on Alexander's shoulder. Let him go. That would be a bad idea, Alexander said. His tone was conversational as if he were talking about the weather and not holding something pinned to the wall. Bad idea. If I release him, Alexander explained, he will simply attack me again, and this time my men won't listen to you. They will defend me. Well, we certainly can't stay like this forever. Patrick has class on Monday. Order him to change back, and to keep his human form. Alexander heard Patrick attempt to talk, but his arm against the throat prevented that from happening. He glared at the teenager. Be grateful. I'm not just throwing you to the wolves. Patrick, you attacked me unprovoked. Greta sighed. Patrick, change back. Alexander waited for the lycan body beneath his arm to change back into his human form before he released the teenager and stepped back. He glanced at Greta. Tell him to keep his human form. You are not my leader, Greta told Alexander. As for that rule, no, I won't give it to Patrick. She turned to Patrick. Why did you attack Mr. Winslow? Patrick started that accusation, and again found his body reacting to situation. He shouldn't have tried to change you. Several low growls filled the room. Greta glanced over her shoulder at the men behind her. That's enough. She turned back to Patrick. Mr. Winslow was not the one who bit me. Patrick looked over at Alexander, who was still bleeding from his neck and shoulder. Someone had given Alexander a cloth, and he was holding it against his throat to keep the blood from gushing out. You didn't change her. It was Carol in N. Alexander said. Greta is my mate. I would have never changed, or attempted to change her. There are only myths of humans surviving. I wouldn't have risked it. Except she's your mate, Patrick pointed out. Perhaps you wanted her to be a lycan so you could have a longer time with her. Alexander looked confused. So you think I waited this long to change her? Patrick shrugged. It would be a good excuse if it hadn't worked out. You could have tried to change her. And if it didn't work out, you could have just blamed Carol in N. Again Greta stepped in, stopping Alexander's clansmen from attacking hers. Patrick, that is enough. I know that I'm your leader and that you're worried about me, but you know that Mr. Winslow has always taken care of me. He would never hurt me, and that includes trying to change me. It was Carol in N. You will trust me, because I would never lie to you. Suddenly Patrick's entire attention was on Greta. You're a lycan now. A lycan. A real lycan. I am. The room was plunged into silence as Patrick seemed to be trying to figure out the new piece of information that was given to him. Suddenly he grinned. I can't wait to tell the others at school. Well, why don't you start with Isabella? Alexander suggested. That way, she won't think she needs to attack me as well. I wouldn't let her, Patrick said, possessive lie. It would be much too dangerous. If she feels the need to attack you, I'll do it for her. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta interrupted. I'll do it for the both of you, but it won't be necessary here. All of us are completely safe. Now head back. Greta waited for Patrick to do as she said before turning to Rook and the other men in the room. You may all leave. The men immediately turned towards Alexander to ask for his orders. In Lycan law, the mate of a leader had more authority over the clan than others. But technically, Greta and Alexander never had the binding ceremony, and therefore she had no more authority than any other foreign Lycan. Alexander nodded his head, giving them the same direction as Greta. Once all the men were gone, and they were once more alone, Greta gave her attention to Alexander. You should heal yourself. You sound as if you think this is my fault, Alexander said with a small laugh in his voice. You could have told Patrick about me before he walked in here, Greta said. Her smile covered her face as she moved closer to Alexander, noticing that he took a step back from her for each step she took towards him. Soon, the desk at the other end of the room blocked Alexander from retreating any further, and he sat on the edge of the desk. Greta walked up to him until she was standing between his legs. She gently took hold of the cloth Alexander was still holding to his throat. She pulled it away and then cringed slightly at the pain such a wound would cause. Why? Alexander studied Greta's eyes for a moment. Why haven't I healed myself? Or why did I allow Patrick to get so close? Any both. Although Patrick's reaction was a bit of a surprise, I would have been able to stop him, but at expense of his own safety. Since I knew that would have bothered you, I decided not to hurt the kid. As for changing to heal myself, I couldn't do it with Patrick in the room because he would have instantly seen me as a threat to you. And then it would have started all over from the beginning again. And now? Greta asked as she pressed the cloth to the wound on Alexander's neck. His smile was entirely cocky. I kind of like having you take care of me. He reached his hand up to sneak around Greta's neck and wind in her hair. Then he pulled her closer to him and covered her mouth with his. It was the first time he had kissed her since he had found her in the school, but each time it felt like he hadn't spent enough time kissing her. And he knew he would have to devote an entire day to kissing her just to satisfy his Lycan side. But that day was going to have to wait. Alexander thought as he pulled away from Greta long before he wanted to. We'll have a binding ceremony tonight. His voice gruff and harsh from the emotions racing through his body. And I intend on starting right here where we left off. Now it was Greta's turn to smile. Perhaps. I might have forgotten where we left off. You might have to back up a bit. Laughing, Alexander pushed himself off the desk. You are as quick as a Lycan as you were as a human. Suddenly he was serious. I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He whispered as he wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her closer to him. I love you. I love you. Too, whispered, standing on her tiptoes. She placed a light kiss on his lips. Now heal yourself before you leave this room. I don't want your clansmen to be worried about me or my clansmen. Worried? My clansmen are warriors. Greta, they do not worry. But to appease Greta, Alexander shifted into his Lycan form and let his superior blood heal the wounds in his neck and shoulder. He only waited for the most superficial wounds to be healed before shifting back. He would spend more time later to heal his wounds, but he needed to make sure Greta had the right timeline for the night's events. You're not completely healed, Greta pointed out when Alexander once more stood in front of her in his human form. I know. I'll heal the rest later, Alexander said with a wave of his hand. Seemed Kay and his clan will be here within the hour. They will be in attendance with you and your clan. This evening, once the sun sets, the clans will meet in the backyard. Then the binding ceremony will take place. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're mine forever, Greta said with a smile. And you're mine. Chapter 38. Alexander rolled over in bed. He was wide awake and couldn't fall asleep for anything. And for the first time, it was the woman in bed keeping him awake. He turned on his side and gently ran his fingertips along Greta's arm. She stirred slightly in her sleep but didn't wake up. He smiled at the way her body reacted to him. But he didn't wake her. There was something else keeping him awake. Carol in N. He had to do something about her. He couldn't let her stay out in the world with the danger she posed to other lichens and humans. If she was willing to kidnap, hold for ransom, and attempt to kill his mate, Alexander could only assume what she would do to others when she ran out of his money. Alexander threw his hand across his face and tried to think of where Carol in N could have hidden herself. She wouldn't have dared to live out in the open after what she did. He was the only lichen after her, but he wanted to be the one to catch her. With a sigh, Alexander moved his hand, rolled over in the bed, and kissed Greta softly on her forehead. He slipped from his bed and just as quietly left the room. Although it was still in the wee hours of the morning, Alexander was surprised when he ran into Ivan. Alexander smiled at the irritation that covered Ivan's face. "Cecilia, your blasted sister still hasn't asked for my name," Ivan said, running an agitated hand through his hair. "I just don't think it's fair that you found your mate after I did. But you got to bind with her before I did, and she wasn't even aware of the lichen world. Is Kermit the reason that you're still awake?" Ivan sighed heavily. "No, she's sound asleep. I've already checked up on her. It's just the look on your face lets me know you have what I don't." He looked up at Alexander. "Speaking about having what I don't, why aren't you in bed with your mate?" "I want Carol in N." Ivan was surprised by the growl that followed Carol in N's name. Alexander hadn't, and wouldn't, forgive Carol in N for attempting to kill his mate. No one in the lichen world would forgive her. "Well, it's funny that you say that. I was just coming to find you to give you the latest bit of information that's filtered through the grapevine. You found her. It hasn't been confirmed, but..." Ivan held out the folded piece of paper towards Alexander. What Alexander read, the information on the paper. The two men walked towards the office. Ivan waited for Alexander to slip the paper into his back pocket before speaking again. "I figured you would want to go after her immediately, so I have already called our pilot. The helicopter is ready to take you to the private jet. The flight plan is already set. So once you get to the airport, you'll be ready to go. You'll take care of Greta until I get back. She'll be safe and secure here." With a nod of his head, Alexander headed out of the house. He knew Ivan would keep Greta safe and secure as long as she stayed on the property. Now it was up to him to make the rest of the world safe and secure. Ivan stood in the office and waited. He knew enough about the mate bond to know Greta was going to know that Alexander was gone sooner rather than later. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Apparently it was going to be much sooner. Ivan spun around. "Good morning, Greta. It's much too early for you to be up yet. Why don't you go back to sleep until it's time to get Patrick and Isabel up?" Greta turned her silent teacher stare onto Ivan. She had several stares that she had perfected over her years of teaching, and each stare was used in different situations. The one she was using now was the one she used on students who were withholding information that they knew she wanted. It took only a few seconds before Ivan started shifting, and then only 1 or 2 more seconds before he sighed. "Alex went after Carol in N. He can't go after her," Greta said with a sigh of her own. "At least, not today." She held out her hand towards Ivan. "Can I have your phone?" "Please." "Greta, surely, you can't be planning on telling Alex what he can and cannot do. He is the leader here. In as much of a leader as Alex is." She replied and then held out her hand again. "Phone, please. I don't think this is a good idea," Ivan said, even as he dug into his pocket and pulled out the required device. He handed it over to Greta. She scoffed at Ivan's concern and dialed Alexander's number. I just left. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alexander's voice came on loud and angry as he incorrectly assumed it was his second phoning him. What can possibly have gone? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're not going after Carol and Anne today? Nerve. Why do you have Ivan's phone? That is immaterial to the conversation. You cannot go after Carol and Anne today. You have to come back here. Do you miss me already? Greeton eerily answered in the negative when she stopped and realized that she did miss Alexander. She shook that thought away. Alexander Cowlton had been gone for more than an hour, and it was a little silly that she missed him after only an hour. She cleared her throat. Whether or not I miss you isn't important. You have to come back. Patrick and Isabella go back to their clans today, if their fathers want them back. Alexander added, despite the fact that Alexander wouldn't be able to see her. Greta rolled her eyes at his words. There was no way the two fathers wouldn't take their children back. They will want them back, Greta assured him. And you promised both children that you would be there so they could say goodbye to you. You can't break that promise, especially not for Carol and Anne. Alexander growled deep in his throat. In his excitement to go after Carol and Anne, he had forgotten the two children were leaving or that he had even made a promise to them. But Greta was right. Something he was pretty sure he would be saying more often than not throughout their lives together. He couldn't go after Carol and Anne yet, taking the growl as a sign that Alexander was going to do as she asked. Greta smiled, made a kissing noise over the connection, disconnected the call, and handed the phone back to Ivan. I'll be right here. I don't think I ever expected to see Alex wrapped around anyone's finger, Ivan said as he tried to hide a smile. Greta hid her own smile. I don't have him wrapped around my finger. I simply told Alex another choice. And he realized that was the right one. And Ella's such a smart man. He would always choose the right one. Ivan let out a laugh. Greta, you don't have to defend him to me. He is my leader. I wouldn't have followed him for this long, if he was the man that he is. Now, if you want Patrick and Isabella to get to school on time, you're going to need to get them up. With a quick glance at the clock in the room, Greta agreed with Ivan. After she and Alexander had bound, she became, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A member of the Low clan, but since she was a leader of her own clan, her clan members remained solely under her authority. Because of that autonomy, Patrick and Isabella stayed in the same part of the manor Alexander had bequeathed them when they first arrived. However, despite the fact that Greta, as the leader of the clan, would be able to stay on the clan property as well, Alexander wouldn't hear of her spending every night away from him. Not that Greta was arguing that point either. So, they compromised and moved the master bedroom, temporarily, to a room between the two clans. Greta was in the room getting dressed when Alexander returned to the manor. He took one look at her and forgot that he had been slightly irritated that he had to postpone his revenge on Carol and Anne. With steps as quiet as a wolf's in the forest, he crossed the floor. He snaked his arm around Greta's waist and pulled her against his back. Nolly, you would have shrieked in surprise. My dear. Yeah. When I was human. Greta agreed, twisting around in Alexander's arms so she could meet his eyes. Now that I'm a lichen, I always know where you are. She stood on her tiptoes so she could place a short kiss on Alexander's lips. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Like it always seemed to do, the kiss turned into a much longer one. Greta finally pulled away from Alexander. I have to get ready for school. And if we keep kissing, I'm going to start going the other direction. You're not really convincing me to stop kissing you. Patrick and Isabella want to say goodbye. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why don't you go see if they're ready? Greta suggested as she pulled a dress up over her thighs and rested the delicate straps on her shoulders. Say goodbye. You mean here? Alexander asked incredulously. My dear, but from the beginning I refused to allow you onto either of those clans' property. That hasn't changed. I will be going with you and the children. They're picking them up from the school, she pointed out. In going with you, Alexander said again. All right. Greta agreed without really putting up an argument. She had succeeded in what she wanted, which was to distract Alexander. She turned her back to Alexander. Zip me, please. Alexander, although previously distracted, immediately returned his thoughts back to Greta as his hands rested on her cool back. He leaned down and kissed Greta's neck. She laughed. Sit me up, not down. So many rules. My love, Alexander said with a slight chuckle. But he obliged her and zipped up her dress. With another laugh of her own, Greta left the room, and then the world once more came whirling around them. She had thought the day would go slowly, but before she knew it, the end of the school day had arrived, and Alexander, Patrick, and Isabella were the only ones in the room with her. Greta could see on both of the kids' faces the attempt to control excitement. She knew that they were waiting for this day since the moment they first asked for her leadership. Greta smiled widely. She was as excited for them as they were. Our dads are coming. Right, Mr. Was low. Isabella asked after the room descended into silence for a moment too long. Alexander glanced at his watch. He knew that the fathers had only minutes to show up, and he knew that his own clan would be on the school property as well, in case the fathers attempted anything resembling revenge against his mate. Greta smiled at the teenager. Of course your dads are coming. They will be here shortly. Where was Lou's clan let them pass? This time it was Patrick that questioned Greta, though he was sending the accusation against Alexander. Alexander shot a look at Patrick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick, I will not allow disrespect, as it is you are still a member of my mate's clan. Since I am her protector, my duty requires me to extend that protection to you and Isabella, until the transfer of leadership is completed. Patrick, Isabella, and especially my mate will be protected. My father wouldn't dare harm this clan, Patrick said. He doesn't want a war on his hands, not with the Lycan world, but especially not with you. You're young, Patrick, Alexander said. You don't understand the dangers that exist with the changing of leadership, even a change that seems to be one that should be fairly normal and uneventful. Patrick knew that he was required to believe the words of Alexander, even alone by the very fact that he was Lycan, but he questioned Alexander's words on the very fact that he knew how powerful Alexander was and how powerful his clan was. He didn't think that anyone would be foolish enough to attack Alexander, or what belonged to Alexander. You both will not speak until given permission by me, Alexander demanded. You, Alexander looked pointedly at Patrick, will make no move unless given explicit permission from me. If your leader needs to be protected, I will be the one that protects her. Is that clear? Yes, Mr. Waslow. Isabella responded immediately. Patrick, Alexander said, where he didn't receive an answer from the young teenager. She's my leader. In her clan member, Patrick said in defense. Not receiving the answer he was demanding, Alexander took a step forward. Greta placed a hand on Alexander's chest. Honey, Alexander rested, his solid black eyes on Greta's. Fine, my love. Order him to listen to me, because I will not have him putting you in danger by his reckless decisions. Since she had become leader of the two children, she had learned quite a bit about the Lycan world. One of the first things she had learned was that male Lycans took their protection of their leaders extremely seriously. Patrick would put his life on the line for hers, even against his father, since Greta wasn't willing to let him do such a thing when Alexander was there and more than capable of protecting her. Greta agreed with Alexander. She addressed Patrick. You will not attack anyone unless Alex is incapacitated for some reason and Isabella's life is in danger as well. Incapacitated, Alexander said. The incredibility could be heard in his voice. Greta, If you weren't my mate. She smiled at him, stopping him in the middle of his sentence. By now she knew Alexander enough to know his threats. Unless given towards a male or someone who had dared hurt one of his members, they were pretty useless. "They're here," Greta said, since she hadn't been a part of the Lycan world for very long, and her transfer of leadership had been under an odd set of circumstances. Greta was sure how it was going to go. If she had to describe the situation in just one word, she would have described it as boring. The children both asked their fathers for food and water. Their fathers supplied the required items. And it was over. She was no longer a leader in the Lycan world. Once the room was clear, Alexander wrapped his arm around Greta's waist and pulled her against his chest. "Are you okay, love?" She wrinkled her forehead as she focused on the question. She sighed heavily and sank against Alexander. "I didn't think this would be so hard. I've been focusing on this day since I became their leader. I wanted this to happen. We're Lycans. Greta, we take our responsibilities very seriously." He leaned down and kissed the top of Greta's head. "Come on, let's go home. I have some place I need to be." Carol in N. Alexander only nodded and then headed back to the manor. He was going to go after Carol in N and then rid the world of such a danger. With Greta safely ensconced in the manor, Alexander followed the tip he had been given on Carol in N's whereabouts. 12 hours of traveling, and Alexander finally slipped into a dark and room on a small island off the mainland of Greece. He stood beside the bed. "Hello, Carol in N." I'll never forget that night when I found out my own father had betrayed me, joining the very people who wanted to destroy my clan. He was the one person I trusted the most. And yet he became part of the enemy. But just when I thought everything was lost, an unexpected person showed up, my student Patrick. He risked being cast out by his own clan to tell me the truth. In that moment, I knew the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 39. Greta stood next to her car as she dug in her purse for her keys. "I have to clean this out," she thought out loud while she blindly felt around for the cold metal to hit her fingertips. "Aha," she said again to herself as she felt the tips of her fingers close over the required items. Miss Classen, not expecting anyone to be around her. Greta was prepared for another voice, and as it startled her, she dropped the keys, losing it once more in the vastness of her purse. She spun around as she started digging again for her keys. "Patrick, school has been cancelled for the rest of the month." Surprised to see him there, she had figured that although some students, including Patrick, may have been worried about her being trapped by Carolyn, she figured most would be quite happy that school had been cancelled until the board could let the wind die down around the fact that the head of their school had been a deranged Lycan. "I know, Miss Classen," Patrick said. He shifted from one foot to another. Greta stopped looking for her keys as she saw the familiar movement. Patrick was behaving the way he had in Prague just before he spilt the beans on Lycans. "What is it, Patrick? Mr. Winslow is in trouble." Greta smiled at the young man's worry. "You don't need to worry, Patrick. Alexander is just fine. He's a rather capable Lycan. Normally I would agree. I've heard the rumors that surround Mr. Winslow, and since Ivy lived with him, I've come to know that those rumors are completely true, if not understated. But I know Archie's in trouble. Archie's facing something that he isn't expecting." Greta sighed lightly. "Patrick, you need to skip to the end of what you're trying to tell me. Once I tell you what I know, you're not going to be able to go back to my clan. Remember Prague?" Greta told him. "I took care of everything then, and you'll take care of it now. But just like in Prague, if you don't tell me something, I can't help you out. And if what you say is true about not being able to go back to your clan, you'll take care of that. Now what is it that you have to tell me about Alexander?" Patrick shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans. "My dad was helping Carolyn in." "What?" "Well, after Prague, he was part of our kidnappings, But he joined Carol in N to ruin Alexander and you. And now he and dozens of Lycans from our clan are setting a trap for Mr. And the bait is Carol in N. Patrick was on a roll, and he couldn't stop. I'm pretty sure the trap is working because Dad left last night with about 50 Lycans. They're going after Alexander. You need to warn him. Patrick, she's not your leader anymore, Ivan said, walking into the conversation and interrupting it without knowing the subject. He was pretty sure the boy wouldn't harm Greta, but he still didn't take kindly that a male from a different clan was near his leader's mate. Patrick immediately took 3 steps back. He turned to Ivan. I'm not going to harm Miss Klassen. I just came to warn her about Mr. Off young Lycan. Her name's now Mrs. Winslow. And secondly, if you want to talk to her you can come to her clan. I didn't think you or Mr. Wislow's other clan members would take to kindly with me coming onto the property with the information I have. Information. Greta stepped in between the 2 Lycans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't overreact when I tell you this. I don't overreact. Every reaction I have is perfect for the situation I find myself in. Much like this one. Now tell me what information Patrick has that bars him from coming to the manor to talk to you about it. Apparently, his dad has joined forces with Carol in N and together they have set a trap up for him. What? Ivan would have sprung at Patrick and attacked him to demand more information. But he found Greta standing in his way. It's Greta. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Only Alex gets to call me Margaret. And you're not attacking Patrick. Achia's going to go back to the manor, and I'm going to go get Alex. Ivan took the time to let out a small laugh. Greta, none of that is going to happen. Yes, it is. Patrick, go get in the car. Pointing to the SUV where Alexander's men were waiting. Miss Klassen. I mean, Mrs. Winslow. They are not going to let me get into the car on my own. I'm not part of your clan anymore. Ivan agreed with Patrick. This is part of Lycan culture. Greta, Achia's not part of this clan. Greta turned a glare on Ivan. Well, you're going to make an exception. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick has just come to us that his clan is going to attack your leader. I highly doubt he'll be welcomed back in his clan with open arms. So we're taking him. As for getting Alex, yes. Looking for clarification on her last word. Thank you for agreeing, Greta said, purposely misinterpreting his meaning. She turned to the car where the second Lycan had gotten out. You will take Patrick back to the clan. Fine, Ivan said, inserting himself into the situation that he knew was going to happen. But he at least wanted control of the situation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take Patrick back. He'll be put into the basement till I come back with Alex. And he'll handle him when we come back. He turned to Patrick and Greta. If either of you have a problem with the arrangement, Patrick can go back to his own clan, and he'll bring you back by force if necessary. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Patrick answered for both of them. He headed for the car where the Lycan held the back door open for him. Ivan looked at Greta and swept his hand over to the waiting car. You as well. Greta, forget it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm going with you. No, then I'm going alone. She held up her hand to stop him. And don't think you'll be able to scare me with that whole first thing because it won't work. So call the men you need, or think you'll need, and then we'll head out. For a moment, Ivan stood and thought through the current situation he was in. He had the physical force to make Greta do what he wanted, but then he would have to deal with Alexander when they got him back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ivan was betting that dealing with Greta would definitely be the worst of the two. She would surely cause a ruckus at the manor if she was allowed to go with him. And there was a chance, slim, but still a chance that she could find her way off the manor property and go find Alexander on her own. That, of all the actions, was one that he couldn't allow Greta to make because Alexander wouldn't let Ivan leave if that happened. You can come. He held up his hand immediately to stop her reaction. However, and this is unconditional, you must listen to any order I give you immediately and without question. Do you understand? Again he held up his hand to stop her. Just to warn you, I will have enough men to restrain you to do what I tell you. If you're thinking of just pulling another card on me to get your way. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta said sweetly, I would always do what you told me. I certainly can't if you're distracted while we go get Alexander. I'm a Lycan now, so you'll follow Lycan law like all the other Lycans. Ivan finished for her. She shook her head with a slight smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was referring to the number of years I'm going to now live, and I really don't feel like living those years without my mate. So yes, once we are there, I will listen to you. But we need to hurry. Alex might already be with Carol and N and in the midst of a trap. Ivan nodded his head, already thinking along the same lines as Greta. He pulled out his cell phone and quickly sent out a text to the members of the clan. He then called Lucas, the third of the clan, and filled him in on what Patrick had told them, that Patrick was coming to the clan, and that he, along with a dozen of their members and Greta, were going to go get Alexander back. Greta waited patiently by her car, when Ivan started for her, still giving instructions to Lucas on the phone. She tossed him the keys, slipped into the passenger seat, and waited. On the outside, she looked as calm as Ivan, but she was betting that on the inside she was entirely more nervous than Ivan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ivan's leader was in possible danger, but it was her mate that had been sent into a trap. We're going to get him, and he is going to be fine, Ivan told her as soon as he hung up the phone. He was reminded of the time that he was saying thing to Alexander when the roles had been reversed. It hadn't worked then, and he was betting it didn't work now, but he had no other words to say. Only actions counted at the moment, and Ivan was going to make sure that his actions brought Alexander back safely. Chapter 40. Greta tried to stop her leg that bounced from the worry that was building up in her body. 13 hours had passed since she had found out that Alexander was walking into a trap. 13 long, excruciating hours, as her mind had nothing better to do than to conjure up every possible scenario Alexander was in. And not a single scenario ended well. Are we there yet? Ivan looked at Greta through the rearview mirror. I know the weight is bothering you, Greta, but I can't make it go any faster. We are not going to attempt to seize the house in the middle of the day. They would see us coming, and we would have no chance. Our best bet is tonight. It's only for hours, and we won't even be waiting all that time. We will hit Greece in an hour, and then we have to get to the location. And you think Alex will be there? You don't think he found some other information about Carol and N went someplace else? No, Greta. If Carol and N was at the location, or if she had been and had left some other clue to her new whereabouts, Alex would have called me and let me know. He wouldn't leave his clan in the wind, and he certainly wouldn't have left without calling you. The car plunged into silence. Greta just passed the time staring out the window without seeing any of the scenery. After several minutes, she broke the silence again, this time asking the question that had been weighing on her mind since Patrick had told her what had happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Will you answer my next question truthfully? Ivan narrowed his brows. I'm a Lycan. Greta, We don't lie. As for your question, no, I don't think so. No, you don't think I can ask it. No, I don't think Alex is dead. Ivan clarified. He studied her in the mirror again. That was going to be your question. Right. You were going to ask me if I thought Alex was already dead. You really think he is not dead? Like I saw. Immerse. We don't lie. As for being dead, no, I don't think he is. First of all, he wouldn't dare die and leave you alone. Secondly, if William and Carol in N had already killed Alex, they would have made it known to us. That is not something they would have been able to keep a secret. Even if they could, the other Lycans in the clan certainly wouldn't have been able to. Alex is a legend in the Lycan world, and if someone were to take him out, that news would spread all over the Lycan world. So, again, I'll tell you I don't think HES did. Greet noticed that her knee stopped bouncing at Ivan's assurance. She didn't think that words would have worked so well, but she was finding out that they had soothed some of her deeper concerns. Again the car descended into silence. And this time Greta didn't break it. She sat back in the seat and just let the time slowly sink around her. She thought time would never pass. But soon the car was slowing down. We're nearly there, Ivan announced, more for the benefit of the woman in the back. We will park the vehicles here and move in on foot. We can be quieter that way, and I don't want our presence to be detected unless there is no option. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta was a fan of Ivan's plan of walking in on foot would have been faster, but she changed her mind once she started walking. The exercise loosened up the muscles in her body that had only been increasing in tension, and it gave something for her body to do and her mind to focus on. With night falling, most humans would have found it difficult to keep up the fast pace Ivan had set, but with her Lycan sight, she had no problem dodging the fallen rays and small molehills around. Greta kept her eyes mostly glued to the ground and right in front of her to prevent her from tripping over a root or running into a branch. But every now and again, she would glance up to see if they were any closer to where Alexander was. At first there was nothing but black in front of her, but then she saw it. A house loomed on the horizon. The house that loomed in front of them was about half the size of Alexander's manor, which made it nearly a castle. It was on a hill, and near the base of the hill were a forest of trees that offered cover for the 24 male Lycans and 1 female Lycan. The moon, fortunately, was a new moon, giving no light to the night except for the blinking, twinkling stars in the sky. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A second in command easily led them easily the men, and Greta got to see firsthand the tactics Lycans had picked up living over generations of time. They moved through the trees like shadows, hardly making any noise as they walked through the forest in their darkened clothes. Ivan called a halt to the party with just his hand. Then, speaking so quietly that Greta could hardly hear him even with her heightened Lycan hearing, he gave orders. You 6. Shift. Pointing to the 6 he meant. You will scour the land and search for any Lycans who may be on patrol. They might not be expecting us due to the fact they think their plan is secure, but someone might be on patrol, giving them one chance to change their fidelity to our clan, and if they don't accept it, take them out. Immediately the 6 shifted and jumped into the darkened woods, making no sounds as they svelte bodies blended in with the shifting darkness. Greta, without needing any orders from Ivan, leaned against a tree and waited. She wanted, desperately, to be doing something, but knew any action on her part would be foolish in the moment. She didn't know if there was a guard on the house, and if she were caught, the Lycans would immediately know that Ada's men were there, for they never would have come alone. So again, Greta found herself waiting for action. After what seemed like hours, the wolves came back one by one to the awaiting men. 5 of them had found guards. None of them came back with any. With the new information, Ivan quickly worked through the plans in his head. Just as quickly, he settled on one that he thought would have the best outcome. All right, you 5. Take back. You 5. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You 5. The rest will go through the front. No noises. Take care of any lichen you find in the house. They are all to be considered deadly. If a large scuffle happens and our presence is detected, then we go in swinging. Joey, Danny, David, and Trent, you 4 will be on Greta. If something goes wrong, you take her out of there. You head back to the manor, and you keep her there. You're taking her in with us. Wouldn't it be safer to leave her out here? Greta straightened off the tree at that question. Her first thought was to veto that idea because she wanted to be front and center when it came to getting Alexander. But her logic overrode her desire. I think Trent is right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ivan turned and studied Greta, trying to read what plan she was devising in her head. He can't come up with anything. What are you talking about? I thought you would be demanding to lead the battle. I would love to. Don't get me wrong. But you lichens are too protective of females. And me particularly because I happen to be your leader's mate and a rather new lichen. If I go in there with you, you'll be distracted. And with William's clan in there, you can't have any distractions. So we'll wait here. She grabbed Ivan's arm as he turned back to his men. Once she had his attention. But as soon as Alexander is safe, you will come get me. I don't want to wait while you all do whatever you do after a battle like this. I want to come in as soon as Alex is safe. I will make sure that happens. Ivan promised. Trent, David, you will stay outside with Greta. He held up his hand to stop Greta from contradicting him. No, Greta, I will not leave you alone without some form of protection because then saving Alex will not be the first thing on my mind because he would kill me for you with no one. So this is the way it will be. Fine. She agreed. She didn't want to argue any longer. She was too worried about what could be happening to Alexander in the house. Now though, despite the fact that it was Ivan who gave the order, every lichen, save the 3 staying behind, shifted into their wolves and disappeared into the forest. Greta shifted to a different tree that offered her a better view of the house. She could see the dark, lean, muscular bodies of the wolves loping up the hill towards the house. The pack of wolves split into 3 as they surrounded the house. The night was deathly still. Even with her lichen hearing tuned as finely as it could be, Greta could hear nothing. All of a sudden, she realized that she could hear nothing. No bugs, no critters, no nightlife. They were in a forest. Even at night, the forest had life that made noise, especially noises that could have been picked up by lichen hearing. Animals hunting, bugs crawling around, nocturnal birds roaming the sky. But there was no sound. Suddenly, Greta ran from the tree she was hiding behind. She bolted for the hill. She shouted as loud as she could. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's a trap. Get away from the house. Get away. It's a trap. Despite Trent and David trying to stop her, Greta managed to get halfway up the hill before the house in front of them exploded. The force of the explosion sent Greta flying backwards and against Trent's body. The lichen immediately circled his arms around Greta, falling to the ground on his side to take the force of the blow and then rolled over to cover her from the flying debris that made it to them. Greta moaned under Trent as she tried to get the ringing out of her ears. She pushed at the man's body whose weight pinned her to the ground. After a few seconds, Trent pushed himself off her. With the new freedom, Greta rolled over and got to her knees. She stared at the fireball that had once been the house. The whole place, or what was left of it after the explosion, was engulfed in flames. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta whispered. Had he heard her warning? Had any of them? Chapter 41. They were all dead. They were all dead. The thought floated through Greta's numb mind. She had gotten them all killed. She was shaking as the thought invaded all other thoughts. They were all dead. Greta was shaking violently, so violently she could feel her head bobbing from front to back uncontrollably. Greta. The voice was shouting loudly next to her, but she didn't seem to register it. Greta. The shaking continued, until Greta realized that it was Trent who was attempting to get her out of her stupor. Trent. We have to go, Trent ordered. He tried to be gentle, but there was no real way for someone to pick a nearly boneless person from the ground without causing some pain. He took hold of Greta's arm and pulled her from the ground. We have to go. Go, Greta repeated. She forced her knees to support herself and finally tugged her arm out of Trent's grasp. I can walk on my own. We need to go. Trent nodded his head. We better hurry. Greta couldn't have agreed more. Yes, let's hurry. Perhaps some of them are only hurt. She started up the hill, wanting to get closer to the burning building. Perhaps a warning had been heard. Perhaps one of the lichens had heard her and moved back before the blast. No, Trent said, grabbing hold of Greta's arm and pulling her back to the safety of the forest perimeter. We are not going up to that house. We are heading back to the manor. It is much too dangerous for you to be here now. Greta pulled away from Trent. I am not leaving there. Neither are you. Someone could still be alive. We have to go up there. Trent moved to stand in front of Greta, stopping her from moving as he placed his hands on her shoulders. Greta, you're not going up there. The only place you're going is back to the manor, where I know you'll be safe. Trent, there could be someone up there. Oh, he said, interrupting her. There is someone up there. Think about it. Someone was watching that building. They figured we would come, and they were waiting. But the only way they would know when to building is if they were watching and saw us go in there. Then we go up there. Pointing to the highest point where anyone who wanted to watch the house would have to be standing to see it. We are going up there, because that's where Alex is. Greta, it's where he is, she reiterated. William would have wanted Alex to see his clan die. There is no way he would have already killed Alex. So we go up there, and I say it's too dangerous. Greta put her hand on her hip. Listen, Trent, you can take me back to the clan. She held up her finger to stop him from thinking she was listening to him. But I won't stay there. I will leave, only to come here to get Alex back. So either I can go with you or I will go on my own. What do you say? It's too dangerous. She shook her head. My mate is up there. I don't think he'll be able to go on without him. So I'll go with you. I'm a lichen now, which gives me powers I didn't have before. I won't be a weak link for you. David placed a hand on Trent's shoulder. I agree with Greta. We don't have the time to bring her back, and it will be easier to keep her safe if she's with us. Well, get Alex, and then kill the others, David added. Greta sighed in relief. They were going to go get Alexander. Before we head up there, we need to check to see if anyone survived the blast. I've already explained that heading to that house is too dangerous. They could still be watching. I know. We can go around the back. No one will be able to see us there. We have to check. Greta said, it's what Alex would do. Yeah, but Alex wouldn't do it with you there with him. Trent mumbled. They were in an impossible situation. Neither he nor David by himself could take on William and his cohort to save Alexander, and neither man would be willing to leave Greta alone while the two of them went to save Alexander. Alex isn't here, Greta pointed out. Now let's go. We don't have a whole lot of time. You stay behind David, Trent said, deciding it would be best to take the rear. You do whatever we tell you. It's to keep you safe. I will, Greta promised. She didn't care what the two men wanted her to do. She would agree to anything if it meant getting a start on heading up to the house. Let's go, David, Trent said. The party of three moved nearly silently through the forest. They kept to the shadows, shifting with them as the fire played against the trees. They headed up the hill to the back of the house, staying back just far enough so the fire wouldn't singe them. Greta hissed in a breath as she caught sight of the dead bodies near the back of the house. They hadn't heard her warnings. She had been too late. Stay here, Trent said, pushing down on Greta's shoulders until she was kneeling down on the grass. Keep your head between your knees if you feel sick. Greta watched as Trent and David headed towards the men lying on the ground. They touched the men's necks, attempting to find any pulse. Neil's alive, David said. Barely, but alive. He pulled the younger Lycan over to Greta. The damaged Lycan moaned as David let him fall to the ground near Greta. I got him, Greta said. David pulled his shirt off over his head. Use this to stop most of the bleeding. Greta took the shirt and moved over to Neil. She felt a lump in her throat as she studied the bleeding man. But she pushed all that aside. She had to help Neil. She could fall apart later. She pressed the shirt against Neil's side where something had pierced it. Probably shrapnel from the house which Neil had pulled out. I'm sorry this hurts. Just stop as much of the bleeding as you can. Neil whispered. I keep losing blood, so I can't change and start healing. I'll do what I can. She held the shirt tight to Neil's side. 5 minutes later, she felt the body beneath her hands change into its Lycan form. She knew that it would take days to completely heal all the wounds that were caused by the blast. But she also knew that shifting would start the healing process, and that could only be good. She looked up, noticing that both Trent and David were gone. She assumed that they had gone around the house to check for anyone else still alive. She hoped that they would be more successful than they had been at the back of the house. Perhaps they had heard her on the other side of the house when she had warned them. One could always hope. How is Neil? David asked as he came back around the house, carrying one man thrown over his shoulder as he helped a second man in his Lycan form get to the back of the house. A tear shifted. Who do you have? Dustin and Michael. Setting Dustin down as he let go of Michael's arm. Can you help Dustin? H.S. bleeding and knocked out. Greta moved over to Dustin. She looked up at Trent, who was coming over to them. Can I have your shirt? Trent. David's is already soaked in blood. Without asking why, Trent pulled off his shirt and tossed it over to Greta. How are Neil and Michael? Both are healing, David said. They should be fine to go with us. Good. I've already called and got Achilles' clan to come get our wounded that can't come with us. Greta looked up at the familiar voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You made it. She dropped the shirt she was holding to dust in her neck and ran over to Ivan. She threw her arms around Ivan's neck. I was so worried that you didn't hear me soon enough. Ivan groaned as Greta's hug threatened to suffocate him. He reached up and pulled her arms off him. I heard you. Greta, I should have figured it out sooner. How badly did you get hurt? Not too badly. I've already changed and healed as much as I dared. But we don't have much time. Take care of Dustin, Gretisk, and Ivan. Although the fire from the house offered light, Ivan stood between her and house, and therefore he was cast in so many shadows she could hardly tell where he was hurt. She had Dustin to worry about first. She moved back to him and took up the shirt she had borrowed from Trent. She pressed it against the wounds that were bleeding the most profusely. She glanced up at Ivan and Trent. How many survived? Michael, Dustin, Neil, Jeff, and myself. Ivan said. Jeff and Dustin will go back with Achilles' clan. The rest of us will go get Alex. Ivan turned to Greta. You, however, will not be going with us. You will also go to Achilles' manor. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Don't argue with me. The rest of us will get Alex. And, once we do, I'll make sure Alex is the one who comes to get you from Achilles' manor. But you're not coming with us. And that's final. Besides, I'd rather have you go with Dustin and Jeff. Greta sighed. She wanted to argue with Ivan, but she knew better than to try. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What he said made sense, and they would have a much better chance of saving Alexander if they didn't have to think about her safety. So when are you going to get in? As soon as Achilles' men show up, I hear my ears burning. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ivan said, crossing the clearing and extending his hand to the new lichen. Thanks for coming. I don't mind at all. Was so helped me, and now I'm repaying the favor. What do you need? Some men, weapons, and you to take Rita, and 2 of our wounded to your clan for safekeeping. It will be done. My men are down below. I'll take your dead and wounded to our clan. You can come get them once you get your leader back. Achilles said. Ivan nodded his head. He turned to Greta and motioned for her to come over to him. Greta, this is Achilles. He is an old friend of Alex. He will take you back to his clan for you to wait for us to come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is Margaret Classen. Achilles finished. I've heard all about the once human who captured the heart of the great Alexander Maslow. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. Miss Classen, it's Mrs. Maslow, Ivan said. I should have figured that. Achilles said. He kissed the back of Greta's hand. Let's get you to safety. As well as the ones who are hurt. My men will take the dead to our clan as well. Without any more being said, men melted out of the darkness and moved about the house. A group of 12 or 2 moved over to Ivan and the rest of Alexander's clan who had survived the blast. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Careful for him, Greta said, as one of Achilles' men reached down to pick up Dustin. H.E.S. bleeding still. I haven't gotten it to stop yet. Hell, be careful, Achilles said. Now come with me. We should get back to my manor where the hurt can get medical attention. Greta nodded her head. How far is your manor from here? Only a short flight from here. Greta followed Achilles into the night. She glanced over her shoulder one last time. The darkened group of lichens were moving. They were going to go get Alexander. She would have to trust them. She would go with Achilles and hope that Alexander would come get her there. Chapter 42. Greta had every intention of staying awake until Alexander came to get her. But her body had different plans. As soon as Dustin and Jeff were taken to a room for their medical needs, Greta found that she wasn't needed anymore, and suddenly, as quick as it came, the adrenaline left her body. In its place came sleepiness. She had almost fallen flat on her face, and probably would have, if Achilles hadn't taken hold of her arm and gently led her to a different wing of the house and a room for her to sleep in. She had, just barely, managed to take a shower to wash off the blood, the smoke smell, and the entire night before falling into bed and immediately going to sleep. She slept like the dead, unaware that time was passing at the manor or at the place where Alexander was. She was unaware that while she slept, members from Alexander's clan in America were busy taking over William's clan in America, killing those that were still on William's side, and accepting others that pledged their loyalty to Alexander. And closer to her, both Alexander clan members and Achilles' clan members were making quick work of him and the army he had brought with him to seek his revenge he wanted. Greta didn't even move while she slept. Even the dreams left her alone, until the bed on her left sank down lightly as a heavier body than hers sat down on the mattress. So my little warrior sleeps, as she woke up with a smile on her face. You're here. Of course I am, Alexander said with small chuckle. You're here. Where else would I be? Are you a dream? Greta asked, unsure if she could believe her eyes. She would have been horribly disappointed to wake up only to find Alexander was there. No, darling. This isn't a dream. Are you a ghost? She asked next, poking her finger into Alexander's hard chest as if to find out the answer on her own. No, darling. I'm not a ghost. He leaned down so he was leaning over her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A ghost wouldn't be able to do this. He closed the little distance he had left between them and kissed Greta solidly on the lips. He waited for her to recognize him. or to fully wake up, but he didn't have to wait long. She opened up to him nearly immediately, deepening the kiss. "Hey Alex, I told you to take a shower first," Achilles said, entering the room and breaking up the kiss without seeming at all embarrassed to have caught the two. Alexander slowly finished the kiss before pushing himself up to a sitting position and turning towards the door. "Yes, my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't have to wait. Your ears so covered in blood. Yours and others. I don't care much for that all over my bedding, and I bet Greta would appreciate it much more if you were clean." Greta sat up on the bed, knocking the blankets off her. "Why do you have your blood on you? What happened? Were you hurt?" Alexander shot a glare over at Achilles. "Thanks for saying that. Now you have Greta all worried." He turned back to Greta. "You don't have to worry about anything. I am perfectly fine, especially now that I'm with you." Greta didn't look convinced. She turned to Achilles. "Is he a ghost?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Achilles asked with humor lining his word. "No, Mum, he isn't a ghost. And if he had been, I highly doubt he would have let me see him. You, yes, but I think he would rather stay invisible to me because I like to throw a wrench into his plans. Like this one. He would rather stay with you. And in making him clean himself up first," he turned back to Alexander, "you'll thank me later. As will Greta. Go shower and change. While you do that, they'll take Greta to the dining room to eat, and you can meet us there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Alexander growled, showing his displeasure with just his words and his eyes flashing black. "It's not up for debate." Alexander sighed. "I guess it's just like old times." "Old times," Greta said, glancing from Alexander to Achilles and then back again. "You two know each other." Alexander nodded as he stood up from the bed and slipped his bloodied shirt off. "Yeah, you could say that. Achilles is my older brother." "What?" Greta nearly shrieked. "You have an older brother? Why haven't I ever heard of him? And why is he in Greece? Why are you the leader of your clan instead of Achilles? Wouldn't the older son?" Alexander hushed Greta with a solid kiss to her lips. Once he felt her relax against him, he broke off the kiss and gave her a cocky grin. "You talk a lot for such a little thing. As for all your questions, Achilles took over this clan before our father died. Once he died, I took over his clan, and everything else can wait until after you shower." Achilles said, "Look at my bed. You've ruined the sheets and—" He stopped as he studied Greta. "Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You've managed to keep all that refuse off your mate, but none of that matters. Go shower. Greta, if you come with me, he'll bring you to our dining room and you can get something to eat." Greta scooted off the bed and crossed the floor to Achilles. "They'll go with you, but I want to hear some stories about Alexander when he was a kid." Achilles kind of tight-mouthed about that time. "I'm not tight-mouthed." Alexander disagreed. "There is just nothing of consequence that happened before I met you." Greta blushed. She looked up at Achilles. "Achilles just so sweet all the time." "Yeah, Achilles a regular pile of sugar." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll kill you later, after my shower. Disappearing into the bathroom. But then my second would be forcing you to shower before giving you access to your mate. Achilles shouted over his shoulder. Please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My third could take out your second. Achilles only laughed as he guided Greta out of the bedroom. You're going to accept that insult? Greta asked good-naturedly as they moved down the few hallways that all seemed to be rather empty. Achilles shrugged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It doesn't matter how good his third is. It only matters that in any fight I would be able to take out him. Greta would have laughed at the statement, but looking up at Achilles drew out the sight of his blackened out eyes. He was fighting his lycan's side. It only took Greta a moment to know why. Just to the left of her, standing in the next hallway, was a lycanthrope in their true form. It took her a moment to recognize who the form belonged to. But with recognition came action. She stepped between Achilles and the lycan. Achilles hissed when she moved away from him and into harm's way. But like Greta had managed to do for Achilles' younger brother, she simply ignored him and faced the lycan. Patrick, what are you doing here? And why are you changed? Change back. This is not your manner. Where is Alex? Patrick demanded of Achilles. You should not be alone with his mate. Patrick greeted and demanded. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Come back to me now, Achilles ordered. Miss Clausen, Mrs. Winslow, where's Alex? Patrick asked again. Not listening to Greta, he studied the man in front of him, who was still too close to Greta even though she had moved out of arm's reach of the man. Back away from her, before Achilles could respond. Quite angrily, in fact, to the boy in front of him for daring to order him. Achilles' own men came up around them, changing as soon as they detected the unfamiliar scent. Rolling her eyes at the impulsiveness of lycans who much preferred the shoot, first ask questions, later approach. Greta grabbed hold of Patrick's arm and pulled him closer to her, effectively taking him out of harm's way. She glared at him as he stood against the wall. Stay right there. I'll deal with these men, but then I'm going to deal with you. All the lycans, save for Greta and Patrick, turned to look at Achilles. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Without words, what he wanted them to do about the danger they supposed Greta was in, Achilles held up his hand to stop their advances. He didn't like the unknown lycan, in his true form, so close to his brother's mate, that Greta, when she had moved Patrick away from his men, had put herself too close to the danger. If any of Achilles' men dared to attack the unknown lycan, he had all the opportunity, and time, to kill Greta. No, Achilles wouldn't be risking Greta's life at the moment. He turned to her. Who is this lycan? Greta, you will answer me now, because I can't guarantee his survival if you make me wonder if danger you are in. She is not a danger, Greta said. She turned back to Patrick. Shift back now. Patrick melted back into his human side and shoved his hands into his pockets. You know, Mrs. Winslow, you're not my leader anymore. But I am. The deep voice surprised Patrick. And I did not bring you here to attempt to do my job once again. Patrick, I have told you time and again, it is my responsibility to protect Greta. Yes, Mr. Winslow, Patrick said almost immediately. But you went with her. He tried to keep accusation out of his voice as he faced Alexander. Alexander sighed heavily. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Under his breath, he moved to put himself in between Achilles' men and Patrick. When he heard the teenager shift to move beside him, he glanced over his shoulder. You will stay behind me until the danger is gone. What about Mrs. Winslow? Patrick asked, not even bothering this time to keep the accusation from his voice this time. Alexander's eyes flashed solid black. He turned his back to Achilles' men as he gave his complete attention to Patrick. You go too far, young one. Your accusation that I wouldn't keep my mate safe would normally have me beating you. However, since you are now one of my clan members, you are actually my responsibility, and I must keep you safe. So you will stay quiet until I ask you for your opinion. Do you understand? Patrick didn't answer. He knew his refusal was paramount to disobedience and that such an act could give Alexander a reason to reprimand him. However, he still couldn't listen to Alexander. As soon as Alexander had turned towards Patrick, Achilles had pulled Greta away from them and closer to him. Although Greta was technically Patrick's leader any longer, he couldn't seem to stop the protection he felt towards her. He needed to keep her safe, and currently she was safe because she was surrounded by lichens he didn't know. Alexander knew exactly why Patrick hadn't answered his question, now that he was Patrick's actual leader instead of just the one supplying the protection. Alexander knew he needed to get Patrick to see him as his leader and protector. He wasn't going to be able to do that with Greta around. He turned to Achilles. "Take your men and Greta to the dining room." "No, she should stay," Patrick said. Reacting quickly, Alexander picked up Patrick and pushed him against the wall. "That is enough. Patrick, I have allowed your disrespect since the beginning. First because I wasn't actually your leader, and then because you were concerned about Greta, who was your leader. But it has changed now. I am your leader. Do you understand that?" Despite the fact that Alexander was keeping him flat against the wall with his feet off the ground, Patrick nodded his head. "I understand." Alexander dropped Patrick to the ground, letting him stand on his feet once again. When the young lichen tried to move, Alexander pushed him back against the wall, keeping him pinned there with his hand on his shoulder. "You will also start trying to protect Greta when she's with me." "I understand," Patrick said, agreeing with his leader because he knew better than not to do that. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "She was with that unknown lichen without you," he whispered under his breath. With his impeccable lichen hearing, Alexander had no problem hearing the soft words. He sighed inwardly and ran a hand through his hair. He shouldn't be frustrated with Patrick. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The young teenager was only doing what any male lichen in a clan would do, protecting their leader's mate at all costs. What Patrick didn't understand, like a more sees a male lichen would know, was that Alexander would have never allowed Greta to leave his side and be accompanied by any lichen who may have been a danger to her. "The lichen you're worried about is my brother Achilles. He would never harm Greta. You, on the other hand, are another story. You will stay by my side while we are here, and you won't push Achilles' buttons. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Alexander closed his eyes for a brief moment. Then he flashed his eyes open. "You will just call me Alex, like all the others in my clan. Now let's go get something to eat." "Yes, Alex," Patrick said. He finally stepped away from the wall both Greta and Alexander had put him against. He followed Alexander to the dining room. Without trying, he immediately searched the room for Greta. His heart rate settled down to normal once he saw Greta seated at a table, and she seemed to be enjoying herself instead of in any sort of danger. Alexander heard Patrick's heart rate decrease. He sighed heavily. "I told you that you will stop trying to protect Greta when she is with me. Not to mention I told you she is not in danger from my brother. It's not like I acted on my concern for her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," Patrick said, his wisdom greater than his age. "You'll learn soon enough that I'm your protectors as well as Greta's. Now get something to eat," Alexander ordered, pointing to the buffet table on the far side of the room. "Then you will come back and eat at the head table with us." With Patrick following his orders, Alexander headed across the room to the head table where Greta was sitting with Achilles chit-chatting, as far as Alexander could tell. He pulled out the chair next to Greta where there was already a plate for him. "I see Patrick is still in one piece," Greta said as Alexander stood next to her. "For the last time, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I take care of those who are in my clan. Now that Patrick is part of my clan, he'll get the same protection as anyone else. Speaking about Patrick being part of your clan, How did you find out about that? Ivan filled me in on everything that happened in the States. He told me about Patrick and how he came to be part of the clan. I've decided to accept him. And now he's part of the of.丨clan. Greta looked around the room. She saw Patrick and a few of the other members from her clan. But she didn't see Ivan. Where is he, by the way? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is he okay? I know he was hurt in the blast, but Ivan is perfectly fine. Alexander was quick to say to avoid Greta from needlessly worrying. He's back at the clan. Cecilia had a question she needed to ask him. Oh, Achilles said with a bit of a laugh. So our sister has finally wised up to the fact that she shouldn't meddle with her mate's heart. Has she? I guess she realized that Ivan might not be there forever. Thinking that Ivan might have died certainly scare her. She doesn't want to lose her mate. Greta sighed and placed her hand in Alexander's. I can understand her sentiment exactly. I didn't want to lose you. Schnell, Alexander said, catching the sound of worry in Greta's voice and knowing that she was going to relive every moment of what could have happened. You're perfectly safe. Imperfectly safe. Except for the fact that I'm in Achilles' clan. But that will be remedied shortly. We're leaving. Greta asked, slightly surprised. So soon? But you just brought Patrick over here. Why would you do that? If you were just planning on leaving so quickly. Alexander laughed. I had no choice in bringing Patrick over. He was tearing apart my clan over his concern for you, and me. Not that Cecilia was any better. The two of them were conspiring on how to get here. So I sent Ivan back home and brought Patrick here, so that the two of us will have a clan to go back to. Patrick took a seat next to Alexander. Although you have a reputation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Of being the most feared lichen in the world. My father and his men outnumbered you. And then Miss Klassen. Mrs. was low. Alexander immediately corrected. Right, Mrs. was low. You amended. She went with your men to get you. And I was afraid you hadn't taken enough men to face my father. He shrugged a shoulder. I guess that was useless. Yes, you should have known my reputation had been gotten honestly. Alexander said. But no worries. You're in my clan now and will be protected. I didn't think you'd accept me as your member. Patrick said truthfully. After what my father had done. Alexander shrugged. He could see the worry creasing Patrick's forehead and thought that the young lichen had too much concern for his short life. You have the makings of an excellent lichen. You have the loyalty that your father lacked. And I am not so blinded that I can't see that. Greta slipped her hand under the table and rested it lightly on Alexander's thigh. She could see that Alexander's words meant a lot to Patrick. And she wanted Alexander to know that she was grateful he was taking the time to speak with a young teenager. She smiled at him a bit shyly when he turned to look at her. His eyes sparkled with a look that she knew she was the only one to have been lucky enough to see. Suddenly Greta decided she wanted to be back at her clan with Alexander. Her appetite shifted to something different. And no longer was food on the menu. She let her eyes lighten with her want of Alexander and knew he caught the message well enough when his eyes darkened for a brief second before clearing back into his original color. We'll be leaving now, Alexander said, sliding his chair back from the table and then helping Greta from the chair. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I imagine your plane is ready, Achilles said, envying his brother for the first time that he had found his mate. He could actually feel the love between them. Yes, he thought. Alexander was extremely lucky to have found Greta. He didn't begrudge his brother, but he was now wishing he had his own mate to sit beside and have silent conversations with using only their eyes. He had spent centuries on the earth without finding his mate, and chances are she had died during the human killings of his kind, dying during the Middle Ages where the prices on female lichen heads had nearly caused the extinction of his kind. Chance were, like so many other lichens in the world, he would never find his mate. Patrick, Alexander said. You can eat on the plane. We'll be leaving now. Understood, Patrick said, scraping his own chair against the floor as he moved away from the table. He grabbed the 2 rolls he had on his plate before moving to stand next to Alexander. Thank you for your help. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Greta said, thanks also for letting me stay at your manor. It's a beautiful place. Anytime. Greta, Achilles said, standing up to see his brother and sister-in-law off. I'm assuming that Cecilia is truly asking Ivan for his name. That he'll be seeing you for a binding ceremony. That is if you don't at house as fast as you had yours. They'll make sure you get the invite. Alexander said, slipping his hand around Greta's waist. He led her out of the manor to the helipad where the helicopter was waiting to take them to the airport. Alexander leaned down and kissed Greta fully on the lips as Patrick headed in front of them into the helicopter. Greta wrapped her arms around Alexander's waist and looked up into his eyes. So you want to get home now? Do you? As do you? Alexander said roughly, his icon side coming out to color his words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm fairly certain I didn't misinterpret the look in your eyes. She spoke even as the blush covered her cheeks. No, I don't think you did. I was hoping you could read my unspoken words. Alexander growled deep in his throat. If we didn't have Patrick with us, it'd show you exactly how easily I was able to read your words. With a laugh, Greta stepped on the helicopter. She waited for Alexander to come in and sit beside her before once more taking his hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She had always liked to be in physical contact with Alexander. Since she almost lost him, she found that she just cowed and keep her hands off him. She just needed to know that he was safe and with her, and that the whole thing was a dream. Reaching over with his free hand, Alexander wrapped his hand in Greta's hair and pulled her gently towards him. He kissed her forehead. Everything is all right now. I'm here and I'm certainly not leaving you again. And once we get back to the manor, they'll voice Patrick off on any other lichen, and show you exactly what I mean by not leaving you. She smiled because she couldn't help herself. That sounds like a plan I could get behind. Then that's what we do. He leaned back in the seat. You might want to get all the rest you can now. Greta, because I can't get Gerda, you'll get much later. Chapter 43. Greta scooted up against the headboard and watched Alexander as he got dressed. So tell me what's happened in Greece. Alexander paused with his shirt in his hands. You already know what happened. William tried to take over my clan. That's here, and I am. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just humor me. What happened when you found Carol in N? Alexander sighed and pulled his shirt over his head. I found Carol in N, and I knew immediately, at how easy it was, that she was the bait for a trap that was set for me. I offered her the choice of going on trial for the crimes she committed, but she attacked me instead. It was quick work, but she was dead in less than a minute. Before I could leave the house, William and a dozen of his men came in and took me prisoner. How many did you kill? Not enough to stop them, but enough to show my reputation is more than just words, Alexander said. Then Patrick came to tell me about his dad, Greta said, telling Alexander what had happened stateside while he had been in Greece. Although I don't think William knew that was happening. And the house that blew up. William was watching the place, and having me watch it as well, just so I could see my clansmen die. It was his fault for keeping me alive, Alexander said as he buttoned up his shirt. He should have killed me straight away. When Ivan and the rest of my men and Achilles' men came to the right house, the fight was actually quite short. And like I said, I'm here and William is not. Gretel after she slid off the bed. She moved up to Alexander and wrapped her arms around his waist and rested her head against his chest. You just aren't going to give me any details. Are you? You don't need the details. You just need to know that I'm here, and I'm never going to leave you. I don't know. It sounds like a secret, and I don't think we're supposed to have secrets between us. Alexander bent down to kiss Greta but stopped suddenly just above her lips. He heightened his hearing even more than it was already tuned. Suddenly his eyes flashed a brilliant color, and he met Greta's eyes. Secrets? Greta, is there something you want to tell me? Me, she asked with a sly grin. What could I have to tell you? I was there. Margaret was low, Alexander said, trying to show anger in his voice but not quite managing it. How long have you known? Only a few days. I was going to tell you, but then the whole Greece thing happened. She looked up at Alexander. How do you know? I can hear the heartbeat, Alexander said. He dropped his head down to rest on Greta's stomach. It's a strong heartbeat for such a little thing. Greta smiled at Alexander and felt a small shiver climb up her back as his strong hand sat gently on her stomach. I was going to tell you. I wanted to find some clever way of doing it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't think you would hear our baby's heartbeat before I could tell you. Alexander scooped Greta up in his arms and laid her on the bed. You should lay down. Darling, lay down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're being ridiculous. I feel fine. You're carrying our baby. You need to rest. Greta wrapped her arms around Alexander's neck, preventing him from standing up. If I'm going to rest, then so are you. I have a plan to run, Alexander said, attempting to unwarp Greta's arms from around his neck. But in carrying your baby, Greta said, batting her eyelashes as she studied Alexander. Alexander laughed. I'm starting to think that you found a way to wrap me around your finger. She kissed him lightly on the mouth. I think I've been able to do that since the first time I met you. Now I'm not staying in bed for the duration of my pregnancy. I think we should go downstairs and share the news with our clan. Alexander kissed her more deeply and intensely. He didn't think that he would ever be able to catalogue all his good luck, but he knew that it all started and ended with the woman in his arms. Greta was his mate, and he was going to be able to spend the next several centuries with her by his side. And now they had a child coming. Let's go downstairs and share the news with our clan. Then thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.